commonplace otaku finds himself transported to the authentic world of Pokémon, embarking on a legendary journey that begins in the tranquil town of Akiyama. In the city of Liu, he allies with Mikoli, challenging traditional trainers as a coordinator and solidifying his status in the grand competitions. In Suzu City, he becomes the youngest senior breeder in history, etching his name into the annals of fame. In Hamlin City, he returns to the essence of being a trainer, effortlessly overcoming bug-catching boys and shorts-clad lads with a single Pokémon. This is not merely a game, it is a genuine world of growth, challenges, and glory, encapsulated within this ultra-hardcore Pokémon fanfiction. Chapter 1. The Ancient House. In the Fange region, to the northeast, lies Akiyama Forest. The gloomy, dense canopy forms a natural labyrinth, creating a vast separation between the central Yintu Mountain and the outskirts of Akiba Town. As the profession of trainer gained prominence, the Pokémon League, in its endeavor to cultivate a safe environment for traveling trainers, has increasingly focused on the development of wilderness areas. Nevertheless, many regions remain untouched and undeveloped, with Akiyama Forest among them. This locale is rich in natural resources, yet the treacherous and uncharted terrain, coupled with aggressive Pokémon, serves as a deterrent to many. Outside the forest, Akiyama Town is a quaint agricultural settlement with a modest population of about a dozen households. Due to its proximity to Yintu Mountain, the gentle breeze often carries ash from the mountain, enriching the local flora with vital nutrients. Within the ancient house, a boy named Tingshu emerges from the courtyard, his nose crinkling slightly, revealing a look of exasperation. Beside him, a butterfly adorned with cerulean eyes flutters its exquisite wings, while a shimmering sea of silk, crackling with golden sparks, dances in rhythm, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The glow of the silk sea illuminates Tingshu's face, accentuating his youthful features beneath his golden brown hair, making him strikingly handsome. This is the hunting butterfly, practicing its signature move, Electroweb. Tingshu, a resident of the ancient house orphanage, finds this unique structure in the sparsely populated town to be a gathering place for children, where laughter and play abound. As he gazes at the hunting butterfly flitting about him, he reflects, it's been nearly a year, hasn't it? The hunting butterfly, upon hearing this, nods in agreement. A year ago, in an attempt to evade a swarm of aggressive swablu, the timid caterpie emerged from the underbrush of the forest, eventually finding its way to the ancient house. The shy caterpie was soon captured by the spirited children, becoming the subject of their playful antics. Fortunately, Tingshu witnessed this and intervened, rescuing the caterpie from its plight. The children, not inherently malicious, quickly offered sincere apologies, and soon the little creature was happily mingling with them. Ultimately, Tingshu could not have anticipated that this lost soul would find a home here, seamlessly integrating into the family of the ancient house. The task of caring for the spiny-tailed worms had been entrusted to Tingshu for the year. However, due to an extended delay caused by training with the hunting butterfly, it was now past noon. Observing the dust-laden floor that had not been cleaned, Tingshu let out a sigh. "Hunting butterfly, could you lend me a hand?" After brushing off the dust from his clothes and placing his backpack aside, Tingshu picked up a broom from the corner, intending to clear away the fallen leaves. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out beside him, prompting him to instinctively look up and see a little girl joyfully running toward him. Little Lena. Upon seeing the girl, Tingshu smiled. Lena was also an orphan from the Chingu house, and they had known each other even before she entered the orphanage. The memory of the innocent little Lena, who had clung to him back then, and his own initially clumsy demeanor suddenly struck him, instilling a surreal sense of time travel. Time flew by, and 4 years had passed. Tingshu, originally from Hualan City, had lost his family 4 years ago and was adopted by this orphanage. Over these 4 years, life had been tedious and monotonous. Fortunately, Tingshu had gradually acclimated to this existence, slowly finding his footing in this familiar yet foreign world. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, for years prior, he had been swapped, and the current Tingshu hailed from another azure world Earth. "Tingshu, why are you in a daze?" Lena approached him, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. With her words, Tingshu snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of disorientation and sadness. "It's nothing. Are you hungry? I should start preparing lunch." Seeing Tingshu smile, Lena felt a surge of joy. She glanced around at the messy floor and shyly said, "I'm sorry, Tingshu. This morning, Huda and I went on an adventure to the cave, so I didn't help clean." With that, she clasped her hands together and smiled apologetically. "Now, Tingshu, are you too busy with the hunting butterfly? Let me assist you. Just as Lena was about to lend a hand, Tingshu shook his head, stopping her. No need. Leave this to the hunting butterfly. It can manage well. Then, how about I help you prepare lunch? Lena suggested, eager to do something for him. He'll handle it. But do you realize how dangerous it is to wander off to the cave without permission? Tingshu's tone turned serious. I've told you countless times not to run off. You should stay put in the town. Lena pouted, glancing at the hunting butterfly with a hint of envy, muttering, it's not that dangerous outside. There are many friendly little spirits who often help us. That's mere luck, Tingshu sighed. It seems I'll have to ask Grandma Orlan to give you a proper lecture. Now, let's prepare lunch today. We'll be making your favorite fragrant mushrooms, and this will be the last meal I prepare for you. As he continued, his tone unexpectedly grew somber. Last meal? Lena blinked in surprise, catching the underlying meaning in Tingshu's words. Brother Tingshu, what does this mean? Before he could respond, an elderly woman emerged and gently patted little Lena's head. Silly child, haven't you realized? Your brother Tingshu has decided to leave here. Leave here? Lena gazed at Tingshu in bewilderment. Leave? The Chingu house? Their eyes met, yet Tingshu remained silent. In the 206th year of the Alliance, on Adoption Day, both Tingshu and Lena, orphans in Suzu City who had lost their ability to live independently, were adopted by Granny Orlan at the Chingu House orphanage. Since arriving at Chingu House, Tingshu had striven to repay Granny Orlan's kindness by acting exceedingly mature and sensible, far beyond that of a typical child. He willingly took on many responsibilities within the orphanage, and, as a result, he had naturally assumed the role of a protective older brother among the other children. Thus, upon hearing of Tingshu's impending departure, it was only natural for Lena to feel a sense of loss and panic. After a moment of silence, Tingshu nodded. Granny Orlan, I plan to head to Teishu City tomorrow. Thank you for your care over the past 4 years. What for? Is it because we have been disobedient? Lena's eyes began to redden as she interrupted him. No, I simply wish to explore the outside world. Additionally, I intend to take the assessment for aspiring trainers. If I succeed, it will alleviate some of the burdens on Chingu House, Tingshu replied calmly. Granny Orlan sighed. Tingshu, you must think this through. The children here have grown up in poverty and lack even the qualifications to register as trainers. You're still so young, it will be better to stay here and help me care for Chingu House. I understand that, Granny Orlan, but I am capable of taking care of myself. I have waited 4 years for this day. Tingshu's response was unexpectedly resolute. Unlike the other children, who played without a care, Tingshu had diligently pursued his studies, spending those monotonous yet intriguing days immersed in books, all in preparation for the moment he could venture beyond these walls and witness the world outside. Frankly, upon accepting the reality of his reincarnation, Tingshu was unwilling to spend his life confined to one place. Yet, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Nevertheless, he did not give in knowledge was the vital bridge he sought to connect with the outside world. In stark contrast to Earth, while this world possessed technology, such knowledge was scarce, monopolized by the Alliance and certain powerful organizations. Scientific knowledge was considered high-end wisdom, serving as a crucial means for the Alliance to maintain balance. Although technological advancement was rapid, it had not yet reached the point of being as openly sought after as on Earth. In stark contrast, the prevailing essence of this world is embodied by enchanting beings known as fairies. They have supplanted technology, becoming the object of pursuit for humanity, with various industries revolving around them, rendering them indispensable companions in the lives of people. The knowledge that Tingshu has sought to acquire revolves around these fairies. Over the span of 4 years, despite the plethora of publicly available knowledge on the continent, Tingshu, in pursuit of his dreams, diligently constructed a unique learning framework. Upon hearing his determination, Grandma Orlan recognized that Tingshu had thoroughly contemplated his path. She could only sigh and refrain from further comment. Since his arrival here 4 years ago, Tingshu has been remarkably mature, not only sparing her the burdens of care, but also assisting in the upkeep of the Chingu house. However, Orlan could perceive that Tingshu's heart was not entirely present in this place. Although he helped care for the children, it was evident to someone of Orlan's age and experience that Tingshu was fundamentally different from them, finding it difficult to truly integrate into their midst. Though still young, Tingshu had already developed a strong sense of self. It is likely that, internally, he had long transcended this small town, propelled by the knowledge contained within books. Perhaps, from the very day 4 years ago when he was adopted, Grandma Orlan should have discerned his uniqueness through the calm and composed gaze he possessed during their introduction. To confine someone like Tingshu to the quaint little town of Chuya is indeed unrealistic, and Orlan herself would prefer not to witness such a future. Yet, she remains perplexed as to why he is so resolute. It is difficult to fathom how a mere 10-year-old could possess such formidable will and audacity in making decisions. This may indeed be the best choice. Tingshu mused inwardly. This world is resplendent with wonder, vibrant and magnificent. For someone like him, hailing from another realm, every corner of this place beckons exploration and discovery. Simultaneously, Tingshu comprehends that the Chingu house has fallen into a period of stagnation over the years, relying solely on Grandma Orlan's savings is increasingly challenging for the orphanage to sustain itself. Thus, not only for his own sake, Tingshu wishes to alleviate any burdens on Chingu house. Even though he is aware that the road ahead will be arduous, he harbors no thoughts of retreat. Having traversed into this new world, he yearns to experience its wonders. Lacking the courage to do so would be a disservice to the title of transmigrator. What difference would there be between him and a mere salted fish? There is no justification other than an ardent desire to witness the grandeur of this world. Chapter 2. The Relentless Steps. In a land teeming with various fairies lies the enchanting Fangyuan continent, specifically within Chuya Town. The aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, enveloping the entire Chingu house. With satisfaction, Tingshu gazed upon his culinary creation, a sumptuous yet light and nutritious lunch, the last gift he left for everyone. He remained uncertain about the achievements he would attain after departing from this place. Yet rather than languishing in the ordinary, Tingshu would rather burn his boats and strive with all his might. This world is not as idyllic as depicted in anime. Even aspiring to be an ordinary trainer comes with numerous constraints and challenges. The Chingu house, though labeled an orphanage, housed merely 7 children under the sole care of Grandma Orlan. In her youth, Grandma Orlan was a skilled coordinator, but now she found herself alone. Without any offspring, she utilized her meager savings to establish this sanctuary for orphans, aptly named Chingu House. Thanks to Grandma Orlan, the children grew up listening to tales from her vibrant past, which naturally ignited in them a profound interest in coordination. Almost every child in Chingu House harbored dreams of becoming an exceptional coordinator, and Tingshu was no exception. However, the usually spirited children appeared somber today, clearly aware of Tingshu's impending departure. Gathering around the table, a young boy finally broke the silence. "Tingshu, are you really leaving?" Tingshu nodded. After 4 years in this place, he recognized that he had been relying heavily on Chingu House. Despite his contributions, they paled in comparison to the kindness bestowed upon him by Grandma Orlan and the home itself. Without them, he shuddered to think how lost and bewildered he would have been upon his arrival, possibly causing great trouble. Moreover, he had inherited nothing, and even the simplest means of survival could have posed a daunting challenge. In his previous life, having been utterly alone, Chingu House had granted him an abundance of warmth and care he had never known. Thus, faced with this juncture, Tingshu understood that he could no longer linger. The children had grown and no longer required his guardianship. He felt it was time to embark on his own journey, perhaps to one day contribute meaningfully to the lives of those at Chingu House. But the children's voices trembled, filled with emotion. Though they had accepted Tingshu's decision, the thought of separation weighed heavily on their hearts. Their big brother, who had always looked after them, was about to leave. Even if they might meet again, the prospect of such prolonged separation was unbearable for these children, all still under 10. "Ah, dear children, let us respect Tingshu's choice," came the gentle voice of Grandma Orlan, as she entered, her hair a cascade of silver. Upon seeing her, the children immediately made space for her at the table. "Grandma Orlan, you're here," they chorused. "Let's have lunch, Grandma," Tingshu urged. Faced with the children's heartfelt pleas, Tingshu felt a twinge of hesitation. Though he had never considered himself one of them, his initial motivation to care for them had stemmed from a desire to repay their kindness. Despite the occasional frustration with their mischief, after all they had shared, he could not remain indifferent. Having lived here for 4 years, he wished to avoid the day when he might return to find Chingu House in a state of desolation. "Let's eat," he said, looking at the downcast faces of the children. Thus, under the urging of Grandma Orlan and Tingshu, the children hastily took a few bites of lunch, which unfolded in a rather somber atmosphere. The once joyous ambience had become elusive, and although Grandma Orlan attempted to lighten the mood, it was evident that both the children and Tingshu were somewhat preoccupied. The lengthy meal finally drew to a close. I will tidy up, Tingshu murmured before departing. Lazily reclining on his bed, Tingshu's gaze lingered upon the ceiling. Despite the children's heartfelt pleas, his resolve remained unshaken. His footsteps and his heart urged him to move beyond this place. Perhaps failure awaited him, but who can truly predict the future? The 4 years of effort he had invested were not in vain, and confidence was a trait he possessed abundantly. The hunting butterfly. The exquisite hunting butterfly danced above Tingshu, offering solace in his solitude. Outside, a pristine landscape unfolded, a testament to the butterfly's extraordinary abilities as it meticulously aided Tingshu in tidying the yard. The hunting butterfly was Tingshu's first companion and the initial creature he trained as a novice. Growing up listening to Grandma Orlan's tales, Tingshu developed a keen interest in coordinators, even yearning for the splendid stage of the bug catcher. Yet, reality revealed to him that he held no distinct advantages. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose the path of a breeder. For Tingshu, becoming a breeder presented significant advantages in his current circumstances. Like coordinators, small Pokémon breeders are a type of trainer. They nurture a diverse array of Pokémon, although their prowess may not rival that of specialized trainers. Their Pokémon typically form a cohesive team and excel in growth, health, and care compared to ordinary trainers. Most breeders earn a living through specialized breeding facilities, making the role of a breeder crucial for survival in this world. Should Tingshu succeed in the initial breeder's assessment, his prospects would greatly improve, potentially catapulting him to great heights. After all, he was still quite young, and maturity of thought accompanied his age, which served as a tremendous advantage. With such a promising start, albeit at a humble beginning, Tingshu had numerous aspirations upon arriving here. Knock, knock, knock. As Tingshu gazed at the ceiling, the sound of knocking echoed through the room. Come in, he called, instinctively knowing that the visitor was likely Grandma Orlan. The children are feeling quite down, she sighed upon entering. I am aware, Tingshu replied. And why, dear child, your tone is always so resolute, it is merely a journey. Yet you speak as if it were a parting of life and death. Shaking her head, Grandmother Orlan gazed at Tingshu with a mixture of confusion and resignation. It is not merely a journey. Grandmother Orlan, do you truly believe that if we remain in the Chingu house, your savings will sustain us for long? Do you genuinely think these children will discover the lives they yearn for? Grandmother Orlan fell silent. Thus, for my own sake, and for the sake of Chingu house, I must choose to depart. Reclining on his bed, Tingshu, disregarding Grandmother Orlan's look of shock, spoke to himself. He understood that while staying in Chingu house might offer temporary comfort and stability, it would result in a squandered opportunity for him to leverage his greatest strengths, ultimately leading to a catastrophic failure. Hence, it was only natural for Tingshu to voice these thoughts. Perhaps, apart from experiencing the beauty of this world, Chingu House holds a special place in Tingshu's heart. Unwilling to witness its decline, he can only strive to alter its fate through his own efforts. Chapter 3. The Wind of Beginnings. Ah, my dear child, you truly are an enigma. With a sigh, Grandma Orlan's thoughts drifted back to the day she welcomed Tingshu into her care. Tingshu hailed from Suzu City in the Guandu region. At the tender age of 6, he lost both parents to a tragic accident. Lacking the means for basic sustenance, he quickly became an orphan. Despite the Alliance's meager subsidies, leading a normal life proved to be an arduous task. One day, while passing through Guandu, Lan, after securing Tingshu's consent, applied to the Alliance for the necessary paperwork to adopt him under the auspices of this orphanage. Children like Tingshu were not a novelty at Chingu House. He was neither the first nor the last. However, he was undeniably the most extraordinary child Grandma Orlan had ever encountered. From his initial silence and introversion to his later maturity and perceptiveness, it was hard to believe he was merely 6 years old. His fervor for books was astonishing. Leaving Orlan in awe, he could delve into the most tedious and complex subjects, which any other child his age would typically avoid, with an enthusiasm that was nothing short of captivating. Diligent, meticulous, and mature, there were moments when Orlan almost forgot that Tingshu was an orphan she had taken in, as he often assisted her in caring for the other children. Meeting you has indeed been a stroke of luck for us. Observing Tingshu's bright, penetrating gaze, Grandma Orlan found herself both amused and perplexed, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. The innocence of childhood seemed to have evaded him. At times, when she witnessed his intense focus, a flicker of apprehension would wash over her. This child was simply too remarkable, evoking a sense of unreality. I'm sorry, Tingshu murmured, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision to leave Chingu House and would not waver. After a prolonged silence, Grandma Orlan turned her gaze toward the butterfly she had named Hunting Phoenix. I have come here to tell you, it is time to take this child away. She gazed gently at the butterfly and sighed, acknowledging its growth. At her words, Tingshu froze in surprise. Take away Hunting Phoenix? This notion had crossed his mind before. Yet Hunting Phoenix was also a cherished member of Chingu House. Although he primarily cared for it, every person here had invested their heart into its well-being. In other words, Hunting Phoenix was not merely Tingshu's little sprite. In truth, no one had truly tamed it, and Grandma Orlan had always borne the costs of its sustenance. Let it stay with the other children, Tingshu replied, shaking his head in refusal. While taking Hunting Phoenix with him would undoubtedly ease his journey ahead, it felt irresponsible. After all, Hunting Phoenix was not his personal possession. Each member of Chingu House had contributed to its care in their own way. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner. However, the children have already consented, and they too wish for the hunting butterfree to accompany you in exploring the vast world beyond. It appears that Grandma Orlan had foreseen Tingshu's reply. Take this, she said, gently patting Tingshu's shoulder as she handed him an object. Is this a commemorative Pokeball? Tingshu inquired, observing the pure white sphere that tightened his grip. Scrawled haphazardly across its pristine surface were the names of the children. I acquired this during a splendid tournament in my youth. It serves as a memento. Its functionality mirrors that of a regular Pokeball, yet it now embodies the children's support for you. Come, my child, use it to capture the hunting butterfree. Only then can you both embark on adventures, allowing us to rest easy. With his gaze fixed on the commemorative ball, Tingshu's mouth slightly parted, as if to articulate a thought, but ultimately, he remained silent. Holding the ball in his hand, he felt its weight and warmth. The silence was fleeting. Eventually, Tingshu turned to Grandma Orlan and declared, I understand. Leave this child to me. If it consents to become my Pokémon, I shall guide it in fulfilling the dreams of the children. With a resolute nod, he spoke to Grandma Orlan. Tingshu's attention shifted to the hunting butterfree, which was gracefully fluttering in the air, seemingly inquiring. At that moment, the hunting butterfree appeared to comprehend the unfolding situation. Upon receiving Tingshu's invitation, it joyfully responded without a moment's hesitation. The meticulous care and companionship that Tingshu provided, coupled with the nurturing presence during each evolution, forged an indelible bond. Despite the rigorous training, how could it forget the sweat they had shared? Becoming Tingshu's Pokémon had always been the hunting butterfree's fervent desire. Congratulations, Grandma Orlan said with a warm smile, though her heart bore a tinge of melancholy at her age in witnessing such moments. Thank you, Tingshu responded softly, clutching the commemorative Pokeball tightly. Grandma Orlan's smile remained as she watched Tingshu, her heart amused by his peculiar nature. The pure white hue of the Pokeball signified the inception of Tingshu's dreams. As he felt the gentle breeze wafting through the window, Tingshu gazed at the hunting butterfree, his thoughts drifting back to the past, when he and the hunting butterfree greeted the morning light, practicing their signature moves together. The silk spun by the hunting butterfree glimmered under the sun, resembling a sea of threads, weaving into a vast net, with currents crackling within it. This transformation into an electric web was achieved through arduous training, prompted by Grandma Orlan's suggestion. Tingshu had invested immense effort into this special training, nurturing the stunfisk from its early days to ensure it did not neglect its silk spinning abilities. In Tingshu's eyes, if utilized effectively, the silk spinning technique would prove immensely beneficial. Thus, apart from specialized training, Tingshu has persistently endeavored to supplement the protein intake of the stinging worm through a carefully curated diet. He often ventures into the jungle alone to gather the astringent white fruit, which not only increases the quantity of silk produced, but also enhances its resilience. The flesh and leaves of the astringent white fruit are the favored sustenance of the insect sprites, and under Tingshu's meticulous preparation, they provide optimal nutrition for the hunting butterfly. After several months of collaborative effort, the silk spun by the hunting butterfly has shown remarkable improvement in both quality and conductivity. Ultimately, aided by the mama fruit, the hunting butterfly has mastered the formidable skill of creating electric nets, marking the pinnacle of Tingshu's year-long companionship with this creature. Moreover, the hunting butterfly's exceptional sensitivity to air currents and its intricate control over wind speed, manifesting in a silvery whirlwind of scaled dust, are testaments to the joint endeavors of Tingshu and the butterfly. Although the hunting butterfly may not possess extraordinary strength, it excels in the execution of its unique abilities, distinguishing itself as a remarkable contender, particularly suited for grand competitions. It embodies the splendid dreams of the children of Chingu House. And Granny Lan's wisdom has been its greatest support. As a gentle breeze swept through, Tingshu was suddenly awakened to the realization that this was the beginning of his farewell. Chapter 4. A brighter future. Time swiftly passed, and on this day, Tingshu was making preparations for departure. The children had refrained from seeking him out, unable to bear the thought of parting. Yet, Tingshu knew that when the morrow arrived, each one would come to bid him farewell with tears, for he understood these little ones all too well. Morning dawned, bright and clear, devoid of clouds, so unlike the previous day. The sunlight was gentle, and within Chingu House, the children, bearing thoughtfully prepared gifts, approached Tingshu's door, only to find it empty upon entering. On the desk lay a clearly penned letter, weighted down by a small object. Seeing this, the children felt a tightness in their hearts. Little Linai, fighting back tears, was the first to step forward and pick up the envelope Tingshu had left behind. Dear everyone, by the time you read this letter, I expect I will have already departed. I hope my absence does not cause you any inconvenience. And please do not grieve for my leaving. While there were times I found your antics quite bothersome, I still cherish the joyous atmosphere of Chingu House. Linai, remember to behave. If you find yourself bullied by the wild dog again, the hunting butterfly will not be able to rescue you. Ayang, you are the oldest among the children besides me and the most responsible. Be sure to take good care of your younger siblings. Huda, please do not be picky with your food. Once I leave, there will be no one to cook especially for you. Little Shirshir, I understand that you have always yearned to be the most harmonious among the children. Trust me, you will stand on that ultimate stage, adorned with the capture of the hunting butterfly. However, if you continue to indulge in playfulness, your dreams may forever remain out of reach. She also, you have been by Grandma Oren's side the longest. You are aware of her advancing age. Remember to ensure that everyone treats her kindly and shows her the care she deserves. Mumu, you are the youngest among us, the little sister to all. Do remember to heed the advice of your older siblings. Once I am gone, no one will be there to clean up after your mischief. Lastly, dear Grandma Oren, thank you ever so much. Everyone, please do not worry about me. When I return, I will undoubtedly transform the Chingu House into a better, larger place, allowing everyone to escape their current lives and embrace the lives they yearn for, with the right to pursue their dreams. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the soft sobs of little Linai. Soon, the envelope passed through each pair of hands, enveloping the group in silence. At that moment, Grandma Oren arrived. Observing the children's actions, she understood what had transpired. Having experienced much, she could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. Unsure how to console the children, she thought perhaps allowing time to take its course would yield the best outcome. Upon seeing Grandma Oren, little Linai rushed into her embrace. As her bond with Tingshu was the strongest among the children, the impending farewell weighed most heavily on her. Grandma, when I grow up, I will surely bring brother Tingshu back, she murmured through her tears, her cheeks dampened by sorrow. Gently stroking Linai's head, Grandma Oren reassured her, I believe in you. Little Linai, you will certainly bring brother Tingshu back. Yet, in her heart, Grandma Oren sighed. Ah, how easy it would be if it were merely so. She could only hope that Tingshu, this little rascal, would have the humility to return here after facing setbacks in the outside world. To navigate this life as a mere child amidst its complexities is no simple feat, even those hailing from well-off families, who possess the formal credentials of registered trainers in the Pokémon League, face daunting challenges. Each year, nearly 100 individuals register in a region. Yet only about 1/10 succeed in collecting all 8 badges and competing in the regional league tournament. The number of trainers eliminated in the league is even greater. Take, for instance, the Hoenn region's Kyo conference. Even reaching the top 16 does not guarantee a sustainable livelihood as a trainer. It is only the exceptionally gifted trainers who catch the attention of major corporations and the Pokémon League. In this society, only champions are valued. Ascending to the throne of the league champion is the only way to garner the corresponding star effect among the large corporations. People often forget who the runner-up is, but they will always remember who the champion is. The aspiring trainer yearns for distinction, believing that only through challenging tournaments, conquering all adversaries, and enduring the trials of the finals can one ascend to the coveted throne of champions and garner the utmost attention and prestige. Tingshu, unlike others, lacks abundant resources. Having grown up in poverty, individuals of such circumstances often become mere insect-catching boys by the roadside. Establishing a successful orphanage is no trivial feat. Without the qualifications of a trainer, he is unable to enjoy the conveniences offered by the Pokémon Center. The meager provisions Tingshu has brought along are scarcely sufficient for a prolonged existence. Orlan sighed deeply within. We must have faith in him, Orlan Grandma said to the children. Yet, despite this, Orlan chose to believe in Tingshu. Otherwise, she would not have allowed a child without the qualifications of a trainer to embark on a journey alone. It was her recognition of Tingshu's determination and intellect that led her to support his choice. Otherwise, even if Tingshu were resolute, Orlan would not permit a child inexperienced in the ways of the world to confront it alone. I believe in brother Tingshu. He will surely succeed, little Linai said. Nestled in Orlan's embrace, her voice trembling, the other children gazed thoughtfully out the window, nodding in agreement. These orphans, having lost their families for various reasons, would inevitably grow up in poverty unless fate intervened. Orlan Grandma's savings dwindled day by day. By some stroke of fortune, the children might secure ordinary jobs, barely sustaining themselves for the rest of their lives. Conversely, misfortune could plunge them into destitution once more. Pursuing one's life and dreams seemed an indulgent fantasy. For children without any background, what could they rely upon in their quest? Passion alone? Certainly. There existed the possibility that the children might encounter significant setbacks, yet also seize considerable opportunities, leading to a life of ease and fortune. However, the likelihood of such occurrences in a humble orphanage was exceedingly slim. Ultimately, one cannot determine the course of life based on an uncertain future, which is why Tingshu boldly ventured forth, not solely for himself, but also for this ancient abode. The frail Orlan Grandma could not bear the burden alone. He too must shoulder his responsibilities. At times, Tingshu would reflect on his journey, feeling a pang of sorrow. Nonetheless, he believed that everything would turn out well. He was not one to lament his fate. All things must be earned through hard work and perseverance. Such is his character. A beam of sunlight pierced through the forest, illuminating Tingshu's resolute face as he trekked with his backpack. He was uncertain how long the scant supplies within it would sustain his travels. Yet that was not his primary concern. No matter how arduous the journey, it was all for the promise of a brighter future. Chapter 5. A dreamer's reverie. For this long journey, Tingshu had adequately prepared food and water. On the first day, he managed to cover a mere 10 kilometers before darkness enveloped the land. The path was arduous, and the body struggled to endure prolonged exertion. Whenever fatigue set in, a brief respite was necessary. Hunger was alleviated by foraging for wild fruits or consuming the meager provisions he carried. Fortunately, the companionship of his hunting butterfly alleviated the solitude, providing some comfort in perilous situations. His destination was the bustling city of Kaina, the closest urban center to Akiba Town. Yet it remained a grueling week's journey on foot. Though he aspired to reach Teishu City to partake in the breeder's assessment, the distance was insurmountable. Despite both locales being situated in the Fangyuan region, the journey would span several months on foot, and traversing the ocean was an impossibility. Thus, the port of Kaina became an essential waypoint, for traveling by boat was the swiftest means to reach Teishu City. Walking proved monotonous, particularly in the wilderness, where unpredictable weather and unforeseen dangers loomed. Yet he persevered, lacking the credentials of a trainer. He found himself unable to take refuge in Pokémon centers even upon reaching populated areas, and his scant savings forbade him from staying in inns. Every resource was meticulously reserved for the breeder's examination, leaving no room for waste. As he passed a lakeside, he filled his water pouch and drank hastily, a refreshing reprieve. Wiping the remnants of water from his lips, he smiled, realizing he was nearing Kaina City after days of travel. Adapting to the extended journey had its challenges, yet he had grown accustomed to this experience. Along the way, he occasionally picked vibrant wild fruits, not merely to stave off hunger, but recognizing their potential value when processed for certain Pokémon. If prepared adequately, they could fetch a modest sum, which was crucial for him. A breeder, he mused, would likely engage in such endeavors beyond merely tending to breeding facilities. Suddenly, several swallows swooped down, targeting the hunting butterfly perched on his shoulder. This skirmish was not unfamiliar to him. Swallow and Silcoon were natural adversaries, and even with evolution, this rivalry persisted. Such confrontations were common when these Pokémon belonged to opposing factions, only alleviated through capture and subsequent training under a trainer's guidance. The approaching four swallow, their beaks glinting with a sharp light, launched a peck attack, an elementary move. Without hesitation, he commanded his hunting butterfly to defend. A silver whirlwind infused with paralyzing powder erupted from the butterfly, effectively halting the swallow's advance. The disparity in their levels was too great. Witnessing the swallows struggle to flap their wings, he and his butterfly chose not to linger, departing swiftly from the scene. The proud and resolute Tianshu remains oblivious to the true meaning of hardship. Should the hunting butterfly and the thunder beast linger, they would inevitably face relentless assaults. Well done, hunting butterfly, he commended as he hurried to another path, grateful for the assistance the butterfly had rendered him in recent days, particularly with its silk-spinning prowess, which had repeatedly aided him in overcoming obstacles. Let us proceed, he gently urged, and the hunting butterfly seemed pleased by the praise. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Tianshu felt that they were nearing Kaina City. To be frank, he yearned for a hearty meal, not necessarily an extravagant feast, but merely a warm dish would suffice. After days of subsisting on dry rations and fruits, he found himself weary of such fare, regretting not having brought cooking utensils along. Curiously, only the thunder beast remained in this area. Suddenly, a small creature resembling a puppy appeared in his line of sight. Its body a subtle green adorned with yellow markings on its face. Indeed, a thunder beast. Observing the dazed creature, Tianshu shook his head. While the thunder beast was a rare Pokémon, in its evolved form, the electric beast was commendable. He lamented that his current financial constraints rendered him incapable of caring for a second Pokémon. Moreover, he possessed no surplus Pokeballs at present. Thus, the appearance of the thunder beast merely sparked a fleeting curiosity within him. However, Tianshu bore no regrets. His circumstances dictated that he could not capture too many Pokémon, as he lacked the means to nurture each one adequately. Potential and ease of care were the two primary criteria for Tianshu when considering the capture of a Pokémon. Aspiring for greatness, he understood that he must possess not only exceptional knowledge but also a robust team of Pokémon. Otherwise, how could he empower the residents of Chingu House to pursue their dreams? His greatest desire was to grant the individuals at Chingu House the right to choose their destinies. Having embraced Chingu House as his family and its residents as kin, he was unwilling to allow them to languish through life without purpose. Yet, Tianshu was acutely aware of the tremendous challenges ahead. Managing such an orphanage was an endeavor far more daunting than he had initially imagined. Providing superior conditions for so many children was no simple task. No longer the Navi newcomer, he recognized that the qualification of a mere trainer required an expenditure of 100,000 yuan, a significant financial burden for Chingu House over time. This amount merely covered the basics. Expenses related to novice Pokémon, their care, and their treatment all demanded substantial funds. Therefore, even a family of means would hesitate to support so many children in their aspirations of becoming trainers, pursuing their dreams and lives with fervor. Nonetheless, Tianshu was determined to strive for this cause. Chingu House represented the heartfelt dedication of Grandma Orlan, a woman who had cared for him with utmost diligence, earning his profound respect. Hence, Chingu House remained a significant focus of his life. Moreover, in his view, his dreams were not merely the fantasies of a fool. Tingshu sought to establish a goal, a source of motivation for himself. Each time he contemplated his responsibilities, he would let out a deep sigh, recalling the protagonists from the novels he had read, each one carefree and unburdened, evoking a sense of envy within him. While dreaming is a noble pursuit, life demands a certain level of endeavor. Wouldn't you agree, hunting butterfly? As he navigated past the thunder beast along the forest path, Tingshu gazed at the sunlight filtering through the sky and smiled. He firmly believed that without a definitive aim in life, what joy could existence truly hold? Thus, even if others deemed his aspirations unattainable, he was determined to give them a try. Questioned the fluttering hunting butterfly beside him, puzzled by Tingshu's musings, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. Chapter 6. Kaina City. Kaina City, a large metropolis in the southern region of Fanyuan, was established due to its pristine water sources and abundant food supply. Consequently, the local market flourished rapidly, making it an excellent city for shopping. Over time, it evolved into a bustling port city, frequented by ships coming and going. Tingshu aimed to travel to Teishu City, the headquarters of the Breeder Association, and he needed to utilize the vessels available here. At this moment, Tingshu and the hunting butterfly had entered Kaina City. After nearly a week of travel, he appeared somewhat travel-worn, yet he could scarcely afford to be concerned about his appearance. Securing a ticket for the ship to Teishu City was of utmost importance. Missing this opportunity for the breeder assessment would result in dire consequences, leaving him to wait a whole year. I would like a ticket to Teishu City, he stated at the ticket office of the shipyard. After a lengthy wait, he finally reached the front of the line. A ticket to Teishu City, correct? Please hold on a moment. Additionally, do you possess a membership card or a trainer's credential? That would entitle you to a 10% discount, the ticket clerk said, deftly maneuvering the computer before looking up at Tingshu. No, Tingshu replied, shaking his head. In that case, please present your identification, the clerk instructed. Tingshu handed over his identification, which the clerk scanned briefly. After typing a string of information into the computer, the clerk returned it to him. Now, please verify the information. Name, Tingshu. Age, 10 years. Place of birth, Hualan City, Kanto region. Current guardian, Oren. Is there any discrepancy? The clerk's statement was accurate, and after confirming, Tingshu paid the 2,000 yuan for the ticket, feeling a pang of regret. This sum represented nearly all his savings, and now, with the ticket purchased, he possessed nothing of value. Registration complete. Thank you for your support, and please do not miss the departure time. After receiving his ticket, Tingshu glanced over the details. The ship was named the Wavebreaker, scheduled to set sail at 7 a.m. the following morning. It appeared he would need to stay in this place for one more night. Strolling along the streets in a state of mild boredom, Tingshu suddenly recalled that he had some homemade trinkets tucked away in his backpack, though he was uncertain if he could sell any of them. He remembered that there was an open-air market in Kaina. After a brief moment of reflection, Tingshu thought of Kaina Market, a place where various items were sold al fresco. In a flurry, he hurried to the location, only to realize that he did not possess a stall. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to wander aimlessly, reasoning that since he was already there, he might as well peruse the offerings. After all, he had no money, so the temptation to make impulsive purchases was non-existent. The items at Kaina Market were eclectic. A plush toy priced at 3,000 yuan caused Tingshu to gasp in disbelief, as it was even more expensive than a ticket for a boat. He could hardly fathom the utility of such a purchase. In addition, there were various rare fruits, their prices ranging from dozens to several hundred yuan. There were also potions crafted by breeders, with values fluctuating around 10,000 yuan, which compelled Tingshu to marvel at the financial prowess of these breeders. For instance, a potion designed to enhance a Pokémon's attack power had been inflated to a staggering 9,800 yuan per bottle. Noticing that other potions were similarly priced, Tingshu shook his head. These items likely required an intermediate level of breeding expertise to concoct, and judging by the seller's appearance, it seemed they were merely reselling goods. Hence the exorbitant prices. To his astonishment, Tingshu spotted a peculiar item resembling a small furnace. This was a novelty for him, as he had only encountered such an object in books before. It was labeled tidal incense, a fragrant incense with an extraordinary aroma that enhances the power of water-type moves when carried. Although it was a consumable item, its allure for trainers was undeniable. The tidal incense was crafted from rare floral materials, and while the process was not particularly challenging, the scarcity of the ingredients drove the price to around 10,000 yuan. A standard Pokeball, by contrast, was merely 200 yuan, indicating that these items were clearly not intended for the average trainer. Not lingering for long, Tingshu continued exploring other areas. The Kaina market was not extensive, and Tingshu's observational speed was swift, allowing him to nearly traverse the entire market in a short span. It was not until he was on the verge of departing that he stumbled upon a distinctive stall. The proprietor was a girl sporting a hat, appearing quite youthful. What caught Tingshu's attention were the items she was selling. Upon approaching, he discovered an array of homemade potions displayed haphazardly on the ground, devoid of any descriptions, and patrons were few and far between. "May I take a look?" Tingshu inquired. "Of course," the girl replied, her voice youthful and confirming Tingshu's suspicion that she was likely around his age. As for his request, it was quite reasonable. Purchasers of such potions for Pokémon were always entitled to inspect the products. Upon receiving consent, Tingshu grasped the small vial, withdrawing the piston before bringing it to his nose. With his other hand, he gently waved to catch a faint whiff of the liquid within. Without a moment's hesitation, several names surfaced in his mind. He refrained from speaking immediately and continued examining the other vials. Aside from similar potions, there were also some powdered substances that piqued his curiosity. After indulging in his observations, Tingshu suddenly realized that his actions might have been somewhat impolite. However, the vial he held caused him to furrow his brow. If his judgment was correct, this potion exhibited minor flaws. "I apologize for my prolonged scrutiny," he said with an air of regret. "May I inquire if these potions have been certified?" "What do you mean?" The girl, whose face was obscured by her hat, appeared somewhat perplexed. While the efficacy of the other potions seemed sound, this particular powder bore certain imperfections. If he was not mistaken, it was crafted from the saliva of the foul flower, the Qingluo fruit, the astringent leaves, and blue-silver grass, offering a swifter healing effect for burns on grass-type sprites than the bitter plum and healing salves. Tingshu was well-versed in the pharmacology of this powder. The combination was correct, yet the issue lay with the saliva of the foul flower. You utilize saliva from the female foul flower, whereas the correct formulation requires that of the male foul flower. Although the side effects are minor, in a critical moment, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Tingshu could discern the effects of most potions at the girl's stall, though a few eluded his understanding. However, This powder caused him to hesitate, a result of having encountered an introduction to the foul flower in a miscellaneous book, which noted the subtle differences in the properties of saliva from flowers of different genders. If you doubt my assessment, I recommend you seek a certification. After leaving this remark, Tingshu departed, and by the time the girl comprehended his words, he had already vanished from sight. Chapter 7. The Voyage of the Breaking Wave. Tingshu left in haste, driven by a tendency to meddle, primarily due to the potions prepared by the girl, which predominantly aligned with the knowledge of a novice cultivator, prompting a flicker of concern within him. If he was not mistaken, these potions were likely crafted by her own hands. Given her youth, the realization that she possessed the expertise of a novice cultivator left him somewhat taken aback, diminishing his sense of superiority. Encountering a girl at a modest stall who possessed capabilities on par with his own was a humbling experience. In this vast continent of Yuan, it was clear that many gifted individuals existed, and the knowledge he held might indeed be insufficient. Some of the potions at the girl's stall contained principles he found perplexing. The flaw in that powder was a fortunate observation on his part, as he had coincidentally learned the distinctions between correct and incorrect formulations. This was not a matter of the girl being inferior. Rather, it highlighted the adage that expertise lies in specialization, a domain Tingshu had fortuitously explored. Even the most accomplished cultivators would not dare to claim omniscience. Patience is a virtue, and so I shall wait. As the sky darkens, Tingshu prepares to quietly anticipate the arrival of tomorrow, a day that will validate the efforts of the past 4 years through the assessment of a novice breeder. Only after becoming a junior breeder will he possess the confidence to venture out independently. He sets up his tent in a relatively open area and releases the hunting butterfly. Its alertness surpasses that of humans. With the two of them outside together, there is at least some care to prevent unforeseen incidents. Once again, the night descends, tranquil and serene. Tingshu's final night in Kaina City passes without incident, quietly slipping away. The following day dawns, with the first light illuminating the sky as the long-winged gulls glide over the ocean, riding the sea breeze. Early in the morning, the hunting butterfly awakens, fluttering its wings to rouse Tingshu. Glancing at the time, he notes it is 6 o'clock. There is still an hour until the wavebreaker sets sail, so there is no need for haste. The hunting butterfly is punctual, ensuring Tingshu is alert and does not miss his departure. After organizing his belongings, Tingshu packs away the tent and finds a water source to wash his face before heading towards the port. Though it is still early, a considerable number of passengers have already gathered. So many people, Tingshu mutters. The bustling port is filled with a continuous flow of humanity, and despite the staff's efforts to maintain order, chaos prevails. After what feels like an eternity, Tingshu finally boards the wavebreaker, a daunting task due to the crowd. What a struggle! Too many people, he hears other passengers exclaim. Next comes the search for his cabin. In truth, the room serves little purpose. The journey on the wavebreaker to Suzu City takes less than a day, and the so-called cabins are rather rudimentary, merely a place to rest. After all, the wavebreaker is not a luxury cruise liner. Alone, Tingshu remains in his room. However, after a short while, there is a knock on his door. Hello. Lunchtime has arrived. Would you like to proceed to the dining hall? It is a staff member from the wavebreaker, reminding passengers to eat. As for Tingshu, he feels his pockets, which are rather empty, and smiles ruefully. He might as well continue nibbling on snacks, for the food aboard the wavebreaker is beyond his means. As midday approaches, having just eaten, Tingshu finds himself with nothing to do, so he lies on the small bed for a nap. After about an hour, he awakens feeling somewhat dizzy, regretting his choice to sleep on the ship. To refresh his mind, he steps outside to the deck to breathe in the sea breeze. Indeed, after a few minutes, his condition improves significantly. Hunting butterfly, why not come and experience this as well? The hunting butterfly, like Tingshu, is also aboard a ship for the first time, flitting curiously around the deck. Don't wander off, Tingshu calls out. Continuing on, Tingshu stood alone, leaning over the railing of the deck, embracing the sea breeze as he gazed into the vast azure ocean, lost in contemplative thought. Is that your little sprite? A venerable voice resonated beside him, interrupting his musings. Turning his head, Tingshu beheld an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, whose age likely rivaled that of Grandma Orlan. The elder was intently observing the hunting butterfly fluttering above Tingshu's head. Indeed, is there something you need? Tingshu replied. Noting the indifference in his demeanor, the elder chuckled lightly, seemingly undeterred. It appears you have nurtured it well. Are you a trainer? At first glance, Tingshu appeared merely to be in his early teens. Not at all. He shook his head, recalling the hunting butterfly, which gracefully alighted on his shoulder after a brief spin. Oh, so you are a coordinator? The elder's intrigue deepened as he watched the butterfly's elegant descent. That is not correct either. To prevent an endless barrage of inquiries, Tingshu added, I am on my way to Suzu City to participate in the breeder assessment. You claim to be a breeder? The elder laughed heartily, finding Tingshu's assertion unexpectedly amusing. Not quite yet, Tingshu responded, turning away as he prepared to leave, interpreting the elder's laughter as mockery. To many, a 10-year-old aspiring to be a breeder was indeed a source of amusement. Breeders differ significantly from trainers and coordinators, as the latter two face no stringent prerequisites. However, due to the rigorous nature of the breeding profession, one must obtain certification from the breeder headquarters to rightfully claim the title of a breeder. This vocation encompasses a plethora of intricate knowledge, requiring extensive study to attain the necessary proficiency. Given Tingshu's tender age of 10, embarking on a journey to the breeder headquarters for assessment was, to most, quite astonishing. After all, children of his age had only just begun to qualify as trainers and were still quite naive. The majority were still grappling with the names and types of Pokémon, a reflection of youthful innocence. Not to mention the complexities of pharmacology and the deeper traits and characteristics of Pokémon. Thus, while the elder's laughter struck Tingshu as impolite, he could understand the sentiment. He was acutely aware of the challenges of becoming a breeder. After 4 years of diligent study, he was still a novice, knowing little of the craft. You misunderstand. My name is Sheng Zong, and I meant you no disrespect, the elder called out, catching Tingshu as he turned to depart. Tingshu, halted yet unperturbed, continued, I understand, old man. Is there anything else? Nothing of significance, merely curiosity at seeing such a young lad. I could not help but be intrigued, Sheng Zong said, observing the hunting butterfly once more with a sense of wonder. What piques your curiosity? Tingshu inquired. Is it not curious that at 10 years of age, you seek to undertake the breeder assessment? The elder countered. Indeed, Tingshu nodded in agreement. Upon noticing that Tingshu did not deny his presumed age, the elder felt somewhat surprised. Since you claim to be a cultivator, does that mean this hunting butterfly before us is your creation? Seeing no reaction from Tingshu, the elder inquired again. More or less, Tingshu replied. While he had assistance from the gang at Qinggu House, the primary responsibility for caring for the hunting butterfly rested with him. Impressive, the elder remarked. Even now? Tingshu remained unclear about the elder's intentions. The elder's words only served to confuse him further. No need to be anxious. Just relax and treat this as a casual conversation. The elder chuckled, delighted to encounter such an amusing young person after a long while. Although the cultivation of the hunting butterfly appeared rather rudimentary to him, if such an achievement was attributed to Tingshu, it would indeed be remarkable. To earn even a modest compliment from him indicated that the cultivator had at least reached a beginner's level, and here was Tingshu, merely a youth. Aside from Xiao Chun, this is the first time I've met such an exceptional young individual. I must be growing old. The elder sighed as he observed Tingshu's lack of response. Xiao Chun, is she also a cultivator? Once Tingshu realized that the elder merely wished for a friendly chat, he decided to relax. After all, it was merely a way to pass the time. What nonsense about not speaking to strangers? Nonsense. If you are indeed 10 years old, then you are on par with Xiao Chun. Remarkable. She is also preparing for the cultivator assessment. Perhaps you two might even become rivals, the elder mused. Is she also on the ship? Tingshu found it hard to believe such coincidence. She is still eating. I finished my meal and will step outside for some fresh air, the elder replied naturally. Then smiled and gestured. Look, she is coming out now. At this, Tingshu instinctively turned in the direction the elder indicated. Soon, a girl with pink hair appeared before him, but before he could speak, she exclaimed in surprise, It's you. Me? Tingshu was genuinely perplexed, unsure of what the girl meant. Do you know each other? The elder was equally astonished. Teacher, the girl called Xiao Chun said respectfully upon seeing the elder. He is the one I mentioned to you. You mean he is the little fellow who discovered the error in your potion? The elder was taken aback by this unlikely coincidence. Listening to their exchange, Tingshu finally understood and exclaimed, So it was you. Back in Kai City. The girl had worn a hat that concealed her face and hair, which is why Tingshu had not recognized her immediately. However, now, upon hearing her voice, he found it strikingly familiar. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Joy Chun, the girl said playfully, winking at Tingshu as she extended her hand. Without hesitation, Tingshu reciprocated, and thus they regarded themselves anew. However, the surname Joy caught Tingshu's attention. The Pokémon centers in various regions, even in sparsely populated areas, are monopolized by the Joy family. The fact that this young girl also shares the Joy surname piqued his curiosity. The histories of the Joy and Junsha families can be traced back to the very inception of the Pokémon League. At this moment, The way Joy-chun referred to the elder as teacher also intrigued Tingshu. Such a term is not casually used. According to the elder, Joy-chun was preparing to travel to Teishu City for a breeder assessment. A 10-year-old breeder, combined with the background of the Joy surname, led him to question the elder's true identity. Perhaps this elder is also a formidable breeder, which would explain his demeanor upon hearing of Tingshu's impending assessment. Who exactly are you? Tingshu inquired, as he realized that not knowing the identity of the person before him could lead to an awkward misunderstanding. Me? Didn't I mention? My name is Sheng Zong, and I am also a breeder, the elder replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Beside them, Joy-chun displayed a resigned expression upon hearing the elder's explanation and added to Tingshu. Teacher is also a breeder, holding a prestigious title among breeders. A top-tier breeder. This revelation was both expected and surprising to Tingshu. A top-tier breeder is undoubtedly among the elite of this world. What does this status signify? He certainly knew. Only certain individuals could bear the title of master. The elite four, local champions, renowned professors from various regions, and the distinguished masters of grand contests. All these esteemed figures, along with top-tier breeders, share a comparable stature. The significance of being a top-tier breeder is self-evident. Even a single comment from them regarding a Pokémon could be worth its weight in gold. I apologize, Master Zong. Tingshu expressed his earlier rudeness, recognizing that every master deserves respect, especially since he had misunderstood the elder. The elder's curiosity likely stemmed from a genuine interest in his juniors. Haha, it's a trivial matter. So, you are the child that Xiao-chun spoke of. What a coincidence to encounter so many talented youngsters in succession. It seems you have some skill as well. Master Shengzong jested. I'm merely fortunate, Tingshu replied candidly. However, to the elder's ears, it sounded like a modest response. I have already consulted my teacher for an assessment, and indeed, it was my oversight, Joy-chun admitted without reservation. There are still many aspects from which I can learn. I have yet to comprehend the principles behind many of the potions I concocted. Shaking his head, Tingshu's past experiences reminded him to remain humble in such situations. Haha, indeed, it is only natural. Xiao-chun is under my tutelage, and with her remarkable talent, she has already achieved the level of a novice breeder at merely 10 years of age. However, it is precisely this that makes you stand out, young man. The esteemed remarks from a top-tier breeder have provided Tingshu with a clear understanding of his capabilities, for years of diligent study must not have been in vain. A 10-year-old breeder is indeed a remarkable feat after all. In his previous life, Tingshu spent over a decade as a student, mastering the art of learning and analysis, which has become second nature to him. This undoubtedly grants him a significant advantage over any child yet to reach 10 years of age. How could a child still playing in the mud and engaging in hide-and-seek possibly compete with someone who has undergone years of rigorous education? Chapter 9. The breeder Shengzong is a seasoned breeder, having ascended to the rank of a top-tier breeder in his early years, and now holds a prominent position at the breeder headquarters. He is also Xiao-chun's instructor. Born into the prestigious Joy family, Xiao-chun has exhibited exceptional intelligence from a young age, particularly in her aptitude for the breeding profession. I recall the best record at the breeder headquarters was a 10-year-old passing the novice breeder assessment. Observing Tingshu and Joy-chun beside him, Master Shengzong smiled slightly, filled with anticipation for their evaluation. As a top-tier breeder, he fully understands the challenges a novice breeder presents to a child barely 10 years old. Yet, it is precisely this that highlights the extraordinary talents of Tingshu and his peers. Take the Joy family, for instance. Every nurse Joy stationed at a Pokémon Center is at least a mid-level breeder, with the average age of passing the novice breeder assessment being around 14 or 15, even with formal training within the Joy family. To date, the youngest individual to pass the novice assessment recorded by the breeder headquarters was indeed 10 years old. This is the highest record since the professionalization of the breeding vocation, making the rarity of a 10-year-old aspiring to take the breeder assessment comparable to that of legendary Pokémon. Xiao-chun seems relatively normal, coming from a commendable background, having been exposed to a wealth of knowledge from an early age. With her family's support in her education, her achievement of novice breeder status at 10 is quite reasonable. However, Tingshu is a different matter altogether, presenting an alarming potential. Master Shengzong, wise with age, can discern from the growth of the hunting butterfly and Tingshu's attire and habits that his background is not particularly privileged. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that he cannot help but admire Tingshu's innate talent. The distinction between learning under a renowned mentor and self-education is profound. Talent emerges from every generation. As the years pass, looking at Tingshu, Master Shengzong feels a sense of appreciation, coupled with a desire to nurture such talent. If possible, he hopes to take Tingshu under his wing to pass on his knowledge. The distinction between Tingshu and Xiao Chun lies in the fact that Tingshu is an ordinary individual, whereas Xiao Chun is backed by an entire lineage. Shengzong was merely invited to impart foundational knowledge to her, embodying the role of a teacher to a student. As for the transmission of his masterful techniques, that naturally requires a formal mentor-disciple relationship, for Shengzong is a man of traditional values. Of course, Tingshu was merely a serendipitous discovery for him. How he chooses to proceed will depend on his assessment of Tingshu's character and background. Thus far, he has simply shown interest in Tingshu. Teacher? The momentary distraction of Master Shengzong broke the silence, and Xiao Chun sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere. Oh, it's nothing. One grows old. And thoughts sometimes lag behind. He chuckled, stretching lazily, appearing somewhat lackadaisical, devoid of the commanding presence one would expect from a top-tier master. Tingshu, you came alone. Didn't you? Would you care to join us? After all, we are all heading to the assessment, so it would be beneficial to have company. Master Shengzong surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tingshu was momentarily taken aback. There was no reason to decline. For him, an invitation from a master of such caliber represented an opportunity for someone hailing from a humble, impoverished background like Qinggu. This journey could very well become a pivotal moment in his life. It would be my honor to accompany Master Shengzong, Tingshu expressed earnestly. Upon hearing Tingshu's response, Shengzong smiled with satisfaction, while Xiao Chun turned her gaze toward Tingshu, curious to discover what remarkable qualities this peer possessed. Haha, splendid. Since we have some time before arriving in Teishu City, why don't I pose some questions to test your abilities? The elder, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, decided to challenge Tingshu's true capabilities. Naturally, Tingshu and Xiao Chun could not refuse. Thus, Master Shengzong led the two youngsters into a room, where he pondered briefly before articulating a series of questions. Fortunately, though the queries were somewhat intricate, they fell within the realm of a novice cultivator's knowledge. Tingshu was able to tackle 8 or 9 out of 10 of them with relative ease. As Shengzong continued to pose questions, he gained insight into the two students' respective situations. If there existed a difference between Xiao Chun and Tingshu, it might be found in the breadth of their knowledge. Xiao Chun, bolstered by her education and formidable background, had access to knowledge and practical skills that far surpassed those of Tingshu. However, Tingshu exhibited superior comprehension and reasoning abilities, displaying an astute intellect and nimble thinking. You both excel remarkably. The assessment for novice cultivators will pose no challenge for you. Shengzong beamed, particularly pleased with Tingshu, as his remarks were primarily directed at him. After all, he was already well aware of Xiao Chun's capabilities. Impressive. Xiao Chun also expressed her acknowledgement of Tingshu. This was the first time the young lady had admired a peer. Tingshu's knowledge left her thoroughly astonished. After a moment of silence, Shengzong gazed upon the two exceptionally talented newcomers, reflecting on the recent influx of remarkable trainers. However, he noted with concern the lack of fresh talent in the field of breeding. With the emergence of a new generation exemplified by Tingshu and Xiao Chun, Shengzong, as a senior figure in the breeding community, felt a profound sense of relief. After some contemplation, Master Shengzong posed another question to the two newcomers. What do you believe a breeder is? This inquiry, distinct from his previous questions, momentarily took both individuals by surprise. After a few seconds of reflection, Tingshu ventured a response. A trainer who helps Pokémon to grow? Xiao Chun's answer was quite similar, nodding in approval. Shengzong smiled and remarked, well spoken. However, would you like to hear my perspective? Of course, Tingshu and Xiao Chun replied in unison. After a brief pause, Master Shengzong began. In my view, the essence of a breeder encompasses much more. What you described, assisting Pokémon in achieving their full potential, is indeed one hallmark of a breeder. Yet, the role is far more intricate. Each breeder often specializes in different areas. For instance, Xiao Chun's family has made significant advancements in medical care and maintenance for Pokémon. The most elite breeders can master a Pokémon's habits and devise the perfect growth strategy for them. The Pokémon they nurture grow to be on par with the strongest Pokémon of top trainers. Moreover, some individuals possess the uncanny ability to discern a Pokémon's potential and innate talents merely by observing their development. One renowned figure is Master Ein, who once guided a young boy, advising him to choose a particular Pokémon as his starter. He assured the boy that, as long as he applied himself, he would add his own hue to the future world. Ultimately, that boy, alongside his Pokémon, ascended to become one of the Elite Four. Another illustrious breeder, Master Iroh, achieved remarkable success by teaching a Snorlax, once abandoned due to its poor potential, nearly 40 distinct moves across multiple types. Thus, in my eyes, every breeder is an extraordinary individual, Shenzong chuckled. What about you, master? Tingshu instinctively inquired after hearing these examples. As for me, I have dedicated my efforts to studying Pokémon genetics. Shenzong candidly revealed his area of expertise. Chapter 10, Genetic Techniques Genetics? Tingshu mused, recalling the biology lessons from his past life, pondering the possible connections between the two realms. However, as he considered how to interpret his knowledge in this fantastical world, he felt a sense of perplexity. While some aspects of flora and fauna from his previous existence could be explained, the bizarre creatures of this realm, such as the boulder-like onyx, the magnetically composed magnemite, and the ghostly ghastly enveloped in mist, defied conventional scientific explanation. Subsequently, Tingshu voiced his concerns, a sentiment that even Xiao Chun shared. That's why we must delve deeper into our research. With a smile, Shenzong offered a vague response. So, Master, what would you consider your most significant achievement? Joyachin inquired earnestly. Both Master Ein and Master Iroh have achieved remarkable feats, yet Joyachin, as a student of Master Shenzong, found herself quite unaware of her teacher's secret techniques. Well, let me think. If I could teach a little sprite 3 or 4 ultimate moves, would that count? Master Shenzong replied. 3 or 4 ultimate moves. Both Joyachin and Tingshu expressed their skepticism. Earlier, they had cited the example of Master Iroh, a fellow top-tier breeder who had managed to teach a seemingly talentless Snorlax nearly 40 ultimate moves. Given that Master Shenzong was also a premier breeder, it seemed implausible that she would regard her achievement as merely teaching a sprite 3 or 4 moves. Confused, are we? Master Shenzong observed, to which both nodded in agreement. Now let me ask you this. Take the common swallow from the Hoenn region as an example. Can it learn quick attack? Of course it can, they both answered, without hesitation. Not only can it, but it can do so with ease. The swallow species can effortlessly master quick attack. And what about steel wing? That too. Joyachin and Tingshu responded promptly. While it was not as simple as quick attack, it was certainly not an insurmountable task. And rain dance? Upon hearing this, both Joyachin and Tingshu were momentarily taken aback. Rain dance seemed entirely incompatible with Swellow's abilities. Though it is indeed challenging, there remains a slim possibility that Swellow could learn rain dance. Master Shenzong chuckled. Let me ask again. Can Swellow learn moves like Mimic, Refresh, or even Thunderbolt? Master Shenzong posed another set of examples that left the duo astounded. In truth, under normal circumstances, Swellow would never be able to master moves like Mimic or Refresh throughout its lifetime. However, with the right genetic heritage and the guidance of a breeder, nothing is impossible. This is my achievement, enabling sprites to learn moves that, under ordinary circumstances, they could never acquire through mere practice. Master Shenzong laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. The wondrous nature of sprites allows even different species to interbreed and produce offspring, often leading to unimaginable marvels. My research into genetics is predicated on the premise of combining different species of sprites. Do not underestimate these seemingly trivial moves. A different starting point can often unlock deeper talents within sprites, unleashing their potential and perhaps even transcending species limitations. And Thunderbolt? Joyachin asked, astonished. Transcending species limitations? Does that mean even Swellow could learn Thunderbolt? The notion that Swellow might be capable of mastering Thunderbolt was nothing short of a revelation for her. Could genetics truly achieve such feats? Regrettably, no such precedent exists thus far. However, it is precisely this lack of precedent that renders it worthy of my study and exploration. The elderly gentleman shook his head, only to immediately reveal a smile. His outlook transformed Tingshu's perception of the breeding profession, allowing him to gain a renewed understanding of this vocation. Is there a possibility that my hunting butterfly can inherit extraordinary skills? Tingshu inquired. As for the hunting butterfly, to date, no instance of inherited techniques has been discovered. Perhaps my training is insufficient, Master Shenzong expressed with regret. I see, Tingshu nodded. Yet a flicker of anticipation lingered within him. The absence of discovery does not equate to the absence of possibility. After all, the unknown is, indeed, the fundamental source of madness. What extraordinary skills can my Happiny inherit? Xiao Chun eagerly asked. Happiny, let me ponder. Aromatherapy, gravity, healing bell, mud balm, and many others. However, your Happiny has been specially prepared for newcomers in your family. Thus it is unlikely to possess any inherited extraordinary skills, Master Zong replied. Xiao Chun acknowledged this with a sound of understanding, showing little disappointment. Perhaps one day, the undiscovered inherited extraordinary skills will be revealed by you. The elderly man said with a smile, evidently harboring considerable expectations for the two. Master Shenzong's words ignited a different sentiment within them. In which domains would they develop? Would she, Joy-chan, follow the path of her family and ultimately find herself stationed at the Pokémon Center, aiding trainers in healing injured Pokémon as her life's work. As for Tingshu, his thoughts wandered even further. His initial choice of the breeding profession was merely motivated by the benefits it promised, yet after listening to the exposition of a top-tier breeder, it appeared that being a breeder was akin to wielding a universal tool, where one would not falter in any endeavor. Breeders could nurture Pokémon to grow healthier and more perfect, enhance the application of their extraordinary skills, and provide grooming services. How different was this from the role of a coordinator? Moreover, teaching a Pokémon dozens of extraordinary skills seemed to be a feat beyond even the most exceptional trainers. With a multitude of extraordinary skills at their disposal, wouldn't the tactical choices in battles become remarkably refined? Furthermore, the prospect of nurturing a Pokémon capable of learning extraordinary skills deemed impossible seemed to present a significant challenge. Contemplating this, Tingshu realized that being a breeder entailed far more than merely concocting nutrients and caring for Pokémon. His initial aim was simply to secure a stable income through the identity of a breeder. However, it now appeared that the role was far from simple, as even coordinators, trainers, and scholars were all fundamentally reliant on breeding expertise, bearing the hopes of the entire Qingyu house. Tingshu had vowed to ascend to the grand stage of the dazzling competition alongside his hunting butterfly. In retrospect, this ambition did not seem to diverge from that of a breeder. Even becoming an exceptional breeder, whether the path leads to becoming a top coordinator or a champion, would be considerably more effortless. Thank you, Master Xingzong. Tingshu's eyes gradually brightened, his understanding of breeders deepening, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Chapter 11. The breeder headquarters. Upon arriving at their destination after a lengthy maritime journey aboard the Wavebreaker, the trio finally disembarked in Teishu City. They stepped onto the land of Teishu City together. Xingzong, evidently well prepared, had arranged for a vehicle to greet them as soon as they landed. Having spent several months training in the outside world, they were now returning to reclaim their identities as top-tier masters. Before long, they found themselves at the entrance of the breeder headquarters. Is this truly the breeder headquarters? The building before them was grand and magnificent, yet Tingshu, having acquired knowledge through various means and possessing memories from a past life, felt little astonishment. Allow me to guide you through the registration process, the elderly gentleman offered as he led the two youngsters to sign in. The registration procedure was quite straightforward. Xingzong brought Tingshu and his companion to the main hall, where they were directed to submit their identification information at the counter. It was evident that after a long day of registrations, the staff appeared fatigued. Joy-chan, age 10. Recommender, the Joy family. Very well, registration complete. The staff member returned the Pokédex to Little Chun, visibly more alert after this revelation. A 10-year-old from the esteemed Joy family. What an extraordinary prodigy. Next, Tingshu presented his identification information as well. However, he did not possess the qualifications for a Pokédex and had to submit the most basic form of identification. Name, Tingshu. Age, 10. No recommender? The staff member asked, a sense of disbelief creeping into her thoughts. What on earth is happening today? The previous child was a 10-year-old, but at least she had the backing of the Joy family, a regular here, so her brilliance was acceptable. But this child, with only the most rudimentary identification and no recommender, at such a tender age, it's exceedingly rare for someone so young to pass the entry-level breeder exam in these times. I nearly mistook him for a troublemaker. Yet, her professional demeanor quelled that notion. If you lack a recommender or a Pokédex, a fee of 1,000 yuan is required. The staff member then delivered a shocking revelation to Tingshu. Participation in the examination requires a fee. Tingshu was genuinely bewildered. To his recollection, there seemed to be no such stipulation, although he had indeed never heard of the recommender option before, which made him believe it somewhat. I recall that the book on breeder assessments did not stipulate any fees for the breeder examinations, did it? Tingshu voiced his perplexity. Despite knowing the other party was unlikely to deceive him, his funds had dwindled to below 1,000 yuan. Should he fail to participate in the breeder qualification assessment, all hope would be lost. The registrar, slightly taken aback, patiently clarified, perhaps you are referencing an outdated version. I recall there are notices regarding registration posted in the hall. You may wish to take a look. Upon hearing this, Tingshu was thoroughly convinced that the registrar had no motive to mislead him. Could you make an exception? At that moment, Xiao Yichuan, who stood behind Tingshu, interjected. You two are acquainted? The registrar was surprised by Xiao Yichuan's intervention. She had not anticipated that these two youngsters were together. I believe he possesses the potential to become a junior breeder, Yichuan asserted with a nod. The registrar, though momentarily astonished by her statement, replied, nonetheless, rules are rules. If I make any alterations, I could face penalties. However, considering your youth, I shall assist you this once and proceed with your registration. The registrar's heart stirred. She dared not defy the regulations set forth by the breeder headquarters. Yet if she were to personally pay the 1,000 yuan for Tingshu's registration, it would pose no issue. As for whether it was worthwhile, should Tingshu indeed possess the aptitude to become a breeder at the tender age of 10, what could be more enticing? To her, this was an investment, a gesture of goodwill. A promising young breeder warranted such support. Thank you so much, Ichuan sighed in relief, having recognized Tingshu's predicament. The current outcome was undoubtedly the best possible. Thank you. Tingshu echoed his gratitude to Ichuan. At his age, he felt little embarrassment. If he could avoid spending money on the assessment, why seek unnecessary trouble? Just as the registrar was preparing to finalize the registration, Master Xingzong approached from a distance. Noticing Tingshu's delay in registering piqued his interest. No need for your assistance. I shall fill in as his recommender, he stated, having quickly grasped the situation upon arrival. He handed a card to the registrar. Before even seeing the individual, the registrar's eyes widened with surprise. Those with recommendation qualifications were primarily high-ranking families from the breeder headquarters or breeders of intermediate rank and above. It appeared this child was not without connections. After all, how could he possibly possess the confidence to undertake the junior breeder assessment at just 10 years old and be acquainted with Xiao Ichuan? You are Master Xingzong. Initially merely astonished, the registrar's expression shifted to one of shock as she inserted the card into the reader. The information displayed on the screen, including his photograph, name, identity, and accomplishments, left her utterly astounded. Honorary Vice President of the Breeder Association, top-tier breeder, Master of Genetics, Vice Dean of Tanguan Academy, and accolades from his youth participating in various competitions, all served to exhilarate the registrar. Greetings, Master Xingzong. The registrar immediately rose, bowing respectfully to Xingzong. Were it not for the lateness of the hour, there would likely have been a crowd drawn by her call. For the influence of a top-level breeder equates to that of the Four Kings, or even a champion in attracting ordinary trainers. No need to dwell on that. Let us proceed with the registration. Xingzong chuckled heartily, gesturing dismissively. Upon receiving this directive, the registrar diligently immersed herself in her duties, executing the process with meticulous care, fearful of any errors. The registration was completed swiftly, and after returning the information voucher, the registrar continued, wishing you both great success. Do your best. Certainly, thank you. The two replied courteously, their demeanor devoid of excessive excitement. Both possessed ample confidence, rendering any nervousness or agitation unnecessary. Observing the calm expressions of the two youngsters, the registrar felt a twinge of envy. It was evident that anyone associated with Master Xingzong could not be an ordinary individual. This year's assessment promised to be quite intriguing. Chapter 12. The Young Candidates at the Breeder Headquarters, Building 1, 2nd floor, Room 303. This was the venue for Tingshu and his companion's assessment. They had spent the previous night resting at the inn, and their spirits were relatively restored. Additionally, they were treated to a sumptuous meal prearranged by Master Xingzong, marking the first time Tingshu had dined so well since their departure. The assessment was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning, and with half an hour remaining, candidates began to arrive in a steady stream. Most of those coming for the junior breeder assessment were teenagers, though not exclusively. A few older individuals could also be seen entering different rooms. This was not indicative of inferior comprehension on their part, but rather reflected the varying timelines of their studies in related knowledge. Tingshu held a notable advantage, possessing a mature mindset and having been exposed to breeding knowledge from a young age, allowing him to gain an edge. However, the intricate and tedious nature of the material proved challenging for a child's cognitive abilities to fully grasp. This difficulty in mastering complex concepts is why adults tend to comprehend certain matters more easily than children. Tingshu's situation was difficult to replicate, even with esteemed guidance. The well-born Xiao Chun was merely of the same age, participating in the assessment alongside Tingshu. Upon glancing at the room number, Tingshu and Xiao Chun entered with their assessment information in hand. Only candidates were permitted entry, so after escorting Tingshu and his companions to the ground floor, Master Xingzong returned alone to await their return. He had complete confidence in their ability to pass the assessment, eagerly anticipating how they would rank among their peers. Inside the classroom, several candidates were already seated, approximately a little over 10. After a calm survey of the room, Tingshu and Xiao Chun located their seats and settled in. As time progressed, the number of assessors in the classroom gradually increased until, in the final 10 minutes before the examination, every seat was occupied. At the podium stood a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, writing the examination time of 8 to 9:30 on the blackboard. She was the invigilator for this assessment. "My name is Joyling, and I shall be your invigilator today." Tingshu was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the invigilator would be Joy, a member of the same clan as Xiaochun. However, the Joy family was quite widespread, and there was no certainty of a direct connection between them. Utilizing the last 10 minutes, Joyling managed to bring a hush to the classroom and meticulously explained the regulations of the assessment. The rules were rather standard, and those present for the examination had a general understanding. Furthermore, as this was a preliminary assessment for aspiring cultivators, the difficulty and procedures were relatively straightforward. This marked the first round of the assessment, a written examination. As soon as the time commenced, the examination papers were distributed. Upon picking one up, Tingshu felt it was rather elementary. These questions posed no challenge to him. The paper contained 3 major questions: multiple choice, fill in the blank, and argumentative. The total score was 100 points, with the multiple choice questions accounting for 30 points, comprising 10 questions, and the fill in the blank section also worth 30 points with another 10 questions. The argumentative section consisted of only 2 questions, each worth 20 points. To proceed to the next part of the assessment, one needed to achieve at least 60 points. Those scoring below this threshold would be deemed to have failed. Having thoroughly reviewed the examination paper, Tingshu began to answer the questions. The first question pertained to the characteristics of the hyena-like spirit. It assessed the nature of this creature, serving as a relatively easy question. The multiple choice options presented were stubborn, irritable, acute, and timid. Without hesitation, Tingshu decisively chose one. Each option had its merits, yet the most appropriate choice remained clear. The hyena-like spirit often displays fierce aggression, baring its teeth to intimidate opponents. However, it is also known to retreat with its tail tucked between its legs when faced with retaliation. Moreover, it possesses a remarkably keen sense of smell, and those unfamiliar with its nature might easily confuse its characteristics in this initial question. In truth, the primary trait of the hyena-like spirit is its stubbornness. Once it fixates on a moving target, it will relentlessly pursue it until the prey is utterly exhausted, demonstrating a tenacity that is quite pronounced. To answer the first question correctly, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of the hyena-like spirit and be able to differentiate between its primary and secondary characteristics. The second question featured an image. What is the secondary attribute of the Gyarados? The options were water, dragon, dark, and flying. With remarkable swiftness, Tingshu answered the multiple choice question. At that moment, Joy, the invigilator, was surveying her surroundings. Upon seeing the information about Tingshu and Xiaochun, she was genuinely astonished. A 10-year-old candidate, and apparently one from the same lineage, was truly remarkable. Consequently, she resolved to pay particular attention to these 2 young contenders after the assessment. Meanwhile, Tingshu focused intently on the fill-in-the-blank questions. While multiple-choice questions might allow for lucky guesses, fill-in-the-blanks demanded a deeper reservoir of knowledge. The first question read, "The iron ball primarily relies on to control its movements." At first glance, this might seem like a straightforward query. Some might be tempted to write tackle or superpower, yet such superficial answers are often imprecise or incorrect. The iron ball possesses a magnetized body, using magnetic force to move, communicate, and regulate its attacks. It is said to have a connection with the Magnemite, but the iron ball's magnetism is chiefly concentrated on psychic-type moves rather than steel-type moves. In battles, its abilities are quite limited. Without the use of taught moves, it can only employ tackle. Perhaps some have encountered rare iron balls and observed their combat style. It becomes evident that they solely rely on tackle. Thus, naturally, they would confidently apply this knowledge to the question at hand. Alternatively, one might consider the attributes of the iron ball, steel and psychic. While the steel attribute is difficult to explain, the psychic attribute naturally leads to the conclusion that it is the fundamental means of controlling their own movements. Therefore, very few can accurately answer with magnetism. These questions aim to eliminate candidates who are merely trying to coast through the assessment. After writing magnetism, Tingshu continued answering questions 1, 2, 3. The knowledge he had accumulated over time was now fully manifested in the assessment. Tingshu answered swiftly and effortlessly. Chapter 13. During the assessment, these questions were rather obscure and should not be underestimated. To become a proficient breeder, one must possess an intricate understanding of Pokémon. Merely having superficial knowledge is far from sufficient. While such knowledge may appear trivial, it constitutes a fundamental skill for a novice breeder. To successfully nurture a Pokémon or to make a living through this means requires far greater effort. In every city or town, the Pokémon centers have a minimum requirement for the Pokémon nurses, namely Miss Joy, to attain at least a mid-level breeder's standard. The knowledge required for novice breeders is hardly representative of anything significant. In comparison to the erudition of top-tier masters, it seems almost trivial. Continuing on, Tingshu swiftly tackled the remaining fill-in-the-blank questions, completing them without any wasted time. After merely 20 minutes, he had already reached the last 2 argumentative questions. The argumentative essay requires a discourse of no less than 150 words, with questions that are largely applicable to real-world scenarios, necessitating a synthesis of extensive knowledge and often extending beyond the current assessment level, effectively providing an elevation for the evaluators. With a perfect score of 20 points, the examiners will score based on the key points articulated by the examinees, and achieving over 10 points is considered a commendable result. The exam questions vary in difficulty, with the final 2 major questions serving as the crucial test of the examinee's caliber. Regarding the illustrative problem, Marilou's pale green facial area exhibits signs of extreme distress. How should this be addressed? Upon encountering the first argumentative question, even Tingshu paused to organize his thoughts. The argumentative question differs from the preceding multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank formats, as it does not merely pertain to the understanding of a single Pokémon. The questions for novice breeders encompass 2 types of Pokémon, and thankfully, this is merely a written test. Years of experience in question setting have, to some extent, revealed certain answering patterns. Tingshu had reviewed past exam questions and analyses multiple times, thereby grasping a semblance of the thought process, which is quite analogous to the examination philosophies of his previous life. However, a written test remains just that. If confronted with a real situation, whether a breeder can take immediate action is an entirely different matter. Marilou, pale green, in pain. After contemplating for a few minutes, Tingshu finally began to write. He approached the matter by considering the symptoms and behaviors exhibited. The evident distress might indicate injury or an abnormal state, such as paralysis, poisoning, or burning. The pale green hue of Marilou suggested that some substance had altered its physical condition. Perhaps it had indeed fallen into an abnormal state. Initially, Tingshu struggled to identify relevant points from the illustration. The knowledge required for the novice breeder's assessment would not be overly challenging, generally testing the understanding of more common Pokémon. Tingshu recalled that both poisoning and paralysis could potentially cause pain for Marilou. Marilou's disposition typically leans towards water activities, predominantly residing in forested areas. Thus, Tingshu could focus on certain bug-type and grass-type Pokémon. At first glance, he thought of the series of Caterpie, yet he quickly dismissed this. The paralysis powder from the hunting butterfly is brownish-yellow, while the toxins from bug bites are brown intermingled with purple, and the needle's toxin is a deep purple. The toxic powder butterfly similarly exhibited symptoms of a reddish-purple hue, which did not align with the current situation. As for grass-type Pokémon, species like walking grass or shroomish also seemed inconsistent. However, after organizing the habitats and characteristics of other Pokémon, Tingshu ultimately directed his attention towards shroomish. Although shroomish's paralysis powder and toxic spores differ from the symptoms observed, it possesses a unique characteristic: its distinctive spores. The spores released in this context differ significantly from toxic powders and potent toxins. Mushrooms tend to hold these spores in high regard, typically releasing them only in perilous situations. Furthermore, these spores are often infused with certain toxins, ultimately forming a distinctive powder unique to the mushroom. These spores can be utilized both defensively against adversaries and as vital medicinal materials for crafting various potions. Most importantly, the damp, decaying leaf litter of the forest serves as their preferred nourishment, thus they thrive in moist environments. In this light, the focus becomes clear: Marilou, the mushroom, is the crux of this inquiry. However, understanding the reasons behind this phenomenon only constitutes half of the solution. It is equally essential to assess how the cultivator can implement this knowledge effectively. Those lacking direction might hastily suggest employing antidotes. Yet the problem is far more intricate than that. Moreover, commencing treatment without a comprehensive understanding could inadvertently inflict further harm upon the little sprite. The response penned by Tingshu was as follows. First, allow Marilou to cease all movement, then gently squeeze its tail until its cheeks turn a deep green. Following this, utilizing peach fruit or Akiba fruit to detoxify is optimal, with antidotes being a secondary option. In the absence of any preparatory measures, it is crucial for Marilou to conserve its strength and refrain from using its ultimate moves, while promptly seeking out detoxifying agents. Once detoxified, Marilou should unleash its energy to the fullest extent until utterly exhausted, as this represents the safest course of action. Marilou's plump and rounded tail harbors ample nutrients essential for its growth. Upon poisoning, toxins swiftly invade its tail, compromising these nutrients. To prevent deeper infiltration of toxins that could hinder Marilu's future development, it must first halt movement through its tail, allowing the toxins to remain in a more manageable state. Subsequently, by massaging the tail and utilizing its unique elasticity, the majority of the foreign toxins can be expelled towards the cheeks, which serve as the primary and most effective point of action for the antidote. However, the task is not yet complete. At this juncture, not all toxins have been expelled. Although Marilu may appear to be out of immediate danger, it is prudent to continue allowing it to release its ultimate moves, thereby expending energy to rid itself of any toxins that have infiltrated its energy. This approach would effectively resolve the issue at hand. Of course, different toxins require tailored solutions for various sprites, presenting a formidable challenge for cultivators. After meticulously documenting these insights, Tingshu released a sigh of relief, clearly finding the complexity of such a significant problem taxing on his intellect. Without wasting any time, he promptly turned his attention to the second question: how to enable a Meowth to master one of the following moves. Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Shadow Clone, Water Pulse. This presents yet another category of inquiry, focusing on the mastery of moves by trained sprites, a fundamental skill shared by both cultivators and trainers alike. Chapter 14. The results are out. Tingshu understood that selecting different extraordinary techniques in answering questions would yield varying scores, particularly noting that the Shadow Ball would undoubtedly score higher than the Shadow Clone if the explanation process remained the same. However, after careful contemplation, he opted for a technique he felt more confident in yet not overly simplistic: the Thunderbolt. After meticulously considering all possible responses, he had completed every question within just 45 minutes, half the allotted time for the examination. After a brief 5-minute review to confirm the absence of errors, Tingshu lifted his gaze, only to find Xiaochun doing the same. Clearly, they had both finished. They exchanged smiles and raised their hands in unison. Having completed their answers and confident in their ability to pass, they submitted their request to turn in their papers early. Thus, under the astonished and skeptical gazes of their peers, Tingshu and Xiaochun exited examination room 303. The exam was scheduled for 90 minutes, yet only 50 had elapsed. Other candidates were astonished by the speed at which Tingshu and Xiaochun had answered, while some harbored doubts, as the two appeared rather youthful, which made their accomplishments difficult to believe. The proctor, Joylin, sealed the test papers and returned to the front, meticulously reviewing their information before breaking into a curious smile. Finished already? The pace of their responses fell well within Master Xingzong's expectations. Their early departure was not overly surprising. Quite relaxed, Tingshu and Xiaochun both agreed. What do you think your scores will be? How about we make a wager? If you both rank in the top 5 among this cohort of candidates, I shall bestow upon each of you a special reward. If not, then there will be no reward. It was uncertain whether Master Xingzong was jesting or serious, yet he spoke with a smile. A reward from a top-tier cultivator was undoubtedly something remarkable, and Tingshu knew that even if they did not meet the conditions set forth by the master, there seemed to be little at stake. As for the overall performance of the candidates, Tingshu was uncertain. This assessment was not age-dependent. If he were to assert he would secure first place, that would be improbable, particularly as he felt he could not surpass Xiaochun's performance. Despite the smoothness of his responses, who could say if his perceived correct answers harbored any flaws? Moreover, even in subjects where he felt confident, achieving a perfect score was unlikely. Accepting the wager, both Xiaochun and Tingshu had no reason to refuse Master Xingzong's proposition. Perhaps even Master Xingzong himself anticipated awarding both of them. Very well, let us look forward to the upcoming assessment results. The passing score for the first assessment was set at 60, with a maximum allowance of 100 candidates. Should the number exceed this threshold, the lowest scores would be filtered out until only 100 remained, followed by the second assessment. As for the final number of candidates who would pass the junior cultivator assessment, it typically hovered around fewer than 10 each year. Even at its peak, the number barely exceeds 10, while at its lowest, it dwindles to just 4 or 5. However, during the assessment, Tingshu and his companions did not exhibit the same level of anxiety as the other candidates. The evaluation concluded at 9:30, with the grading process expected to extend into the afternoon. By 2:00 p.m., the results for all candidates would be announced, followed closely by the invigilators revealing the topics for the next round of assessments. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. During this time, Shu and his peers remained indoors, engrossed in discussions about the written examination topics. Upon hearing Master Xingzong elucidate certain questions, Tingshu came to appreciate the vastness of knowledge beyond his own. Some answers he had deemed correct were indeed riddled with flaws, and the traps within the questions were omnipresent. As for the subsequent analytical questions, Shengzong meticulously guided Xiao Chun and Tingshu through their analyses, leaving both of them exhilarated by the master's rigorous and interconnected reasoning. The analysis was captivating, drawing Tingshu into a deep fascination, making him yearn for more such thought-provoking questions. "Oh, the results will be out soon. Let us go witness the announcement," Master Shengzong remarked, glancing at the time. "Certainly. Let's go," Xiao Chun replied with a smile as she rose and exited the room. Tingshu was equally eager, having estimated his score and wishing to verify the accuracy of his predictions. After listening to Master Shengzong's explanations, he recognized some gaps in his understanding, particularly in comparison to Xiao Chun, which highlighted his own shortcomings. Meanwhile, other candidates were engaged in lively discussions. "I wonder who will secure the top spot in this written examination. Generally, those who place in the top 5 are almost guaranteed to pass, aren't they?" "Indeed, barring any surprises, that seems to be the case. I feel I performed adequately. I hope I can pass the written test, as the practical round is my forte." As conversations flowed, most candidates and their families had gathered before the large screen displaying the results. This plaza could accommodate a significant number of spectators, alleviating concerns about overcrowding. Judging by the number of candidates this year, there was ample space. "Look quickly. I placed 46th. This is my first time passing the written test. It seems I am one step closer to becoming a novice cultivator. I see it. I scored 75 points, placing 15th. That south me in 10th place with 78 points." The audience gazed at the electronic screen as names and scores of candidates began flashing in succession, starting from the 88th position. The top 100 candidates were selected from the first round of written examinations. Naturally, if fewer than 100 candidates qualified, those who met the passing score of 60 would still be considered. Clearly, the number of candidates achieving this benchmark was insufficient to reach 100. Among the hundreds of candidates, the select few who distinguished themselves, though not yet at the level of novice cultivators, demonstrated knowledge that surpassed that of the majority of trainers. For the role of a cultivator is indeed a unique vocation. Observing the hopeful and melancholic contestants around them, Tingshu and Xiao Chun remained undeterred, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, anxious not to miss the revelation of their names. As the display reached the 10th position without either of their names appearing, it became evident that their scores had indeed secured a place amongst the top 10. The suspense persisted as they awaited the announcements of the 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th places, and only when their names had still not emerged did they allow themselves a sigh of relief, at least having one half of Master Shengzong's wager. Then came the 5th place, and still, their names were absent. Finally, as the 4th position flashed on the grand screen, it bore the name Tingshu, with a commendable score of 85. The 3rd position followed, boasting a score of 86, prompting a jubilant young man in his 20s to leap into the air. Next, the 2nd place was revealed, Xiao Chun, with a score of 88. Yet, the 1st place was a staggering 98 points. An entire 10 points higher than Xiao Chun's score. Macaulay. Chapter 15. Macaulay. The revelation of this score left Tingshu and Xiao Chun utterly astonished. 98 points was nearly a perfect score, likely diminished only by minor flaws in the argumentative section, almost negligible in significance. Particularly striking was the youthful visage of the green-haired boy clad in a sailor's suit, appearing to be around 15 or 16, who gracefully bowed with one hand behind his back, a smile illuminating his face as he acknowledged the crowd. He simultaneously expressed, "It is an immense honor." "Is this Macaulay?" Glancing at the similarly youthful figure, Tingshu felt a rush of thoughts, recognizing the boy as a significant character from the original narrative, though his memory of the details was hazy. Beside him, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat disheartened. "Ha ha ha, do not be dismayed. At your age, you could very well become intermediate breeders," Master Shengzong consoled, ruffling Xiao Chun's hair. In his view, the talents of Xiao Chun and Tingshu would not diminish in value due to their considerable gap from the top scorer. Moreover, that boy was indeed remarkable. Observing the bowing youth, Master Shengzong appeared contemplative. "Master, do you know him?" Xiao Chun inquired, lifting her head. "Acquaintance, albeit a tenuous one. Macaulay. He is the gym leader of the official Lilycove gym in Lilycove City, having recently assumed the position from his mentor, Adam. He is an exceptional young man, with Adam specializing in water-type Pokémon and being a distinguished coordinator himself. Thus, Macaulay possesses remarkable talents in both coordination and water-type Pokémon, and he is heralded as a newcomer on the brink of greatness." Master Shengzong reminisced as he introduced the two children to the young prodigy. A gym leader and a coordinator? So, breeding is not his primary vocation? Master Shengzong's words left Tingshu momentarily stunned, his expression somewhat peculiar. Yet he is also a coordinator. How intriguing. While surprised by Macaulay's splendid presence, Tingshu felt no inclination to idolize him. Regardless of his prowess as a breeder or coordinator, Macaulay sparked Tingshu's interest, presenting a worthy figure to aspire towards. Is there pressure? With a chuckle, Master Xingzong remarked, approaching the Elite Four. How impressive. Xiaochun's attention was drawn to this statement. She understood well what the Elite Four represented. The so-called Elite Four, also known as the Four Heavenly Kings, are the most formidable trainers within various Pokémon leagues, their prowess theoretically second only to that of the league champion. However, in reality, there are numerous trainers whose skills rival those of the Elite Four. The trainers stationed in each league certainly possess unique qualities. Each Elite Four member is regarded as a pillar of the Pokémon League, a social luminary. Even supporting the establishment of a town would be a trivial endeavor for them, let alone a small orphanage like Qinggu House. At the tender age of 15 or 16, Macaulay was already recognized as being close to the level of the Elite Four, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Perhaps being a breeder was merely a secondary role for him. That is quite impressive. If you wish to surpass him, you must put in considerable effort, Xiaochun remarked. Having been born into a prominent family and possessing a far greater understanding of the Elite Four than Tingshu did. Naturally, Tingshu replied with a smile, sensing that Macaulay would prove to be a formidable rival in his quest to dominate the grand competition, potentially the greatest threat he would face. Especially considering that the individual might be a significant character in the narrative, warranting his utmost attention. Tingshu felt a twinge of regret for not having taken the time to reminisce about the classics of his childhood, resulting in a muddled recollection of many plotlines. Look, the topic for the second assessment has been announced. Someone pointed to the screen. Following the ranking announcement, the subject for the second round of evaluations appeared. Traditionally, the second assessment involves practical tasks, with only one question, graded out of 100. Those who pass the first written test typically score well in the second round. But to officially pass the junior breeder assessment, a score of 85 or above is required. The task, emergency rescue. Will you wait here? Or? Master Xingzong inquired. The second assessment would commence in an hour, with the duration varying based on the complexity of the task, but it would generally not exceed 1 hour. If it involved emergency rescue, it might be even shorter. Let us wait here, Tingshu replied, feeling there was little to prepare in such a short time. And he didn't believe the emergency rescue task would pose a challenge for him. Xiaochun nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall return and await your good news. Master Xingzong said with a smile, bidding farewell to the two before turning to await the proceedings. The results would be announced immediately following the conclusion of the second assessment, ensuring that the junior breeder evaluations were completed within a single day. Look, those who passed are already heading over there, Xiaochun tugged at Tingshu, pointing toward the gathering of successful candidates. Then let us join them, Tingshu replied, and soon the two maneuvered through the crowd. Arriving at the area where the successful participants congregated, clearly the first place to receive news about the second assessment. At this moment, the participants encircled Macaulay, showering him with admiration for his nearly perfect score of 98, a remarkable feat, as only a handful of individuals have achieved a score of 90 in previous assessments. Responding to their accolades with an air of calm, Macaulay appeared to navigate the situation with ease. Some observers noted that his demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar. However, they were quickly countered by others who remarked, "What do you know? Lord Macaulay is hailed as the hope of coordinators, a prodigious talent embodying both splendor and elegance." Those familiar with Macaulay's background eagerly divulged his reputation. Witnessing this scene, Shuren felt little surprise. Indeed, she concurred, as Tingshu suddenly noticed Macaulay directing his gaze towards them and approaching. "You must be Ms. Joy Shuren and Mr. Tingshu." He greeted them politely with a slight bow and a smile. Macaulay's unexpected salutation left Tingshu and Shuren momentarily taken aback, but they responded courteously in kind. Shuren's distinctive features, coupled with their relative youth, made them easily recognizable. It was evident that Macaulay had conducted some research on them. He had heard of two young candidates participating in the assessment and was astonished to find it to be true, marveling at the talents of the two youths. Despite the numerous accolades surrounding Macaulay, the fact that a 10-year-old novice breeder was present seemed almost miraculous. Chapter 16. The Walking Grass Legion. After exchanging a few words, Tingshu and Shuren gained an initial understanding of Macaulay's character. From Macaulay's own words, Tingshu learned the reason for his participation in the breeding assessment. Macaulay had heeded his friend's advice, aspiring to enhance his abilities through the training of breeders. That friend of mine is a mid-level breeder, though he possesses even greater talents as a trainer. Tingshu understood that it was not only he who recognized the significance of breeding knowledge. Many gifted trainers and coordinators had come to appreciate its importance as a means of enriching themselves. The first group of passers, please proceed immediately to the second assessment location. The announcement echoed 3 times, along with the details of the new venue. Exchanging glances, they ceased their conversation and made their way to the second assessment site. Macaulay, Joy Shuren, and Tingshu walked together, drawing considerable attention as 3 prodigies. The proctors observing from the shadows could not help but anticipate the trio's forthcoming evaluation. The second assessment venue was a large courtyard located behind the headquarters, still overseen by the proctors from the first written examination. Once everyone had gathered, a middle-aged man announced the second assessment task, emergency rescue. You are already familiar with the concept, and for specific details, please refer here. As he spoke, a group of green little sprites emerged in full view of the participants. Upon encountering the walking grass, a gasp of astonishment resonated through the crowd. My goodness, there must be nearly 100 of these whimsical creatures. Some individuals took it upon themselves to count the walking grass, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over them. Could these be the subject of our second assessment? Witnessing this spectacle, many raised their queries. However, their speculations were largely accurate. As the middle-aged man overseeing the entire examination nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, the essence of your second assessment is precisely this assembly of walking grass." At this juncture, the trio, comprising Tingshu and his companions, slightly turned their gazes, scrutinizing the walking grass. They discerned that these were ordinary specimens. After a brief observation, they reached this conclusion. Noticing the perplexity among the onlookers, the man continued, "There are a total of 88 walking grass, and each of you will be assigned one. Additionally, you will receive a concoction specially formulated for this assessment by a senior breeder. This potion simulates the effects of a burn induced by a signature move. Once administered to the walking grass, you will have a mere 15 minutes to utilize the materials we provide to address the creature's injuries. Should you exceed 20 minutes, the severity of the burn will escalate, rendering you unqualified if the situation remains unresolved beyond the stipulated time. Furthermore, the examiners will evaluate you based on the varying effects and the time taken to alleviate the burns. Those achieving a score of 85 or above will successfully pass this assessment and be awarded the certification of a junior breeder." The crowd erupted in astonishment, unprepared for such an urgent rescue to unfold in this manner. This format had never been witnessed in previous years. 88 walking grass and 88 vials of potion crafted by senior breeders. Truly, the breeding headquarters was displaying remarkable generosity. Do you have any questions? After a brief silence, no one dared to voice their concerns. Evidently, each individual had begun to extract essential information from the man's words. The details regarding the walking grass and the burns did not escape the notice of the candidates present. Those who had succeeded in the first assessment were no ordinary individuals. They were all capable and astute. The pass rate for junior breeders is considerably lower than that for advancing to intermediate or even advanced breeders, a fundamental truth. With a solid foundation, one can dedicate ample time to research beyond the level of top masters. The pool of registered breeders within the alliance consists of just over 10,000 individuals, whereas the population of the Fangyuan region alone exceeds several million. This was the subject of the assessment. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Tingshu felt a surge of eagerness. He, too, wished to gauge his capabilities under these circumstances. "It appears you both are quite confident," remarked Xiao Chun with a smile, observing Tingshu and Macaulay, who exhibited no signs of anxiety whatsoever. "Certainly, as a coordinator, one must always maintain a tranquil disposition and composure," as Macaulay remarked. "Let us proceed to select the walking grass and collect the potions." Tingshu observed that the assessors had already begun to take action and called out to the two. "All right, let us set forth." The 88 walking grasses, each of which were quite similar, were presumably cultivated by the headquarters of the breeders, given that their pollen and the saliva of the evolved stinky flower are immensely valuable materials. "I appreciate your guidance," Tingshu said as he took a potion and selected one walking grass. The walking grasses were aware of their purpose, and fortunately, with the assistance of a senior breeder, the burning effect would not inflict severe harm upon them in the short term, thus affording the assessors ample time. Upon arriving at his designated position with the walking grass, Tingshu surveyed the materials available to him. There were approximately 2 varieties, and while it was impossible to utilize all, the effectiveness of the combinations would depend on the choices made by the assessors. Once everyone was prepared, the middle-aged man reiterated the rules and cautioned the assessors that if they lacked sufficient confidence, they should not hastily concoct remedies due to the time constraints, lest they face a lifetime ban from examinations. At last, the assessment commenced, with a countdown clock marking 15 minutes swinging into action. The ticking of the clock echoed as Tingshu, like all the other assessors, first spoke to the walking grass. After the walking grass confirmed its readiness, he swiftly applied the potion to its leaves. Next, he would need to determine the appropriate medication based on the condition of the walking grass. Burning can arise from various causes, each necessitating distinct treatment methods to achieve optimal effects. However, it is not to say that other burn medications lack efficacy. The most renowned among them is the burn remedy, which is almost a panacea. While its effectiveness may not be the highest, it can be utilized for all known types of burns. First, he inhaled the aroma of the potion before turning to the walking grass. "How do you feel?" he inquired, pausing after half a minute had elapsed to assess the walking grass's sensations. Although the walking grass wished to cooperate with Tingshu, he struggled to comprehend its expressions and had to rely on subtle observations. He noted the walking grass's expressions, changes in leaf coloration, the primary components of the potion, and the reaction time of the burn. As he recalled the medications, he methodically began his deductions. In Chapter 17, he had pieced together the potion's components with considerable accuracy. The 20 different fruit materials before him were also familiar to Tingshu, resolving a significant portion of the problem. The challenge had become manageable, now. He merely needed to analyze the burn affecting the walking grass. Different sprites, distinct abilities, varied environments, and even different berries can potentially lead to the plight of the walking grass succumbing to burns. Understanding the true condition of the walking grass greatly guides the approach to its treatment. Finding a solution does not equate to perfection. Tingshu strives for an optimal resolution, pursuing excellence. There is some significance in this, yet it should not be mistaken. As Tingshu murmured, his thoughts raced rapidly, and soon, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Without hesitation, he grasped a red berry with his right hand and deftly peeled it with a nearby knife, indicating he had discovered a remedy. On the other side, Mikoli remained unhurried, seemingly confident in his success, which aligned with his character. Everything needed to be executed with grandeur and elegance. In truth, all the candidates had already begun their endeavors, most having found their direction. Although differences existed, each had devised methods to alleviate the burns. As for whose approach would yield superior results, that would be determined by the final assessment. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the rustling of the candidates busily working with berries, leaves, herbs, and pollen, combining various elements in their hands. One might wonder how many would pass this examination. Meanwhile, the invigilators congregated, discussing the candidates of this session. Perhaps 7 or 8. Someone suggested. "I am particularly eager to see the performance of those two individuals," remarked Joy Ling, the invigilator overseeing Tingshu's group during the first test. "Oh, those two youngsters are indeed remarkable. However, I have more faith in Mikoli," another added. All three exhibited exceptional talent, and if my intuition serves me correctly, the top 3 positions are likely to emerge from among them. Finally, the chief examiner spoke. The boy named Tingshu is said to have been recommended for the assessment by Master Xingzong, while Joy Chun is a student of the same master. This revelation startled the uninformed invigilators. So that is how it is. No wonder he possesses such remarkable abilities at such a young age. It is indeed connected to Master Xingzong. The invigilators observed the candidates as time gradually slipped away, swiftly approaching the halfway mark. Almost done, Tingshu thought. As he ground the herbs on the table with a wooden pestle, he recognized every herb before him, and this realization filled him with emotion. He believed the concoction he had formulated was the epitome of perfection. After poring over countless books, it was indeed beneficial. Tingshu shook his head, his hands moving with increasing speed. Time flowed by, and for Tingshu, there was no sense of exertion. Rather, his motions flowed with grace. Finally, with a decisive slap, he halted his actions. Done. Gazing at the blue paste before him, though it lacked aesthetic appeal, Tingshu was confident it would significantly aid the walking grass's burns. Taking a deep breath, he applied the blue ointment to the walking grass, and then raised his hand. That little rascal has finished. Though Tingshu was not the first to complete the task, he was not slow either. There was no need to wait for the evaluation period to conclude. The proctor could commence with the inspection of those who had finished. The proctor was fully aware of the examination's content, and to qualify for this role, one must possess at least an intermediate level of expertise as a breeder. The knowledge presented in the assessments for novice breeders was evidently not a challenge for them. "Allow me," I said, approaching Joy Ling, who had been observing Xiao Chun and Tingshu. I began to assist Tingshu with the inspection. At that moment, a little over 10 minutes had passed. Upon seeing Joy Ling approach, Tingshu stepped aside, and Joy Ling promptly picked up the walking grass to examine its condition. After a short while, She set the walking grass back down and regarded Tingshu with a deep gaze. Congratulations, your performance is commendable, she said with a smile, clearly pleased with Tingshu's results. Does that mean I have passed? Tingshu inquired. Not quite yet. The remaining ointment you created still requires scrutiny by other proctors. I am merely conducting a preliminary assessment to prevent any mishaps with the walking grass, she replied with a smile, adding that the final results would be announced after everyone had completed the examination. Understood, Tingshu nodded, glancing around. At that moment, Xiao Chun had also finished, with Macaulay completing it even earlier. After more than 10 minutes, they had now reached the final phase of the assessment. With nothing else to occupy him, Tingshu began to wait quietly. The minutes passed swiftly, and soon the evaluation concluded. While the other candidates anxiously awaited their results, Tingshu and his companions remained relaxed. As he approached Xiao Chun, he could hear the conjectures of the other candidates. Some were quite astute, while others offered rather peculiar conclusions. For instance, one speculated that the burns were caused by a mysterious fire, while another suggested they were sunburns induced by intense sunlight. As soon as Tingshu met Xiao Chun, she eagerly shared her hypothesis. Indeed, it aligns with Tingshu's assessment. The burns on the walking grass bore a striking resemblance to those caused by a clear sunny day. Hearing that Tingshu had arrived at the same conclusion, Xiao Chun let out a sigh of relief. Although she was confident in her reasoning, she still sought validation from Tingshu. It seems you all performed admirably, Macaulay remarked as he approached with a smile. The three exchanged knowing smiles. Given their impressive written scores, the second phase of the examination posed little concern. All that remained was to await the final results. The proctor's review proceeded swiftly, and they were not kept waiting long. The middle-aged head proctor approached with a list in hand. Now, I shall announce the names of those who have passed this assessment. A total of 10 individuals. Macaulay, 100 points. Joy-Chun, 100 points. Tingshu, 100 points. As the names were called in descending order, one candidate scored 98 points, while the lowest was 87, with all others failing to meet the minimum score of 85. A perfect score. Upon hearing the results, Tingshu breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he had become a cultivator. His 4 years of relentless effort had not been in vain. He yearned to share the joyous news with everyone at the Qinggu house, yet he recognized that this was not the most opportune moment. Being a junior cultivator was merely a beginning, a title that bore little significance. Tingshu understood that he had a long journey ahead, aspiring to ascend to the ranks of intermediate and even advanced cultivators, ultimately seeking to claim the illustrious throne of a master. Chapter 18. The choice. Congratulations to the 10 of you. The grand announcement resonated through the venue, marking the splendid conclusion of this assessment. The steward from the cultivators' headquarters presented certificates to the 10 successful candidates, with the first to receive one being the top scorer, Macaulay. With the assessment concluded, the score of 1700 swiftly circulated, and the certificate presentation ceremony commenced. The sky blue booklet, emblematic of a cultivator's identity, was finally in Tingshu's hands. As he accepted it with both hands and opened the certificate, he found his portrait affixed within, alongside the date of his successful assessment and his age. At that moment, the cameras in the audience clicked away, capturing the scene. For both the 10-year-old cultivators and Macaulay were subjects of great interest that could not be overlooked. However, as the remarkable feats of Xiao Chun and Macaulay were announced, they garnered much admiration, while news of Tingshu seemed to vanish into obscurity. Well done. Master Xingzong beamed at the two youngsters, acknowledging their impressive achievements. Master, you haven't forgotten the rewards you promised us, have you? We secured second and third place. Both Tingshu and Xiao Chun were keenly anticipating the rewards mentioned by Master Xingzong. Of course, I would never deceive you. I simply need to prepare something special for you, Master Xingzong chuckled. Tingshu felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering what he would receive. Reflecting on it now, he felt fortunate to have encountered both Xiao Chun and Master Xingzong. Otherwise, he might have struggled to even qualify for the assessment. It seemed that luck played a significant role in this journey. News of Macaulay and Joey Chun becoming cultivators spread rapidly, igniting a flurry of excitement within the community. Macaulay, a public figure in the Fanyuan region, was now making waves as he firmly established himself in the world of cultivators. Those with keen insight immediately began to take notice of this promising young man. Meanwhile, Joey Chun emerged as a cultivator at the tender age of 10, a feat not seen in many years, marking her as an exceptional newcomer. However, within the Joey family, under the esteemed reputation of Master Xingzong, the news did not evoke overwhelming astonishment. Instead, it was met with admiration, a sense of inevitability, and anticipation for future accomplishments. Nevertheless, Joey Chun's achievements at such a young age were indeed among the most remarkable within the Joey family. Tingshu had also noticed the reports, which predominantly featured Mikoli and Xiaochun. While he and the other participants were merely mentioned in passing, their names scarcely appearing at all. Although the reasons behind this eluded him, Tingshu remained unperturbed. Even if his age could have been a source of extensive publicity, he understood that one could not become an expert overnight. At most, he would attract some attention from influential figures. Yet, at this moment, one such figure stood right beside him. Why dwell on it further? Master Xingzong, you seek me? Tingshu addressed the elderly man with respect. Ah, Tingshu, I've come to find you regarding yesterday's events. Master Xingzong replied with a smile. Yesterday's events? Are you referring to the rewards? Tingshu inquired, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, since I promised to grant you two youngsters some rewards, I shall not go back on my word. Master Xingzong sat down without pretense, appearing much as Tingshu had first encountered him. At the elder's invitation, Tingshu also took a seat. What about Xiaochun? He asked. If the rewards were promised, she should have her share as well. Ah, her situation differs from yours. Hence her reward shall also be distinct. Master Xingzong replied with a knowing smile, which served as an answer to Tingshu's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Tingshu chose not to press further. Tingshu, you are an orphan, are you not? After a moment of silence, Master Xingzong suddenly spoke. The question caught Tingshu off guard. How did he know? Had he investigated him? Given Master Xingzong's stature, it was not difficult to ascertain such details. Accepting the truth of his background, Tingshu nodded. Your origins differ greatly from Xiaochun's. Have you contemplated your future? Master Xingzong continued after observing Tingshu's acknowledgement. The future? Tingshu pondered, having his own aspirations, yet feeling lost on how to achieve them. He had become a novice nurturer. What lay ahead? Should he continue to ascend in assessments while also becoming a coordinator? How much time would he need to dedicate to such efforts? Yes, to become a top-tier coordinator, or even to ascend to the rank of a premier nurturer. He finally articulated. Master Xingzong was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed considered Tingshu's ambitions, envisaging him as a top nurturer or coordinator. However, Tingshu's audacious declaration was truly impressive. Each of those achievements you mentioned is no small feat for an individual to attain. Even one of those accomplishments in a lifetime is nothing short of extraordinary. The elder admonished earnestly. Shaking his head, Tingshu replied, Yet I still wish to persevere. To be a top-tier coordinator embodies the initial dreams of the children at Qinggu House and myself. To be a premier nurturer is a vow I made to uphold the future of Qinggu House, to become the best nurturer possible, and earn abundant wealth to ensure a bright future for everyone. These seemingly contradictory professions each encapsulated Tingshu's ideals. Do you genuinely believe you can reach such heights? At the tender age of 10, a nurturer undoubtedly astonishes with their potential, yet they remain merely a novice. Perhaps, through diligent effort and the accumulation of experience and insight, one might eventually ascend to the ranks of an intermediate or even advanced nurturer, but the question remains, how long will that journey take? Each ambition you articulate cannot be achieved through mere distraction. The words of Master Xingzong resonated deeply within Tingshu's heart. The knowledge of a novice nurturer is relatively superficial, but as one progresses to intermediate and advanced levels, the wisdom required transcends that which can be gleaned from conventional literature. Given Tingshu's status, acquiring such knowledge would demand considerable effort. The achievements of a novice nurturer took 4 years to attain, during which much time was squandered in the pursuit of books. Would the path ahead be equally smooth? Becoming a top-tier coordinator or a formidable trainer is not a feat that can be accomplished merely through words. At last, Tingshu turned to Master Xingzong, eager to discern his forthcoming words. Thus, I wish to present you with an opportunity, though it comes at a cost, Master Xingzong declared. There are two choices, both serving as a reward for your potential. While he held high hopes for Tingshu, Master Xingzong did not desire an untroubled journey for him. Only through adversity can a rough gem reveal its true brilliance. Hence, he resolved to allow Tingshu to make his own choice. Chapter 19. The Celestial Crown Academy. The first option. I can assist you in registering for a trainer's qualification, granting you access to a commendable beginner Pokémon bestowed by the Pokémon League. The trainer's qualification itself is valued at 100,000, and the beginner Pokémon carries an additional 100,000. 200,000 is a substantial sum for the Qinggu House, which explains why Grandma Orlan lacked the means to support a child in becoming a trainer. The 2,000 plus yuan that Tingshu had accumulated over 4 years represented his painstaking efforts. Thus, the first choice presented by Master Xingzong would significantly aid Tingshu, not only determining his place of residence, but also bestowing upon him the identity of a trainer. enabling him to enjoy discounted meals at Pokémon centers and numerous other advantages. As for the second option, Tingshu did not hasten to make a decision. The second choice, then, is that I offer you an opportunity to enter the Celestial Crown Academy, Master Xingzong stated with a calm demeanor. The Celestial Crown Academy? What is that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Tingshu felt a sense of strangeness. However, Master Xingzong patiently elaborated. The Celestial Crown Academy is a comprehensive institution located in the Sinnoh region, regarded alongside the Champion Academy of Kanto and the Silver Academy of Johto as one of the three great cradles of genius. Every graduate of the academy achieves accomplishments that rival those who place among the top 3 in local tournaments, though this merely reflects the average standard. However, the graduation requirements of the Sky Crown Academy are exceedingly rigorous, attainable only by those of exceptional talent. Similarly, the criteria for admission to the Sky Crown Academy are even more stringent. Without extraordinary aptitude or a notable background, one would need to invest a fortune, specifically $1 million in Sky Crown currency, silver, or champion status from the 3 prestigious academies. Master Xingzong's words imparted a valuable lesson to Tingshu. He had no idea that such unique institutions existed in this world, having never encountered them in books. Contrary to popular belief, these 3 academies are relics of a bygone era. Take Macaulay, for instance. Even if he were to enter the Sky Crown Academy, he would still be among the most brilliant talents, unmatched by many. Explaining this to Tingshu required considerable effort on Master Xingzong's part. The second option I present to you is the opportunity to transfer into the Sky Crown Academy. There, you would be exempt from tuition fees, provided with complimentary accommodation and meals, and granted the freedom to study various disciplines, whether it be nurturing, coordination, or combat strategies for trainers. However, should you choose this path, you must undergo a rigorous assessment. Failure would result in the forfeiture of both opportunities. Before Tingshu lie these 2 distinct paths. The first entails acquiring certification as a trainer, wherein, through diligence, he might gradually realize his aspirations. Yet, the uncertainties of self-exploration remain unpredictable. The second involves navigating an unknown evaluation to gain entry into the Sky Crown Academy, an institution mentioned by Master Xingzong, which promises to be no ordinary place. Although it may not lead to trainer certification, the benefits of complementary living arrangements and structured learning in coordination, nurturing, and tactical studies present an enticing offer. Moreover, every distinguished graduate from such an esteemed academy is coveted by numerous organizations for their exceptional achievements. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have. Without hesitation, Tingshu, as a seasoned transmigrator, understood the choice he needed to make. Given the pressing nature of time, he saw no reason to opt for the easier path. Just as Master Xingzong envisioned, only through trials would Tingshu experience greater growth. I am willing to accept the assessment. With the discerning gaze of a transmigrator, Tingshu believed Master Xingzong hoped for this very decision. Are you truly certain? Should you fail the assessment I present, you may lose all opportunities. Master Xingzong sought to instill doubt in Tingshu once more, yet the more he pressed, the more resolute Tingshu became. The implications were unmistakably clear. Could he still decline? Yes, I wish to take the chance. Tingshu had faith that Master Xingzong would not impose undue burdens upon him. If the assessment were feasible, he would strive to meet its demands. Haha, splendid. You have chosen this path, so allow me to share some insights about the Sky Crown Academy. This will surely ignite your ambition. As for the assessment, the time for that has not yet arrived, Master Xingzong said with a smile, genuinely pleased with Tingshu's choice. The Sky Crown Academy awaits. Established a century ago by a master trainer to promote the profession of Pokémon trainers, Tanguan Academy has, over the years, evolved into a recognized independent entity within the Pokémon League, though it has not achieved the same monumental stature. The Academy boasts formidable overall strength. Each generation's headmaster is as potent as the Elite Four, and its faculty comprises exceptionally skilled individuals, many of whom are distinguished alumni returning from various fields, be it coordinators, breeders, trainers, or scholars. Notably, several gym trainers and even Elite Four members have once studied at Tanguan Academy. Since the establishment of regional tournaments and gyms, the number of trainers has surged, leading to improved safety in the wild and enhanced welfare for trainers. Consequently, trainers have taken to traveling alone, collecting badges, capturing more Pokémon, and relishing the joys of exploration, which has diminished the Academy's status significantly. While some traditional aristocratic schools and kindergartens still linger in certain areas, they hold little influence. Tanguan Academy, along with Silver Academy and Champion Academy, remains one of the last 3 institutions with a prestigious academic standing. Its century-old heritage and public nature are unparalleled by emerging aristocratic educational organizations. Master Xingzong, an alumnus of Tanguan Academy, currently serves as its vice president, lending considerable weight to Tingshu's transfer. Graduating from Tanguan Academy opens doors to potential gym ownership, allowing one to apply for subsidies from the Pokémon League. The Academy offers a 4-year program divided into junior, intermediate, advanced, and graduation classes. Theoretically, students enroll at 10 and graduate by 14. But only a select few with outstanding qualifications manage to pass the graduation assessments. Some may languish until their 20s without graduating, ultimately being encouraged to withdraw. Conversely, prodigies may apply for accelerated progression, completing all courses in 2 or 3 years, achieving strength comparable to their instructors. This is Tanguan Academy, a cradle of genius. Cast aside by time, yet preserving a flicker of its legacy through recommendations and nurturing. Chapter 20. The heavy smoke of Tushan Tingshu is deeply concerned about the matters regarding Tanguan Academy. The Elder's trials undoubtedly offer significant benefits for his development, and it is clear that Master Xingzong holds great expectations for him. Unlike talents such as Mikoli, who already have a mentor, or Xiaochun, who comes from a prestigious background, Tingshu's character is more likely to endear him to Master Xingzong. With the breeder assessments concluded, tranquility has returned. Mikoli bid farewell to Tingshu and the others, embarking alone on a new journey of training, while Xiaochun, having successfully passed the assessment to become a junior breeder, was escorted away by her family. Master Xingzong had also been invited to the celebration, but declined in favor of Tingshu. "Are you ready?" Master Xingzong inquired, observing Tingshu's calm demeanor with a sense of anticipation. The trial he prepared was solely his own affair. Initially, he intended for Xiaochun to undertake it. However, he did not anticipate encountering Tingshu, who seemed far more suited for the challenge than Xiaochun. This unexpected turn of events prompted a change of heart. Our destination is Yantu Mountain. Tingshu is no stranger to Yantu Mountain, for it lies beneath the town of Chiyue, where he has resided for 4 years. Yet, he never expected to return so soon. This time, however, he was not returning as a wayward son. He had no intention of rejoicing at Qinggu House. The purpose of this journey was to undergo Master Xingzong's assessment. The content of the assessment is indeed formidable. Just thinking about it made even Master Xingzong feel somewhat perplexed. Boarding a private jet, Tingshu and Master Xingzong set off. Yantu Mountain is a volcanic region, yet it is far from monotonous. Around it lies an environment reminiscent of a forest, teeming with verdant undergrowth. Upon their arrival, Tingshu realized they had reached the heart of Yantu Mountain. A stark contrast to the outskirts where he had previously trained with the hunting of the phoenix butterfly. Here, a multitude of small sprites dwelled, far beyond the reach of human intrusion. "Where are we headed?" Tingshu inquired. To this point, Master Xingzong had yet to disclose the specifics of the assessment. "We are to meet a sprite." With his aging body, Master Xingzong moved effortlessly through this environment. Suddenly, a spoon serpent lunged at them, but before Tingshu could react, it was sent flying. Before him stood a majestic eagle, its splendid wings having just completed a powerful flap, its piercing gaze resembling that of a sovereign surveying its domain. With a mere gesture, the eagle repelled the serpent, causing the surrounding trees to bend and creating a significant disturbance. This must be one of Master Xingzong's sprites. Tingshu had already spotted the Pokeball in his hand. "Be cautious, the sprites around here are not particularly friendly," he said with a chuckle. Following this, Master Xingzong instructed the eagle, "Go and summon it." Who is it?" The eagle unfurled its beautiful wings and ascended into the sky with an astonishing speed. Spiraling above them, a tremendous storm erupted, the howling winds resonating clearly in Tingshu's ears. The cultivation has been superb, even with his limited experience. Tingshu could discern that the eagle's glossy wings and the exquisite feathers atop its head were indicators of its exceptional prowess. Truly, it was a sprite of a top-tier master. What is it calling for? Tingshu looked up, curiosity piqued. What connection does meeting a sprite have with his assessment? What sort of trial awaits him at Yantu Mountain? Even Tingshu could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Under the clear sky, with clouds drifting lazily, the immense storm stirred by the eagle painted a vivid backdrop to this picturesque scene. Soon, without making them wait long, amidst the call of the majestic eagle, a dark speck gradually emerged from the billowing clouds. As it descended, the dark spot expanded, accompanied by a melodious sound that graced their ears. It was the Chishi bluebird. Finally, Tingshu beheld the full visage of this enchanting sprite. Its form bore the graceful silhouette of a swan. Its azure body radiated nobility, and its fluffy wings, as soft as cotton, were complemented by a captivating song that entranced all who heard it. The Chishi Bluebird, a cherished dragon-type sprite, had evidently arrived. With the appearance of the Chishi Bluebird, Master Shengzong smiled and addressed Tingshu, saying, "This assessment presents two opportunities for you. One is a place at the Heavenly Crown Academy, and the other is its acknowledgement." "What acknowledgement?" Tingshu inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Look, they're engaged in battle." Master Shengzong observed helplessly as the newly arrived Chishi Bluebird launched an assault on the majestic eagle. Tingshu fell silent, waiting for Master Shengzong to elaborate. "You are aware of my research focus, inheritance of ultimate moves." "Indeed," Tingshu nodded. "This Chishi Bluebird has been a subject of my interest for quite some time. If I am not mistaken, it possesses extraordinary powers, perhaps due to its lineage, as one of its parents or ancestors is a pure dragon-type sprite from the Kanto region, Dragonite. Thus, I devised a trap for it to bond with my eagle." Seeing the peculiar expression on Tingshu's face, Master Shengzong chuckled. "I have prepared extensively for this research. If my direction is correct, we may witness the emergence of a sprite with exceptional potential, one that could rival the prowess of Dragonite or Gyarados. This would provide a remarkable opportunity for the Chishi Bluebird, which is naturally at a disadvantage among dragon types, to rise. In your vision, what will make this sprite special?" Tingshu queried. The special aspect," Master Shengzong mused. "Perhaps it will be able to comprehend multiple ultimate moves right from birth. Do not underestimate it. A different starting point leads to distinct achievements. If all goes well, it may very well grasp the legendary move Dragon Dive at an early stage." "Jingyan Bird? Dragon Dive?" Tingshu found it hard to believe. "Nothing is impossible." Master Shengzong waved his hand dismissively. "My eagle also possesses a trace of dragon blood, albeit faint. However, with the concoction I've prepared, it should be sufficient to awaken the Chishi Bluebird's latent dragon abilities." "But what is the current situation?" Tingshu raised his head, observing the two sprites engaged in a fervent battle, uncertain of how Master Shengzong's words related to this unfolding scene. At this point, Master Shengzong chuckled, and as he smiled, a sense of foreboding washed over Tingshu. "However, it seems the Chishi Bluebird is somewhat displeased with my approach and does not fully acknowledge me. Yet, I am not one to easily concede. Thus, after winning the battle, I made a wager with it." Chapter 21. The Wager. "A wager?" Tingshu asked. "Oh, merely a trifling matter. The Chishi Bluebird harbors a profound animosity towards me, steadfastly refusing to entrust the Qing Mian bird into my care. However, I cannot relinquish my pursuit of understanding the Qing Mian bird. Thus, I have vowed to assist in finding a trainer of exceptional potential to nurture it. Initially, I had selected Xiao Chun, yet now the choice has shifted to you." "Me?" Tingshu was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. This assessment poses a challenge for a girl like Xiao Chun, who has spent her life amidst a grand family. But for you, there exists a glimmer of hope," Master Shengzong stated. "As long as you can successfully incubate the Qing Mian bird's egg and, within a month, earn the approval of its mother alongside the fledgling, your trial shall be deemed complete. For this month, you are to remain here in solitude. I shall provide you with provisions and essential tools for living during this period. Afterward, you will confront the environment of Yentu Mountain entirely on your own. Throughout this time, you may not bring any other Pokémon, but must instead rely solely on the companionship of the Qing Mian bird. This is the condition set forth by the Chishi Bluebird." Master Shengzong admitted that he found this stipulation rather shameless, yet he could not afford to be concerned, given the nature of his experiment. Upon hearing this, Tingshu was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. What a jest! To expect him to survive alone for a month here was tantamount to a death sentence. Setting aside the aggressive Pokémon, the sheer tedium could drive him to despair. More importantly, this was not the end. He must also win the Chishi Bluebird's approval? Clearly, they had played enough. The time had now come for you to take the stage. In their back-and-forth contest, even while Tingshu remained on the ground, he could sense the intense fluctuations from the heights above. He raised his gaze slowly and beheld the Chishi Bluebird and its partner, the Biao, descending gently, ultimately halting before them. "Long time no see." Master Shengzong greeted the Chishi Bluebird, yet it paid him no heed, directing its attention instead toward Tingshu. "He is the trainer I have selected," Master Shengzong stated nonchalantly. "In accordance with your request, I have brought forth the individual for the evaluation. He shall undertake a month-long trial with your lineage. Rest assured, I pledge to you, by my honor as a premier breeder, that your progeny will not tarnish your bloodline. Its growth will astound you." The Chishi Bluebird, a creature of pride and elegance, was unaware that its partner, the Biao, had already been captured, ensnared in Master Shengzong's scheme. It was only when the situation became irrevocable that Master Xingzong presented himself before the creature. Subsequently, a conflict ensued. When Master Xingzong demanded the Pokémon egg in vain, a battle erupted, culminating in a wager being established. Ultimately, the Tingshu bluebird had not openly severed ties with the Biao. It merely harbored some resentment for not being informed beforehand. With a resonant cry, the Tingshu bluebird turned its head, and understanding its intent, Master Xingzong directly addressed Tingshu. Are you prepared? At this moment, you still possess the option to decline. Decline? Given the current circumstances, how could Tingshu possibly refuse? What should I do? Tingshu glanced at the Qixi Qingniao and turned to Master Xingzong for guidance. It's quite simple. First, return with me. By this time tomorrow, everything will be prepared, and it will mark the beginning of your month-long wilderness survival. The so-called preparation entails leaving behind the Pokeballs, packing emergency supplies and food, and then returning here alone. Over the course of a month, Tingshu must not only successfully hatch the Qingyan bird, but also assume the role of its trainer, nurturing it to become stronger in order to gain the recognition of the Qixi Qingniao. Initially, Master Xingzong intended to capture the Qingyan bird himself. However, the obstinacy of the Qixi Qingniao forced him to abandon that option. Consequently, Master Xingzong settled for having Tingshu fulfill the bet on his behalf. His primary objective was merely to verify and study the results. Although it was regrettable not to capture the Qingyan bird personally, for someone of Master Xingzong's stature, it was no longer of great concern. His focus was solely on the relentless pursuit of new discoveries. The success of the inheritance rests entirely on you, Tingshu. Master Xingzong stated solemnly, feeling the weight of the situation. He was equally anxious about whether the Qingyan bird could inherit the signature moves of its mother and the BB bird. While the Dragon God Dive and other moves were of lesser importance, mastering this particular move would signify that the Qingyan bird's dragon-type potential had been fully activated. On board a private plane, Master Xingzong elaborated on the precautions and critical aspects of the experiment to Tingshu. In essence, the likelihood of inheriting a move like the Dragon God Dive, even for offspring of the Qixi Qingniao and a fast dragon, was exceedingly slim, let alone in the case of intergenerational inheritance. Master Xingzong placed considerable emphasis on the efficacy of the potions he had prepared. This particular Qixi Qingniao was the sovereign of Yentu Mountain. According to Master Xingzong, even when compared to Pokémon trained by the Elite Four, the strength of the Qixi Qingniao was formidable. His BB bird, in comparison, was somewhat inferior, making the path to winning the Qixi Qingniao's approval a daunting one for Tingshu. The reason Master Xingzong refrained from immediately assessing Tingshu was that he needed to impart knowledge regarding training techniques, nurturing juvenile Pokémon, hatching Pokémon eggs, and better stimulating their potential. Fortunately, Tingshu's capacity to learn matched the pace of Master Xingzong's teachings. For Master Xingzong, this bet was of great significance. The process of Tingshu training the Qingyan bird would also serve as a validation of his own results. The extent to which the Qingyan bird could develop and unleash its potential within a month was a matter of keen interest to him. With Tingshu, a promising nurturer, the concerns weighing on Master Xingzong were finally alleviated. In regard to this bet, had it not been for his personal involvement, many other young trainers with potential to match the Qixi Qingniao's caliber existed, yet none quite met his stringent criteria. The emergence of Tingshu indeed filled Master Xingzong with a renewed sense of hope. After a night of preparation, Tingshu diligently memorized the precautions outlined by Master Xingzong. He had a general understanding of the terrain in this area, and upon entering, he found himself beset by various aggressive sprites, making his progress exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the nutrient solution prepared by Master Xingzong would facilitate the rapid hatching of the sprite egg. Within the elongated container, a sufficient amount of pale blue nutrient solution awaited. This concoction had been personally tailored by Master Xingzong based on the conditions of the Qixi bluebird and the Bixiao, designed to optimally unleash the potential of this new life. It was also the primary aspect to be validated during this trial. Should he successfully complete this assessment, Tingshu would not only gain entry into the prestigious Tanguan Academy, the cradle of geniuses, but the sprite he had nurtured through a month of trials, the highly gifted Qingyan bird, as Master Xingzong had indicated, would also become his companion upon earning the Qixi bluebird's approval. Chapter 22. The first night during his time at Qingdu House. In addition to acquiring knowledge about nurturing, Tingshu had not neglected physical training. However, as his focus remained primarily on his studies, his physical prowess was merely slightly above average compared to his peers. Cradling the container, he settled beneath a tree and took out a piece of fruit to quench his parched throat. Although the path was arduous, the physical condition of humans in this world was exceptionally robust, and Tingshu's constitution could withstand the challenges. The optimal hatching temperature for flying-type sprite eggs is around 40 degrees Celsius. While the nutrient solution generates some heat, it was still insufficient, especially considering the significant enhancement of the Chimyan bird's draconic bloodline. He needed to find a suitable place for hatching. Glancing at the thermometer in his hand, Tingshu understood that exceeding 40 degrees could jeopardize the embryo of an ordinary flying-type sprite egg. However, with the adjustment provided by the nutrient solution, this optimal temperature could be raised slightly. A favorable hatching environment also greatly influences the innate potential of the sprite. The egg, adorned with white and blue patterns, floated in the center of the nutrient solution, swaying as if it might crack at any moment. After observing for a while, Tingshu resolved to ascend to the upper levels of Yinta Mountain. There, near the volcanic crater, the temperature may be more conducive to the birth of the Chimyan bird. Early this morning, the Chishi bluebird had descended with the sprite egg, and as Master Xingzong had stated, if nurtured properly, this Chimyan bird would rival the main forces of the four kings from various regions, which served as a significant motivation for Tingshu. Although the sprite's potential did not guarantee success, it was an excellent starting point, and Tingshu felt confident in nurturing the Chimyan bird. While talent was important, the emphasis lay on diligent effort. High above in the skies, a shadow observed Tingshu's every move. It was the Chishi bluebird. Though the trial was meant for Tingshu, the creature could not help but feel a sense of unease regarding its offspring. Thus, should the sprite egg be threatened, the Chishi bluebird would be the first to intervene. In the shadows of the forest, a figure observed the garden tree. It was the sprite of Master Xingzong, currently executing his command to clandestinely safeguard the well-being of the garden tree. Without the hunt for the phoenix butterfly in hand, the garden tree traversed the forest alone. A precarious endeavor fraught with danger, as no one could guarantee that misfortune would not strike. However, at that moment, the garden tree remained blissfully unaware. As it ventured forth, a sudden movement caught its eye. A dark silhouette leaped into view, prompting the garden tree to clutch the sprite egg tightly and assume a defensive posture, ready to flee. Yet, once it discerned the true nature of the creature before it, a sigh of relief escaped its lips. It was merely a diminutive brown being, resembling an acorn. An acorn sprite. Shaking its head, the garden tree sidestepped this little entity, for its uncanny resemblance to an ordinary acorn often startled the small sprites foraging in the forest, instilling in them a peculiar frightfulness, particularly in the case of Bobo, who frequently fell victim to the acorn's mischief. Generally, acorn sprites did not initiate attacks. Having successfully startled the garden tree, it promptly hopped into the underbrush. What a false alarm. Thankfully, it was not an aggressive sprite. The journey to Yantishan was not a short one. The garden tree proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously observing its surroundings. Yet, by afternoon, it had still not reached Yantishan. A lake nestled within the forest served as a miniature ecosystem, home to numerous sprites that often came to quench their thirst. Approaching the vicinity of Yantishan, the garden tree was pleasantly surprised to encounter this lake. At that moment, the area around the lake was devoid of sprites, but as the garden tree drew near, it clearly spotted several loaches swimming in the water. However, upon noticing the garden tree's approach, the loaches immediately burrowed into the muddy depths of the lake. Suddenly, two resounding splashes echoed, sending a cascade of water droplets into the air as two Marilus leaped into the water to frolic. The surroundings likely housed many other sprites, yet they remained hidden from the garden tree's view. Not wishing to linger, the garden tree continued onward towards Yantishan without pausing for rest. Upon witnessing these aquatic sprites, the garden tree felt a bittersweet fondness and melancholy. The hunt for the phoenix butterfly was not the first sprite of the Chingu house. Upon its arrival, Grandma Orlan had another sprite by her side, a water EV, which had sadly passed away due to old age shortly thereafter. Consequently, the loss of a longtime companion after decades of camaraderie weighed heavily on Grandma Orlan's heart, and anyone would feel sorrow at such a parting. With a deep sigh, the garden tree found itself disliking the sensation of life and death's inevitable separations. Gazing at the nascent life within its hands, it pondered what the future might hold decades hence. Yet, it was not the time to dwell on such distant thoughts. The cotton bird has yet to be born, and a promising future awaits its exploration. Clutching the sprite egg, Tingshu eagerly anticipates the arrival of new life. If he can traverse these thorns, he should be able to ascend Smoke Chimney Mountain, right? Tingshu presses onward, recalling the words of Master Xingzong. Some paths may be obstructed by thorns. However, in the wilderness, it is preferable to brave the difficult thorny paths than to tread upon the rocky ones. With a sharp knife at the ready, Tingshu notes the signs of human presence in the area. The path remains manageable. After securing the sprite egg in his backpack, he continues to clear the thickets. Yet, by dusk, he has still not emerged from this thorny maze. Pausing his journey, he decides to rest for the night. Given the environment, it is evident that no small sprites inhabit this place, thus rendering it relatively safe. On his first night spent here, Tingshu feels an overwhelming sense of solitude. Unlike before, the hunting of the phoenix butterfly is not accompanied by his side. The cold, dark night sky incessantly heightens his awareness. For the first time, he finds himself alone in the wild, and to be honest, he rather dislikes this sensation. Humans are social creatures, and the presence of others brings comfort. Perhaps it is the novelty of his journey that renders him somewhat unaccustomed to this solitude. As night falls, although he is situated beneath a volcano, the stark contrast to the daytime heat is palpable. A gentle coolness envelopes Tingshu's heart. To safeguard the cotton bird's egg, he must cradle it closely as he drifts into slumber, using his body heat to provide a cozy environment. This assessment can be viewed as a personal trial for Tingshu, lasting a total of 1 month. While this duration may not seem long for any trainer, the indescribable sense of unfamiliarity makes him click his tongue. The feeling of being completely removed from civilization, distinct from typical travels, is indeed rather uncomfortable. Chapter 23. Hatching. By the time Tingshu reaches Smoke Chimney Mountain, it is already midday of a new day. Searching for a flat path, he carries a temperature gauge, diligently examining the local conditions. After a considerable time of exploration, the gauge finally registers a temperature that pleases him, leading him to a magnificent red rock nearby. Although this area is volcanic, it is merely on the periphery and not excessively hot. Rather, it can be described as pleasantly warm. Given the exceptional adaptability of the sprite, hatching could occur successfully without such elaborate preparations, yet Tingshu still aspires to create an optimal environment. After identifying the ideal spot, it is time for him to prepare. The cotton bird is now on the brink of hatching, merely a slight impetus away, and with the surrounding conditions being highly suitable. It is likely that the cotton bird will soon break free from its shell. In the meantime, Tingshu must sprinkle his homemade powder to deter other small sprites from intruding. The scent of this powder is disliked by the local sprites, and is an essential item he once carried while traversing the autumn leaf forest. In addition, he possesses various other small trinkets. He had meticulously prepared the initial sustenance for the cotton bird. After completing a series of tasks, a wave of fatigue washed over Tingshu, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Although he had taken breaks, the relentless progression and concentrated focus were incessantly draining his spirit. He yearned for a moment of slumber. This encapsulated Tingshu's current emotions, yet the Pokémon egg was on the cusp of hatching. Even in his weariness, he could not relinquish his desire to witness the birth of the cotton bird. For a trainer or a cultivator, this was an inescapable duty. Missing the hatching of this Pokémon egg would bring a sense of regret that words could scarcely convey. However, the drowsiness was overwhelming. Tingshu occasionally lifted his water bottle from his backpack, taking sips in an attempt to invigorate his mind. 10 minutes, 30 minutes. 2 hours passed as the egg floated in the nutrient solution, its rhythmic movements captivating Tingshu's attention. 3 hours elapsed, and after what felt like an eternity, Tingshu had taken his 4th sip of water, only to accidentally choke on it. Coughing, he hastily set the bottle aside, patting his chest vigorously. Fortunately, this commotion alleviated some of his drowsiness. Wiping the moisture from his lips, he had yet to fully recover when a blinding white light suddenly filled his vision. Tingshu widened his brown eyes, fixated on the Pokémon egg within the container, and his previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. With a crack, as if stimulated by something, the culture medium fractured under the brilliance, spilling the pale blue nutrient solution across the ground. However, Tingshu was unconcerned with such details. He reached out to cradle the egg, which was secured at the bottom of the container. The dazzling light gradually dimmed, and at last, with a crisp sound, the white and blue patterned shell of the egg appeared with a spiderweb of cracks. Ignoring the rapid beating of his heart, he held his breath, feeling as if all traces of fatigue had vanished. Come on, he silently encouraged the emerging life, anxiously observing as this delicate creature broke free from its shell. With an elegant sky-blue body and wings as fluffy as cotton, the sight of the successfully hatched little one brought a sigh of relief from Tingshu. He had waited a full 7 hours for the cotton bird's arrival. To his surprise, this little fellow had demonstrated remarkable patience, lingering at the brink of hatching for a full 7 hours. As dusk settled, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility, the cotton bird gently flapped its wings in Tingshu's hands, gazing curiously at the world around it. Finally, upon spotting Tingshu, it gradually relaxed, a warm sense of familiarity blossoming within its heart. It let out a cheerful chirp, seemingly eager to bond with Tingshu, who felt an endearing illusion that the cotton bird wished to perch upon his head, as if seeking a comfortable spot to settle in. Upon reflection, Tingshu gently placed the Qingtian bird atop his head and slowly settled down. For reasons unknown, he found immense delight in this little creature's tendency to stealthily ascend to a person's head, masquerading as a whimsical hat. With wings as soft and fluffy as cotton, the Qingtian bird appeared as a delicate cotton ball when it lightly perched upon one's head. This enchanting sprite, unafraid of humans, rested there as if donning a cozy fleece cap. Memories of knowledge about the Qingtian bird surfaced in Tingshu's mind. He understood that this behavior was an instinctive trait of the species. Feeling the bird shuffle playfully atop his head, Tingshu experienced a slight discomfort, but instinctively refrained from disturbing the little fellow. In mere minutes, this newly hatched life grew weary from its playful antics and quietly nestled on Tingshu's head, drifting into slumber. As for the food Tingshu had prepared, there was no rush to feed the Qingtian bird. After a lengthy session in the nutrient solution, it had sufficiently absorbed the necessary nourishment. Gently touching the broken container holding the nutrient solution, Tingshu conjectured that at least 70% of the nutrients had been absorbed, which he deemed an impressive figure. Moreover, the surrounding environment likely contributed significantly to this success. It was important to recognize that the meticulously crafted nutrient solution prepared by Master Xingzong contained extraordinary ingredients. With such a solid foundation, the Qingtian bird would likely experience a remarkable surge in strength during its infancy. He speculated that within a mere month, it would have grown significantly, which explained Master Xingzong's confidence in pursuing the wager. Typically, the Pokémon distributed to novice trainers in each region are in their infancy, and only a select few are advanced for various reasons. Such exceptional creatures are often challenging for inexperienced trainers to manage, yet they typically possess slightly superior abilities. The Pokémon provided by the Alliance generally begin at an almost rudimentary stage, marking the commencement of their growth. This phase serves as the ultimate test of a trainer's skills in nurturing and guiding their Pokémon, as the enhancement of the Pokémon's strength is inextricably linked to the trainer's direction. Tingshu eagerly anticipated the growth of the Qingtian bird, though he felt fatigued at that moment. His usual routine had been quite disciplined, but the series of events since arriving in Akiba Town had far exceeded his original preparations. As the Qingtian bird gradually fell asleep, Tingshu cradled the little creature and burrowed into his tent. Fortunately, the surrounding environment was not overly cold, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful slumber. After this night, they would embark on a completely new journey. Chapter 2. The Qingtian bird's first battle morning dawned at the foot of Yintu Mountain. The Qingtian bird nestled on the head of Tingshu, clad in casual attire, curiously observing the world around it. For this newly born creature, everything outside was a delightful novelty. As the original companion of the cotton bird, the garden tree, even in the absence of the binding Pokeball, has been regarded by the cotton bird as a dear family member. The moment the garden tree gently placed the newly hatched cotton bird upon its head, an indelible bond was forged between them. If one were to surmise that a newly captured Pokémon typically exhibits a demeanor of bewilderment and docility, the gaze of the cotton bird directed at the garden tree conveyed a profound sense of affection and dependency. Observing what is theoretically his first captured Pokémon, the garden tree wore a constant smile upon his face. This remarkable little creature would be inextricably linked to the garden tree's future. As the new sun ascended, the garden tree tenderly caressed the cotton bird. The cotton bird appeared to revel in this gentle touch, comfortably reclining upon the garden tree's hair, exuding an aura of leisurely contentment. However, such tranquility could not persist. With a subtle smile, the garden tree spoke. The month-long assessment period loomed ahead, and what awaited him and the cotton bird was not leisure or vacation. Rather, they would spend this month engaged in relentless battles, training, and honing their skills. Only through such endeavors could the cotton bird's potential and foundation be fully realized. Having departed from Autumn Leaf Town merely 10 days prior, the garden tree had already encountered Master Xingzong and had become a novice breeder himself. He had even serendipitously acquired a second Pokémon, which filled him with immense hope for the future. To honor Master Xingzong's expectations and to rightfully assume the role of the cotton bird's trainer, he resolved to make the utmost of the remaining month, regardless of the hardships or exhaustion faced. The pursuit of the cotton bird and entrance into the Celestial Crown Academy would render this month's efforts worthwhile. Moreover, if he could not endure this modest hardship, what prospects would there be for fame and a better life for all at Qingyu House? Upon his arrival, the garden tree had already marked safe locations, ensuring that the paths he and the cotton bird traversed would pose minimal danger. Suddenly, as they proceeded, A rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket. A quick glance revealed a surge of excitement within the garden tree. They had found it. Before them crawled a small insect. Its body adorned in red and white with spiny protrusions on its crimson back, staring directly at them. The garden tree, of course, had no intention of wandering aimlessly. To promptly assess the cottonbird's condition, he sought an opponent that would not be overly formidable, given that the cottonbird had just hatched. Its current strength was quite feeble despite its latent potential. In such a setting, the timid stinging caterpillar, positioned at the base of the food chain, presented itself as the ideal choice. However, stinging caterpillars were indeed scarce around the vicinity of Yinta Mountain, and it took considerable time before they encountered this unfortunate creature. Blissfully unaware that it had become the training partner in the garden tree's eyes. Once, I nurtured a caterpie that evolved into a butterfree. Tingshu was well aware of the characteristics of this commonly encountered little sprite. Overall, the caterpie's strength was not particularly formidable. However, in the face of life-threatening peril, it would release toxins from the sharp spines on its rear in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Thus, if one did not provoke them excessively, they could serve as excellent targets for training. After all, the caterpie possessed only a few basic moves: tackling, spinning silk, and a sparse array of poisonous stings. With due caution, handling them should pose no issue for the swablu. Although not exactly a natural enemy, the swablu, being a bird, had an innate advantage over the caterpie. Moreover, Tingshu was well prepared, carrying the essential supplies of healing potions and antidotes. All right, this marks the beginning of our journey toward strength. Tingshu encouraged the swablu. As a trainer, he understood that while there were times when individual strength could subdue certain sprites, the paramount task was to command his Pokémon in battle. He was a strategist, a participant in the fray, yet not directly engaged in combat. After a night of adaptation and growth, the swablu could now rely on its own wings to soar through the air. Although its flight was not entirely graceful, Tingshu was already quite pleased with this progress. With a few more days of practice, as its wings developed further, the swablu would likely be able to glide with greater ease. Regarding combat, although the swablu had only recently hatched and exhibited a hint of melancholy, it was still infused with a warrior's spirit. The concept of battle intrigued it greatly, and it could sense the energy coursing within its being. Some basic moves seemed almost etched into the very fabric of the sprite's memory. At Tingshu's command, the swablu flew towards the caterpie, eager to demonstrate its prowess. The caterpie, sensing the impending confrontation, was aware that the newcomer was no mere passerby. Yet it did not flee, which relieved Tingshu. Suddenly, the caterpie spat out a stream of silk, startling the swablu, which, without Tingshu's guidance, fell victim to the attack right from the start. Observing calmly from the sidelines, Tingshu recognized that while Pokémon depended on their trainer's commands, they also needed to possess a certain instinct, an awareness of combat. This included evading moves, seeking openings for attack, and capitalizing on the opponent's mistakes. Such instincts were crucial to cultivate from the outset. Once a Pokémon developed its own style, it would be too late to alter it. Ensnared by the white silk, the swablu let out a pained cry. However, upon hearing Tingshu's words, it quickly regained composure, positioning itself to peck at the silk binding its body with its sharp beak. The first move, peck attack. Tingshu silently acknowledged that while this was the swablu's most fundamental move and not particularly surprising, the faint white glow emanating from its beak indicated an enhancement in the power of the attack. As the blue moth approaches the usage of its pecking attack, it can concentrate a significant amount of energy within its beak, marking the moment of its perfect execution. However, it is evident that the blue moth still has a considerable journey ahead. The peck, it seems, is a technique that necessitates the formulation of a dedicated training regimen. Through systematic study of the cultivation of small Pokémon, Tingshu has discerned that many trainers fall into a common misconception. They tend to overlook the seemingly weaker or less practical techniques of their Pokémon. Unbeknownst to them, while these techniques may not demonstrate significant tactical value in battle, they play a crucial role in stimulating the growth of Pokémon, subtly influencing their overall development. In Chapter 25, Feather Dance, Tingshu expresses the belief that foundational techniques can foster the comprehension of advanced skills, while simultaneously serving as a vital catalyst for the growth of Pokémon. For instance, Tingshu once read in a newspaper about a trainer with a passion for Charizard, who recounted his experience training 2 Charmanders. One displayed remarkable potential, rapidly enhancing its strength and evolving into a Charizard within a year, swiftly mastering the Dragon Claw technique due to its exceptional talent. Meanwhile, the other Charmander diligently adhered to the most basic training, gradually mastering the foundational move before progressing to the Metal Claw, and eventually developing the Dragon Claw under careful guidance. This second Charmander's Dragon Claw surpassed the first in power, sharpness, and fluidity of execution. Subsequently, through various observations, Tingshu came to understand that foundational techniques are not as useless as they might seem. Take, for example, the grasping technique. During the training of the Charmander, it effectively strengthened the muscles of its arms, enhanced the sharpness of its claws, and fortified the skeletal structure of its back. This foundational training significantly contributed to the later mastery of moves such as Metal Claw, Cut, and Dragon Claw. Moreover, the growth of the claws also stimulated the strength of the arms and wings post-evolution. Thus, it can be said that most foundational techniques possess their own intrinsic value. Neglecting them merely due to perceived lack of tactical significance would be a grave oversight. As Tingshu contemplated these insights, the blue moth flew towards the stinging caterpillar once more. Having understood the attacking methods of the stinging caterpillar, the blue moth effortlessly evaded the silken strands this time, gliding gracefully above the stinging caterpillar with its wings. Its tender beak shimmered with a faint glow, preparing for another peck attack. However, the blue moth's body was not entirely coordinated in flight. As it dove down, its attack was swiftly evaded by the stinging caterpillar, which had reacted hastily. Although the blue moth sought to capitalize on the moment, the peck attack lasted only a brief period, causing its effectiveness to wane. It became clear that not only power and duration, but also energy management required practice. Tingshu recognized a new insight. If the blue moth could masterfully control the duration and energy of its peck attack, it would signify the moment it comprehended the technique known as confusion. In due time, the cotton bird can rely solely on its pecking attack to unleash a series of successive strikes. A phenomenon where its energy dissipates midway will no longer occur. However, achieving this mastery requires extensive practice. Observing the two little sprites once more, at this moment, the cotton bird, having halted its assault on the thorn's bug, did not hesitate. It swiftly turned its head, curled its body, and charged forward with great speed. Witnessing this scene, the cotton bird appeared exceedingly flustered, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to take flight. Yet, the proximity of the thorn's bug rendered escape impossible. To Tingshu's astonishment, although the cotton bird did not ascend, numerous white, cotton-like down feathers shed from its soft wings, enveloping the thorn's bug in a flurry. Was this a cotton defense? No. It should be feather dance. Tingshu almost exclaimed. Theoretically, the cotton bird would not possess or even learn such a remarkable technique. Yet, through Master Xingzong's analysis, it was evident that the cotton bird, bearing the dual lineage of the Skarmory and the Xerneas, had a significant probability of inheriting this extraordinary move. At that moment, Tingshu found himself convinced by this hypothesis, as he witnessed the thorn's bug ensnared by the cotton feathers, rendered devoid of combat awareness under the relentless pecking of the rejuvenated cotton bird. Having subdued the thorn's bug, the little creature clumsily flapped its wings and flew towards Tingshu, chirping gleefully as if to boast of its accomplishment. Well done, Tingshu smiled. Though the cotton bird had only recently hatched and faced a rather feeble adversary, this initial victory was indeed a remarkable feat for it. This was merely the first step, and Tingshu firmly believed that through their combined efforts, the cotton bird would grow stronger. As a reward, he provided the cotton bird with some delectable treats favored by bird Pokémon, instantly elevating its spirits to a level of exuberance, eager for the next battle. With a chuckle, he reassured it not to rush. Tingshu then took out some basic healing ointment to tend to the thorn's bug's minor wounds. Though the injuries were not severe, he felt it prudent to express gratitude for the battle it had fought alongside the cotton bird. The recovering thorn's bug nodded appreciatively before hastily retreating into the underbrush. Meanwhile, Tingshu prepared to seek out a relatively safe temporary shelter to endure the forthcoming month. Living in the wild for a month necessitated a reliable water source, yet such areas were also gathering spots for Pokémon, making it unwise to intrude. Thus, he resolved to find a location close to water, yet discreet enough to serve as a sanctuary for himself and the cotton bird. Equipped with a tent and some common travel gear, Tingshu felt confident that with due diligence, they would encounter no significant troubles. After thorough exploration of numerous locations, Tingshu discovered 3 sources of water. This world differs from Earth. The wilderness is devoid of the terrifying creatures that once roamed the original realm. Overall, the environment is quite pleasant, and the water sources are relatively clean. However, this does not mean that Tingshu intends to use them for drinking. He had already brought along some daily drinking water. His quest for water sources was merely to attend to basic hygiene and to quench the thirst of the Qingmian bird. Most of these water sources were occupied by the small sprites, who, due to their constitution, could safely utilize these natural waters without falling ill. As for humans, the worst consequence would likely be a bout of diarrhea, but after boiling, the water would pose little risk. After careful selection, Tingshu chose a spot at the edge of a mountain where the terrain was relatively flat. He also discovered a very secluded corner, which served as an ideal temporary dwelling. With the accommodation issue resolved, the next concern was food. Although Tingshu had brought some essential supplies, the provisions were scant, barely sufficient to last 3 or 4 days. Most of what he had was nutritional supplements prepared by Master Xingzong for the Qingmian bird. Thus, he needed to forage in the forest for fruits, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. At Tingshu's request, Master Xingzong had also provided him with some cooking utensils and flint, meaning that in the days to come, Tingshu would need to prepare his own meals. Fortunately, this was not a new endeavor for him. He had ample experience in cooking. Accompanied by the Qingmian bird, he quickly gathered several suitable items to supplement his meals. After filtering out inedible items, they stealthily returned to their original location. With external issues resolved and the temporary dwelling arranged, it was time for Tingshu to contemplate more serious matters, specifically, the training of the Qingmian bird. Although Master Xingzong repeatedly emphasized the bird's potential, Tingshu acknowledged this, but remained skeptical. Potential, an intangible quality, might manifest during growth. Yet Tingshu firmly believed that effort and talent combined were the most perfect pairing. Chapter 26. Coexistence outside the chosen dwelling, a sturdy wooden post stood, which Tingshu had fortuitously discovered and joyfully brought back from the forest. At this moment, the Qingmian bird nestled in the palm of Tingshu's hand, allowing him to observe it quietly. To train a small sprite, one must begin with understanding. Whether a trainer or a nurturer, one must possess a clear vision of their sprite's future positioning and development. Once the Qingmian bird matures, it cannot rely solely on a single pecking attack to conquer the world. The peck, while a catalyst for its current growth and a transitional move in its strength enhancement, is destined to be obsolete for the future of the Qingmian bird. Before this, Tingshu had extensively researched the information regarding the cotton pigeon. At present, it is known that the newly hatched cotton pigeon possesses only a few successful skills: pecking, vocalizations, and feather dances, similar to most freshly born sprites, rendering its repertoire rather meager. Consequently, Tingshu could only initiate training focused on the pecking skill. Prior to that, he had assisted the cotton pigeon with its flight training. As a creature capable of flight, mastering soaring through the skies was essential. Although, with growth, the cotton pigeon would effortlessly convert this into instinct, time was of the essence, and Tingshu had to include this as one of their tasks. Simultaneously, physical conditioning was indispensable. This training held significant importance for the majority of sprites and could not be neglected, given that the cotton pigeon had just emerged into the world. The most effective form of physical training was to flap its wings repeatedly, which would greatly aid its development. Moreover, concerning the training of the pecking skill, the large wooden post Tingshu had brought home came into play. Initially, the delicate beak of the cotton pigeon could only leave a small white mark on the wooden post, lacking any real impact. However, with continued practice, the radiance emanating from its beak began to intensify, instilling hope in Tingshu. The cotton pigeon did not disappoint Master Xingzong, who recognized its exceptional potential. After merely a dozen attempts at the pecking skill, significant improvement was already evident. Though it was still far from perfect execution, this progress indirectly indicated that the cotton pigeon's rate of enhancement was quite commendable. Following each training session, the cotton pigeon needed to replenish its energy to keep pace with this rapid advancement. Do not rush. Relax and carefully perceive the shifts in energy, Tingshu consoled, as he observed the cotton pigeon inadvertently collide with the wooden post during its pecking attempt, its eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Since the cotton pigeon had only recently hatched, it could not endure training of excessive intensity. Thus, after completing a certain level of tasks, Tingshu decided to halt the training. It was still the first day of training for the cotton pigeon. Although time was limited, they could not exceed its capacity. Beyond training, Tingshu also engaged in heartfelt conversations with the cotton pigeon. Lying on the ground and gazing at the azure sky, the cotton pigeon nestled on Tingshu, and they both relished a fleeting moment of tranquility. As they chatted, Tingshu began to recount his own experiences. Thus, I was taken in by Grandma Oren to the Qingyu house. A year ago, I encountered the hunting swallowtail. It initially appeared as a caterpillar, quite similar to that little creature you just faced. I wonder what everyone is up to now. It has been a while since I left Qingyu house, but alas, it is not yet time to return. If the opportunity arises, I shall surely introduce you to everyone at Qingyu house. The gentle stream and the azure-winged magpie shared their experiences, while the magpie listened attentively. Occasionally, The trees in the courtyard would engage in discussions about the future with the magpie. Regardless of the challenges they faced, the magpie responded with unwavering confidence, leaving one to ponder whether it truly comprehended the conversation. As dusk approached, it was time to prepare a meal. After an extensive dialogue, both companions were reluctant to part ways, yet the rumbling of Tingshu's stomach necessitated the preparation of food. Tingshu considered his culinary skills to be satisfactory, though he was unsure whether they were honed from solitary cooking in a past life or derived from the experience of caring for the children of Qingyu House. Or perhaps it was simply the high quality of the ingredients in this world. Once everything was in order, nightfall was imminent. This marked Tingshu's third night since arriving at the Smokestack Mountain and the conclusion of his first day spent with the azure-winged magpie. After a day of acclimatization, Tingshu had gained a general understanding of the magpie's condition and was preparing more rigorously for the specialized training scheduled for the following day, which was significantly more demanding than today's tasks. Initially, Tingshu planned for the magpie to focus primarily on practice, postponing real combat scenarios for a later time. He also resolved not to ease his own efforts, as he had been provided with several books by Master Xingzong that would enrich his leisure hours. From this moment forward, Tingshu began to prepare for the intermediate breeder assessment, which, like the preliminary assessment, occurred annually. Unlike the initial assessment, the intermediate level did not introduce new content, but imposed restrictions on existing material or extended the content vertically. Thus, it was not uncommon for someone who had just passed the preliminary assessment to participate in the intermediate without facing disastrous consequences. However, the essence of the intermediate assessment is to select the best among the good. If the current cohort does not demonstrate exceptional quality, the available slots would not be expanded. Intermediate breeders were granted the privilege to apply for breeding houses, a process contingent upon possessing knowledge at or above the intermediate level. Naturally, there existed some unofficial breeding houses operated privately, which, while not affecting establishment, were less trustworthy in terms of reputation, standards, and the selection of entrusted Pokémon compared to those with legitimate credentials from the Alliance. Moreover, with the increasing number of trainers, there were frequent occurrences of breeding houses established to defraud trainers, severely damaging the reputation of such enterprises. Consequently, the Alliance was contemplating whether to raise the threshold for establishing breeding houses, making it a specialized endeavor for breeders. If the preliminary breeder was a stepping stone, the intermediate breeder possessed the capital to capitalize on their knowledge. "Let us rest," Tingshu said, closing his notebook and smiling at the azure-winged magpie still by his side. He could tell that after a day of training, the little creature was quite fatigued, yet it refrained from falling into a deep slumber, likely due to its concern for him. Thus, Tingshu laid down his notebook and reclined. Chapter 27. The Second Genetic Technique, Yinta Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed since the Qingyan bird commenced its specialized training. This marked the 6th day and night of Tingshu's sojourn at Yinta Mountain. During this time, Tingshu truly experienced the essence of living as a wildling. The prolonged isolation creating an atmosphere that, albeit accompanied by the Qingyan bird, still left him feeling somewhat unsettled. In 2 days, with the primary focus on training the Qingyan bird, it had become proficient in utilizing the pecking technique. Moreover, the training aimed at enhancing its flight had yielded remarkable results. It now exhibited a stability that was a far cry from its earlier unsteady state shortly after birth. Although its power was sufficient, it still lacked agility. Observing the Qingyan bird as it continued to peck at the wooden stake, Tingshu pondered silently. From initially leaving only faint white marks on the stake, the Qingyan bird had now progressed to creating a concave indentation, a significant advancement for itself, and Tingshu felt immense satisfaction with its progress. Furthermore, the bird's control over energy had markedly improved. It could now disperse energy 2 to 3 times with a single pecking technique. While this diminished its overall power, Tingshu discerned the embryonic form of the chaotic pecking technique emerging from this development. He believed that with further refinement, the Qingyan bird would master it even more adeptly. However, these were not the most astonishing achievements of the past 2 days. What truly amazed Tingshu was that the Qingyan bird had autonomously comprehended, or one might say awakened, its second genetic technique, high-speed movement. Undoubtedly, this technique was inherited from Master Xingzong's by Jiao. A day prior, while foraging for food alongside Tingshu, the Qingyan bird encountered a lurking threat in the form of a Xiangshiguo. While Tingshu remained unperturbed, the little creature, still emotionally immature, was startled into a frenzy of erratic flight. This fright, however, led to an unexpected outcome. In that moment, the Qingyan bird learned to move at high speed, its velocity significantly enhanced. Ultimately, due to its inability to control this newfound speed, it lost its balance, but fortunately, Tingshu was there to catch it, sparing it from serious harm. Having just mastered basic flight, the Qingyan bird faced great difficulty in mastering high-speed movement, and thus Tingshu did not impose undue pressure, merely incorporating high-speed movement into its daily training regimen. Additionally, it is worth noting that under the influence of the cleansing lychee fruits that Tingshu had thoughtfully prepared, the Qingyan bird's proud vocalization had begun to take shape. Typically, the throats of newly hatched Qingyan birds require approximately a week to develop fully. However, under the guidance of a nurturing hand, this duration was significantly shortened in Tingshu's care. The maturation of its vocal cords signified that the Qingyan bird could now begin to utilize its voice, showcasing the distinctive traits of its lineage. Based on its calls, the swablu has learned to sharpen its voice under the guidance of the tree, mastering a diminished version of its frightful move. However, the tree estimates that the current potency of swablu's scare tactic may only be comparable to that of a menacing acorn. As for frightening more mature little sprites, even if they are naturally timid, the likelihood remains slim. Besides the frightful move, the tree is also teaching swablu the art of singing, a technique that produces a gentle melody capable of lulling opponents into slumber. Essentially, this singing skill is not fixed and cannot be directly comprehended. It requires the sprite's inherent qualities or guidance from external sources. The tree is aware that Jigglypuff is the most adept at utilizing this singing technique, owing to its unique vocal cords that can freely alter sound wavelengths, enabling it to produce the most hypnotic frequencies. Clearly, swablu lacks this ability. It is only after swablu evolves into Altaria that its vocal characteristics will gradually emerge, showcasing prolonged high notes that are truly enchanting. Thus, to master the singing technique proficiently, swablu must engage in rigorous practice. However, if the training time is well regulated, it could yield beneficial results for refining the bird's vocal prowess. Unfortunately, the tree currently lacks Jigglypuff's wavelength spectrum, making it challenging to provide substantial guidance for swablu's singing technique. The tree can only offer suggestions based on fragmented memories of common knowledge and misconceptions. This training will have to be reconsidered after their journey through Smokestack Mountain. In essence, these past 2 days have yielded some progress for swablu, albeit feeble, yet it marks a significant improvement compared to 2 days prior. After 2 days of foundational training, the tree is hesitant about whether to seek out other sprites to allow swablu some practical combat experience. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that swablu's offensive moves are rather pitifully scarce: a slightly enhanced peck, a continuously usable but significantly weakened fury attack, and a minimally effective scare can barely count as options. Furthermore, while swablu can exert its full strength in a high-speed state, the resulting self-damage from the impact of a reckless tackle move raises doubts about the feasibility of engaging in real battles. One could argue that swablu's current combat capabilities are akin to those of beginner sprites provided to novice trainers in every region. After all, every beginner sprite has undergone the League's standardized breeding and training, commencing a 1-month acclimatization period designed to ensure that initial sprites can be swiftly mastered by trainers for immediate battle readiness. This is a luxury that newly hatched sprites do not possess. As the rustling of grass beneath their feet echoed, the tree led swablu deep into the forest. At present, swablu lacks the decisive moves necessary for effective combat, which remains a significant weakness, characterized by an overly simplistic and foundational repertoire of techniques. However, this is quite understandable, as this little creature has only just been born and requires time to acclimatize. Moreover, the green cotton bird has yet to enter its rapid growth phase. Some things cannot be hastily demanded. It is only after it transitions out of its larval stage that the green cotton bird will find it easier to grasp certain concepts. In light of this, Tingshu can only devise his own solutions. After much contemplation, he indeed conceived a notion, but regrettably, he currently lacks the necessary preparations. Thus, he must once again venture into the forest with the green cotton bird. Chapter 28. The Blessings of Nature Within the Forest. There exists a plethora of wild flora and fruits. Some are edible, while others are not. Nevertheless, compared to Earth, the safety of crops in this world is significantly higher. At this moment, Tingshu is traversing through a forest on Yentu Mountain. Just moments ago, he and the green cotton bird unfortunate enough to encounter a long-nosed leaf, which, unlike acorns, relishes mischief. Fortunately, the creature's temperament was not excessively malevolent, and after Tingshu offered a morsel of food, he was able to send it on its way. This is it. As he caught a red fruit pecked by the green cotton bird, Tingshu's eyes sparkled with delight, bringing the red fruit closer to his nose. He inhaled deeply, confirming its properties before displaying an expression of joy. "Let us continue," he instructed the green cotton bird, and together they resumed their labors. Tingshu did not gather an abundance of the red fruits, only 3 or 4, before they moved on to other areas. His objective extended beyond merely the cacao fruit. He sought a greater variety of usable fruits, the more the better. He had not previously paid close attention to the types of fruits in this region, so he needed to reassess. Is this an astringent fruit? Regrettably, it serves no purpose. Upon encountering yet another type of fruit, Tingshu shook his head. To be honest, in such undeveloped wilderness, although there are numerous varieties of fruits within the forest, their distribution is chaotic, leaving few suitable options for Tingshu to discover. After considerable effort, he managed to collect 4 cacao fruits, 3 passion fruits, 3 green mami fruits, and 2 guava fruits. Carefully stowing these 12 precious fruits into his backpack, Tingshu felt a sense of satisfaction and joy as he began his return journey. Perhaps the forests surrounding Yintu Mountain hold even more of what Tingshu requires. But for now, he has only found these and has not exhausted the harvest, as there are still some remaining. He has noted their locations, intending to return for them when necessary. The cacao fruit is most vital for its core. The flesh, in contrast, is of secondary importance. The core harbors an abundance of fire elements, and if one wishes to comprehend fire-based techniques, utilizing it is indeed a commendable choice. However, our aim is not to teach you to master fiery skills, but to harness the core's full energy in a singular explosive manner. As he ground the core of the cacao fruit, Tingshu spoke to the green cotton bird. Tingshu's movements were swift. He had encountered this knowledge through literature and had conducted thorough research, lacking only practical experience. With knowledge as his foundation, although the initial attempts were somewhat challenging, gradually, Tingshu's actions evolved from clumsiness to proficiency. To refine the fruit core without compromising its structure required considerable assistance and technique, which Tingshu approached with utmost seriousness to avoid any mishaps. Natural favor, he explained, was a particularly ingenious technique. The Qingyan bird gazed at him with wide eyes, puzzled. Tingshu patiently elucidated the principles of natural favor, and the bird attentively listened. Compared to acquiring a new technique, natural favor undoubtedly presented a superior option for the Qingyan bird at this moment. The merit of this technique lay in its accessibility. Once the principles were grasped, it could be employed with ease, devoid of any issues of proficiency, as the essence of the technique entirely depended on the fruit itself. As for its potency, while it was closely linked to the strength of the small spirits, in comparison to other techniques, the growth potential of natural favor was relatively modest. Nevertheless, it ranked among the higher foundational techniques. The small spirits harnessed the power derived from the fruit to launch their attacks. Varying fruits imparted different attributes and strengths to the techniques. The attribute was straightforward, representing the nature of the fruit, while the potency depended on the fruit's age. The trainer's processing level, what could be termed energy utilization efficiency, and the inherent capacity of the small spirit for that particular technique. The cacao fruit, imbued with a core of fire attribute energy, could be transformed by Tingshu, allowing the Qingyan bird to store the energy for a decisive moment, unleashing it in a singular burst to create a new technique known as natural favor. The cacao fruit could bestow a fire attribute to a carrier, while other fruits Tingshu had collected, such as passion fruit, green yum fruit, and guava, could confer water, flying, and dragon attributes, respectively. Tingshu felt a profound sense of satisfaction in discovering these. After approximately half an hour of diligent work, Tingshu successfully processed the cacao core, which was now ready for the Qingyan bird to utilize its energy. After preparing one fruit, Tingshu did not immediately engage the Qingyan bird in practice. Instead, he continued to process other fruits. The essence of the cacao lay in its core, while other fruits shared some similarities and differences. Drawing upon his initial experience, Tingshu proceeded with greater ease in subsequent preparations. During this time, he had set the Qingyan bird aside to resume its basic training. Time passed quickly, and when Tingshu emerged from his crafting focus, he found the Qingyan bird soaring, using its beak to attack the feather dance it had created. Feathers, akin to cotton, floated gracefully in the air as the swablu glided through the sea of clouds. Eventually, the feathers descended gently, like a delicate rain of cotton, creating an enchanting spectacle. "Shall we take a break?" asked Tingshu with a smile. At this moment, the training that the swablu was undertaking focused on the coordination of its signature moves, which constituted the foundation of the grand contest. From the very beginning, Tingshu had intended for the swablu to pay attention to these elements, believing that even in a grand competition, there must be a rationale for their existence. The coordination and connection of a Pokémon signature moves could prove crucial in battles, which is why the final round of most grand contest rules is conducted in a competitive format. This assesses whether a Pokémon can effectively apply its dazzling moves in real combat, transforming them from mere aesthetic displays into practical applications. Thus, this is the reason why coordinators are often referred to as performance trainers. However, not everyone shares this perspective. Many coordinators place immense importance on the performance of their Pokémon's signature moves, often neglecting the combat aspect. Nonetheless, they are compelled to conform to the competition's rules and have little room for complaint. In truth, not everyone is fervent about Pokémon battles. The stipulation of a battle in the final round of the Grand Contest restricts many exceptional competitors who adore the elegant performances of signature moves yet detest fighting. Yet, these considerations were of little concern to Tingshu, though he held great respect for trainers passionate about performance, like Lilycove, who shunned battles. It did not imply he would reject them. For Tingshu, it mattered little. His subjective emotions rarely influenced him. He harbored no aversion to combat. After all, Pokémon battles and traditional trainers are the mainstream of this world. Perhaps, after extensive development, there may emerge a substantial event focusing solely on the performance between Pokémon and trainers, but such matters were not Tingshu's focus. Chapter 29. The Lotus Leaf Child. 2 days passed, beneath the smoky spire. This marked the 8th day and night since Tingshu arrived here. A day prior, the Swablu had completed its foundational training and grasped the principles of the move Natural Gift. Currently, the Swablu's Peck move could create cracks in a wooden post, and in a flurry mode, it could execute the Peck move continuously for 35 times, with an average power of approximately 40 to 60 per strike. As for high-speed movement, the Swablu still struggled to maintain control, let alone perform a powerful collision in high-speed mode. However, Tingshu had never anticipated that the Swablu would rely on such a move with its diminutive physique. The Feather Dance, an inherited move, was performed with standard finesse. Although the Swablu had mastered Natural Gift, it unfortunately wasted 2 energy berry fruits crafted by Tingshu during its initial attempts. Are you certain you want it to be your opponent? Before Tianshu stood a young sprite, the Lotus Leaf Boy, searching for a source of fresh water. Tianshu had never encountered this delicate being in the vicinity. It had likely wandered inadvertently into this area. Rarely did Lotus Leaf Boys traverse the ground, as they typically floated upon the surfaces of ponds and lakes. However, when deprived of water, their leaves would wither, rendering them feeble and prompting them to seek out new, pristine water sources, occasionally moving onto land. If Tianshu's intuition was correct, this Lotus Leaf Boy had lost its way. The Qingmian bird hesitated for a moment before confirming with a chirp. "All right, I shall communicate." Retrieving some clean water from his backpack, drawn from the nearby lake, Tianshu parted the grasses and approached the young sprite. His strategy was straightforward. He promised the Lotus Leaf Boy clean water and proposed a quest to find a lake, which would culminate in a contest between it and the Qingmian bird. The process was uncomplicated and smooth, despite initial caution. The Lotus Leaf Boy joyfully consented upon seeing the water. "Are you ready?" Tianshu inquired, glancing at the Qingmian bird, which had already taken flight. Simultaneously, the Lotus Leaf Boy rejuvenated under the refreshing splash of water, brimming with vitality. A shared glance revealed that both sprites were eager to engage. It appeared they were prepared, so the battle was set to commence. Tianshu, taken aback by the Lotus Leaf Boy's spirited nature, realized that the Qingmian bird would have an exhilarating contest ahead. Upon reaching a clearing, he hastily arranged both sprites on opposite sides of the field. Once a stone was cast to the ground, the duel would officially begin. He explained the rules to the Lotus Leaf Boy, gesturing with the stone in his hand, and after the sprite nodded in understanding, Tianshu stepped aside and hurled the stone into the air. The stone ascended gradually until it reached a critical point, then plummeted swiftly. With a resounding thud, it struck the earth. At the sound, the Lotus Leaf Boy unleashed its offensive, radiating blue light and releasing a flurry of bubbles. The chaotic swarm of bubbles drifted toward the Qingmian bird, which remained calm and collected, a stark contrast to the creature that had battled the thorny caterpillar days prior. With composure, it observed the approaching bubbles. This was the first lesson Tianshu had imparted to the Qingmian bird, to remain unflustered in times of crisis, to trust its trainer, and to await commands. The Qingmian bird executed this lesson splendidly. It refrained from dodging or counterattacking, knowing that it was to fight as Tianshu's sprite, not as an independent combatant. Thus, it patiently awaited Tianshu's directive. In battles among sprites, 3 pivotal factors determine the outcome: the trainer's commands, the sprite's strength, and external elements. For now, Tianshu would focus on the latter 2, as the commands were his responsibility. The sprite's strength encompassed not only its apparent power, but also its combat awareness, judgment, and reflexes. In the midst of battle, When faced with certain peculiar circumstances, a trainer may encounter various influences that could lead to delayed commands and other errors. At such moments, the innate foresight of the Pokémon in assessing the battle situation becomes evident. A Pokémon that merely waits for its trainer's instructions contrasts sharply with one that possesses its own subjective combat awareness while still adhering to the trainer's directives. The latter can intuitively grasp the trainer's intent in the very instant a command is issued, or even before, executing it flawlessly, aligning its spirit with that of its trainer, thus rendering the distinction of strength immediately apparent. Tingshu aspires to nurture his Swablu into a creature that believes in its trainer's guidance, while also possessing a rich combat consciousness. This cultivation demands a profound bond of trust and understanding between the trainer and the Pokémon, and the journey ahead is long. Tingshu is not in haste. Everything must commence from the ground up. Charge! The crisp and decisive command rang out, and Swablu instantly comprehended Tingshu's meaning. A radiant light emanated from its beak as it faced the incoming bubbles without flinching, launching itself toward the least dense formation of bubbles. Pop! 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 3 bubbles were burst in quick succession as Swablu surged forward with relentless momentum toward the Lotad. The light upon its beak remained undiminished as Swablu swooped down from the air, aiming to resolve the encounter with a peck attack. However, Lotad did not remain passive. It swiftly unleashed a vine-like green beam, attempting to ensnare the approaching Swablu. Absorb. The verdant energy vine, teeming with countless minuscule holes, threatened to siphon Swablu's stamina should it become ensnared. Thus, Tingshu issued a retreat order. Ascend. Upon hearing this, Swablu hastily aborted its attack and soared back into the air, narrowly evading the absorption attempt. Nevertheless, Lotad's movements did not cease. From the continuity of Lotad's signature move, Tingshu discerned that Lotad, unlike Swablu, possessed a certain degree of battle experience. With a more forceful onslaught, an increased number of bubbles were expelled, converging upon Swablu from a meticulously coordinated angle. The bubbles, a more refined version of Lotad's signature move, were deftly executed at this opportune moment. There was no alternative. Swablu had to evade rapidly. Shaking his head, Tingshu recognized that, given Swablu's current capabilities, the methods to dodge this powerful attack were limited. Its immature high-speed movements became the most practical option, in contrast to conventional dodging. The agile maneuvers during high-speed motion allowed Swablu to deftly leap beyond the barrage of bubbles. Swablu considered itself fortunate. Although it could not maintain complete control over its speed, it managed to avoid colliding with any obstacles, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation as it came to a halt. Chapter 30. The Spoon Snake, a Counterattack. Startled, Swablu let out a sharp, piercing cry as it flew, causing Lotad to rear back slightly, revealing a pained expression on its face. However, it is evident that the effectiveness of the frightful technique is not particularly pronounced. The Lotus Leaf Child is clearly demonstrating a strong will to overcome its fear. The sensation of dread is fleeting. Furthermore, the Qingyan bird, unable to withstand the strain on its throat, is compelled to abandon the technique prematurely. Now, nature's blessing. With a resonant hum, silver ripples emanate from the sound of a scream, transforming into a silver blade that hurtles towards the Lotus Leaf Child. This is the flying type nature's blessing, a special effect derived from the processed green mume fruit of the garden tree. At this moment, the Qingyan bird is utilizing its cry as a medium, releasing this formidable technique in the form of sound waves. The silver light wave arrives swiftly, catching the Lotus Leaf Child off guard. In response to this imminent threat, the Lotus Leaf Child does not falter. It channels the surrounding natural energy, and a brilliant green light swiftly coalesces into a small green orb that hurtles forward. This natural power mirrors the nature's blessing technique, even proving to be more efficient in execution. Unfortunately, the Qingyan bird is unable to master this technique. The battlefield of the garden tree is surrounded by lush grass and abundant trees, with thickets flourishing in certain areas. In such an environment, the Lotus Leaf Child easily harnesses the energy of the flora. Though feeble, this energy can indeed inflict damage. The small green orb collides with the silver blade, resulting in a faint explosion that sends both entities flying. The Qingyan bird, caught in the oncoming gust, fails to stabilize and is sent tumbling into the air, looking rather disheveled. The Lotus Leaf Child, unfortunately, is less fortunate. Having executed its technique rather late, the energy unleashed upon collision primarily disperses around the Lotus Leaf Child, causing it to be thrust backward. Observing this, the garden tree prepares some healing salves. It is time for this battle to conclude, as his role now shifts to assisting the little sprites in addressing the aftermath of the conflict. Are you both all right? Qingmian bird and lotus leaf child? He approaches swiftly, examining the two sprites. Fortunately, neither has sustained significant injury, particularly the Qingmian bird, which has only recently hatched and possesses a delicate constitution that must be safeguarded. Thankfully, the battle has subsided in a timely manner. The sprites are not particularly strong, and the residual effects of the skirmish have not caused substantial harm. Aside from the exhaustion from exertion, minor scrapes are inconsequential, and after the garden tree tends to them, the two little creatures regain their vitality. How did you feel about the battle? The Qingmian bird perches atop the garden tree's head, contemplating the question, seemingly dissatisfied with its performance. Haha, just keep striving. Let us first express our gratitude to the lotus leaf child. The garden tree chuckles gently, stroking the Qingmian bird before turning to thank the lotus leaf child, beginning to fulfill his promise by leading the lotus leaf child in search of a water source. In the vicinity, there are 3 lakes known to Tingshu, each well suited for the temporary respite of the lotus leaf child. They chose the nearest one, a mere stone's throw away. After a brief walk, they arrived at the lake's edge, and upon traversing a patch of grass before them, the shimmering waters came into view. However, at that moment, Tingshu's peripheral vision caught a flash of crimson light, causing his heart to lurch in alarm. He quickly called out to the lotus leaf child, halting in his tracks. Just then, he spotted a figure emerging from the underbrush, its gaze fixated on them with ill intent. It was a spoon snake. With a gasp, Tingshu lamented his misfortune. The spoon snake was no benign creature, often exhibiting a formidable predatory instinct. This was hardly a fortuitous encounter. Run, he shouted, noticing the bewildered Qingmian bird and lotus leaf child still frozen in place. At his urging, the two little spirits sprang into action, turning tail as the spoon snake, brandishing its sharp tail with malevolence, advanced toward them with its maw agape. In the midst of their flight, the lotus leaf child remembered to hinder the spoon snake's pursuit, unleashing a stream of foamy energy. Inspired by this, the Qingmian bird sought to assist, attempting to use its piercing cry to intimidate the predator. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, the spoon snake remained unfazed. With a swift flick of its venomous tail, it shattered the foamy assault, rendering it utterly ineffective. As for the attempt at intimidation, it barely registered with the spoon snake. Just then, as the spoon snake fixed its mocking gaze upon the two little spirits, a stone struck its head with considerable force, momentarily dazing it. Run, don't provoke it further, Tingshu exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his hands, entirely oblivious to his own role in the altercation. The two little spirits, along with Tingshu, fled in haste, the former scattering snake-repellent powder as they went. All the while Tingshu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. The spoon snake, with its venom-laden tail, dissuaded Tingshu from considering a confrontation. Even with the combined cleverness of himself and the two spirits, he had no desire to encounter the serpent's toxic venom, even in the slightest. So fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Perhaps he should prepare some traps for such scenarios in the future, he mused as he ran. Although the spoon snake undoubtedly possessed greater strength than the Qingmian bird, he pondered whether digging a pit for it to fall into, followed by a barrage of stones and the natural gifts of the Qingmian bird, might suffice to vanquish it. As he contemplated strategies against the spoon snake, memories from his past life, filled with animated tales, suddenly resurfaced. To speak candidly, for Tingshu, the time traveler, the anime Pokémon was merely a nostalgic recollection from childhood, watched in a rather perfunctory manner without any deep engagement. He retained only a few prominent characters in his memory, while others faded away or were simply disregarded. As for the plot, he could recall only a handful of classic scenes and a few particularly memorable moments. The narrative contained its share of inconsistencies. After immersing himself in the reality of this world, Tingshu ultimately chose to abandon his belief in the illogical elements crafted for dramatic effect within the anime. Instead, he opted to perceive this world as a foreign realm, learning gradually through his own experiences. Indeed, through his explorations, he uncovered numerous phenomena that had previously eluded explanation within the confines of the anime. It became increasingly evident to him that this world was not merely a simplistic narrative surrounding the original story. Each individual possesses their own way of life and aspirations. The tales depicted in the anime felt overly simplistic when juxtaposed against the richness of reality. Panting slightly, he glanced back and halted alongside his two little Pokémon. The snake-repellent powder, as anticipated, had proven effective, compelling the troublesome Snivy to retreat along its path. Chirping in frustration, the Swablu exhibited a hint of melancholy. There's no need to be disheartened, you will grow stronger. In less than a month, you will surely triumph over it, Tingshu reassured the sensitive little creature. smiling with a touch of resignation. At that moment, the Lotad joined in, offering comfort to the Swablu, for it believed that avoidance was not born of fear, but rather a means to evade feudal battles. Unlike the Lotad, which had adapted to the wilderness, the Swablu was newly hatched and lacked the survival instincts of the natural world. To prevent another encounter with the Snivy, Tingshu applied some snake-repellent powder to his clothing and, accompanied by the Lotad, embarked on a new direction in search of another lake. Thus, the rustling of grass echoed once more through the forest. Chapter 31. The future. The Chingu House, an orphanage in the quaint town of Chiyue, had taken on an air of solitude since Tingshu's departure. The children seemed to have matured overnight, their understanding of the current state of the Chingu house somewhat influenced by Tingshu's actions. In silence, Grandma Orlan could only sigh. How long has it been? Where is brother Tingshu now? Perched on the eaves, little Linai gazed up at the sky, her concern for Tingshu lingering. Hey Linai, come down. It's too dangerous up there. Below, a boy with brown hair, Ayang, called out anxiously, prompting Linai to make a face before reluctantly descending. Why are you shouting? Linai pouted, visibly displeased. With a resigned shake of his head, Ayang found himself at a loss regarding how to make Rina comply. Perhaps only Tingshu could accomplish such a feat. Ayang, dear brother, you'll soon turn 10. Are you planning to leave like Tingshu did? Observing Ayang's frustrated expression invoked a sense of nostalgia in Rina, reminiscent of Tingshu in the beginning, prompting her to speak with a tinge of sadness. Rina's inquiry caught Ayang off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. Aside from Tingshu, he was the eldest among the children of Chingu House, and while he could somewhat comprehend Tingshu's actions, he lacked the fundamental confidence for embarking on a journey. Was it truly that simple? Currently, he didn't even possess a small sprite, unlike Tingshu, who had extensive knowledge and the experience of a formally trained trainer. A heavy silence ensued, but his innate sense of pride compelled Ayang to force a strained smile. Perhaps, maybe a year or two, or at 10, the age deemed legally independent for children, or perhaps several years down the line. Every child must confront their own choices, and none can evade that reality. Ayang, who idolized Tingshu, was carefree in his desire to sample delicacies from various lands, while Xiaoshi yearned for the harmony of a coordinator's life. Chiyo aspired to inherit Chingu House, Mumu dreamed of becoming a grand star, and Rina envisioned herself as a detective capturing those who harm sprites. Each individual harbored their own aspirations, yet factors such as their upbringing in Chingu House constrained them, leaving them to face the starkness of reality with resignation. With a sigh of envy towards Tingshu, Ayang gazed outside Chingu House, towards another direction, Kaina City. Within a lavish building, Master Xingzong stroked his beard and activated the communication device, receiving a message from Joy-chan. Have you made your decision, little girl? Master Xingzong smiled, knowing that his student was reluctant to follow the path chosen by most of her family. With such talent, how could she be limited to the role of an intermediate breeder? With a crackle, the communication device buzzed, the screen flickering from black to white, revealing Joy-chan's visage. Having gained her family's approval, she once again sought counsel from her mentor regarding her future direction. After a lengthy discussion, their conversation gradually shifted to Tingshu. When the boy was mentioned, a look of satisfaction graced Master Xingzong's face. He is currently faring quite well. Perhaps in the future, you may cross paths again. Half of the training period had elapsed, and thus far, everything seemed to progress smoothly. The lack of any news from Master Xingzong indicated that Tingshu's performance was meeting expectations. In a month's time, how far could this newcomer, born of humble origins, advance with his Qingtian bird? Had the bird awakened its latent dragon-type abilities? In Lilycove City, at the Lilycove gym, Mikoli looked on helplessly at the incapacitated Milotic, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Once again, I find myself defeated by you, Daigo. Across from him, a young man with silver blue hair smiled at Mikoli, encouraging him to persevere. Your skills have indeed progressed, Daigo. Adam, Daigo's mentor and the referee for this friendly match, expressed his astonishment at Daigo's prowess. He had initially believed his own disciple's talent to be formidable, yet he discovered that there are always greater heights to attain and more exceptional individuals beyond one's expectations. Take Mikoli, for instance, the son of the president of a prestigious company whose advantageous background seemed to elevate Daigo's capabilities even further. You must be preparing to challenge that position, Daigo, Adam remarked, somewhat wistfully observing the young trainers. It appears that the pinnacle of the Hoenn region will soon be claimed by you both. Both Daigo and Mikoli are undeniably powerful, boasting extraordinary skills and talent, compelling even the seasoned trainer Adam to concede. The presence of such outstanding new generation trainers in Hoenn fills Adam with a sense of awe. Indeed, my father is quite insistent, but I harbor little interest in such positions. If possible, I would prefer to travel and collect stones that captivate me, Daigo replied with an awkward smile. However, securing a Master S position is no simple feat. Many talented trainers are emerging nowadays. At that moment, Mikoli suddenly recalled something, grinning as he spoke. Oh, are you referring to those two youngsters you mentioned last time? Adam inquired with curiosity. Daigo, hearing this for the first time, leaned in with interest. One of them passed the junior breeder examination at the tender age of 10, and through my investigation, I discovered that he is an orphan. You are well aware of the challenges posed by the junior breeder examination. For someone just old enough to become a novice trainer, it is an immense hurdle. Mikoli chuckled, acknowledging the considerable preparation he undertook to tackle the examination, which, although spurred by Daigo's suggestion, owed much to his years of immersion and a nurturing educational environment. Daigo was momentarily taken aback. 10 years old. Indeed, that is remarkable. Even with the esteemed master hired by my family to instruct me, I only succeeded in passing the examination at 12. 10 years old. The youngest recorded age in the history of breeding, it undoubtedly signifies something extraordinary. Such intriguing newcomers, I look forward to witnessing their growth. As the Pokémon League continues to expand into various regions, establishing branches in uncharted territories, enhancing trainer benefits, and significantly promoting the league conference while alleviating the burdens of becoming a trainer, it seems that Adam, Daigo, and Mikoli all foresee a future brimming with the emergence of exceptionally gifted trainers. As technology continually advances, the standard of living inevitably rises. The little sprites, often referred to as friends, companions, and aides of humanity, will ultimately make their way into every household, regardless of background. The aspiration to become a trainer may soon transform from a distant dream into an attainable reality. In the coming years, whether 5, 10, or 20, the footprints of numerous trainers will grace regions such as Fengyuan, Shin, and Unova, each flourishing with diverse talents. Chapter 32. The conclusion of trials. On the other hand, having gradually adapted to the wilderness, Tingshu embarked on a new round of training with his Swablu. Fundamentals, signature moves, practical combat, strategies, and emotional bonds, all were honed in preparation for the impending final assessment. Tingshu had exerted every effort to train alongside Swablu through various means. Thus, nearly a month had elapsed since Tingshu's arrival at Yinta Mountain. The 20-plus days of companionship had significantly strengthened the bond between Tingshu and Swablu, leaving behind a myriad of sweat and laughter shared in the forest. With a splash, Maril leapt from the lake's surface, sending waves crashing around. Above, Swablu unleashed a stream of blue energy, effortlessly sending Maril back into the water, thus concluding the skirmish with ease. Well done, Tingshu exclaimed, catching the oncoming Swablu in his arms, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The month-long trial period was nearing its end, and he could clearly see Swablu's progress, filling him with a sense of accomplishment and joy. After another 20 days of rigorous training, Swablu's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer the timid creature it once was, Swablu had surpassed many novice Pokémon assigned to new trainers, demonstrating a prowess several tiers above its peers. Since Swablu's birth, it had entered a phase of rapid growth, mastering 2 inherited signature moves and even learning the move Feather Dance. With the guidance of Feather Dance, Swablu successfully acquired Cotton Guard. Moreover, it had begun to utilize high-speed movement, no longer struggling to control its actions. However, Tingshu felt a tinge of regret that Swablu had yet to master the formidable move Dragon Ascent. As Master Wangzong indicated, even he could not guarantee success due to the complexities of generational inheritance, yet the slim chance of attainment was certainly worth pursuing. In other aspects, as Swablu's body entered a growth phase, it became increasingly adept at sound-based moves. Currently, it could effortlessly penetrate a large wooden stump with its pecking move, showcasing a high level of proficiency. Tingshu had recently abandoned the one-time use move Natural Gift, not only due to its troublesome nature, but also because Swablu would gradually become less reliant on it as it matured. Nevertheless, these considerations were not of paramount importance. In recent days, Tingshu and his companions had aided an injured Nosepass, and to his surprise, the leader of the Nosepass clan sought him out to express gratitude, offering substantial assistance in return. One of them taught the Qingyan bird a remarkable skill, the awakening power. However, when the Qingyan bird endeavored to learn this new technique, it faced considerable difficulty. Theoretically, apart from a select few small sprites, any creature could acquire this skill, albeit with varying efficacy based on their unique attributes. Thankfully, the cunning Tengu was a patient instructor, and the Qingyan bird, possessing a keen intellect, after a full day of rigorous training, finally mastered the execution of this special move. As speculated by Tingshu, the awakened attribute of the Qingyan bird was that of the dragon, likely due to the potent draconic lineage coursing through its veins. Yet, despite having recently learned this ability, the Qingyan bird struggled to harness it fully, much like its initial attempts at quick attack and peck. Nevertheless, with a clearer understanding, Tingshu continually pondered ways to enhance the situation. Ultimately, he decided to experiment by merging the natural blessing with the awakening power, utilizing the draconic energy contained within the guava fruit to assist the Qingyan bird in adapting to its newfound draconic prowess. Although uncertain of its efficacy, the Qingyan bird now wielded the awakening power with newfound confidence, transforming it into its most formidable trump card. "Shall we continue battling?" Tingshu inquired softly, as the Qingyan bird appeared increasingly enamored with the thrill of combat. In this region, apart from a few excessively powerful sprites, the Qingyan bird had engaged in skirmishes with several others, and with Tingshu's adept guidance, no significant conflicts had arisen. Instead, many friendships had blossomed. With a decisive chirp, the Qingyan bird displayed an intense fighting spirit. Chirp chirp. Tingshu was taken aback. Did it wish to challenge the spoon snake? He paused momentarily, recalling the promise made at the outset, that once the Qingyan bird matured, it would certainly be inferior to the spoon snake. To his surprise, the Qingyan bird had retained that memory. "Shall we give it a try?" Tingshu smiled, aware that while the spoon snake's level might surpass that of the Qingyan bird, with a trainer's guidance, they could certainly attempt the challenge. The Qingyan bird had made significant progress. The sun blazed overhead. Yet Tingshu and the Qingyan bird reveled in their tireless exploration of the forest. Their encounter with the Lotus Leaf Boy had not been the last time they faced the spoon snake in this woodland realm. It was inevitable that they would encounter various small sprites. However, when it came to sprites like the spoon snake, Tingshu and his companion often opted to evade confrontation. On several occasions, they had witnessed the fierce battles between the spoon snake and its rival, the weasel slice, in different locales. Yet, if there was one instance that left Tingshu feeling particularly helpless, it was during the battle between the Qingyan bird and a small geodude atop Smoke Cone Mountain. At that time, the Qingyan bird lacked the awakening power, with only a single cocoa fruit left from its natural blessing. Any move it attempted inflicted negligible damage on the geodude, leading to the inevitable conclusion that both the Qingyan bird and Tingshu had to abandon their fighting aspirations and retreat in defeat. Now, as the assessment approached its conclusion, the Qingyan bird eagerly anticipated its duel with the spoon snake, and Tingshu was equally determined to avoid any lingering regrets. After making the necessary preparations at their residence, Tingshu armed himself with various concoctions he had crafted, readying for an all-out confrontation with the spoon snake. "Let us embark." With their defenses in place, Tingshu and Qing Mian Niao set forth on their quest to locate the elusive spoon snake. Though its whereabouts were unpredictable, Tingshu and his companions frequently traversed this area, having encountered each other on several occasions and gaining some understanding of their respective territories. With ample time before sunset, they felt confident in their search, cautiously navigating through the forest. 2 hours later, the rustling of grass reached their ears, drawing their attention to a long figure. "At last, we have found you, spoon snake." Although the 2 hours had felt somewhat taxing, the sight of the spoon snake invigorated them. With fierce, unyielding eyes, the spoon snake was perplexed by their refusal to flee this time. Engaging the spoon snake in battle proved far less cumbersome than confronting other creatures. Even before Tingshu could issue a challenge, the spoon snake assumed an aggressive stance. Tingshu retreated, allowing Qing Mian Niao to take the stage. Chapter 33. Awakening of the Dragon God. Go for it. Qing Mian Niao. Show me your progress. The spoon snake, a Pokémon known for its ferocity, immediately opened its large jaws to bite at the diminutive Qing Mian Niao, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously. The blade-like tail, honed against the rocks, exuded a menacing aura, revealing its dangerous nature. Dodge, and watch out for its tail. The tail, capable of secreting potent venom, was the spoon snake's most formidable weapon. Its agile and sharp appendage the best defense against any attackers. The attack missed Qing Mian Niao, inciting the spoon snake's fury. It emitted a piercing noise, forcing Tingshu to cover his ears, yet challenging Qing Mian Niao to a war of sound proved to be a miscalculation under Tingshu's guidance. Qing Mian Niao retaliated with an equally resounding and vibrant cry, effectively drowning out the spoon snake's cacophony. Swift attack, peck. A radiant light enveloped Qing Mian Niao as it deftly evaded the spoon snake's erratic, venomous tail and delivered a forceful peck to its head, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Tingshu commanded, "Charge in." The nimble body of Qing Mian Niao became a significant asset in the skirmish against the spoon snake, which was now enraged after sustaining a peck. As Qing Mian Niao approached once more, the spoon snake unleashed a cloud of black mist, obscuring the vision of Tingshu and Qing Mian Niao. Black mist. Tingshu, unable to discern the situation, reluctantly ordered, "Ascend to higher ground." A pale blue figure emerged from the inky darkness, soaring into the sky, thus gaining a slight advantage. However, scarcely had the azure wren taken flight when a stream of venom surged from the black mist, hot on its heels. Had it not been for Tingshu's vigilant observation of the situation within the murky shroud, the poisonous attack would have undoubtedly struck the turning azure wren. Azure wren, unleash your awakening power. Attack with all your might into the black mist, Tingshu commanded. Responding immediately, the azure wren expelled a breath of azure energy, which crashed into the black mist, causing ripples that dispersed the darkness. Yet, within the mist, the spoon serpent appeared unaffected. With no time for further contemplation, Tingshu promptly issued the dual obstruction techniques of cotton defense and feather dance to disrupt the spoon serpent. Faced with the onslaught of white cotton feathers, the spoon serpent grew increasingly agitated. As it seemed to become entangled in the feathers, Tingshu's eyes lit up, and he commanded, "Once more, awaken your power." The azure wren, with impeccable timing, took advantage of the moment, as the spoon serpent struggled to break free from the feather dance. It paid no heed to the azure wren, and the blue-violet awakening power struck the spoon serpent squarely on the head, yielding remarkable results. Witnessing the dazed expression of the spoon serpent, the azure wren chirped joyfully, as if celebrating its own victory. However, at that very instant, the spoon serpent shook its head and emitted a roar filled with rage, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury as it glared at the azure wren. Caught off guard in its moment of joy, the azure wren was startled, its nerves paralyzed, and its body weakened, causing it to lose balance and descend slowly from the sky. This was the fierce glare of the serpent. Seeing this unfold, Tingshu's heart sank. He realized he had been careless. The battle was not yet over. To his dismay, the azure wren had relaxed, inadvertently falling victim to the opponent's formidable attack. "Is the spoon serpent all right, azure wren?" Hurriedly, he rushed over, cradling the azure wren in his arms while retrieving a remedy to alleviate its paralysis. The azure wren let out a gentle chirp, and Tingshu could see that its condition was far from ideal. The paralysis induced by the spoon serpent's fierce glare had a significant impact on the young bird. "I found it." With joy, he pulled out a vial of potion and promptly administered it to the azure wren. Sighing in relief as the creature's expression softened, he felt a moment of respite. Yet, at that moment, a shadow crept up behind Tingshu, issuing a menacing roar. He turned to see the spoon serpent gaping wide, its massive mouth fixed on him, while its thick tail swept towards him. Tingshu was struck and sent sprawling, a wave of pain causing him to groan softly. Nevertheless, to shield the azure wren from harm, he hurriedly cradled it close to his chest and rolled over, skidding along the ground for a considerable distance. "Are you all right, azure wren?" The pain had visibly altered Tingshu's demeanor. As he watched the spoon serpent advancing once more, he gritted his teeth. "Azure wren, do your utmost to fly." The azure wren had yet to fully recover from its paralysis, and now was not the opportune moment to confront the spoon serpent. On the other side, the spoon snake did not cease its menacing actions, fiercely fixating on them, eager to launch another assault. Suddenly, a jet of venom surged forth, prompting Tingshu to quickly roll with the Chimian bird, narrowly evading the attack. At that moment, the numbing sensation began to wane, and the Chimian bird's consciousness gradually sharpened. It became acutely aware of the peril it faced, breaking free from Tingshu's embrace and taking flight. In that instant, both Tingshu and the spoon snake's gazes were riveted upon the soaring Chimian bird. Observing its ascent, Tingshu did not perceive that the Chimian bird was attempting to flee. If memory served correctly, both the Chimian bird and the Chishi bird were proud little sprites. Once they found a trainer with whom they resonated, they would set aside their pride and fight valiantly for them, embodying the dignity of the Chimian bird. As it circled high above, the Chimian bird lamented, witnessing the torn fabric on Tingshu's back. A heart-wrenching cry erupted, infused with profound anger and self-reproach. For the young Chimian bird, Tingshu had been like a parent, offering meticulous care. Yet now, in a desperate bid to protect it, Tingshu was fleeing in disarray. Under attack, not because of a trainer's battle, but due to its own negligence, inadvertently drawing Tingshu into danger. The residual tingling in its nerves only intensified the Chimian bird's wrath. As the spoon snake launched its attack on Tingshu, it struck a forbidden chord deep within the Chimian bird's heart. It yearned to rectify its carelessness. With renewed resolve, the Qianmian bird rose, and Tingshu, as its trainer, sensed the surge of emotions within it. In that critical moment, they needed to reclaim their dignity together. However, the unfolding scene defied Tingshu's expectations. The Qianmian bird's state seemed somewhat peculiar. It appeared as though its consciousness had not fully returned, its cries intermingled with fury, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, the Qianmian bird accelerated, a radiant blue and purple flame enveloping its form, emanating a terrifying aura that even Tingshu could perceive. With a piercing sound, it shot through the air at an astonishing speed, its entire body ablaze with the blue and purple flames, surging forth with lethal intent. Infused with the Qianmian bird's unwavering belief. Witnessing this spectacle, Tingshu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Dragon God Dive." Chapter 34. Farewell, Shishi Bird. Dragon God Dive. The name of this ultimate technique slipped from his lips, leaving him parched and dry, and at last, had he grasped its essence? At this moment, the diminutive Qingming bird transformed into a radiant blaze of blue and purple, exuding a formidable aura of menace. The surrounding grass rustled in response to the turbulent air, yet, to Tingshu's eyes, this scene seemed to be suspended in time. A thunderous boom resounded, and a massive cloud of dust erupted, jolting Tingshu back to reality. The Qingming bird, he rushed forward to seek it out. Only when he clearly discerned the situation before him did he gasp in disbelief. Was this truly the doing of the Qingming bird? The spoon serpent had been struck into a small pit by the dragon god's dive, its body marred with wounds. Its gaze vacant, it had truly lost the ability to rise once more. The devastating power of the dragon god's assault astonished Tingshu, who could not forget just how recently the Qingming bird had come into existence. Perhaps this ultimate move was not the most powerful. Yet for a creature scarcely a month old, it was an unfathomably heavyweight attack. Master Xingzong's premonition appeared to have come to fruition. Gazing at the pit where the spoon serpent lay, Tingshu suddenly recalled that he had urgent matters to attend to. This was no time for distraction. The Qingming bird had unleashed its formidable force upon the spoon serpent. What had become of it? With anxiety gnawing at him, he called out to the Qingming bird once more. Hovering near the earthen pit, Tingshu leaped over the spoon serpent, disregarding the pain coursing through his body and hands. As he frantically began to excavate the mound of earth, as he cleared away the soil, he indeed found the Qingming bird, buried beneath the immense inertia. Seeing the unconscious creature, Tingshu hurriedly retrieved his backpack, searching for any medicinal supplies he could use for first aid. Although the might of the dragon god's dive was immense, for the current Qingming bird, it was akin to a fierce collision, inflicting immeasurable harm. He gently fed the pulp of an orange fruit into the Qingming bird's beak, followed by a variety of healing potions and invigorating elixirs. Despite the Qingming bird awakening the long-coveted dragon god's dive, Tingshu could not muster any joy for a trainer stranded in the wild. The repercussions of impaired mobility were most dire, much like the plight of the Qingming bird. Even with the administration of numerous emergency remedies, no signs of improvement emerged, and Tingshu's heart sank. Being a trainer was far more complex than he had imagined. In Pokémon battles, the unpredictable factors that went unaccounted for were solely the trainer's responsibility. The exhaustion was profound, and relying solely on medicine for a swift recovery was unlikely. Just then, from the thicket, a familiar sound emerged, causing Tingshu's previously despondent heart to tighten with apprehension. Slowly turning his head, he beheld another spoon serpent, its aggressive gaze fixated upon them, advancing with ill intent. This sight compelled him to regain his composure, sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. Attracted by the sound, Tingshu's gaze was drawn to the underbrush, where a sharp-tailed rat snake, glistening with blood, waved its lethal tail menacingly. His pupils contracted as he swiftly cradled the unconscious Qingmian bird in his arms. In the months since arriving at the Yin-Tu mountain forest, he had never encountered such perilous circumstances. The Qingmian bird's condition teetered on the edge of instability. Any further harm could plunge it into dire straits. Contemplating this, Tingshu felt a bitter pang in his heart. Fleeing was the only recourse he could conceive. The relentless pursuit of the rat snake, its murderous intent palpable, seemed to invigorate its predatory instincts in response to Tingshu's desperate escape. He fumbled in his pocket, retrieving a small vial. But the meager remnants within cast a shadow over his expression as he discarded it to the ground. Never mind, he thought. There lies a trap I had previously set. It was a mechanism requiring a pull to activate, with the switch located on a distant tree trunk. Given the current pace of both Tingshu and the rat snake, there was a slim chance it might still serve its purpose. However, upon reaching the site, he discovered that the trap had been dismantled by other small sprites. And his heart sank to a low ebb. What had initially seemed like ample preparation had become woefully inadequate in the unpredictable wilderness. He had approached the rat snake with confidence, only to be met with a series of unforeseen setbacks that left him disheveled. In a moment of inattention, Tingshu was ensnared by creeping vines, and as he fell, he shielded the Qingyan bird with his own body, absorbing the full brunt of the impact, twisting his ankle in the process. With the training period drawing to a close, the Qingyan bird had finally grasped its ultimate move, Dragon God Dive, marking a promising beginning to their journey together. Yet, the current predicament rendered Tingshu speechless. He had believed that becoming a nurturer and trainer would come easily to him, but it seemed his training was insufficient. A competent trainer would not flounder in such a situation. Regretfully, he tapped the Qingyan bird's forehead, attempting to rouse it, hoping to restore some semblance of consciousness, allowing it even a sliver of hope for flight, if only to escape on its own. At least as a human, he could avoid a truly disastrous outcome under the rat snake's assault. Alas, the Qingyan bird showed no signs of awakening. Its crimson eyes bore into Tingshu as the rat snake opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp fangs and adopting a menacing posture. Taking a deep breath, Tingshu's hands roamed the ground until he grasped a nearby stone, preparing for one last act of defiance. With the stone clenched tightly, Tingshu squinted, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the rat snake. Come on, let me experience the thrill of battling a little sprite. It may be true that some remarkably gifted humans could dominate certain sprites through sheer physicality and unique abilities, but Tingshu, burdened by the frailty of youth, was certainly not among them. However, at this juncture, he finds himself devoid of any viable options. The notion of a trainer personally engaging in battle with Pokémon may appear somewhat ludicrous, yet how many trainers have not undergone such an experience? This is an indispensable step in the transformation of a novice into a seasoned trainer. Only through personal encounters can one truly grasp the uncertainties of nature in the wild. The interaction between humans and Pokémon is fraught with unpredictability. Even the reappearance of a few Snivy cannot evoke any complaints from Tingshu, for he is not a deity, and the unfolding of events will seldom align with his desires. Such is the inherent law of the natural world. A trainer remains minuscule in the face of nature. Without an understanding of this, and without a constant sense of reverence toward the natural world, one can never ascend to the heights of a top-tier trainer. With a vigorous motion of the sharp stone in his hand, Tingshu steadied himself, his gaze fixed upon the approaching Snivy. Every trainer, at some point, must have endured moments of utter disarray in the wilderness. Tingshu was prepared to exert every ounce of his strength, willing to pay any price to drive away the Snivy. Suddenly, a melodious, resonant sound, purifying and serene, reached his ears, almost leading him to believe he had stepped into paradise. That familiar voice sparked a cascade of memories in Tingshu's mind. Illuminating his thoughts with a glimmer of hope, a name surged forth within him. The Chishi Bluebird had arrived. Chapter 35. The assessment concludes. The Chishi Bluebird, the mother of the Qingyan bird, had been watching over them all along, observing the still unconscious Qingyan bird. Tingshu's heart surged with revelations. It should have been evident that your mother would always be there to protect you. And Master Wenzong must have left me a safeguard to prevent harm. The sensation of being watched, once felt, was not merely a figment of imagination. It appeared that every move he and the Qingyan bird made was under scrutiny. Indeed, it was understandable. As a sense of relief washed over him, Tingshu returned to the present moment, only to find the Snivy encased in ice, transformed into a frozen sculpture before them. An ice beam? He raised his eyes to behold the Chishi Bluebird, gracefully soaring through the air, the undisputed monarch of Yentu Mountain. For a moment, Tingshu found himself at a loss for words as he glanced at the unconscious Qingyan bird. At this point, he felt he had nothing left to say. In his eyes, all that had transpired was his own fault as a trainer, with the gentle sound resonating around them. It felt as though they were bathing in a refreshing aura, washing away all fatigue. The effects of the medicine began to manifest gradually. 5 minutes later, the Qingyan bird slowly opened its eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. Are you all right, Qingyan bird? Tingshu inquired anxiously. Upon seeing that Tingshu was unharmed, the Qingyan bird appeared to find solace in its heart. With a gentle call, the Qingyan bird signaled to Tingshu not to worry. However, it wasn't long before the bird spotted a graceful figure soaring in the sky. The stirring sensation in its bloodline rendered the Qingyan bird momentarily transfixed, lost in thought. The connection of bloodlines and the resonance felt among the little spirits was far more vivid and pronounced than that of humans. As it gazed up at the figure in the sky, the Qingyan bird was at a loss. It is your mother. Tingshu lowered his head to look at the Qingyan bird. She saved you, saved us. Tingshu's words were clear to the Qingyan bird, yet the revelation was overwhelming. After all, it had followed the tree since birth. An hour later, following the Qixi Qingyao, Tingshu arrived at the summit of Yintu Mountain. He felt a tinge of anxiety, worried about his shortcomings and whether he had placed the Qingyan bird in peril, jeopardizing its acceptance by the Qixi Qingyao. Chirp, chirp. Dispelling Tingshu's concerns, the Qingyan bird offered a soft reassurance. Let us go. With a wry smile, Tingshu kept pace with the Qixi Qingyao, ascending the mountain step by step. Thud, thud. A stone tumbled down, and with a sense of peril, Tingshu climbed cautiously. Another hour passed, and he reached a mountain peak. Here, clouds and mist swirled, obscuring the fact that this was a volcanic region, isolated and resembling a transplanted garden, complete with grasslands and enormous nests, evoking a myriad of illusions in Tingshu's mind. Is this still Yintu Mountain? He pondered. The Qixi Qingyao, the master of this realm, had arrived early to await Tingshu and had lingered there for quite some time. Nervously watching the Qixi Qingyao, Tingshu's heart raced uncontrollably. This situation was entirely unexpected, leaving him unprepared. He didn't even know how to begin speaking. Instead, he could only maintain a firm gaze with the Qixi Qingyao. After a prolonged silence, just as Tingshu was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Both he and the Qixi Qingyao turned to look. With a high-pitched call, a massive flying contraption emerged, showcasing yellow and white feathers, its splendid wings contrasting sharply with the black and white of its beak, leaving Tingshu momentarily stunned. Is that Master Xingzong's helicopter? The aircraft descended gradually, landing on the mountaintop, and Master Xingzong stepped out with a smile. Simultaneously, waves rippled through the surrounding space, and a small spirit resembling a fox, adorned in shades of brown and yellow and holding a spoon, appeared before Tingshu and the others. It has been a long time, Tingshu. And you, Qixi Qingyao, your appearance signifies the end of the assessment, does it not? Hu Di has already conveyed the specifics through telepathy. What are your thoughts? In the past month, have the efforts shared between Tingshu and the Qingyan bird truly earned your recognition? Master Xingzong, rarely regaining his imposing demeanor, gazed intently at the Qixi Qingyao, awaiting its response. It appeared that the scrutiny was not limited to the Qixi Qingyao. Master Xingzong's presence lingered closely beside me as well. As the deadline for the assessment approached, time was running short, and an unexpected event had caused the Qixi Qingyao to arrive prematurely. Would this affect its acceptance of the Qingyan bird? Tingshu cast a longing glance towards the Qixi Qingyao, feeling an acute sense of anxiety. The trials of the past month had forged a profound bond between him and the Qingyan bird, a connection that transcended the mere act of casually capturing a sprite by the roadside. This trust, cultivated over time, was an inherent advantage in their relationship. For reasons unknown, the Qingyan bird had developed a fondness for stealthily perching atop people's heads, disguising itself as a hat. With wings as soft and fluffy as cotton, it resembled a cotton ball resting upon one's head. From the moment of its birth to the present, even the Qingyan bird seemed to comprehend the situation, gazing at the Qixi Qingyao with a similar yearning. After a prolonged silence, the Qixi Qingyao let out a melodious call, flapping its wings as it directed its gaze towards the Qingyan bird and Tingshu. Leave the Qingyan bird with us. Let us depart, Master Xingzong declared, pulling Tingshu closer. Yet, Tingshu, slightly agape with confusion, could not grasp the meaning behind it. The ensuing moments were entrusted to the Qingyan bird and the Qixi Qingyao, as their mutual acceptance would hinge upon their own sentiments. A bond must be nurtured between mother and child. Shaking his head, Master Xingzong addressed Tingshu. I understand. Tingshu nodded in acknowledgement, gently lowering the Qingyan bird and stating, I shall return in a day. Wait for me. He softly reassured the anxious Qingyan bird, for their relationship had blossomed into something profound. However, the Qixi Qingyao was, after all, the mother of the Qingyan bird, a connection that Tingshu could not overlook. Reluctantly parting from the Qingyan bird, Tingshu ultimately boarded the helicopter alongside Master Xingzong. As the Qixi Qingyao's ethereal call echoed, the helicopter ascended gracefully, gradually vanishing into the misty clouds. Chapter 36. The Hunt for the Phoenix Butterfly in Kaina City. A private helicopter ride from the Smokestack Mountain to this destination takes less than 2 hours. Seated in silence, Tingshu closed his eyes, reflecting on the experiences of the past month. For him, this journey was an invaluable opportunity for growth, particularly the shared development with the Qingyan bird. It felt as though he had undergone a baptism of sorts, radiating an indescribable aura that is essential for every seasoned elite trainer. In other words, This past month has afforded Tingshu the opportunity to put numerous theories into practice and to personally observe the gradual growth of a new life. As Tingshu savored the rich experiences gained over this month, Master Xingzong approached him with curiosity. Moreover, Master Xingzong presented him with a commemorative orb for the hunting of the phoenix butterfly, which he had cared for diligently. After discussing matters with the phoenix butterfly, Tingshu felt entirely reassured about its well-being during this past month. After a brief silence, responding to Master Xingzong's inquiry, Tingshu remarked on the significant gains he had made, the discrepancies between theoretical knowledge and reality, the authentic ecological environment of the little sprites, and the nurturing of a newly born juvenile. He also witnessed the continuous awakening of inherited extraordinary abilities, particularly the dragon god dive, which left an indelible impression on him. As he slowly spoke, upon uttering the name of the dragon god dive, Master Xingzong's eyes sparkled, and he burst into hearty laughter. It seemed that success had been achieved. Master Xingzong, filled with joy, expressed that nothing excited him more than the success of an experiment. Given this, you must be quite satisfied with your experiences over the past month? He inquired. Tingshu nodded but then sighed, confessing, I have developed a bit of an aversion to battles. A nurturer only requires ample knowledge. Combat is not the sole path for growth, whether for oneself or for a sprite. With satisfaction, Master Xingzong reflected on the information he had gathered about Tingshu. The first 6 years of his life were rather unremarkable, lacking in highlights. However, following the untimely death of his parents and his subsequent adoption into the Qinggu residence, he transformed remarkably, dedicating himself to study and maturing into a responsible individual. All who encountered Tingshu held him in high regard. Such accomplishments were indeed rare for a child. With a sigh regarding Tingshu's background, Master Xingzong sensed that perhaps only a child who had endured such hardships could shine as brilliantly as he did now, though the conjectures differed greatly from the reality. As time passed, Master Xingzong's faith in Tingshu grew ever stronger. Particularly now, with a profound understanding of Tingshu's character, Master Xingzong regarded him with admiration and satisfaction. After a month of fatigue, let us take a moment to rest today. Tonight, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal, he said with a smile, stroking his beard. In the city of Kaina, as dusk fell, Tingshu returned. Under Master Xingzong's guidance, he no longer bore the air of a weary traveler. After a refreshing bath and donning a new outfit, he relished a proper meal for the first time in ages, feeling quite content. In a hotel, within a certain room, Tingshu gazed at the commemorative orb in his hand, feeling a surge of nostalgia and joy. Come forth, Phoenix Butterfly, he called. With a flicker of white light, the resplendent figure of the Phoenix Butterfly appeared before him. Upon seeing Tingshu, the Phoenix Butterfly eagerly flew into his embrace. How has the hunting Butterfree fared over the past month? With a smile, I greeted the hunting Butterfree, and in this span of time, both sides have developed a sense of longing for one another. The joyful chirps resonated, and I could perceive the elation radiating from the hunting Butterfree. Observing the hunting Butterfree clinging to me, it was evident, despite the mere month that had elapsed, the transformation within it was profound. Under the meticulous care of the esteemed Master Xingzong, it was only natural that the hunting Butterfree's life over the past month had been far more lavish than my own. The current hunting Butterfree appeared more spirited than before, exuding an aura it had never possessed previously. Truly, the environment significantly influences the essence of a small sprite. Over the course of this month, both the hunting Butterfree and I have undergone considerable changes, one thriving under the guardianship of a premier breeder, indulging in the finest nourishment, supplements, and a playful, restful ambience, while the other braved the wilderness, gnawing on wild forage, traversing the forest each day. In juxtaposition, their living conditions were as disparate as the heavens and the earth. Nonetheless, for both the hunting Butterfree and me, these experiences serve as invaluable nourishment for our growth. Now, let me witness the progress you have made over this month. I smiled, sensing the hunting Butterfree had significantly advanced in various aspects compared to a month ago. I was eager to discover what enhancements it had achieved under Master Xingzong's tutelage, and to pinpoint the disparities between myself and a top breeder. Afterward, I shall share with you the tales of my adventures with the Swablu over this month. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to a new companion. Gently tending to the hunting Butterfree's wings, I spoke to myself, clearly still preoccupied with the matters concerning the Swablu, even to the point of impatience. A new companion? The hunting Butterfree gazed curiously into the night sky, bewildered by this unfamiliar term. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the sky, I donned my coat and freshened up. The hunting Butterfree circled around me, fluttering incessantly. Stepping towards the dining hall, Master Xingzong had already been awaiting my arrival. After a hearty breakfast, as per our agreement, I, along with the hunting Butterfree, boarded Master Xingzong's private helicopter once more, destined for the Smokestack Mountain. Inside the helicopter, my gaze drifted to the window, my thoughts drifting to the condition of the Swablu. Do not dwell on worries. Your efforts will surely be recognized by the Chishi Swablu. The bond between you and the Swablu will undoubtedly be understood. Sensing my anxiety, Master Xingzong turned to me, reassuringly stating that he had complete confidence in my endeavors. Moreover, he harbored great interest in the awakened dragon god's descent of the Swablu. This matter pertained to a critical experiment he was devoted to as a premier breeder. Trust in the Swablu. It will strive to persuade its mother. Your future with the Swablu must not be constrained within the confines of this modest smokestack mountain. Upon hearing Master Xingzong's words, Tingshu's mood gradually eased. Indeed, he must place his trust in the Qingyan bird. The efforts and hardships they had endured together over the past month were undeniable. Chapter 37. The Qingyan bird joins the team after being apart for a month. The changes in the hunting phoenix butterfly were quite surprising to Tingshu. It was only when he boarded the helicopter that he recalled the remarkable performance of the hunting phoenix butterfly during last night's hunt. It appeared that its time spent with Master Xingzong was not merely a period of indulgence. In response, Master Xingzong simply smiled and explained, I haven't given this little fellow much extra care. Rather, its foundation is quite solid. The potential that was previously untapped has now been successfully unleashed. Tingshu wholeheartedly agreed. Over the past month, while the hunting phoenix butterfly had not been by his side, it had enjoyed a lavish treatment, seemingly causing the accumulated experiences of the past year to erupt in success. Upon reflection, Tingshu realized that throughout the previous year, while nurturing the hunting phoenix butterfly, he had not prioritized enhancing its strength. Instead, he had focused on refining its signature moves, all aimed at dazzling competitions. Thus, theoretically, the hunting phoenix butterfly's prowess was not extraordinary. Its excellence lay in its meticulous control of its techniques. The butterfly possessed very few attack maneuvers, primarily utilizing the silver whirlwind electric net, while with Tingshu, along with some wind manipulation techniques. In terms of high-intensity battles, the hunting phoenix butterfly was still lacking. Yet after a year of growth, it was certainly no longer comparable to a mere month-old Qingyan bird. Even if the Qingyan bird possessed remarkable talent, even with the dragon god's descent, it was still insufficient. Well done. Tingshu praised the hunting phoenix butterfly, pleasantly surprised by its newfound mastery over wind manipulation. Having ascended to a new level of understanding with the airblade, this little creature exhibited considerable intelligence, and Master Xingzong held a favorable opinion of the hunting phoenix butterfly. The wind was particularly fierce that day, creating significant resistance for the helicopter, which resulted in a notable decrease in its ascent speed. Master Xingzong's private pilot navigated the helicopter along yesterday's route, gradually ascending to Yantu Mountain. Before long, Tingshu felt the familiar environment approaching. Gazing through the window at the misty clouds, both he and the hunting phoenix butterfly were filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated above Tingshu's head, reaching the helicopter from afar. Upon hearing this sound, Tingshu's expression brightened. It was the call of the Qingyan bird, coming to greet them. The hunting phoenix butterfly turned in confusion, seeking to discern the appearance of its new companion. Master Xingzong, seated comfortably, smiled knowingly at the sound. The Qingyan bird has come to welcome you. It seems it has successfully persuaded the Chishi Qingyao. Congratulations, Tingshu, he remarked. Tingshu nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. Thank you, Master Xingzong, for your care and guidance. Tingshu could discern that Master Xingzong was intent on nurturing his potential. The opportunities at Tanguan Academy, the trials he faced, and the discreet protection from Hu Di all reflected Master Xingzong's high regard and expectations for him. Even at the tender age of 10, having obtained the qualification of a junior nurturer, the support he received from Master Xingzong far exceeded conventional acknowledgement. At 10 years of age, with remarkable knowledge and the experiences he gained in the Qinggu house, coupled with the paramount encounters of meeting Master Xingzong and Xiaochun during his assessment journey, these became pivotal moments in Tingshu's life. While his encounter with Master Xingzong might seem serendipitous, it was undeniably shaped by Tingshu's diligence and exceptional talent. It is only natural that those with capability earn recognition. Master Xingzong's faith in Tingshu is well-founded. At his esteemed level, the ordinary pursuits of fame and wealth have lost their significance. In Master Xingzong's eyes, what remains is the pursuit of knowledge and the desire to pass on his wisdom. Tingshu, in his view, has undoubtedly emerged as an exceptional heir. As the helicopter gradually descended, Tingshu stepped outside. A Qingyan bird swooped down, landing gently atop his head. "I've come to fetch you, Qingyan bird," Tingshu greeted. "Cheap," responded the bird in joyous affirmation. Suddenly, the hunting phoenix butterfly emerged, radiating a soft morning glow and scattering tiny white specks of light, creating a captivating and warm ambience. Tingshu smiled, recognizing that the hunting phoenix butterfly was greeting its new companion with its signature morning light technique. "Hunting phoenix butterfly, Qingyan bird, I hope you two get along well," Tingshu remarked. Over the past month, his casual conversations with the Qingyan bird inevitably included mentions of his first partner, the hunting phoenix butterfly, so the bird was somewhat familiar with its existence. The Qingyan bird gazed up at the white specks, emitting a delicate trill before soaring upwards, flapping its wings to create a flurry of cotton-like feathers that seamlessly merged with the light, casting a serene glow reminiscent of fireflies drifting gently around. In response to the hunting phoenix butterfly's warm greeting, the Qingyan bird reciprocated, observing the two delightful creatures, both Tingshu and Master Xingzong, who had just exited the helicopter, shared a knowing smile. "Cheap." The Qingyan bird communicated a gentle message from its perch atop Tingshu's head, stirring a realization within him. "I understand now. The Qishi Qingyao wishes to meet them." Tingshu calmed his thoughts. The azure bird was preparing to depart with him. It seemed that the Qishi azure bird, as a mother, remained unable to let go. This left Tingshu feeling quite perplexed. Was it truly the right choice for humans to capture small sprites? The azure bird flapped its wings, rousing Tingshu from his reverie. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such heart-wrenching questions. As long as he frequently brought the azure bird back to visit, that would suffice. "Hunt butterfly, please wait here for me," he instructed. "Master Xingzong, I kindly ask you to look after Hunt butterfly for a moment. The azure bird and I shall return shortly. It won't take long." After receiving Master Xingzong's acknowledgement, Tingshu and the azure bird ventured deeper into the mountains. Master Xingzong observed the departing Tingshu, lost in thought, then shook his head, choosing not to ponder further. 15 minutes later, Tingshu returned, holding a luxurious Pokeball that Master Xingzong had given him that morning, specifically crafted for the azure bird to enhance their bond. Following a brief reunion with Qishi azure bird, the azure bird officially became Tingshu's Pokemon. From their initial encounter in Yinta Mountain, to the arduous journey with the Pokémon egg, witnessing the azure bird's hatching and growth, and their subsequent escape, they had finally completed all trials together. After exchanging a few words with Master Xingzong and Hunt Butterfly, Tingshu took a deep breath. It was time for them to prepare for departure. From the helicopter, as he gazed down upon the entirety of Yinta Mountain, holding the Pokeballs of Hunt Butterfly and the azure bird, an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm welled within him. He couldn't help but lean out of the window, waving the Pokeball of the azure bird while exclaiming, "Qishi azure bird, rest assured. I shall take excellent care of the azure bird. When I bring it back to see you next time, you will be utterly astonished. Anticipate it." Additionally, he expressed his gratitude for the gift. After his proclamation, Tingshu caught sight of Master Xingzong's peculiar smile, and his face flushed crimson. At his age, how could he suddenly be so juvenile? Chapter 38. A brand new beginning in Suzu City. While perusing the book titled Analysis of Sound-Type Techniques, Tingshu stretched lazily. After the azure bird joined his team, Master Xingzong brought him to Suzu City and temporarily arranged for him to stay at a hotel before hastily departing to attend to some matters. As for Tingshu's enrollment at Tanguan Academy, he was instructed to await further instructions. Tingshu was unperturbed. Suzu City, being the headquarters of Pokémon breeders, boasted the largest library in the Hoenn region, filled with an abundance of knowledge about Pokémon. As a novice breeder, Tingshu was entitled to borrow various materials. With the breeder examination settled and possessing both Hunt Butterfly and the azure bird, he began to prepare for his future journey, which was tentatively set at Tanguan Academy. Cultivating Hunt Butterfly and the azure bird was now Tingshu's foremost priority, laying the groundwork for the grand competition ahead. Hunting Swallowtail. Primary techniques: Silver Whirlwind, Absorption, Electric Net, Airblade. Auxiliary techniques: Wind Generation, Tailwind, Silk Spitting, Morning Light, Paralysis Powder. Abandoned techniques: Impact, Bug Bite, Poison Needle. Impact and Poison Needle, along with Bug Bite, were the primary techniques of the hunting swallowtail prior to its evolution. Impact will not be discussed. Poison Needle releases toxins through a certain medium to inflict harm on the opponent. However, the toxins of the hunting swallowtail are non-lethal and relatively weak, and the execution of this technique is quite challenging. Therefore, after reaching a certain level of proficiency, Tingshu decided to have the hunting swallowtail abandon the practice of this technique, as it was not intended for regular use. Bug Bite, which was utilized during its caterpillar stage, combined with absorption, served as the primary means of nourishment for the hunting swallowtail, whether from tree fruits or vegetation. Through bug bite, the hunting swallowtail could effectively extract the necessary nutrients. As an offensive technique, bug bite proved to be less effective due to various limitations, prompting Tingshu to exclude this technique as well. Wind generation involves using its wings to summon a fierce gale to attack its opponent. Given the inherent limitations of the hunting swallowtail species, this technique cannot unleash significant power. And Tingshu designated wind generation as an auxiliary technique, enhancing the creature's flight agility and speed in conjunction with tailwind. Silver Whirlwind serves as an advanced version of wind generation, as its power is augmented by the addition of scale powder, imparting a cutting property that sharpens the gale. However, Tingshu prefers to have the hunting swallowtail mix paralysis powder into Silver Whirlwind, thereby providing more tactical options in battle. Silk spitting is the foundational technique that the hunting swallowtail possessed from the outset, and it remains the sole basic technique that Tingshu has not discarded. Many of the hunting swallowtail's moves are built upon the use of silk. The significance of silk spitting is undeniable. Whether binding an opponent with silk to absorb their energy or utilizing the properties of paralysis powder to create an electric net, silk spitting serves as the essential medium. Airblade represents the hunting swallowtail's further mastery over the wind, focusing not on range, but on condensing the wind's power into a blade-like form for attack. In practical application, this is currently the most powerful technique possessed by the hunting swallowtail. At present, Tingshu has assigned training tasks to the hunting swallowtail, benefiting from the morning light technique. Morning light is a particularly challenging technique for the hunting swallowtail to comprehend. While not a matter of day and night, it requires the Pokémon to possess a minimum affinity for sunlight to successfully execute it. It is rare for trainers to invest several months nurturing their Pokémon to attune to the energy of the sun. Nevertheless, the hunting swallowtail has now mastered this technique proficiently, allowing it to sense solar energy even on cloudy days, facilitating its energy recovery. The garden tree harbors an intriguing concept, the hope that the hunting phoenix can utilize its unique abilities not solely for absorbing the vitality or nutrients of other Pokémon, but rather to harness its own power to extract nourishment from sunlight. However, while this notion sounds simple, its execution proves to be exceedingly challenging. This endeavor falls under the category of combinatory techniques. Without years of rigorous training, it remains an arduous task, far more complex than merely blending paralysis powder and scale dust in the wind. The hunting phoenix butterfly's absorption techniques, super absorption and ultimate absorption, are traditionally facilitated through silk threads or bites. To extract solar energy from thin air and use morning light to achieve intense physical recovery is akin to a unique form of photosynthesis, a restorative method exclusive to grass-type Pokémon. As a bug and flying type, the hunting phoenix butterfly is inherently incapable of mastering photosynthesis. Moreover, even under identical weather conditions, the varying perceptions of solar energy by different grass-type Pokémon significantly influence the extent of their physical recovery. Grass types possess an innate advantage in utilizing sunlight, and although the morning light technique theoretically mirrors the effects of photosynthesis, it is evident that the hunting phoenix butterfly cannot match the recovery speed or quantity afforded to grass types. Thus, the primary objective for the hunting phoenix butterfly is to enhance its sensitivity to airflow, striving to adapt to it under any circumstances, thereby creating advantageous combat scenarios. Additionally, it aims to train the synergy between absorption and morning light. While the hunting phoenix butterfly may not learn photosynthesis, it can master solar flare. If it can transform accumulated solar energy into stamina rather than launching it as an attack, it would echo the principles of photosynthesis. Furthermore, the goal is to maximize the proficiency of its absorption technique, elevating what the garden tree has overlooked into super absorption and ultimately striving towards ultimate absorption. The crux of this concept lies in the fact that the hunting phoenix butterfly's morning light does not possess the same affinity, utilization, or allure for solar energy as photosynthesis. Therefore, integrating the absorption technique to seize solar nutrients in the shortest possible time is a crucial step. Other techniques will adhere to conventional training protocols, relegated to a tertiary focus. Should this training regimen be successfully implemented, the hunting phoenix butterfly, through diligent effort, can undoubtedly carve out its own unique combat style, demonstrating remarkable prowess despite its unremarkable lineage. In contrast, the training tasks for the cottonbird are considerably simpler, as it has just entered its growth phase. The requisite techniques for training are minimal. The garden tree has primarily outlined 3 focal areas for its development. Firstly, refining its vocalizations, centering on calls, startling sounds, and singing. with the aspiration that its voice can eventually serve as a medium for soundwave attacks. This requires substantial training experience and resources, including nutritionally rich food, making it a long-term endeavor that the garden tree plans to integrate throughout the cotton bird's growth journey. Secondly, mastering high-speed movement is an objective that the garden tree expects the cotton bird to execute flawlessly. This aspect necessitates a methodical training approach and is relatively straightforward to achieve. The feather dance and cotton defense are two remarkable techniques that will automatically enhance as the Qianyan bird matures. Tingshu merely needs to ensure that the Qianyan bird does not neglect its practice. However, the most pressing concern for Tingshu remains the issue of providing the appropriate nourishing food. Techniques such as peck and chaotic thrust will be willingly abandoned by the Qianyan bird once they reach a certain level of proficiency, no longer serving as primary training methods. As for dragon awareness and dragon god dive, the former stands as the Qianyan bird's most formidable offensive maneuver, while the latter, due to its complexity, cannot yet be employed as a standard technique. This predicament leaves Tingshu in a quandary, aside from its natural growth. He struggles to devise a method for the Qianyan bird to swiftly master the dragon god dive. After some contemplation, Tingshu resolves to visit the library to peruse relevant materials. With a firm decision made, Tingshu dresses appropriately, gathers his identification, and prepares to depart, securing the pockballs of the Qianyan bird and the hunting butterfree at his waist before leaving the inn. As for which library to visit, it is no surprise that the Breeder Association boasts several establishments in Suzu City, where most first-floor access is granted for free to those with local residency. Tingshu sighs inwardly. Obtaining residency in Suzu City is no simple feat. Families residing there are typically affluent, often capable of supporting at least one trainer, unlike Yi Town, which struggles to produce even a single outstanding trainer over several years. Ultimately, he decides on the Breeder's Library. After some consideration, Tingshu aims for this direction. As the Breeder's Library is regarded as the largest in Suzu City, under the auspices of the Breeder Association, renowned for its authority and precision, offering a rich variety of resources. Given the limited applicability of his breeder qualification certificate, Tingshu chooses this venue. As visions of the growth plans for the hunting butterfree and Qianyan bird flicker through his mind, Tingshu walks along the path, oblivious to the dark figure approaching ahead. Quick dodge. A sudden, urgent voice reaches him, and almost immediately, he feels a jolt, nearly losing his balance. Chapter 39. Little gang, I am terribly sorry. The figure comes to a halt, bending down to express contrition upon realizing he has collided with someone. Not a problem, Tingshu responds nonchalantly, advising the other to be more cautious while walking in the future. My sincerest apologies for disturbing you, the boy replies, an awkward smile gracing his face as he senses no reproach from Tingshu. At that moment, Tingshu raises his head and regards the youth, who appears to be of similar age. With skin of a yellow-brown hue and squinting eyes, Tingshu inexplicably feels a sense of familiarity. An odd sense of recognition washes over him. Have we met somewhere before? Tingshu inquires, only to shake his head and dismiss the possibility. Met. The boy seems taken aback. I come from Ni City in the Kanto region. This is my first visit to Hoenn. I see. So you hail from Kanto. Tingshu let out a sound of realization, suddenly sensing something amiss. Wait, are you saying where you're from? I'm from Ni City in the Kanto region. Is there a problem? Tingshu carefully rubbed his eyes, focusing intently on him. The figure before him bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memory, albeit somewhat obscured by time and altered by age, leaving him hesitant to confirm. Oh, I forgot to ask your name. I'm Xiaojing. The other replied in a somewhat wooden manner. Tingshu was taken aback. Indeed, it was true. He had not anticipated encountering one of the few original characters he had cherished in his memories in this very place. Was this the Xiaojing who had accompanied Ash through 4 league conferences? Tingshu narrowed his eyes, observing the young Xiaojing, who appeared quite juvenile. No more than 10 years old, lacking the mature trustworthiness he remembered from the original narrative. As far as he recalled, Xiaojing was a breeder, correct? Tingshu was uncertain, as the depiction of breeders in the anime had always been rather vague. It was only after gaining considerable familiarity with this world that he comprehended the esteemed position of breeders, which could rival that of trainers and, in certain respects, was even more rarefied and noble. Perhaps I mistook you. I'm Tingshu, from the town of Chuya in the Hoenn region, though my hometown is in the Kanto area. In Hualan City, Tingshu introduced himself. Xiaojing's enthusiasm was palpable. The appearance of a peer ignited his curiosity. Tingshu, you say you're from Hualan City? I've been there a few times with my father. Perhaps we met back then? Quite possibly, Tingshu replied with a smile, acknowledging the likelihood. I recall that Chuya Town is quite far away. What brings you to Suzu City, Tingshu? Xiaojiang inquired, his words flowing effortlessly. I'm hoping to look at some literature regarding breeders, Tingshu answered. Breeders? Xiaojiang expressed surprise, contemplating a visit to the breeders' library. Really? That is wonderful. That place is said to be the largest library in the city. Are you interested in breeders too? Yes, I intend to explore some texts on Pokémon training. Tingshu replied. Xiaojiang, are you planning to become a breeder? Xiaojiang paused momentarily, then exclaimed, Of course. My grandmother was a breeder, and she taught me many things while she was alive. Thus, I have a deep interest in breeding and caring for Pokémon. Since my father is a gym trainer, I often interact with Pokémon, and most of the Pokémon in the gym are under my care. I hope the Pokémon can grow healthily and happily under my stewardship. That is what I look forward to the most, he said with a smile. That is truly remarkable, Tingshu replied, acknowledging Xiaojiang's aspirations. In comparison, his own intentions felt rather mundane. Xiaojiang, being the child of a gym trainer, was indeed more fortunate than most in this era's currents. Xiaojiang sighed, lamenting the fact that to become a certified breeder, one must undergo a rigorous assessment, and he was uncertain how long it would take for him to pass. Pausing momentarily, he continued, stating that the evaluation encompassed fundamental knowledge from 4 regions: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. He confessed that aside from the Kanto Pokémon, he was not particularly familiar with those from the other regions. Unfortunately, the breeder examination was a comprehensive test. As Tingshu pointed out, he shared this sentiment, emphasizing that Hoenn, being the headquarters of breeding, contributed the majority of the exam questions. Fortunately, the distant Unova region, along with the newly proposed Kalos region, which was set to be established within a year, would not be included, as they were far removed from their location. Although the knowledge required from the 4 regions was intricate, it was not insurmountable. Tingshu reassured Xiaojiang. Unova? Kalos? Xiaojiang inquired, his expression one of confusion. Tingshu chuckled softly. For a 10-year-old, even commonplace geographical knowledge often went unnoticed. Had he not retained memories from a past life and deliberately focused on such matters, he too would likely overlook them. Without further explanation, Tingshu and Xiaojiang continued their journey toward the breeder's house library. With every word exchanged, Tingshu's stature and Xiaojiang's eyes grew significantly. Look, we've arrived. They stood before the breeder's house library, the most authoritative and expansive library in Suzu City and even the entire Hoenn region, renowned as the Sea of Books. Its astonishing structure boasted 6 floors, occupying an area nearly 10 times larger than the Qinggu House, with a capacity to accommodate thousands of visitors simultaneously. However, despite its grandeur, access to the books was restricted. The first 3 floors required a fee for entry, while the 4th and above demanded certain achievements or accolades, such as tournament victories, gym trainer status, or breeder certifications. Moreover, to thwart theft of the invaluable tomes, the library was fortified with stringent security measures. Aside from the ever-vigilant Miss Junsha patrolling the exterior, hired trainers and law enforcement remained alert to any disturbances. Inside the library, specialized psychic and ghost-type Pokémon discreetly monitored the premises. For Xiaojiang, merely entering the first floor was enough to ignite a lasting excitement within him. One should not underestimate the significance of the first floor's collection. Although many works merely offered fundamental analyses, such as elemental weaknesses and common move effects, this knowledge was often beyond the grasp of ordinary trainers and individuals. If one could commit to memory the extensive array of foundational texts found on the first floor of the breeder's house, passing the preliminary breeder examination would indeed be a trivial endeavor. The foundational knowledge regarding sprites and trainers is made available on the first level for the residents of Suzu City to access freely. The headquarters of the breeding community has indeed good intentions. However, the majority of people tend to favor the second level, which houses biographical accounts that resemble novels. Compared to the rather tedious knowledge, the narratives of travel and experiences provide much more enjoyment. As for what one might learn from them, that remains uncertain. Let us enter. As we surveyed the magnificent and grand edifice, a ridiculous thought suddenly emerged in Tingshu's mind. If a trainer could possess all the knowledge contained within this library, how formidable they would be. Yet, this thought was fleeting, and Tingshu chuckled to himself. How could that be possible? Setting aside the sheer volume of books, the human brain alone would likely take a lifetime to comprehend the myriad aspects of knowledge contained within. Chapter 40. The Breeding House. Hello, please register first. The attendant greeted the young boys, Xiaojiang and Tingshu, with a cheerful smile. What should we do? Is there a fee? Xiaojiang inquired, peering curiously. Indeed. If you do not have any other means and are prepared to pay, there are 2 options available. One is to purchase time. allowing you to browse freely within the library and take notes. The other is to borrow books based on the price tags located at the bottom of each volume, enabling you to take them outside the library for your reading. I see. Then I will purchase time, Xiao Gang decided after contemplating. Given his short stay in the Hoenn region, he merely wished to broaden his horizons. Borrowing books might not afford him sufficient time to delve deeply. After the attendant acknowledged his choice, she gestured towards the opposite wall, which displayed a massive screen indicating the various levels and the corresponding fees for the time required. Upon seeing this, Xiao Gang hurried towards it. Meanwhile, the attendant's gaze shifted to Tingshu. However, before she could speak, Tingshu had already handed her a sky-blue booklet. Upon receiving it and observing the familiar emblem, the attendant was momentarily taken aback. As she opened it, the contents written within astonished her even more. Beneath Tingshu's portrait lay his name, accompanied by a prominently displayed certification as a junior breeder, complete with the date of approval and his age, which left the registrar in awe. It was not that she had never encountered breeders before. Rather, a 10-year-old breeder was simply astonishing. Please keep this. You may browse freely within the first 3 levels. With a smile and a nod, she returned the certificate. At that moment, Xiao Gang returned. 2 hours on the first level, right? Here is the payment, he said, handing over the prepared amount and looking toward the staff. Yes, the attendant confirmed. After receiving Xiao Gang's payment, she swiftly provided him with a square paper resembling a qualification certificate. Hey, Tingshu, why are you still here? A bewildered Xiao Gang paused upon noticing Tingshu still standing there. Oh right, you must know the cost, right? So, have you completed your registration? Having completed their task, they entered the library. Tingshu smiled, refraining from explaining anything to Xiao Gang, and the two proceeded directly into the vast expanse of books. Xiao Gang sought literature on caring for small creatures, while Tingshu was on a quest for resources pertaining to the Qianyan bird, focusing on training techniques, signature moves, and in-depth descriptions of the creatures themselves. Upon entering the library, Tingshu and Xiao Gang parted ways. The library was astonishingly large. Even the collection on the first floor left Tingshu in awe. Without the benefit of a meticulously organized layout, finding the desired texts would have taken an astronomical amount of time. If the first floor resembled introductory textbooks on Pokémon studies, the second floor was akin to historical literature. Ascending further revealed more profound knowledge, including technical manuals on the creation of Pokeballs. However, for those untrained in the field, perusing these texts without prior education would likely yield little understanding. One could not simply glance at the materials and processes of Pokeball manufacturing and expect to replicate them. Otherwise, the technology, intricacies, and resources involved would not be monopolized by the few wealthy conglomerates of the Alliance. After meandering between the first and third floors, Tingshu soon found the books he required. He gathered essential texts such as the evolutionary journey of the Qianyan bird and an analysis of dragon-type moves, along with supplementary books on hunting techniques, nurturing, and dietary needs related to the Qianyan bird and other creatures. Generally, even a single book on dragon-type moves would have 4 or 5 different versions. As a budding breeder, Tingshu possessed his own discernment and understanding, enabling him to select the most suitable materials without difficulty. Finding the books was a breeze, and Tingshu had no intention of reading them on site. As a novice breeder, he could borrow them for an extended period, and even if he were to misplace them, the compensation would be minimal, one of the perks of being a breeder. With his desired texts in hand, Tingshu was eager to explore the Grand Library. His usual reading material consisted primarily of foundational knowledge and common theories. However, he had limited familiarity with the establishment of the Alliance, the historical relationship between ancient magical beasts and trainers, notable figures from antiquity, and the modern development of their world. Thus, after a brief exploration, he ascended to the second floor. Haunted by memories of his past life, Tingshu found himself captivated by biographical works. For the remainder of his time, he nestled in a corner of the second floor, engrossed in swiftly browsing through various narratives. These almost narrative-style books did not require excessive mental effort. Among the numerous books, several piqued Tingshu's considerable interest. For instance, prior to the advent of Pokeballs, humanity employed a unique tool to control small creatures, which were then referred to as monsters. Even in the absence of technological advancements in ancient times, humanity did not find itself at the bottom of the food chain. Centuries ago, this world was organized into nations, with various factions incessantly warring in pursuit of resources and territory. During that era, small creatures were primarily utilized as instruments of warfare, and the notion of a partnership between humans and these creatures was a rather rare sentiment. Moreover, Tingshu also discovered literature introducing the Celestial Crown Academy, However, such obscure texts would likely go unnoticed by many if not for his deliberate search. After immersing himself in numerous tomes, Tingshu exhaled deeply, the sensation of being enveloped in a sea of books. Coupled with the exhilaration of acquiring new knowledge and the transformative feeling it engendered, was truly intoxicating. With each new discovery, Tingshu experienced a profound sense of fulfillment. His thirst for knowledge seemed to amplify and expand within him. Glancing at the time, Tingshu stretched lazily, planning to finish the final book in his possession before returning home, knowing he had ample time to read in the future and thus felt no urgency. The title of the book was Generations. Upon reading the title, Tingshu cleared his throat, finding it hard to imagine that this could be the name of a person, as it was a biography. Chapter 41. The origin of the breeder Generations, a figure of remarkable legend, was born before the establishment of the Pokémon League. Hailing from a farming family, the genesis of this tale is rooted in a pet belonging to Mr. Generations, an EV. It was this very EV that enabled Mr. Generations to become the first legitimate breeder in history, the progenitor of all breeders, and a pivotal force behind the establishment of the Breeder Association. As a child, Mr. Generations lived during the late Warring States period, rejecting the notion of war and being among the few who regarded small creatures as companions. His bond with Eevee was profound, nurtured by years of cohabitation that forged a strong emotional foundation. In a serendipitous event, Mr. Generations came into possession of a mysterious stone. Upon contact with Eevee, a remarkable transformation occurred. The creature radiated a brilliant white light, and as time passed, it evolved into an entirely new species. Eevee, once perceived merely as a pet, astonishingly evolved into a new being, entirely cloaked in blue. Mr. Generations, in astonishment, noted that the evolved Eevee's physiology bore a striking resemblance to that of water, allowing it to dissolve within it. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to predict rain and had mastered numerous formidable techniques that were previously elusive. The displayed prowess was undeniably beyond that of the former pet Eevee. This unexpected metamorphosis ignited a fervent curiosity within the young Mr. Generations, then just in his teens. He suddenly grasped the principle behind Eevee's transformations. This seemingly delicate creature could metamorphose into an entirely new species simply by the influence of a stone, acquiring extraordinary abilities in the process. Such phenomena were beyond the wildest imaginings of Mr. Shurdai, who hailed from humble beginnings. Yet, following this unexpected revelation, he appeared to undergo a profound transformation himself. This incident awakened within Mr. Shurdai a fervent desire to explore the unknown. Ignoring his family's objections, he embarked on his own journey, setting forth alone on a quest for knowledge. During this period, he acquired 2 additional EVs from other regions and, over the span of 2 years, stumbled upon 2 remarkable stones in different locales, one a fiery orange-red, the other dazzling like lightning, distinctly different from the crystal-like stone he had previously discovered. Under the influence of these 2 stones, his other 2 Pokémon evolved, just as he had anticipated, transforming into entirely different species from the first EV. In his astonishment, he tentatively named them Water EV, Ray EV, and Fire EV. After years of travel and observing the transformations of his 3 EVs, Mr. Shurdai confirmed numerous hypotheses. He believed that certain external influences could induce mutations in Pokémon, a phenomenon seemingly akin to evolution itself. With this realization, new questions arose. If these extraordinary stones could facilitate EV's transformation into more powerful species, could other elements also fundamentally enhance a Pokémon's abilities? Given that Pokémon are inherently wondrous beings, cherished by nature, might there exist various unknown treasures in the world that could benefit them? Much like how a skilled warrior wields a renowned blade to amplify their combat prowess. What awaited Mr. Shurdai was an extended period of research and exploration. Over the next 7 years, he lived alongside wild Pokémon, collecting various extraordinary items and even enticing them to assist in his studies. Those 7 years unveiled to him a new world. He discovered a mound of silver powder, drawn from an unknown source, which incited fierce competition among insect-type Pokémon. The Beedrill that obtained the silver powder grew even more ferocious and powerful. From a mysterious lake, he procured a droplet of highly condensed water. When worn, this droplet significantly enhanced his water EV's control over water currents. Moreover, he uncovered the remarkable uses of numerous berries, realizing they serve purposes beyond mere sustenance. Through trial and error, Mr. Shurdai faced near-death experiences in the wild throughout these years. Fortunately, his 3 EVs remained steadfast companions by his side. 2 decades passed, and now in his 40s, Mr. Shurdai seemed to be isolated from the chaotic world around him. tirelessly traversing the wilderness in pursuit of what he deemed the truth of knowledge. At this juncture, the Warring States period drew to a close, and the aristocratic system crumbled dramatically. A collective of like-minded individuals, alongside their magical creatures known as Pokémon, endeavored for years to mend the ravaged continent. They fervently propagated the notion that Pokémon are companions to humanity and championed the ideal of equality. This powerful message emerged prominently in the consciousness of the populace, leading to the establishment of the illustrious Pokémon League. To this day, some proclaim that these individuals represent the pinnacle of Pokémon existence or are the chosen ones of the world's creator, destined to rescue those ensnared in turmoil. Others regard them as the initial awakeners of thought, great revolutionaries. Undeniably, this group, bolstered by the support of numerous Pokémon, concluded the Warring States period, with the Pokémon League swiftly seizing power, presenting itself as a beacon of prosperity, equality, and harmonious development. With such leadership, grievances were virtually non-existent. The few aristocrats who resisted were systematically dealt with. The emergence of equitable laws marked a significant advancement in the civilization of this world. The chaos of war dissipated, and new terms such as Pokémon and trainers captured the attention of many. Upon learning of these developments, Mr. Shida was overjoyed. The establishment of human rights and the status of Pokémon ignited a flame of hope within him. Eagerly, he reported his research findings to the League, and fortuitously, his work garnered substantial recognition. The knowledge concerning Pokémon opened vast avenues for many, illuminating new directions. It was during this period that the Joy family, seizing the opportunity, monopolized knowledge related to Pokémon healing. With astute intellect, they rapidly established an expansive commercial network. Centuries later, the Joy family has evolved into one of the most influential entities worldwide. Today, it is rare for any trainer to have not benefited from the assistance of the Joy family, which stands behind a vast collective of trainers, rendering any attempts to challenge their status almost quixotic. As for Mr. Shida, having achieved great renown and status, he remained steadfast in his research. Alongside like-minded individuals, he co-founded an organization dedicated to the study of these wondrous beings. Unlike trainers, they did not seek to deliberately enhance the strength of Pokémon through battles. If trainers pursued external growth through combat, these researchers delved into the essence of Pokémon, exploring their formation, evolution, growth, and reproduction. As this framework continued to develop, they designated themselves with a unique title, Pokémon Breeders. Chapter 42. The Nurturer. The concept of a nurturer is vast and profound. Unlike trainers who enhance their abilities through relentless training and combat, nurturers delve into the essence of existence, seeking truths through both theory and practice in pursuit of the unknown. The establishment of the Nurturer Association has provided these individuals with a formal vocation. In certain respects, their influence may even surpass that of the Pokémon League. However, despite the rapid development of the Nurturer Association, the extensive knowledge, logic, and theoretical aptitude required to become a truly competent nurturer has limited many. Additionally, the diverse personalities of various Pokémon pose a challenge to the expansion of nurturers. Most significantly, the methods of information exchange at that time created an insurmountable chasm impeding the establishment of the nurturing profession. In contrast, the Pokémon League, propelled by advancements in technology, humanity's second greatest ally beyond Pokémon, sought a path entirely distinct from that of the Nurturer Association. One side pursued technological innovation, while the other focused on the knowledge of Pokémon. Ultimately, however, the fusion of technology and nurturing knowledge, culminating in the invention of the Pokéball, breathed new life into the profession of trainers. This new vocation spread rapidly across the globe, akin to a wildfire. With the advent of the Pokéball, the Pokémon League aimed to consolidate its power and rapidly cultivate a new generation of trainers. Even those with no prior experience could embark on journeys, gaining invaluable experience by capturing and training various Pokémon, thus becoming the League's most advantageous allies in exploring new territories. Through this strategy, the Pokémon League ultimately became widely recognized and established as the official institution for trainers. Nevertheless, nurturers remain an undeniable force. The Joy family, for instance, stands as one of the top decision-makers within the Nurturer Association, wielding considerable influence among trainers. Today, 2 centuries later, both trainers and nurturers have found their paths, with trends solidifying. The name of the progenitor of nurturers, Sherdai, has gradually evolved into a legend. Taking a deep breath after reading Mr. Sherdai's experiences, Tingshu marveled at the immense perseverance required to dedicate decades in the wilderness solely to the pursuit of knowledge about Pokémon. Remarkable indeed. Even as a time traveler, Tingshu could not help but admire how this individual catalyzed the rapid development of the nurturing profession, which, in turn, significantly contributed to societal progress. As he turned to the final page, Tingshu noted that the conclusion contained a collection of profound quotes. Mr. Shurdai often expressed in his later years that whether one is a trainer or a breeder, one should accomplish the intended goals through the knowledge one possesses, rather than relying solely on fanciful dreams. Upon encountering this phrase, Tingshu's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of the past, whether on Earth or in this world. The ordinary him had altered his fate through the laborious and tedious acquisition of knowledge. The lessons he gleaned in this world afforded him the greatest opportunities. Closely intertwined with the recognition from Master Shenzong and tangible benefits that followed, as well as the prevailing currents of this realm. Setting aside the book Shurdai, Tingshu found himself overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. He had initially believed he understood the profession of a breeder deeply, yet he now realized that his cultivation was still far from sufficient. With a faint smile, he shook his head at the thought of being a breeder. Soon, he would be heading to Tanguan Academy, uncertain of when he might return for the intermediate breeder assessment. It was time to depart. Having attained what he desired, Tingshu did not intend to linger at the breeder's abode any longer. As he descended the stairs, he noticed Xiao Gang still enthusiastically perusing materials. Without disturbing him, Tingshu left alone. His meeting with Xiao Gang was merely a brief interlude, as long as Tingshu continued on his path as a breeder. Encounters with the protagonists or prominent figures from the original narrative were merely a matter of time. On his way back to the hotel, Tingshu pondered the disparity in strength among trainers, seemingly determined by the prowess of the Pokémon in their possession, yet it appeared not entirely so. Beyond the strength of the Pokémon, numerous factors in a battle depended entirely on the trainer themselves. Even the Pokémon's capabilities were inextricably linked to the trainer's training and nurturing. To become a formidable trainer, aside from ephemeral luck and chance, Tingshu contemplated a singular concept: accumulation. The growth of a trainer is a process of accumulation, reliant on the long-term honing of both the Pokémon's strength and the trainer's experience. However, should one seek a shortcut, Tingshu had formulated his own idea: knowledge. Sufficient knowledge could enable him to traverse chasms and thorns that others could neither approach nor comprehend, allowing him to ascend a path of remarkable growth. The knowledge Tingshu envisioned was not mere theoretical musings or superficial rhetoric, but rather a complex system whose precise nature eluded definition. To borrow his own metaphor, it was akin to leveraging external resources. This notion had also been inspired by Mr. Shurdai's teachings. He likened knowledge to an external tool that could directly influence both the Pokémon and the trainer themselves. In Tingshu's fragmented recollections, he remembered that in the original narrative, Ash had encountered a trainer named Xiaoming, who had created training devices capable of assisting Pokémon in adapting to various battle environments. Setting aside subjective factors, this Xiaoming was effectively utilizing external resources to enhance the strength of his Pokémon. The process is rather straightforward. In essence, it revolves around resources: technique discs, nutritional supplements, training apparatus, and the like, all external entities. What Tingshu aspires to investigate encompasses these elements, yet it extends beyond them. These items represent the crystallized wisdom of those who came before, and he possesses an unparalleled advantage over others in this world, namely, the power of thought, derived from another realm. Unconstrained by the common knowledge of this place, he harbors a multitude of peculiar ideas, his imaginative insights. If he can harness these elements effectively to enhance Pokémon, Tingshu is convinced that, armed with this knowledge, he can traverse a shortcut toward success. The Joy family has ascended to the pinnacle of medical advancements, while Master Ian has devoted years to studying the innate talents of Pokémon, embodying the archetype of a talent-centric breeder, adept at identifying gifted Pokémon. Conversely, Master Iroh focuses on enabling various Pokémon to effortlessly acquire a broader array of techniques, thereby enriching their foundational capabilities and combat value. Master Shenzong delves into the roots of Pokémon from a genetic perspective, seeking to unearth their latent potential. Should there ever arise an opportunity to unlock the genes lying dormant within Pokémon for centuries, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. Tingshu possesses a vague recollection. Although he cannot be certain, he faintly remembers a term buried deep within his consciousness: evolution. This fragment of earthly memory has nearly faded from his mind. What about me? While external resources seem appealing, the knowledge involved is vastly broader than the singular focus of these esteemed predecessors. Without a sufficiently rigorous direction, the journey ahead remains daunting. Chapter 43. The Tunnel Master Shenzong has returned. Due to a minor incident, Tingshu's departure for the Sinnoh region has been postponed by several days. He once again boards Master Xingzong's private helicopter, destined for the quaint town of Green Shade, located to the west of the Hoenn region. Unlike Autumn Leaf Town, Green Shade is renowned for its rejuvenating air. Although it is in proximity to Mount Smog, the prevailing winds prevent volcanic ash from reaching this locale. Economically speaking, Green Shade, a fragrant, grassy plateau, has flourished significantly, attracting numerous ailing patients seeking recuperation compared to the more modest Autumn Leaf Town. Is the situation grave? Several workers have sustained injuries, and construction on the Karu Tunnel has come to a halt. Despite summoning nearby trainers to investigate the matter, the issue remains unresolved. Tingshu converses with Master Xingzong. Their journey to Green Shade aims to address an engineering mishap caused by Pokémon to facilitate a convenient route for trainers. The Hoenn League has decided to establish a mountain path connecting Tanguan City to Green Shade, preliminarily named the Karu Tunnel. However, midway through the project, a swarm of Numel emerged to impede progress. The group of Gunyinyu is exceedingly cunning and remarkably disciplined. Whenever trainers arrive to guard the area, they discreetly conceal themselves. The moment the trainers depart, or when the workers resume their tasks during the night due to a shortage of manpower, the Gunyinyu emerge en masse to wreak havoc. Their actions have caused immense frustration for the project manager, who reported the situation upwards. However, at that moment, the Fangyuan Alliance lacked suitable personnel to address such trivial matters. To interrupt the tasks of the Elite Four and other operatives for the sake of the Kalula Tunnel project seemed rather excessive. Moreover, with the impending Kaiyu conference, the demand for manpower was exceedingly high. From the perspective of the higher-ups, this minor issue was merely a reflection of the manager's incompetence, believing that external trainers could easily resolve it. However, it was only after several workers were unexpectedly injured, causing a significant uproar in the locality, that the Alliance began to take the matter seriously. They halted the Kalulu Tunnel project and, succumbing to public pressure, promptly invited Master Xingzong, who was active nearby, to participate in the investigation. They also mobilized the Orange Blossom Forest Rangers and local police to assist in this task. The families of the injured workers began to protest. Leaving the Alliance with little choice, other qualified individuals were too far from Green Shade Town, necessitating assistance from the Breeder Association. Should any more ordinary individuals be harmed, the nascent reputation of the Alliance would undoubtedly suffer. Although trainers were brought in to drive away the Gunyinyu, the creatures themselves remained oblivious to the turmoil caused by such trivial Pokémon. Relying solely on brute force to resolve the issue without uncovering the underlying cause would be a superficial solution, ultimately ineffective. Master Xingzong shook his head and explained to Tingshu, "The Gunyinyu, you see? Could it be that the construction of the tunnel has disturbed them?" Indeed, Gunyinyu are impervious to the effects of sound-based moves. These diminutive creatures possess a unique soundproofing ability, commonly referred to as a trait, though the term has yet to be widely disseminated. The extraordinary characteristics of Pokémon are often referred to by breeders as unique talents. If the noise generated by the tunnel construction were indeed disturbing the Gunyinyu, it would seem implausible, as the Alliance would surely endeavor to select areas devoid of Pokémon habitation for their projects. Therefore, the intent behind the Gunyinyu's destructive behavior warranted further investigation. Master Xingzong paused momentarily before casting a satisfied glance at Tingshu. Indeed, Gunyinyu do possess a soundproofing ability. If the project manager were aware of this, he would realize that the key to the situation does not lie in merely driving away the Gunyinyu. Upon arrival, Master Xingzong's helicopter landed, greeted by police and staff awaiting below, prompting Tingshu to marvel once more at the esteemed status of top breeders. Yet, upon reaching the site, Master Xingzong had little time to attend to the young boy, leaving Tingshu delighted to have some leisure. He prepared to embark on some practical training with his hunting Butterfree and Swablu. The mountains near the Karu Green Tunnel have become a gathering place for numerous young trainers, all of whom were previously invited to address the Gunyonyo incident. As the situation escalated and results remained elusive, they were reluctant to depart without resolution. The authorities had cordoned off most of the area, leaving the trainers feeling quite helpless. However, in their ennui, they often found themselves clustered together in the open spaces, engaging in battles. Tingshu was drawn in by the sounds of combat. The water-type duel against the grass-type seemed perilous. Had Ya already achieved 3 consecutive victories? Would his opponent withstand the onslaught? The battle was intensifying amidst the type disadvantage, and the spectators fixated their attention on the 2 small creatures in the arena. Tingshu included. The combatants were the forest lizard and Marilioli. The robust thigh muscles of the forest lizard could generate astonishing bursts of power, and its leafy appendages showcased blade-like prowess during the fight. Under the relentless pressure of the forest lizard's leaf blades, Mariliali was swiftly defeated. The outcome was clear. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. For consecutive victories. He has achieved 4 in a row. For consecutive victories? Tingshu pushed forward to discern the identity of this remarkable trainer. The victor was a boy, around 11 or 12 years old, with a broad face and brown hair seemingly styled with gel into an eccentric form. As Tingshu approached, the boy immediately grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Friend, have you now recognized my prowess?" He then called out to the gathered trainers, "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? If not, does anyone wish to join me? Since we are all here, we cannot let this opportunity pass us by. We need just 5 individuals. Once we gather enough, we shall venture into the mountains. While the police conduct their investigation, we too shall seek to unravel the mystery of the Gu Nyo Nyo incident." Zhou was fervent in his enthusiasm, a trait seemingly characteristic of every young trainer. After witnessing Zhou's skills, several were clearly tempted by his proposal. Most trainers were restless spirits, constantly stirred by such thrilling prospects. "I'm in. Count me among you." Within the span of 2 breaths, 3 trainers, 2 males and 1 female, stepped forward in unison. The authorities had explicitly stated that trainers were not permitted to continue their investigations, especially after injuries had already occurred. Should another trainer be harmed due to the Karu Green Tunnel incident, the situation would escalate further. For participants, is there anyone else? She looked around, hoping to find another companion, yet the others were swayed by reason, opting not to join in this endeavor. Chapter 44. The Noisy Sprite. Are you interested? Zhou was taken aback when no one responded. In the midst of this awkwardness, he turned to the nearest trainer, Tingshu, and warmly inquired. However, as he began to speak, he hesitated. Tingshu appeared to be no older than 10 and seemed to be a novice trainer. Venturing deep into the mountains could lead to unforeseen consequences, which would be unfortunate for a novice trainer who might struggle to care for themselves. Tetsuya's eyes widened in alarm. Fearing that Tsubaki might agree, he had no desire to be encumbered by a burden. He had heard that the situation was quite serious and believed that recruiting additional personnel would enhance safety, though he did not consider including a mere newcomer. Tsubaki raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment. To be honest, he felt a flicker of intrigue regarding the incident, but given that he was accompanying Master Songjong, he dismissed the idea, recognizing it would surely complicate matters. Tetsuya, sensing curiosity radiating from Tsubaki's gaze, grimaced internally, realizing he was in trouble. Just as Tsubaki was about to politely decline, he was interrupted by another voice. "Hey, Tetsuya, don't waste time chatting with kids. 4 of us is sufficient. A rookie won't contribute much." One of the 3 trainers who had stepped forward, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, remarked. Tetsuya remained silent, offering only an awkward smile, tacitly conceding to the comment. Tsubaki was taken aback. "Hey, how can you judge someone based on their appearance?" A young female trainer among the 3 spoke up, her tone laced with irritation. She had faced similar ridicule when she first began her journey. "Is there a problem? At his age, he is probably still playing house with his Pokémon, huh?" Tsubaki stood to the side, feeling exasperated, his mouth twitching as he questioned whether he had stumbled into the wrong scene. "I am not a novice trainer," he felt compelled to clarify. He was a breeder, and the title of trainer had never occupied his thoughts. "Not a novice? Then how many Pokémon have you captured?" The trainer clad in a deep blue jacket seemed determined to provoke Tsubaki. "2," Tsubaki replied, suddenly feeling his words lacked authority. As anticipated, the blue-clad trainer erupted with laughter. "Come on, stop boasting. At your age, if you're not a novice trainer, I must be a member of the Elite Four." Tsubaki could only feel a sense of helplessness. "Enough of this, don't mind him. Everyone starts as a novice trainer. Keep pushing forward. You will soon become an elite trainer in your own right." The young female trainer intervened, believing it best to halt the conversation to protect Tsubaki's confidence from the disparaging remarks of the blue-clad trainer. The group's demeanor clearly marked Tsubaki as a novice trainer. He grew weary of the explanations and resigned himself to the label. After all, if he were to register as a trainer in the Pokémon League, he certainly fit the criteria of a newcomer. However, the realms of breeding and training were distinctly different. "All right, let us stop the bickering," Tetsuya expressed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable himself. Though he was not much older, having only debuted a year prior, he considered his skills commendable. Witnessing Tsubaki being targeted, he instinctively took the blame upon himself. "In that case, let us gather 5 of us. More hands make light work. Let us avoid infighting." Tetsuya let out a silent sigh. He had invited the individual himself, and to refuse him again would surely bruise Tsubaki's pride. He resolved to accept Tsubaki's inclusion, thinking that he could simply look after him more attentively. Meanwhile, Tsubaki wore a befuddled expression, wondering when he had consented. Tetsuya had forgotten that Tsubaki had not even finished speaking. He merely perceived curiosity and a spark of interest in Tsubaki's eyes, leading him to instinctively conclude that the latter was inclined to accept his invitation. "Never mind. You can accompany me. My thorny rose will protect you," declared the young trainer, patting her chest and adopting an expression that conveyed her assurance. Tsubaki, however, once again declined, only to be met with a sharp retort. "Have confidence in your abilities. We are 5 in number and should encounter no danger," Tetsuya reassured him. "What's the matter with you? Just because you're new? Is a little admonishment too much for you? Show some backbone." "I don't want to lose respect for you," interjected the trainer clad in blue. "This is a splendid opportunity for training. Do not worry. My Pokémon can assist you in critical moments," added the young trainer. "Just be cautious," advised the last member of the group. Thus, Tsubaki's polite refusals were misconstrued as timidity, and the group, unable to bear it any longer, resolved to lend a hand to the novice trainer. The leader of this assembly, a boy who had achieved 4 consecutive victories against roadside trainers, was named Tetsuya. The blue-clad trainer, Zongzu, had competed in 3 regional tournaments. The young trainer known as Kiki was diligently training to become an exceptional coordinator, while the final member, Ayue, was an apprentice hailing from the Kanaz gym. With Tsubaki, who had been unwittingly drawn into their midst, the 5 began to plot their venture into the mountains to unravel the mystery surrounding the disturbances caused by the Nuzleaf. The construction of the Kalu Green Tunnel had been interrupted. Whenever this group of trainers appeared, the Nuzleaf would retreat into the mountains, patiently waiting for an opportunity to strike again. After listening to Master Xingzong's account, Tsubaki found himself as well informed as the others. He too was deeply curious about the underlying reasons and wished to validate his own speculations. The group planned to enter the mountains at midnight when the police presence would be weakest. Hearing this, Tsubaki rolled his eyes, despite his curiosity. He had no desire to embark on such a reckless adventure with these youngsters. Nighttime was a period for rest, and after nearly a month of training at the Yintu Mountains, Tsubaki was utterly fatigued and had no intention of seeking further tribulations. The 4 were animatedly discussing their plans, and eventually, they agreed upon a time and a meeting place. Thus, they each departed to prepare, but after Tsubaki left, he had no intention of rejoining them. He sought a tranquil spot to rest, as both his Wingull and Butterfree had their own training tasks, and he could not afford to waste a moment. Master Xingzong had not provided any specific instructions, which left Tsubaki feeling somewhat helpless. He suspected that Master Xingzong had forgotten that he lacked a trainer's license and was unable to stay at the Pokémon Center. Individuals like Tingshu exist. They set up their own tents, seeking suitable locations to erect temporary abodes. This makeshift lifestyle is familiar to Tingshu, who sighs, as he seems to be transported back to the time when he just departed from Autumn Leaf Town. The following morning, Tingshu is awakened by a loud commotion. Bewildered, he steps outside to ascertain the situation. After surveying the surroundings without any fruitful discoveries, 2 figures catch his attention, Miss Junsha and Master Xingzong. Hastening towards them, he inquires about the unfolding events and their current status. Tingshu. As he approaches, Master Xingzong clearly notices him. "You heard it too?" Tingshu replies. "Indeed." Master Xingzong furrows his brow. "There are some leads on the matter, but it will require time to resolve." The noise emanates from the sound spirits, particularly the leader of the Gunyunyo, who, along with some explosive creatures, seems to be in a state of agitation, displaying hostility. "Is it serious?" Tingshu gasps. "Their aggressive instincts are heightened, but they have retreated into the mountains. That is concerning." Tingshu rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He recalls that a few trainers had ventured into the mountains yesterday, unsure if they were intercepted. "I received no word," Junsha interjects, her eyes widening. "If they have taken action, they are likely still in the mountains." Tingshu glances at Master Xingzong. If the trainers are attacked by the irate explosive creatures, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. "I understand," Master Xingzong responds, hesitating for a moment before tossing a Pokeball to Tingshu. "You know those trainers, correct? This is a Pidgeot's Pokeball. See if you can locate them and persuade them to wait for help without taking rash actions. Junsha and I will immediately investigate the situation with the explosive creatures. Is that acceptable?" Junsha appears taken aback, gazing at the barely 10-year-old Tingshu. "Rest assured," Master Xingzong reassures her, he is a nurturer. If any unexpected situations arise, he will manage better than an ordinary trainer, especially with Pidgeot accompanying him. There should be no mishaps. Chapter 45. The dominant Pokémon. The mountains adjacent to Greenshade Town form a barrier between 2 desolate areas. The route connecting Greenshade and Kanaz. The deep blue peaks resemble the massive spines of a beast, hidden within the crystalline morning light. Above the mountains, a resounding cry echoes as a colossal Pidgeot soars and circles gracefully. Tingshu clings tightly to Pidgeot, enduring the discomfort brought by the rushing winds. His gaze sweeping across the expansive mountain range. What a thrill! This is his first experience soaring at such heights, and the exhilaration is palpable. Time slipped away swiftly, and Tingshu, mindful of his responsibilities, cautiously addressed the majestic Beedrill as its pace began to slow. There should be 4 individuals on the opposing side. Let us search diligently. Beedrill, with its keen eyesight, was clearly well suited for the task of locating others. Exercise caution and maintain this altitude. In the wilderness, trainers riding aerial Pokémon must avoid low-altitude flights, as straying into the territory of other creatures could provoke a direct and perilous attack. Although Tingshu was a novice, his survival knowledge surpassed that of many fledgling trainers. As time passed, Beedrill and Tingshu meticulously scoured the mountainous terrain. Suddenly, a swarm of violet figures darted across their path, halting their movements. It was a group of Gunny, accompanied by the fearsome Exploud. Tingshu's eyes sparkled with recognition. They had indeed encountered the right target. Have they ventured so deep? He pondered. No matter, we must prioritize finding the others. In the next moment, he commanded Beedrill to circumvent the group. His primary mission was to ensure the safety of Ji and his companions. The truth behind the Calor Tunnel incident was best left to the professionals. Roar! Roar! The thunderous roars echoed ominously. Tingshu wished to avoid conflict. Yet reality was not aligning with his desires. The sheer volume of the roars nearly caused Beedrill to lose its balance if it had not promptly decelerated. Tingshu, high above, gazed downward and spotted an enormous creature within the Gunny colony. The sight of this Pokémon caused his pupils to constrict. It was none other than the leader of the Gunny, the formidable Exploud. It must have stood at least 2 meters tall. Exploud was like a colossal source of sound, continuously emitting thunderous roars that reverberated through the ground. Even with his ears covered, Tingshu could feel the violent vibrations. Truly, this was a noise Pokémon capable of producing sounds heard 10 kilometers away. Beedrill, we must retreat, he urged, furrowing his brow. The intensity of Exploud's aggressive demeanor was concerning. Such a creature could disrupt even the flight of Master Xingzong's Beedrill. Given its imposing size, it was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary trainer. Should Ji and his party encounter it, alongside the multitude of Exploud and Gunny, the situation could become dire. Exploud emanated an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of the encounter Tingshu had with the dominant creature of Yentu Mountain, the mother of the Qingshan bird during the Qixi festival. It was immensely powerful, far surpassing ordinary Pokémon. This creature had undoubtedly emerged victorious from fierce competition within its colony or region, a product of nature's ruthless culling, standing as a paragon of excellence in strength and various attributes. Since the establishment of the Pokémon League, the most vexing challenge has been posed by these diminutive creatures. Ordinary trainers are no match for them. Whenever the League seeks to urbanize certain areas or expand into new territories, encounters with these pesky sprites often escalate into troublesome predicaments, frequently necessitating the assembly of elite trainers or the employment of technological means to achieve their objectives. However, thus far, the cities and towns where humans predominantly congregate have reached saturation, and the emphasis on wilderness development has waned significantly. Many dominant Pokémon have been defeated, captured, or have vacated their homelands, leaving behind a scarcity of formidable wild sprites. With the modernization of various regions, it is likely that the strength of wild Pokémon may continue to diminish. The departure of Pidgeot and the Forest Guardian was rather abrupt, and the sound of Exploud's voice doubtless resonated far and wide, likely even reaching Master Wuzong. The next steps now lay ahead. Meanwhile, did you feel that? Near a certain cave, GS sensed vibrations in the surroundings and promptly spoke up. The expressions of Zhongzhua, Xiaoqi, and Ayu grew solemn as they nodded in agreement. It appeared they had found some clues. GS smiled faintly, his excitement palpable. They had missed the earlier vibrations, and this time, they could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. Let us hasten our steps. The group resumed their pursuit. Should they uncover the cause of the disturbances or resolve the incident at Calor Tunnel, they would gain recognition among nearby trainers. A tantalizing prospect for any newcomer in the field. If their fame were to grow sufficiently, they might even earn titles of their own. Trainers who possess titles enjoy unimaginable advantages, both among the populace and in official circles. Thus, the group was particularly focused, earnest, and meticulous. Approximately 5 minutes later, a cacophony erupted from one side of the mountain path, a series of piercing cries that resembled the sharp sounds of jet propulsion. Countless voices converged, suggesting a multitude of creatures calling out in unison. It was the sound of Nummel. Captain Gia spoke with a seriousness that betrayed a hint of tension. After all, they were merely a few curious trainers venturing into the unknown. What might transpire was uncertain. Come forth, forest lizard, prepare for battle. Meowth, you too. Poison ivy, ninjask. In the confined space, the four summoned their respective Pokémon, their eyes fixed intently on the Nummel that had just emerged. Fortunately, there were only a few Nummel. Allow me to handle them, Zongzwa remarked. A flicker of disdain crossed Zongzwa's gaze. A mere weak Nummel would undoubtedly prove no match for his Meowth. The remaining individuals regarded the diminutive sprite, Gunyunyo, with disdain, perceiving it as entirely non-threatening. Their only concern was to avoid its shrill cries and proceed with caution. Let us conclude this battle swiftly, Tetsuya remarked, nodding toward his companions. At that moment, they instinctively lifted their gazes as an unexpected darkness enveloped them. A shadow darting across the sky, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and a tender voice that declared, "What a nuisance, the hunting butterfree. Let us employ sleep powder." Chapter 46. The reason Tetsuya and his companions looked up to see a hunting butterfree flapping its wings, releasing a cascade of green powder. Almost immediately, several Gunyunyo succumbed to slumber, collapsing to the ground without resistance. Above them, a majestic bee drill, nearly 2 meters in height, stirred its wings, sensing the chilling winds from above, causing the group to shiver. Is that a bee drill? And a hunting butterfree? Who is there? Their battle with the Gunyunyo interrupted. The four of them gazed upwards in astonishment. However, apart from the bee drill soaring in the air and another hunting butterfree circling above, nothing else was visible. It was not until the bee drill descended slowly, and from its back leapt a young boy clad in a white shirt with golden brown hair, that they regained their composure. The boy appeared gentle, yet his brown eyes conveyed a sense of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon the four. After a moment of contemplation, before he could speak, the others erupted in exclamations. "You're that guy from yesterday?" Zongzu exclaimed, astonished, his tone unfriendly. "Hey, why did you go back on your word? We waited for you for so long." The girl trainer named Xiaoqi recognized Taruki and expressed her dissatisfaction. The remaining Ayato and Tetsuya also turned their attention to him. "Taruki, I never agreed to anything from the start," he replied, somewhat distressed, having not intended to encounter them again. "I've already stated my lack of interest, but you all kept denying me the opportunity to explain." The four clearly found his response unsatisfactory, their gazes shifting to the hunting butterfree and the bee drill. The hunting butterfree itself was imposing, but the bee drill, with its near 2-meter stature, splendid appearance, and commanding gaze, instantly intimidated the group of young trainers. "This is not the time for explanations. If you wish to avoid injury, I strongly advise you to follow me," Taruki stated. "What do you mean?" Tetsuya inquired. "This area is perilous. You must vacate this place and await police rescue." "I do not believe you possess the capability to defend yourselves," Taruki explained. "I did not prevent you from leaving because I underestimated the severity of the situation. There exists a formidable leader among the Gunyunyo, one with commanding abilities. I trust you are not so arrogant as to believe you can contend with over 100 sprites. There is no time. Trust me and follow closely. Their aggressive instincts are currently heightened, and they are nearby. Being noticed would yield unfavorable consequences." Tingshu gently caressed the neck of his Pidgeot and issued a command before making his way towards a location distant from the noisemakers. This young man, Zongzwa, gritted his teeth, deeply dissatisfied with Tingshu's audacious demeanor. Perhaps we should consider his words. From the Kanaz gym, Ah adjusted his glasses, asserting that there should be no reason for him to deceive us. Indeed, the previous commotion seemed rather peculiar. We ought to follow him for now. Zheyi wore a grave expression, sighing as he acknowledged, "If what he says is true, then so be it." Observing the group's reaction, Zongzwa felt it futile to voice further objections. A few minutes later, the four trailed behind Tingshu, traversing several mountain paths until they arrived at a concealed entrance. "All right, I've surveyed this area from above. It should be secure. The Pidgeys shouldn't gather in such a small place," Tingshu declared, clapping his hands, though his palms were now dusted with dirt from their hurried journey. "You still haven't told us the reason," one of them inquired, increasingly perplexed as they followed Tingshu. Why would a boy younger than them come to warn them? Moreover, his Pidgeot appeared remarkably formidable, far beyond the capabilities of a novice trainer. Suddenly, a roar echoed, startling Tingshu. "I won't elaborate. Remember to stay here. I shall return shortly," he instructed as he called out to his Pidgeot, mounting it once more and heading back in the direction they had come. It seemed that Master Xingzong and his companions had arrived. Was this to be a battle? After analyzing the events surrounding the Karui Tunnel incident, Tingshu had an inkling that the source of the turmoil did not lie with the Pidgey, and he was eager to witness how this incident would unfold. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the original location. However, contrary to his expectations of chaos, both the noisemakers and the Pidgey appeared remarkably subdued. Additionally, a Miss Junsha rode a regal houndoom, accompanied by 2 male officers in uniform, all observing the scene ahead. Master Xingzong stood peacefully before the noisemakers alongside a fox-like creature, seemingly engaged in dialogue. The exchange was conducted telepathically, and soon the noisemakers' initial caution gradually eased into a state of normalcy. The transformation occurred swiftly. "Oh my," Master Xingzong smiled as the noisemakers calmed down. "Has the calling returned?" Tingshu was taken aback, wondering what had transpired in such a brief moment to pacify the once aggressive noisemakers. To his astonishment, Master Xingzong bowed respectfully to the noisemakers, after which the Pidgey and the noisemakers retreated, leaving the area. What about the group of trainers? The trees descending from the sky caught Master Xingzong's attention. A cave located 1,000 meters to the northwest, where Tingshu resided, housed several Gunniunius. A potential conflict nearly erupted among the individuals present, but ultimately, I instructed the hunting Butterfree to use sleep powder to lull them into slumber. Go awaken those Gunniunius. For now, the matter seems to have reached a temporary resolution, Master Xingzong suggested. In Greenshade Town's Pokémon Center, it took half a day for the explosive Pokémon to calm down. The 4 individuals who had ventured into the mountains were found by Miss Junsha and received a stern reprimand. However, they clamored to see Tingshu. Naturally, Tingshu could not reappear before them, as he was currently traversing the mountains alongside Master Xingzong. So, this was the case. Gunniunius had been wrongfully accused. The incident at the Cerulean Tunnel had become clearer, originating from the largest farm in Fuyin Town. In pursuit of greater profit, the farm owner decided to exploit the geographical advantages and transform the nearby farmland into a large-scale hot spring resort, leading to the heartless abandonment of a colony of groundhogs that had been kept by the farmer. Groundhogs aerate the soil, and their droppings enrich it, which is why many farmers cultivate them with care. As the largest farmer in Fuyin Town, he had nearly 100 groundhogs, and with the farm abandoned, this colony was left homeless. The groundhogs journeyed south, seeking new suitable burrows, eventually wandering near Greenshade Town. While groundhogs are not inherently aggressive, their passage tends to loosen the soil, and if they migrated during the construction of the Cerulean Tunnel, it posed a risk of landslides in the nearby mountains, Tingshu remarked. Simultaneously, the groundhogs inadvertently encroached upon the Gunniunius territory, causing significant distress. Although they managed to temporarily repel the groundhogs, the Gunniunius had no effective countermeasure against those burrowing underground. Thus, they sought human intervention, essentially warning humanity of the groundhog threat in hopes of halting the Cerulean Tunnel project and seeking assistance to expel the intruding groundhogs. The outcome was evident. Both parties struggled to communicate effectively, and compounded by erroneous judgments from decision-makers, trainers were summoned to drive away the Gunniunius, further escalating the conflict. Tingshu found this absurd. The occurrence of such a blunder reminded him of a particular Pokémon, Absol. When Absol senses the ominous signs of disaster, it appears before humans, hoping to alert them. Yet, in ancient times, they were misinterpreted as symbols of calamity, a misunderstanding rooted in inadequate comprehension and communication with Pokémon. Perhaps the Gunniunius had never intended to cause trouble, but when trainers opted for a forceful resolution, conflict was inevitable. Despite their good intentions, the trainer's demeanor incited the wrath of the explosive Pokémon. During his investigation of the conditions surrounding the mountains, Master Xingzong discovered traces of the groundhog's migration, leading him to make a series of judgments that allowed for reasonable communication with the explosive Pokémon. After a series of concessions, both parties resolved their grievances, and humanity's primary responsibility now lies in addressing the considerable impact that the gophers have had on the local ecosystem. As expected, the farmer will face consequences for his inadequate handling of the gophers, and the overseer of the Cerulean Tunnel will also incur certain penalties. Chapter 47. The challenge. A slender ray of sunlight penetrated through the crevices of the rocks, illuminating the cave still adorned with lush green moss. Master Xingzong and Tingshu sought the whereabouts of the sound monster, plunging into the depths of the cavern. It was Tingshu's suggestion to engage in a battle with the sound monster, despite knowing the formidable strength of his opponent and the slim chances of victory. He felt compelled to validate some hypotheses swirling in his mind. Within the cave, a few curious Gunniunius observed Tingshu and his companions. Moments later, the sound monster emerged from the depths. It was noticeably larger than the average sound monster, Resembling the echo bomb, but boasting an exceptionally large mouth and a predominantly purple body marked with numerous indentations, which allowed it to produce a whistling sound. Once again, we meet Sound Monster. Shall we engage in a battle? Tingshu smiled at the creature. Sensing the aura it exuded, something uncommon among ordinary sprites or even the majority of domesticated ones. In exchange, we will take full responsibility for the gopher situation, allowing you to live here in peace, Master Xingzong stated. Oh, the red irises of the sound monster fixated on Tingshu, its mouth, occupying much of its size, partially opened, unleashing a wave of sound that stirred the surrounding air. Do we have an agreement? Tingshu inquired. The sound monster nodded, let out a roar, and gestured toward the outside. I understand. Following the sound monster, Tingshu and his companions made their way out of the cave, arriving at a relatively flat area devoid of perilous rocks and mountains, perfectly suited for a fierce battle. The rules are one-on-one. I will send forth the hunting butterfree. Tossing a Pokeball forward, the dual-toned hunting butterfree materialized in a flash of white light, its vividly patterned wings poised for battle as it gazed intensely at the sound monster. Though the hunting butterfree appeared gentle, that demeanor was reserved for those it knew well. Naturally aggressive, it would launch fierce attacks if provoked, and without a trainer's guidance, such a temperament would manifest even more prominently in the wild. Master Xingzong stood by as an observer, intrigued by Tingshu's desire to challenge the sound monster, which was nearly an unbeatable opponent for both Tingshu and the hunting butterfree. Before them stood the steadfast sound monster, while the hunting butterfree spiraled gracefully in the air. And Tingshu, his fists clenched with anticipation, awaited the commencement of the battle. Let the battle begin. Hunting the butterfree. We shall take the initiative and present our opponent with a greeting. The silver whirlwind has begun to stir. The gust conjured by the hunting butterfree resembles a sandstorm, filled with flecks of white, rendering the air murky. Infusing the wind with scale powder to assault the adversary, the silver whirlwind enhances the agility of the hunting butterfree. However, the exploud shows no intention of evasion. With a resounding howl, it emits a tremendous noise, creating ripples that reverberate from its mouth, dispersing the oncoming silver whirlwind entirely beneath its mighty roar. Excellent. This exemplifies the true application of sound. Tingshu's eyes gleamed with admiration. Indeed, this little sprite can induce tremors merely through its cries, perfectly demonstrating the power of sound. Yet, this is not sufficient. Hunting butterfree, ascend into the sky and unleash the air slash. Swiftly, the hunting butterfree maneuvers through the complex currents, seemingly unperturbed, skillfully utilizing the environment without wasting an ounce of energy or time, executing the most harmonious of actions. A total of 9 air slashes are released from the heights, resembling beams of light descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the vital points of exploud. What strategy shall we employ? Will we continue to rely on sound? Tingshu scrutinizes exploud's movements until it firmly stomps the ground, using its tail and palm to counter the incoming air slashes with sheer force. The resultant blasts resonate through the air, as exploud's counterattack sends clouds of dust swirling, momentarily startling Tingshu. Now is the time. Hunting butterfree, deploy the electric net. The hunting butterfree sways its body, releasing silk that forms a shimmering sea of threads, flickering with golden light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the silk coalesces into a grand golden net, lunging towards the dissipating dust. Has it struck true? Tingshu watches anxiously as the scene becomes clearer, the imposing purple figure of Exploud re-emerging. At this moment, it is ensnared in a golden net, electric currents coursing through it, perpetually jabbing at its nerves. Now, how shall you resolve this? The silk of the hunting butterfree is not easily severed. Its resilience, honed through nourishment and training, makes it challenging to escape the unified electric net without sharp weaponry. Mere brute strength will not suffice. Tingshu has previously observed that just a few strands of silk can bind a robust canine, forcing it to expend considerable time to regain its freedom, even when using its teeth. Oh my, oh my. The response from the exploding monster was a deafening roar that resonated not only from its mouth, but also from every orifice of its body. The sound coalesced, resembling the thunderous explosion of a detonation, generating an astonishing level of destructive power. The sound wave. Tingshu's gaze sharpened as he held his breath. And then he beheld the scene he had long anticipated, an electric net, constructed with resilient silkworm strands and imbued with paralyzing currents, intricately woven into a robust structure that was difficult to dismantle. A direct hit from such a technique would undoubtedly cause significant distress to most small sprites. Yet, from its mouth and numerous openings, an array of explosive sound waves emanated, causing the ground beneath the exploding monster to tremble violently. even compelling Tingshu to cover his ears. His mind echoed with the reverberation of the tremendous noise, nearly overwhelming him with its impact. The proud electric net of the hunting butterfly, honed through extensive training, was utterly shattered by the barrage of sound waves. The silkworm strands, serving as the carrier of the electric current, disintegrated into fine powder in an instant, leaving the electric net that had ensnared the exploding monster completely obliterated. Witnessing this spectacle, even Master Xingzong could not suppress a soft gasp. The hunting butterfly overhead, the primary target of the sound wave, was thrust upwards, emitting a shriek before gradually descending. Tingshu realized that both he and the hunting butterfly had been defeated. However, the combat style of this exploding monster intrigued him immensely. Have you seen enough? Recall the hunting butterfly and fetch some healing ointment. Tingshu instructed the Qianmian bird, who had been observing the battle alongside Master Xingzong. The Qianmian bird's cries, filled with alarm, and even its proud, high-pitched voice post-evolution into the Qixi bird, fell far short of the exploding monster's formidable presence. The long howls, the cacophony, the explosive waves, and even the untapped sonic techniques of the exploding monster aligned remarkably with the secret manual that had formed in Tingshu's mind. Thank you for your efforts, hunting butterfly. And to the exploding monster, my gratitude as well. With the matter of the groundhog resolved, Tingshu prepared to venture to the Sinnoh region. Before departing, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment in validating his thoughts. On the return journey, he expressed his appreciation to Master Xingzong, who refrained from inquiring about Tingshu's reasons for challenging the exploding monster, respecting that each individual has their own path to explore. Chapter 48. Farewell to Fanyuan. Volume 1 concluded. Many sprites showcased their charm through sound, including Jigglypuff, Exploding Monster, and Soundwave Dragon, each employing sound in distinctive ways. Jigglypuff possesses vocal cords capable of altering sound wavelengths at will, enabling it to sing at the frequency that lulls opponents to sleep most easily. The exploding monster can unleash a roar that travels 10 kilometers, its power capable of inducing tremors. Meanwhile, the Soundwave Dragon can emit potent ultrasonic waves from its ears, capable of shattering rock. The Qixi Sky Bird, as a whimsical melody sprite, possesses a voice capable of reaching remarkable frequencies, enchanting all who are fortunate enough to hear its captivating songs. As the Sky Bird evolves, Tingshu envisions that it should not merely be limited to exquisite high-pitched melodies. Pokémon such as Jigglypuff, Exploud, and Noivern utilize sound waves as a means of enhancing their prowess. Thus, the inherently gifted Qixi Sky Bird should undoubtedly excel as well, albeit its potential has yet to be fully explored. In the initial training of the Sky Bird, Tingshu pondered the nature of a truly formidable Pokémon. If the Sky Bird were to develop along conventional lines, it might exhibit considerable strength. However, the question remains whether it can transcend its species' limitations. Adhering strictly to traditional training methods may only unlock a Pokémon's potential to its full capacity of 100. Yet, by breaking away from convention, it may be possible to reach 101 or even beyond. Tingshu's decision to focus on the melodious vocal abilities of the Qixi Sky Bird, a source of pride for its lineage, has been unwavering since the beginning. He has consistently offered encouragement and support for its growth in this area. Influenced not only by Jigglypuff and Exploud, Tingshu recalls having witnessed in a previous life how a human's pure vocalization could shatter a glass cup. Numerous structures have succumbed to destruction due to the resonance caused by vibrations matching their natural frequencies, leading to their effortless collapse. It is astonishing to consider that those seemingly indestructible bridges could be dismantled by the mere footsteps of humans. According to the principles of resonance, identifying the corresponding natural frequency can amplify otherwise negligible sound waves to several times their original power. Exploud can shatter silk threads with sound waves, and Noivern can break rocks using sonic waves. They possess exceptional innate abilities. Thus, could the Qixi Sky Bird, with its extraordinarily high vocal frequency, also harness its voice through training? The Qixi Sky Bird's vocal capabilities lack the explosive force of Exploud and the destructive power of Noivern sonic waves. Its strength lies in the clarity and reach of its voice, allowing it to effortlessly express a variety of beautiful melodies. Tingshu does not wish for the Qixi Sky Bird to possess the devastating power that causes earthquakes like Exploud, nor the formidable ultrasonics of Noivern. However, if the Sky Bird could swiftly ascertain the natural frequencies of some common signature moves, such as the Energy Ball or Solar Beam, and utilize specific vocalizations to find the corresponding resonant frequencies, could it not achieve similar effects? By expending minimal effort to nullify the opponent's most prevalent special moves, one would almost attain an invincible position. Reaching such a level of mastery, this sheer technique could indeed be regarded as a signature move. Tingshu is uncertain. This remains merely a hypothesis, and the struggle to determine its feasibility is a secret that cannot be unraveled in just a year or two. Quickly grasping the frequency of a signature move during battle seems a fanciful notion. Yet, the Skybird's own signature move, Mimic, which allows it to replicate the moves of its opponents, has emboldened Tingshu to put this audacious concept into practice. He senses that Mimic may hold the key to this technique. The specific training methods for Tingshu have yet to be established. This remains merely a preliminary concept, intended to serve as one of the long-term research endeavors akin to the secret techniques for hunting the phoenix butterfly. Such foresight and vision are indispensable qualities for an exemplary cultivator. The objectives set forth cannot be achieved in a day or two, nor can they be realized immediately upon taking action. All endeavors require an extensive duration for refinement, improvement, and optimization. Moreover, even in the face of failure, there are no dire consequences. Lacking the courage to even attempt means one is not destined to become a cultivator. Once this skill is mastered, even if its application is limited, it will elevate the future of the Blue Mew to heights unforeseen by Master Xingzong himself. Whether it takes 1 year or 2, or even a decade, Tingshu is prepared to dedicate his efforts as a cultivator, wholeheartedly supporting the Blue Mew in perfecting this technique. At the Pokémon Center in Greenshade Town, following the resolution of the Diglett incident, Master Xingzong finally turned his attention to Tingshu. Communication began with the higher-ups at Tanguan Academy regarding the admission of this transfer student. The process unfolded smoothly, and unbeknownst to him, Tingshu secured an opportunity to enroll in Tanguan Academy, an opportunity that many would yearn for. At Tanguan Academy, he would not have to toil on journeys. A plethora of resources and knowledge would be at his disposal, allowing this young cultivator to thrive and grow rapidly. Challenging coordinators and aspiring to become an intermediate cultivator is no small feat, and Tingshu would not engage in ventures where he lacked confidence. Therefore, Tanguan Academy will serve as an excellent stepping stone for him to advance swiftly. It is also a most conducive environment for him to put some theories into practice. In Fangyuan, at the port of Kaina City, the Sinnoh region is situated to the north of Kanto, Jiado, and Fangyuan. It comprises the Sinnoh continent, the northeast island's battle zone, and several smaller islands distributed on either side of the region. As Tingshu boarded the vessel bound for Sinnoh, he inhaled deeply. This marked his second journey, the first being from Kanto to Fangyuan. Upon arriving in the Sinnoh continent, Master Xingzong would not accompany him any longer. Xiaochun, in pursuit of her dreams, required Master Xingzong's guidance and support, as he needed to visit her family to communicate with her parents. After all, a 10-year-old girl is still at an age where she is cared for and worried about by her family, making a choice that diverges from the majority of her relatives. Joy-Chun felt considerable pressure and sought Master Xingzong's assistance and counsel. Tingshu had seen Xiaochun's email, revealing a unique joy. I wish to become a scholar. During my travels with my teacher, I conceived this idea, rather than merely tending to the injuries of Pokémon at a stationary location for trainers. I yearn to venture into the wilderness, be it in deserts, snowy mountains, grasslands, or lofty peaks, to assist the homeless Pokémon. When an ecosystem collapses, it is often these wild creatures that suffer the most. The root cause of their plight stems from the rampant capture by trainers and the encroachment of urbanization. My influence may be minimal, yet I aspire to raise awareness that both humans and Pokémon should coexist as integral parts of this world. I plan to journey to the Kalos region, where ecological devastation is most pronounced, in hopes of engaging in research focused on ecological preservation. Tingshu chuckled wryly. This girl was merely a true 10-year-old, yet her resolve left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Perhaps one's background is a factor, and the environment in which one grows up plays a role. Everyone possesses their own unique perspective. Tingshu sighed, wishing only the best for Xiaochun. As a gentle breeze wafted by, he glanced back at the gradually diminishing Hoenn continent. The silhouette of Mount Coronet, which traverses the Sinnoh region and divides it into eastern and western halves, appeared vividly in his mind. Farewell, Hoenn. Chapter 49. Snowpoint City. The Sinnoh region boasts numerous unique landmarks, including the scenic lakeside resorts and bustling squares, alongside natural wonders such as the Great Lakes and the vast, dense Eterna forest. Undoubtedly, the central landmark of Sinnoh is Mount Coronet, which rises majestically through the heart of the region, extending from the northern wilderness to the southern tip of the continent, cleaving Sinnoh into two. Snowpoint City, known as the City of Ice and Snow, is perpetually blanketed in snow. The snow cascading from the summit of Mount Coronet keeps the city in a state of perpetual chill. Outside the Pokémon Center, a young boy exhaled puffs of white vapor, his head nearly retracting into his neck as his body trembled incessantly. I was careless. I completely overlooked the climate of Mount Coronet. The boy, with his chestnut hair, was clad in nothing but a shirt, making him stand out among the thickly clothed passers-by, causing his expression to darken instantly. Master Shenzong failed to remind me. Tingshu felt a wave of despair wash over him. After arriving in Sinnoh, his second destination was Snowpoint City. The Pokémon Academy is situated in the northern part of Mount Coronet, a sparsely populated area dominated primarily by Snowpoint City. Due to the snow descending from the mountain's peak, the northern region is not only frigid but also presents particularly treacherous paths for those journeying northward. The academy lies a considerable distance from Snowpoint City, and Tingshu, holding a map, gazed at the circled location with a long sigh. How unfortunate. Both the Swablu and the Vivillon now seemed reluctant to emerge, hiding away in their pokeballs. The climatic disparity between Chiefeng City and the Fangyuan region is remarkably pronounced. Both the Qingmian bird and the hunting phoenix butterfly detest frigid environments. Tingshu reassured himself, permitting them a brief indulgence of 2 days, but upon arriving at Tanguan Academy, regardless of the cold, they would have to emerge and engage in a requisite share of training. The avian Qingmian birds and hunting phoenix butterflies must surmount the formidable obstacle of ice. As Tingshu traversed the streets of Chiefeng City, he shivered uncontrollably. He had to set off immediately, determined to reach Tanguan Academy before darkness fell, lest he succumb to the bitter cold along the way. Passing by a clothing store, he gazed through the glass at the plush garments displayed, swallowing hard. A promising young novice cultivator, he now faced a dire predicament. Having resided for years in the warm southern Fangyuan continent, he found that even all the clothing he had prepared was ill-suited for this weather. Too excessive, he muttered. Excessive? A voice that seemed less like an echo and more like a feminine tone caught his attention. Turning around, Tingshu discovered a girl of similar age standing behind him, clad in a short skirt and short sleeves. Are you a visiting trainer? Do you require assistance? The girl appeared amiable, her clear eyes fixed on Tingshu. He hesitated, his instinct to express his discomfort stifled by the sight of her youthful vigor. No, it's nothing, he replied after a brief silence. But your scarf is quite adorable. Where did you purchase it? Suddenly, the girl placed her hands on Tingshu's shoulders, her eyes sparkling with admiration as they fixated on his scarf. Startled, Tingshu felt a trickle of cold sweat. This was a gift from my grandmother, he said, forcing a smile as he gently pushed her away. Grandmother? Did she make it by hand? It's so charming. Charming? Where's the charm? Glancing at the pale yellow scarf, he realized it was the only item he had that could provide warmth, though he found it lacking in any semblance of cuteness. Seemingly sensing Tingshu's discomfort, the girl paused momentarily before cheerfully inquiring, apologies. Are you a trainer? Would you like to battle? Of course. It's rare for trainers to visit Chiefeng City. I haven't had the chance to battle a stranger in quite some time. That sounds rather unfortunate, Tingshu remarked. Oh, does that mean you agree? No. I decline. I am in a hurry. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Adjusting his scarf, he exhaled a puff of cold air and lazily sidestepped the girl. Wait. I am Xiaosong of the Chiefeng Gym. Don't you wish to challenge the Chiefeng Gym while you're here? The girl named Xiaosong exclaimed, urgency in her voice as she noticed Tingshu's disregard. Tingshu halted. You're a gym trainer? He questioned, doubting whether this Xiaosong was even 10 years old. While she might not intentionally pose a challenge to trainers, such laxity within gyms in the present day seemed rather concerning. Not just yet. But I will inevitably become a gym trainer. Xiaosong hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring. Tingshu resumed his stride. Hey, don't be so heartless. Come, let us battle. As a trainer, how can you refuse a challenge? Where are you headed? You can leave after our battle. Tingshu found himself somewhat impressed with this individual. Compared to Xiaojuan, she indeed resembled a typical 10-year-old girl. Alas, I am in a hurry. Let us battle another time. What nonsense. That direction you're headed. If you're pretending to go somewhere, at least choose the right path. To the south of Chiefeng City lies Tian Crown Mountain, perpetually blanketed in snow. Even if one were to leave Chiefeng City, it would certainly not be from the south. I'm going to school. Upon uttering this slightly peculiar statement, Tingshu suddenly felt a surge of youthfulness. School. At his age, it seemed he was still a primary school student on Earth. However, humans in this world matured rapidly. Even children reached an understanding far earlier than on Earth. School? Are you heading to Tian Crown Academy? Xiaosong paused, her eyes widening in astonishment. But the enrollment period for Tian Crown Academy has already passed, hasn't it? Hey. After speaking, she stared at Tingshu with a puzzled expression. You do know that Master Xingzong from Tian Crown Academy has said that the academy has fallen into decline for quite some time, and few people are aware of it. Right? Of course. Xiaosong replied with a proud expression. Now that I understand, if you wish to attend Tanguan Academy, the journey will be quite arduous. However, if you defeat me in battle, I shall reveal a shortcut. In that case, shall we battle? Good, where? Ultimately, Tingshu naturally followed behind Xiaosong. It would be beneficial to warm up with a battle before reaching their destination. As she walked ahead, Xiaosong beamed, saying, just up ahead. There's a battle arena at the Pokémon Trainer School. A school? Yes, it teaches some of the local children about being a trainer. Tingshu gazed at the distant building, somewhat taken aback. It seemed improbable for a city to have many families supporting children in becoming trainers. Establishing such a small school would be a thankless endeavor. No, Tingshu recalled Akiba Town. Compared to other towns or cities, Akiba Town was still too remote and underdeveloped. Not only did it lack aspiring trainers, but even a Pokémon Center had yet to establish a presence there. If Akiba Town also had a school like this, perhaps the current situation would be better? Chapter 50. A magnificent battle. Xiaosong was also a student at the Pokémon Trainer School. Upon entering, the excitement of a battle viewing spread among the children within the school, causing many to rush out joyfully. For these youngsters, who had yet to acquire their first beginner Pokémon, witnessing a battle between trainers was irresistibly enticing. With unwavering confidence, Xiaosong led Tingshu to the battleground and summoned a middle-aged gentleman from the school to serve as the referee. The rules are set for 11, Tingshu declared. Holding only a hunting butterfly and a green cotton bird, his choices were limited to 11 or 22. To save time, Tingshu opted for the former. All right, that works for me, Xiaosong responded, continuing, I shall deploy my Pokémon, the snow umbrella monster. Standing on opposite sides of the arena, Xiaosong was the first to toss out his Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon resembling a tree stump adorned with a woven bamboo rain had emerged, its hat entirely snow white and its arms a deep green. It stood resolutely on the battlefield. Ah, the snow umbrella monster, Tingshu observed, taking in the opponent. The snow umbrella monster, a grass and ice-type Pokémon, typically resides in snowy mountains and seldom encounters humans, often approaching them out of curiosity when they do meet. In that case, I will send forth my hunting butterfly. The hunting butterfly had yet to master many skills, and Tingshu had not specifically guided it at the points of battle. For the hunting butterfly, the battlefield was the stage of a grand competition, where the mastery of its signature moves was paramount. Even in a regular battle, this could be showcased. The curious Xiaosong glanced at the hunting butterfly and inquired, Are you a trainer from the region of Yuan? The hunting butterfly is a bug and flying type, isn't it? However, I shall not hold back. Of course, Tingshu chuckled. This is actually my first battle against a trainer, but I advise you to give it your all. I believe our strengths are quite formidable. Tingshu did not expect anyone to take it easy on him, especially since he was not lacking in battle experience. What? Is this your first time? Xiaosong exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her gaze. Upon reflection, it did align with the profile of a novice trainer at such a young age. The battle rules were clear, 11, with the match concluding when one Pokémon could no longer fight. Now, I declare the battle to commence. You may attack first, Xiaosong announced. Then I shall not hold back. Hunting butterfly, unleash a gust. Following Tingshu's command, the hunting butterfly flapped its exquisite wings, and a powerful gust of wind stirred, causing the already chilly atmosphere to feel even colder to those nearby. The most affected was, of course, the snow umbrella monster, the primary target of the gust attack. The gust caused Xiaosong's skirt to flutter, yet she remained unfazed. Such a chill could not harm the snow umbrella monster, which had always thrived on the summit of Tian Crown Mountain. Ah, I see, Tingshu chuckled lightly. As the fierce wind swept through, the snow umbrella monster stood steadfast, seemingly unaffected. Now it's our turn to counter. Snow umbrella monster, retaliate with icy wind. In contrast to the winds that accompany the hunting of the swallowtail butterfly, the frigid breath emitted by the frosty monster is laced with icy crystals, resembling a tempest amidst a blizzard, appearing all the more resplendent and formidable. As the butterfly becomes ensnared in the frozen gale, it exhibits a visage of anguish, its movements significantly hampered. The frigid atmosphere proves to be quite intolerable for the swallowtail at this moment. Overcome it, urged the arborist. Do you sense the currents around you? Glide along the frozen breeze, harnessing the wind's favor. Amidst the fierce gusts, the butterfly endeavored to attune itself to the air currents, utilizing the wind's direction and strength to augment its own velocity. With great difficulty, the swallowtail flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind of its own within the storm, and ultimately, to the incredulity of Xiaosong, it soared gracefully through the icy winds. In the sky, suffused with frost, the swallowtail commanded its splendid form, its movements akin to the most enchanting melody, embellished by glimmering frost that imparted an ethereal beauty to its flight. Fascinating, indeed. But how long can the swallowtail endure this chilling wind? Xiaosong felt a surge of excitement, recognizing that this adversary was unlike any trainer she had previously encountered. Such a significant expenditure of stamina must surely be taxing. Let us capitalize on this momentum, frosty monster, disrupt the swallowtail's movements with ice shards. In response, the frosty monster swiftly conjured a multitude of ice blocks, hurling them towards the swallowtail, the barrage effectively obstructing much of its flight path. Xiaosong's expression lit up with triumph, convinced that the swallowtail was now ensnared like a fish in a barrel. However, when she glanced at the arborist, she observed no trace of disarray on his countenance, which prompted Xiaosong to regain her composure and scrutinize the battlefield. What followed was a scene of profound astonishment. The swallowtail, far from being hindered by the incoming ice shards, danced even more freely and agilely in the sky. This was the sole assessment Xiaosong could conceive. In the face of the biting winds and the dual onslaught of ice, the swallowtail flawlessly capitalized on every critical point, effortlessly evading all assaults. How can this be? Xiaosong gasped, witnessing the swallowtail's expression of discomfort amidst the frigid wind, yet it remained focused, adeptly controlling its flight even under the threat of ice shards. Swallowtail. Thundernet. Just as Xiaosong hesitated, a crackling sound heralded the emergence of a golden electric net, unfurling from above towards the frosty monster. Watch out, frosty monster. Quickly. Use leaf blade to slice through it. Faced with the impending electric net, the frosty monster hastily cast several leaves, their razor-sharp edges aimed at the net. The two techniques collided with a resounding impact. As the leaves met the electric net, they were initially impeded by the current, then sliced through the threads of the net. However, the frosty monster's leaf blade was insufficient, and due to the current's interference, only a portion of the net's structure was compromised. Once more, the leaf blade, Xiaosong exclaimed, her determination palpable. With the command issued, the snowcap monster assumed the stance to unleash its ultimate technique, focusing entirely on dismantling the electric net. Simultaneously, the voice of Tingshu echoed again. General, the leaf blade shatters the remaining electric net, yet as Tingshu's words fell, the snowcap monster found its feet ensnared by strands of silk, causing it to topple to the ground. What? Xiaosong gasped, her eyes widening as she gazed skyward. The huntress moth, previously at a distance, released a strand of silk as straight as steel, binding itself around the snowcap monster's ankle. Chapter 51. Unexpected developments. How is this possible? Xiaosong's thoughts faltered. The situation was simply too extraordinary. In this frigid weather, the silk was as taut and direct as wire. The huntress moth had mastered the art of silk manipulation to an extraordinary degree. Snowcap monster, execute the leaf blade again and sever the silk. Xiaosong urgently commanded. The fallen snowcap monster attempted to regain its footing to perform the leaf blade, but before it could react, a tingling sensation coursed through its body, its strength waning. The huntress moth was absorbing its energy. Visible to all, the energy from the snowcap monster flowed continuously along the strands of silk toward the huntress moth. Xiaosong was taken aback, urgently calling out to her companion. The snowcap monster furrowed its brow, responding with difficulty. It seemed that the power of the absorb technique was indeed insufficient. It was time for the huntress moth to learn the super absorb and ultimate absorb techniques. Tingshu observed the battlefield. Despite the snowcap monster's energy being drained, it still maintained a conscious demeanor. If it weren't for its formidable willpower, the speed at which the huntress moth absorbed energy would not be lethal to the snowcap monster. Do not allow it a moment to react. Huntress moth, deliver the final blow. The turbulent winds surrounding them became the perfect ally for the huntress moth to execute the airblade. The icy gusts sliced toward the snowcap monster, prompting it to frantically attempt to free itself from the silk. However, under the relentless grip of the silk, the snowcap monster could not escape the airblade's lethal strike. Its eyes swirling as it collapsed to the ground. With the snowcap monster incapacitated, the victor was declared. A middle-aged man from the school raised a small red flag, bemused by the outcome of the battle. Suddenly pausing, he introduced himself. By the way, I am Tingshu, from Akiba Town in the Fanfic region. Retrieving the huntress moth into its pockball, Tingshu paid little heed to the battle's outcome. For him, the most significant matter was, Xiaosong, I have won. Implicitly, you should tell me how to easily reach Tanguan Academy. At that moment, Xiaosong remained entranced in the aftermath of the battle, unable to comprehend her unexpected defeat. She stared at the unconscious snowcap monster, struggling to believe that she had lost so effortlessly, and to someone of a similar age no less. Wow, how impressive. You have triumphed over Senior Xiaosong. The children surrounding them, with wide eyes and bated breath, were enraptured by the breathtaking battle. Only at the conclusion did their mouths gradually close, revealing their admiration etched upon their faces. Among this group, a petite girl with deep crimson-orange hair sparkled with bright stars in her eyes, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hunting butterfree. "Xiaosong, do you not see? Tingshu's synergy with his little sprite far surpasses yours," remarked a middle-aged man as he approached Xiaosong. "You and the Snowpoint monster lack this kind of rapport." Lifting her head, Xiaosong glanced at the now-recovered Snowpoint monster and declared, "I understand. I will surely become the best of friends with Snowpoint monster. Next time we battle, I shall not be defeated by you." "Very well," Tingshu replied with a smile, followed by a slight cough. I see. You want your father to give me a ride to Tanguan Academy, correct? I suppose that can be arranged." With a sigh, Xiaosong pondered why this peculiar individual had managed to best her. "Is this truly your first battle? Also, I never expected you to be a student of Tanguan Academy. The tuition must be quite steep, I presume?" Tingshu nodded in affirmation. "You mentioned your father giving me a lift? Is that truly acceptable?" "Of course. No problem at all. After all, he must return to the academy. Oh, I forgot to mention, he's actually a teacher there. Surprised, aren't you? Then, are you curious as to why I am not a student of Tanguan Academy?" Xiaosong inquired, wagging her finger side to side. "Firstly, the tuition is exorbitant. Secondly, I detest the mountains. Thirdly, I am determined to become a trainer at the chefing gym, leaving me no time for studies there. Fourthly, I have friends at this school. While I am unsure of your thoughts, the important thing is that you can take me to the academy." Tingshu waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to delve into other stories. He felt his fingers nearly numbing from the cold. Xiaosong's father was not only a teacher at Tanguan Academy, but also the current master of the chefing gym. He had even contributed significantly to the establishment of the Pokémon Trainer School in Suzu City. Thus, Xiaosong had been educated in the local school since childhood, forming a close-knit circle of friends. Eager to inherit the chefing gym swiftly, she had declined the opportunity to study at Tanguan Academy. "I concur. One can certainly become an excellent trainer without attending the academy," Tingshu agreed. Before encountering Master Xingzong, he had never heard of the academy. Xiaosong was taken aback. She had forfeited the opportunity to enroll in Tanguan Academy, a decision that had drawn numerous reprimands from her father. Nevertheless, Xiaosong resolved to swiftly enhance her own prowess and seize the position of dojo master. "What nonsense! You trainers, who cannot even distinguish basic knowledge, would have perished long ago in the wild were it not for the League's expansion efforts. In the past, aside from a few reckless fools, how many trainers dared to embark on journeys alone? The glory of Tanguan Academy a century ago was far beyond what you youngsters could fathom. You show no respect for the hardships endured by your predecessors. Youngster, do you truly wish to study at Tanguan Academy? As I recall, all 5 new students enrolled this year have already reported." At that moment, Xiaosong and Tingshu, who were conversing in the room, were startled by the sudden arrival of an individual behind them. This was a bespectacled gentleman, exuding an air of knowledge, yet seemingly possessing a rather cold demeanor. Upon seeing this man, Xiaosong's expression soured. "I am Isa, Xiaosong's father. Are you the trainer who defeated her?" The glasses glinted as the man fixed a steely gaze on Tingshu. Mr. Isa. Hello, I am Tingshu," he managed to say. "Regarding my enrollment at Tanguan Academy, I have a recommendation, so I should qualify as a transfer student," Tingshu pondered aloud. "Transfer student?" Isa regarded the boy with suspicion. Transfer students were a rarity at Tanguan Academy, where every slot was precious. Aside from affluent families, only scholars, researchers, teachers, or members of the decision-making body who had contributed to the academy could attain such a privilege. It was generally impossible for an ordinary person to join after the enrollment date at a prestigious institution like Tanguan Academy. "Then I shall take your word for it," Isa said softly before turning to Xiaosong. "Now do you comprehend your shortcomings? You are still quite immature if you wish to inherit the chefing dojo. What nonsense. Next time, I will definitely win and eventually defeat you to become a dojo trainer," Xiaosong retorted defiantly. Finding the father-daughter exchange rather unamusing, Tingshu turned his gaze towards the window. A few small boys and girls were gathered, frolicking with the little spirits in the courtyard, thoroughly enjoying themselves. "Mr. Isa, why do you wish to invest in a school for Pokémon trainers?" Tingshu inquired, observing the children outside with a sense of nostalgia. When he was in Chiyua Town, the children there did not enjoy such privileges. They not only interacted with various Pokémon, but also learned essential knowledge about training. Such enlightenment was indeed crucial for young minds. His question interrupted the playful banter between the father and daughter, drawing their attention. "Of course, it is to help everyone better understand Pokémon and become friends with them," Xiaosong replied casually. Mr. Isa gazed at Tingshu with an air of surprise, momentarily at a loss as to what answer Tingshu sought from him. Upon encountering Xiaojiang in Suzu City, Tingshu realized that the current time was significantly earlier than the beginning of the storyline. The modernity of most places remained subtle, and although the prerequisites for becoming a trainer had diminished greatly, it had yet to permeate every household or garner universal attention. In essence, the majority of trainers at this juncture held little value, with only a select few elite individuals persevering through sheer determination fueled by their dreams. Against this backdrop, Mr. Isa seemed to possess a commendable vision, personally financing a place for the children of Cerulean City to learn about trainers and Pokémon. Xiaosong's observation rang true. His sole desire was for humanity and Pokémon to coexist peacefully through the bond of trainers. Isa scrutinized Tingshu's expression, yet discerned nothing significant. Oh, I see, Tingshu nodded. There are still a few days of vacation left for me. How about we set off early tomorrow morning? Fortunately, Tingshu was invited to stay rather than being left to seek accommodation on his own. When dinner time arrived, he shamelessly adhered to the philosophy of taking advantage of opportunities, thus spending the night comfortably. The following morning, Mr. Isa drove his private car, taking Tingshu along for the journey. Be careful on the road, Dad. And Tingshu, don't slack off on your training. Let's have an all-out battle next time. Xiaosong waved as the car roared to life, releasing a plume of white smoke as it sped swiftly out of the city. A makeshift path existed from Cerulean City to Tanguan Academy, barely accommodating vehicles. Perhaps due to the noise the car made, encounters with wild Pokémon were rare, making the journey rather pleasant. After approximately an hour, Mr. Isa halted the vehicle by the roadside. Time to get out. We'll have to proceed on foot from here, as no vehicles can traverse this direction. Tingshu was somewhat surprised. He had expected to ride all the way to their destination and was taken aback that they would ultimately need to walk. Is it all right to leave the car here? What if a Pokémon plays a prank on it? There's no cause for concern, Mr. Isa replied, pointing into the distance. Following his gaze, Tingshu spotted a small Pokémon with white fur and a scythe-like horn atop its head, perched on a mountainside, observing them from above. The disaster Pokémon, Absol. Tingshu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you recognize Absol without resorting to the Pokédex. No wonder you managed to defeat Xiaosong. This already puts you ahead of many rookie trainers. Mr. Isa remarked. That creature resides nearby. If there is a risk of an avalanche on a snowy day, it will promptly alert any passersby in the vicinity. With its watchful eye over the car, we need not worry. With a wave to Absol, Mr. Isa led Tingshu deeper into the heart of Mount Tianguan. The absence of a smooth path made their journey increasingly arduous. Was that Absol Mr. Isa's little companion? Along the way, Tingshu recalled the Absol they had just encountered, which seemed to share a unique bond with Mr. Isa. Ah, not quite, Mr. Isa shook his head. It was during my childhood that this Absol saved me, and it was then that I resolved to become a Pokémon trainer. Tingshu remained silent, sensing that the other had not yet finished his narrative. However, at that time, Cerulean City was still impoverished, and due to its proximity to Mount Tianguan, the weather was harsh, deterring affluent individuals from seeking opportunities to develop the area. How did you become a teacher at Tanguan Academy then? Tingshu suddenly inquired. To become a teacher? No, I should say I was a student. I graduated from Tanguan Academy myself. At that time, I aspired to be a trainer, but my family's circumstances left me without prospects. I heard of this esteemed institution within the mountain and felt compelled to pursue my studies here. I exerted considerable effort to gain admission to Tanguan Academy. If not for my kind-hearted teacher, who took pity on a child making the arduous journey, I might never have qualified to enter. With a sigh, he continued, after graduating, I became what others referred to as an exemplary trainer, thereby transforming my own life. Yet, individuals like me are exceedingly rare. The majority remain lost in the harsh realities of life. So, is this the true purpose behind your investment in the Pokémon Trainer School? Tingshu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded the older gentleman. One might say that, after graduating from the academy, I applied for a gym license from the Pokémon League and established the Cerulean Gym. This is how Cerulean City gradually began to develop, and in recent years, the number of trainers has significantly increased. Even in this remote city, there is a burgeoning sense of community. Moreover, given Cerulean City's proximity to Mount Tianguan, trainers are drawn here to capture formidable Pokémon. Leading Tingshu, a transfer student, Mr. Isa remained unaware of the excitement that awaited him upon entering the academy. However, to become a member of Tanguan Academy, he had to strive relentlessly, and with a stroke of fortune, he altered the course of his destiny. The academy held an indelible significance for Mr. Isa. Thus, even after graduating and applying to become a gym leader, he returned to the academy to teach. guiding the next generation of trainers. The remote and frigid nature of Chefing City allowed Mr. Isa to manage both his roles as a teacher and gym leader effectively. Chapter 53. Despondency. After delving deeper into Mount Tianguan, Tingshu and Mr. Isa had trekked for some time. As they crossed a ravine, a monumental stone tablet stood before them, inscribed with the 4 characters of Tanguan Academy. Right ahead, Mr. Isa remarked, leading Tingshu onward. Before long, a group of young boys and girls approached, their faces drawn in expressions of discontent and gloom. Clad in athletic attire with pokeballs clipped to their waists, they appeared to be trainers. Upon noticing Mr. Isa ahead, they scrutinized him for a moment before greeting him. "Welcome back, Teacher Isa." The dejected tone of their voices prompted Tingshu to regard them curiously. Since they addressed him as Teacher Isa, it was evident they were students of the Tanguan Academy. This lackluster demeanor made Tingshu question whether he had come to the right place, and a hint of regret began to seep in. Shouldn't trainers be a spirited and passionate bunch? Noticing Tingshu's bewildered expression, Mr. Isa cleared his throat with an exaggerated cough. He had just been extolling the virtues of the Tanguan Academy, only to be confronted by this group of students who ambled over with the lethargy of a sleepy chancy. How embarrassing. While you were on vacation, Teacher Isa, a significant event transpired at the academy. Please do not be overly excited upon your return. We still have tasks to attend to, the youth lamented. Their faces still morose as they sighed and drifted away towards the outskirts, seemingly indifferent to Tingshu's presence. The notion of a significant event caused Tingshu to feel a twinge of discomfort. It appeared this place was not particularly tranquil. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Isa furrowed his brow and stated, "Let us proceed. Tingshu, remember that as a student of Tanguan Academy, you must possess your own pride and diligence. Do not allow minor setbacks to plunge you into despair like that group did." Many outstanding trainers had emerged from Tanguan Academy, their successes directly tied to their hard work and perseverance. The academy was ensconced within a massive wall, surrounded by mountains. Situated at the periphery of Tanguan Mountain, it lacked established paths, making it difficult for travelers to discover. Without guidance, navigating the vast expanse of Tanguan Mountain to locate the academy would be a formidable challenge. Within the academy, there were various classes: the elementary class for newcomers, the intermediate class requiring assessments for advancement, the advanced class, and the graduation class, which housed the most exceptional students. The average age of students in the graduation class was around 14 or 15, diligently preparing for their final assessments. The graduation rate at Tanguan Academy was notoriously low, with most students merely leaving without completing their studies. Presently, the number of students enrolled at the academy was roughly 100, and the admission of 5 new students this year was considered a commendable figure. As Mr. Isa entered the academy, the interior environment starkly contrasted with the rugged landscape of Tanguan Mountain, featuring lush greenery and flowing streams, albeit with evident signs of human intervention, primarily due to the contributions of small Pokémon and technology. Tingshu inhaled deeply. He found the environment here quite acceptable, far more comfortable than that of Chefeng City. "Since you have a referral, arrangements for your class placement will be made directly," Mr. Isa announced. Before assigning Tingshu a place, however, it was necessary to verify the authenticity of his admission qualifications. Although it was unlikely that anyone would engage in deception regarding such matters, the basic procedures had to be followed, as Mr. Isa had not granted Tingshu direct admission privileges. The path that Tingshu now traverses is paved with blue stone slabs, exuding an air of antiquity. However, what slightly concerns him is the stark absence of individuals, save for the initial group of students he encountered. The walls of Tanguan Academy are imposing, and its expanse far exceeds that of Chiaoyi Town. Tingshu's lips twitch. Could it be that such a vast institution is home to merely over 100 faculty and students? It seems rather dishearteningly desolate. More than a month has elapsed since the commencement of classes, and Tingshu finds himself not only navigating enrollment procedures, but also dealing with the complexities of transferring into a class. His gaze is fixed upon a portly man before him, who greets him with a friendly nod. "You must be Tingshu," the man states, revealing himself to be the enrollment administrator. Upon being escorted here by Mr. Isa, this chubby man appears scarcely surprised. "I have already been informed of your situation by the principal. Leave the transfer matters to me." Mr. Isa stands by, seemingly at a loss, pondering the principal's connections. Just which affluent consortium does this young man belong to? Tingshu is provided with a specially tailored sports uniform and a dormitory key, the basic necessities for a new student. There are 4 elementary classes, each comprising approximately 4 to 5 students, with 1 instructor per class. Here are the detailed descriptions of these classes. See if any suit your preferences. the chubby man says, handing over a pamphlet containing essential information about the 4 classes. Among these, 2 classes focus on training combat-oriented trainers. One is dedicated to nurturing coordinators for grand competitions, and the final one is a unique class. Tingshu, his lips twitching with curiosity, inquires, what is the nature of this class with only 2 students? After receiving an explanation from the portly man, Tingshu is left speechless. It seems that elite classes are an inescapable aspect of any institution. Are you interested in this class? Enrolling may prove to be somewhat challenging, the chubby man warns, his brow furrowing. The instructor for this class is quite discerning. If you do not meet his standards, the chances of acceptance are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, this teacher recently had a quarrel with the principal, and I suspect he will not be particularly accommodating. The chubby man's expression sours. Upon hearing of potential transfer students from the principal, he had hoped to assign Tingshu to the finest instructor, only to be rebuffed by that peculiar teacher. A student like Tingshu, who relies on connections without possessing tangible experience as a trainer, is generally not favored by that instructor. That's quite all right. Tingshu replies with a smile. It's merely an elementary class. My aspirations lie elsewhere. He recalls that there is indeed a class within the academy devoted to the knowledge of breeders, is there not? Breeder. The chubby man pauses, taken aback by Tingshu's unexpected interest in the subject. Indeed, there exists a class, relatively populous, seemingly comprising 8 individuals. However, it is the sole institution within the academy dedicated to nurturing breeders. Furthermore, this class does not delineate ranks. Graduation necessitates the acquisition of a junior breeder certification. The knowledge requisite for breeders encompasses both theory and practice, yet few children exhibit a willingness to engage in such studies. Compared to the exhilarating experience of battling and training alongside their diminutive companions, the drudgery of rote memorization proves far less appealing. Consequently, the academy boasts but a single breeding class. Ah, how splendid! Tingshu smiled, for he had long been aware of the existence of this class within Tanguan Academy. Although the criteria for graduation may not be significantly easier than those for trainers, he knew that as long as he was willing, he could apply for graduation at any time. The average age of the graduating class is 14, which coincides with the average age of the Joy family members who successfully passed the junior breeder assessment. However, Tingshu is an anomaly. You must consider carefully. Transitioning to another class can be quite troublesome, the portly gentleman cautioned earnestly. In the past, some individuals were drawn to the breeding class due to the absence of advancement assessments, resulting in an influx of enrollments here. The ensuing academic burden ultimately led to their overwhelming distress. I believe I will manage just fine, Tingshu replied with a warm smile. Chapter 54. There are people outside the breeding class can be deemed the most unique within Tanguan Academy. As much of the knowledge must be memorized and internalized by these aspiring breeders, resulting in a largely hands-off approach for most students. Only during practical courses and complex theoretical analyses do instructors convene all students for unified instruction. The majority of the time is spent in self-directed study, with students encouraged to seek individual guidance from teachers if questions arise. This precisely aligns with Tingshu's desires, a relaxed schedule and a comfortable environment that allows him to enrich himself and his Pokémon companions. Are you interested in becoming a breeder? Should you enter the breeding class, it is imperative that you possess strong self-discipline. Only through continuous accumulation of knowledge can one aspire to become an exceptional breeder. Passing the junior breeder assessment is not merely a matter of casual study, Mr. Isa lamented. It is a pity to squander your battling talent. How could someone who has triumphed over Shaosong develop an affinity for breeding? Tingshu rolled his eyes, expressing, there is no need for your concern. I am already an accomplished breeder. Finding his own accommodations and managing his relationship with teachers and classmates is a matter for Tingshu alone. Mr. Isa need not tend to every aspect of his affairs. Once Tingshu departed, the portly gentleman and Mr. Isa exchanged glances. The latter had not forgotten the despondent students they had encountered earlier. It was no trivial matter that had caused such a notable trainer to feel so disheartened. Were you the one who brought that young lad here? After Tingshu's departure, the portly gentleman's demeanor shifted from amiable to composed. It appeared the principal held him in high regard. Was there something extraordinary about him? There are still undisclosed details about the illustrious Got. Isa adjusted his glasses and smiled at the gentleman named Goto. If Haruki were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For since the moment he met Mr. Isa, he had never witnessed a smile on the face of this bespectacled man. It was unexpected to encounter such a transfer student. Yawning, Goto remarked, old classmate, I believe this time you cannot persuade your daughter to come here. What happened at the academy? With a serious gaze fixed on Goto, Mr. Isa grew concerned. It seemed that if someone as well-informed as Goda spoke such words, a significant change must have occurred at the academy. Ah, this is astonishing. Haruki gazed in awe at his dormitory, nearly overwhelmed with excitement for the academy. It was splendid, particularly the laptop on the desk, which held an irresistible allure for him. Is this what Master Katsumian referred to as the academy's profound heritage? An ancient institution with a history stretching back a century must possess a staggering accumulation of resources. In a humble abode, a television would be a treasure in the eyes of children, and to possess a device like a computer was beyond imagination. The thought that such amenities would be available to each student filled Haruki with nostalgia. With this laptop, calculating formulas and data would be significantly easier in the future. Moreover, it was a single room, perfectly suited to his preferences. The room, though not large, was spacious enough for one to move about. In this building resided students from the nurturing class, teachers, and several scholars from the research department. It could be said that those living in this building were exceptionally fortunate. The teachers capable of instructing the nurturing class were generally of intermediate nurturing level, and some older researchers even possessed advanced nurturing certificates. Living in proximity to such distinguished individuals would undoubtedly facilitate inquiries and the acquisition of knowledge. As the saying goes, the one near the water gets the moon first. That plump gentleman mentioned that today was a rare theoretical class for the nurturing class, hence the building was relatively empty. Should I visit the seniors residing here? Or should I report to the nurturing class first? After careful consideration, Haruki decided it would be best to familiarize himself within the nurturing class, at least to check in with his supervising teacher, not only in the nurturing class, but also in the combat and coordination classes, whether elementary, advanced, or even the graduating class. There lingered a sense of gravity. Observing from the outside, the instructor for the nurturing class was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s. Dressed in checkered trousers and a white shirt, his expression rather unnatural as he looked at the 8 students below, visibly frustrated. You believe that this incident has nothing to do with our nurturing class, do you? From your earlier analysis, it seems you regard this matter with indifference, thinking it does not concern nurturers. However, I can unequivocally inform you that the other party is also a nurturer, and a mid-level one at that, holding the same title as mine. The occurrence of such events is not coincidental, it is inevitable. You have been excessively pampered for far too long. Believing that graduating at the age of 14 to become a junior cultivator is a remarkable achievement. This is a manifestation of complacency. If this continues, our academy is perilously close to true decline. I passed the junior cultivator assessment at the age of 16, which is hardly commendable and may even be inferior to your achievements. However, the times are advancing, and you are endowed with superior conditions. Should you choose to emerge from the Crown Academy with such a level of competence, you may do so. Yet the future will undoubtedly belong to those who strive more diligently. As the instructor continued to admonish, 8 students, ranging from 10 to 14 years of age, sat in silence, fearful of uttering a word. A couple of girls even dared not lift their gazes to meet the teacher's eyes. In the aftermath of that incident, the senior faculty and instructors of the Crown Academy engaged in deep reflection, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. If this persists, the Academy may indeed become a relic of history. This esteemed institution, one of the few remaining orthodox academies in the world, is not far from obliteration. Perhaps in 5 or 6 years, the Academy could face the grim prospect of vanishing altogether. In the dojo, the mechanisms of the league conferences are continuously being popularized and updated, with an increasing number of trainers embarking on travels, even if their abilities vary widely. The sheer volume allows a select few talented trainers to emerge quickly and gain diverse experiences through their journeys. In contrast, the Academy's slow theoretical instruction appears somewhat futile. Nevertheless, the institution has been striving for reform, introducing several measures beneficial to the students. However, the caliber of trainers emerging from the Academy in recent years has been disappointing. The elite graduates from classes over the past 4 to 5 years number only in the single digits, and the results they achieve at league conferences barely reach the top 3, falling short of the anticipated perfect championship. In events designed to select talent, younger victors tend to shine brighter, making them more appealing to the Pokémon League, while champions over the age of 15 are commendable. In this annual and frequently held competition, their rarity seems diminished. The atmosphere in the cultivation class was notably subdued until it was finally disrupted by Tingshu, who had been eavesdropping by the window. With the utterance of there as someone outside, he drew everyone's attention. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tingshu opened the door and stepped inside, politely greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. Chapter 55. The most talented trainer, is there something you wish to convey? Inquired Feng Siyuan from the podium, furrowing his brow. It is impossible for any teacher to remember all 100 students of the Crown Academy. Tingshu looked at them, noting the teacher's lingering ire, while the students below appeared exceedingly obedient, showing no sign of discord. I am Tingshu, a new student in this class, or rather, I should say, a transfer student who just arrived today. Transfer student? I was not informed of any such matter. Feng Village scrutinized the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years of age. This year's 5 new students had all found their places, and a month had passed since the start of the school year, making Tingshu's sudden appearance rather jarring. This indeed presents a predicament. Tingshu, in essence, was an unexpected occurrence. The teacher, Feng Village, clearly still seethed with anger as he uttered a remark to the class before departing, instructing them to speak with Tingshu after class. I shall inquire about the situation. Tingshu, please wait here for a moment. What on earth has transpired at Tanguan Academy? Tingshu widened his eyes, noting that this place was entirely different from what Master Xingzong had described. The departure of teacher Feng Village sparked a flurry of chatter among the 8 students in the cultivation class. Hey, are you really a transfer student? I'm Xiangyi, and my dream is to create the ultimate Pokémon food, exclaimed a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle. Newcomer, you didn't come here because you heard there's no advancement assessment, did you? Inquired another, slightly older boy with red hair. Tingshu surveyed the classroom, noting the sparse attendance and the few remaining empty seats. I am neither a transfer student nor a newcomer. Can't you listen properly? My name is Tingshu, and I hail from Akiba Town in the Fanfic region. Proceeding to the nearest vacant seat, Tingshu sat down without hesitation. Was that teacher just now the instructor for this class? Would anyone care to enlighten me? I sensed something amiss the moment I arrived here. What has transpired within the academy? Tingshu gazed at the group of boys and girls with keen curiosity. It seemed that whether trainers, breeders, teachers, or students, they all bore the same burdensome concern. In a rather disdainful corner, a girl with short orange hair propped her chin on her hand, casting a bored glance in Tingshu's direction. Excluding Tingshu, the classroom comprised 4 boys and 4 girls, maintaining a remarkably balanced ratio. Likely owing to the nature of the cultivation class, such equilibrium would be rare in other classes. Hello, Tingshu. I'm Xiaoyi. May I call you Tingshu directly? A girl with brown hair tied in a single ponytail, seated beside Tingshu, spoke with a friendly demeanor, though her tone carried a hint of nervousness. Of course. Tingshu replied with a smile. So, Xiaoyi, could you share with me what has happened? Ha, let me tell you instead. I think our cultivation class is quite innocent. Interjected the boy with the hedgehog hairstyle, Xiangyi, as he rose from his seat to approach Tingshu eagerly. Innocent, you say? A boy with short black hair and pale skin offered a resigned smile, appearing rather frail. While others focused their attention on Tingshu, he busily doodled in a sketchbook with a pen in hand. The matter of battles clearly falls under the trainer's responsibilities. Our cultivation class isn't adept at battling, so why should we be punished alongside them? Grasping his hair in frustration, Shoya wore an expression of deep distress, his face contorted in turmoil. Even the nearby Xiaoya nodded quickly in agreement. What, then, had transpired? Tingshu preferred children with a quieter demeanor. It was a girl, a young lady with long golden hair, who had issued a challenge to the trainers at the academy. At this point, Shoya became animated, exclaiming, honestly, I have never encountered such a beautiful girl. What is more, her Pokémon possess remarkable strength. She defeated 11 trainers from the graduation class in swift succession, hardly pausing for rest. Not only that, but she even triumphed over a teacher who dared to challenge her. 11 trainers from the graduation class, and a teacher as well? Tingshu nearly choked, astonished at the apparent inadequacy of Tanguan Academy. Is it truly so lacking? And wait, how old is this girl? 14, chimed in a red-haired youth from a distance. Moreover, as you may have heard, she is also a junior breeder. Tingshu composed himself, recalling the group of trainers he had initially encountered, each looking rather disheartened. If a 14-year-old girl could overturn the entire academy, defeating even the teachers, it would indeed be a significant blow to an institution with a century-long legacy. The trainers she challenged were from both the advanced and graduation classes, yet none could withstand her prowess. The final teacher who stepped forth also fell to her. She is the most composed and resolute trainer I have ever seen, remarked a dark-skinned boy. During battles, her victories were nearly overwhelming. Is there truly such a formidable individual among junior breeders challenging Tanguan Academy? Tingshu pondered, astonished. Master Wenzong, an exceptional trainer who graduated from the academy, had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Alliance Conference. Yet, even such a seasoned competitor had been bested by a girl of the same age, or even younger, who had vanquished 11 opponents, including a teacher from a prestigious academy. Her strength may surpass that of Mikoli, Tingshu mused, furrowing his brow. Macaulay? Who is that? Shoya inquired, noticing Tingshu's low murmur of disbelief. Nothing, Tingshu replied. Do you have any other information about that girl? Of course. She is now quite the celebrity at Tanguan Academy. Nearly every teacher and student recognizes her, Shoya responded. It is said that she hails from Shinkong Town, the granddaughter of Dr. Jiselin, the director of the Historical Research Institute there. Rumor has it that her challenge to Tanguan Academy was initiated by Dr. Jiselin himself. Her name? Let me think, I believe it is Cynthia. Cynthia, Tingshu exclaimed, his voice betraying his shock. Huh, do you know her, Tingshu? Shoya asked, his surprise evident. Well, I suppose you could say I know her, though not very intimately, Tingshu thought to himself. If it truly is that Cynthia, then hardly anyone in Sinnoh could rival her innate talent. Cynthia, the future champion of Sinnoh, was one of the two champions from the original work that Tingshu could recall. Firstly, there is the indomitable Dragon Master Dato, the champion of the Kanto region, who also serves as one of the Elite Four. Secondly, there is the remarkable champion Cynthia, who left a profound impression on Tingshu during her appearance. Cynthia's striking beauty, composed demeanor, and unwavering focus during battles have etched her into Tingshu's memory. It seems that Cynthia missed witnessing an exceptional spectacle. Tingshu feels a twinge of regret for not being able to observe the combat prowess of this battle goddess. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Tingshu gazes at the 8 classmates and instinctively remarks, if this is indeed the Cynthia I know, our Tanguan Academy's defeat is not unjust. Perhaps in a few years, her name will resonate throughout Sinnoh. The 8 aspiring breeders stare blankly at Tingshu, initially expecting to hear some defiant remarks. Yet they are taken aback as this transfer student begins to extol someone else's virtues. A girl with short orange hair, who had been quiet in the corner, bursts into laughter, exclaiming, your words remind me of that teacher who lost a challenge. What did he call her again? The most talented trainer? Chapter 56. Credits. Tingshu is uncertain whether his interactions with this group can be deemed enjoyable. However, upon the return of Mr. Toimura, the instructor of the breeding class, Tingshu's status as a transfer student is confirmed. The instructor offers little more than a few reminders regarding the class's matters. Before departing, Tingshu inquires about some timing-related questions. The knowledge imparted in the breeding class is fundamentally geared toward novice breeders, and Tingshu feels no need to continue attending, as he has his own plans. Indeed, while there is no advancement assessment in breeding, I occasionally arrange tests. Those who perform exceptionally will be eligible for credits. So it is best to remain diligent in your studies, Mr. Toimura explains. I understand. Tingshu nods and bids farewell to Mr. Toimura before returning to his dormitory. At Tanguan Academy, the costs of meals and accommodations are included in the tuition fees. The students enjoy meals prepared by specialized chefs, ensuring both taste and nutrition are impeccable. However, for the Pokémon's food, if students do not prepare it themselves, they must apply through the academy, incurring an additional cost in the form of credits. The Pokémon food is crafted by breeders with specific expertise, representing high-quality nutritional products. The credits required vary depending on the ingredients used. Credits can be acquired by exchanging cash, though the conversion rate is notoriously unfavorable. Additionally, they can be earned through class rankings, periodic assessments arranged by the instructors, and tasks available online through the academy. The credit system is a new policy at the academy, designed to encourage student engagement and facilitate the efficient operation of resources within the institution. This system has proven invaluable. Beyond Pokémon food, various special items such as evolution stones, move discs, items that Pokémon can hold, and rare berries can also be exchanged for credits. Even within the esteemed halls of Crown Academy, there exists a policy wherein credits can be exchanged for coveted Pokémon eggs. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tingshu first logged onto the Academy's website via his computer, which hosted a myriad of tasks. In addition, the site housed an extensive repository of knowledge, encompassing various training methodologies, battle strategies, breeding insights, elegant techniques, and classic combat videos. While basic information, such as that found in the first level of the Breeder's Library, is readily accessible to all students, more advanced and profound knowledge, meticulously compiled by predecessors, necessitates a certain number of credits for access. Thus, credits serve as the most vital currency within Crown Academy. Among the intriguing tasks available, one could earn 50 credits for each gym badge acquired, while a reward of 1,000 credits awaited those who obtained a junior breeder certificate. Additionally, various competitions, including those associated with the Alliance Conference, offered differing credit rewards based on performance. Tingshu mused that these tasks seemed rather casual. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the section for exchanging credits for Pokémon eggs was entirely blank. leaving him puzzled as to the reason. Items like firestones appeared to be priced at 200 credits each, which seemed rather exorbitant. As he scrolled through the postings, Tingshu's attention was suddenly drawn to a particularly unique thread. Unlike the previous tasks, this one resided in the student exchange area. It was an application seeking assistance from breeding class students to care for Pokémon, offering 10 credits per week, with the employer covering food and care expenses. Curiously, Tingshu continued to peruse the listings, discovering a considerable number of such student-initiated tasks. Most applicants were overwhelmed with too many Pokémon and wished to ensure their training did not lapse, or they sought professional help for their juvenile Pokémon. Furthermore, those with sufficient credits could enlist the aid of breeding class instructors to care for their Pokémon, though few opted to spend their credits so lavishly. Crown Academy also provided designated care facilities to assist students burdened with an excess of Pokémon in need of regular attention. Tingshu contemplated this task, considering that he currently possessed only a Huntail and a Swablu, leaving him ample capacity to care for a few more. Moreover, should the Pokémon he cared for align with his requirements, he could coordinate their training with that of Huntail and Swablu, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Prior to that, however, he needed to focus entirely on the training of his current Pokémon until they reached a plateau, at which point he would consider additional responsibilities. For Tingshu to elevate the prowess of his Huntail and Swablu, he required resources, and resources equated to credits. Most methods of acquiring credits revolved around time and accumulation, and Tingshu, being somewhat indolent, immediately seized upon the prospect of obtaining the substantial credits from the Junior Breeder Certificate task without a second thought. With 1,000 credits at his disposal, he could indulge for a considerable time. After logging in as a student, Tingshu accepted this task and uploaded his breeder information, then began to quietly await the arrival of his credits. Meanwhile, at the task management office, a staff member stared in astonishment at the incoming information, his heart unsettled. He had worked here for quite some time, yet it was his first encounter with such an astonishing newcomer. 1,000 credits, a resource that students generally take a long time to accumulate, could yield remarkable results if entirely invested in a single Pokémon. His back-end notifications indicated that the time taken from registration to task acquisition for this student was alarmingly brief. A junior breeder class for 10-year-olds. Was the dean aware of this? It seemed necessary to communicate with him. Ding. Upon seeing the additional 1,000 credits in his account, Tingshu felt a wave of satisfaction. He could easily afford to squander a few months. At this moment, earning credits was not his primary goal. He needed to begin preparing the strategies for hunting the swallowtail butterfly and the cotton pigeon. The strategies he envisioned for these two Pokémon hinged on resources. With these credits, he could exchange them for a plethora of nutrients, rare materials, or special items for their unique training. If he were traveling outside, Tingshu would certainly lack the abundant resources and time to consider the growth of the swallowtail butterfly and the cotton pigeon. Only in a comfortable environment could he devote himself wholeheartedly to the nurturing of his Pokémon. Additionally, Tingshu cast his gaze toward the direction of Teishu City, as it was time to start preparing for the intermediate breeder examination. After all, whether it was someone as remarkable as Cynthia or the illustrious gentleman Macaulay from the Hoenn region's Grand Festival, it was inevitable that he would need to elevate his breeding skills. Thus, seizing this time could only be beneficial. A trainer who possesses a profound understanding of their Pokémon's growth, personally tailoring their diet to their tastes, and who is well-versed in Pokémon-related knowledge, is destined for greatness. Chapter 57. Embracing science. Time flew by, and 2 months quietly passed. This duration allowed the newcomer to thoroughly familiarize themselves with the Academy's environment and life while forging many new friendships. However, for Tingshu, these 2 months were marked by solitude, as he immersed himself in his own world, rarely engaging with the outside. Over the course of 2 months, he did not participate in any of the breeding class courses or exams. In light of this, Mr. Fengsuan, the breeding class instructor, even sought out Tingshu. However, upon presenting his junior breeder certificate, the instructor's attitude underwent a complete turnaround, offering unwavering support for Tingshu's endeavors. A genius poised to astound the Academy was about to emerge. Teacher Fengsuan was invigorated, for he understood precisely what the 10-year-old nurturer represented. For Tian Crown Academy, this could very well be the secret weapon to restore its dignity after being overturned by a young girl 2 months prior. In discussions with the principal regarding Tingshu, Teacher Fengsuan learned that Tingshu was a top-tier nurturer, arranged by Master Xingzong to engage in focused training here. Consequently, he relaxed all management over Tingshu, centering everything around him and providing multifaceted support. Only a select few at the higher echelons were privy to Tingshu's background and information. As for the students in the nurturing class, they were merely aware of a rather peculiar transfer student. Aside from the initial attendance, Tingshu spent most of his time in solitude. Even when encounters occurred, they were merely casual greetings before he vanished once more. This led to Tingshu earning the moniker of a reclusive transfer student. It seemed that the direction was amiss. Tingshu furrowed his brow, feeling rather disheartened. Over the past 2 months, whether with the Qingyan bird or the hunting phoenix butterfly, the progress made in various aspects could only be described as rapid. The most suitable nutrients and food, along with the most reasonable training plans, consumed Tingshu's thoughts entirely, all directed towards aiding these two little creatures in their perfect growth. In fact, within a mere 2 months, Tingshu had expended 600 credits on the 2 small sprites, a sum that transcended mere extravagance. Only students from affluent backgrounds dared to squander credits in such a manner. Tingshu was cautious not to subject the hunting phoenix butterfly and Qingyan bird to excessive training. Even while constantly replenishing their nutrition, he allowed them to grow in a regular manner to avoid detrimental effects on their future development. The air manipulation of the hunting phoenix butterfly was a fundamental skill, showing subtle improvements at every moment. Through constant refinement, it successfully advanced to super absorption and even ultimate absorption, maximizing the power of its abilities. This had been the primary focus of the hunting phoenix butterfly's training over the past 2 months. Moreover, the meticulous care and nurturing during these 2 months had rendered the butterfly even more exquisite, exuding an elegant aura, and it had consequently grasped a remarkably effective captivating technique. Although the time taken to master techniques was deliberately prolonged by Tingshu, this had its advantages. The ample time allowed the hunting phoenix butterfly to practice, achieving maximum proficiency. As for the Qingyan bird, its growth rate outpaced that of the hunting phoenix butterfly by several tiers, owing to its recent hatching and remarkable innate talent. The Qingyan bird was fastidious about cleanliness, utilizing its cotton-like wings to tidy up any mess, while Tingshu was equally attentive to its hygiene. Over time, the Qingyan bird developed the freshness technique. Furthermore, with its exceptional dragon lineage, it absorbed the natural blessings and awakened powers, continuously learning to harness the dragon energy within. Now, the Qingyan bird had seamlessly comprehended the dragon's undulation. The draconic aptitude of the Azure Mew is indeed remarkable. After awakening its power, which has been supplanted by the Dragon Pulse, and coupled with the growth it has achieved over the past 2 months, it has now attained the preliminary ability to utilize the Dragon God Dive, provided the adversary is not a heavyweight Pokémon like the Dunsparce or Onix. The Dragon God Dive can serve as a decisive move for the Azure Mew. In other words, the Azure Mew has transcended its juvenile phase and is now ready to engage in high-stakes battles. From a perspective of progress, both the Azure Mew and the hunting Butterfree have shown commendable advancements. However, the secret techniques devised by Tingshu have yielded no tangible results. Although there is a glimmer of understanding regarding the hunting Butterfree's ultimate move, the solar absorption, there remains an insurmountable barrier to its execution. While the hunting Butterfree possesses a keen perception of sunlight, its affinity is woefully inadequate, preventing it from effectively accumulating solar energy. Tingshu aspires for the hunting Butterfree to first master the solar flare technique and has even exchanged for the instructional disc on it. They have engaged in continuous analysis and study, attempting to replicate the technique. Yet, based on the reactions of the hunting Butterfree, the flow of solar energy within it is exceedingly rapid, making sustained accumulation into solar flare exceedingly challenging. Even with the detailed analysis provided by the instructional disc, the comprehension process proves to be arduous, and the intentional mastery of the technique may require an extended period. Tingshu also endeavored to have the hunting Butterfree directly employ the ultimate absorption to siphon solar nutrients, converting them into its own stamina. However, this approach was fundamentally futile. Tingshu realized that his thoughts were overly simplistic. Although the morning light technique bears similarities to photosynthesis, its underlying mechanism appears to be distinct. Under the morning light technique, solar energy acts more like a catalyst, influencing the rate of stamina recovery. In contrast, photosynthesis seems to directly convert solar energy into another form of substance for stamina restoration, representing a process of energy transformation which is exclusive to grass-type Pokémon. The hunting Butterfree, therefore, lacks the special substance necessary for this energy conversion due to its insufficient affinity for sunlight. Thus, Tingshu's concept of a hybrid photosynthesis plan is temporarily deemed a failure. During the research period, Tingshu began to question the techniques of the Pokémon. Despite being different entities, they can perform identical moves, even those contrary to their inherent attributes. Reflecting on his past knowledge, if all matter is composed of a fundamental particle, Could it be that the energy contained within Pokémon is also constituted of a unique substance that exists freely in nature? The essence may lie in the arrangement and structure of this substance. When different Pokémon structures are combined, a new energy emerges. It could be the power of dragons, psychic abilities, or the capacity to manipulate water, fire, and electricity, or perhaps something that acts as a catalyst for a specific move, such as photosynthesis. Perhaps the technique of finger-flicking mastery is a method of whimsically disrupting the internal energy structure, which accounts for its inherent randomness and unpredictability. Ultimately, this remains a hypothesis. No matter how fervently Tingshu tries, he cannot unearth the truth. The secret manual for hunting the phoenix butterfly has been deemed a failure, and Tingshu tentatively attributes this to the inability to construct a specific energy conversion catalyst. This catalyst, unique to the grass-type sprites, implies that even with the absorption of morning light, it can never achieve photosynthesis. The dilemma facing the Qingyan bird lies in its inability to grasp the technique of parrot mimicry, a skill that should naturally develop with growth. Following Tingshu's conjecture, if the finger-flicking mastery is indeed a technique for disordering the internal energy structure that allows for the spontaneous execution of various moves, then the parrot mimicry, which can replicate a majority of techniques, warrants further investigation. The parrot mimicry theorem states, 1. If the move intended to be mimicked has not yet been executed by the opponent, the attempt will fail. 2. Moves that hit can be imitated, while those that strike without effect can be replicated. In essence, parrot mimicry functions akin to a memory alloy mechanism, where the sprite's brain creates a fleeting, deep memory of the energy structure alterations induced by the opponent's successful moves, allowing it to swiftly replicate the sense changes in its own internal energy structure and subsequently perform the technique. Upon formulating this hypothesis, Tingshu found amusement in its absurdity. Yet upon further contemplation, it began to make sense. He wondered if others had entertained similar thoughts, but as a time traveler, his curiosity towards the unknown was piqued. The Qingyan bird's failure to learn parrot mimicry likely stems from its infancy. Its brain's developmental pace cannot keep up with its physical growth, remaining in an incomplete state. To master parrot mimicry, the Qingyan bird's brain must possess the capability for high-frequency memory. In addition to needing ample experience in receiving blows, it must also consume brain-nourishing foods. Over the past 2 months, Tingshu has deduced this from his previous knowledge and the theories of breeders concerning the hunting of the phoenix butterfly and the Qingyan bird. Both sprites have reached a nutritional peak, rendering further supplementation at this frequency impractical. They are now experiencing nutritional surplus. Moving forward, Tingshu resolved to capitalize on time. Chapter 58. Accepting tasks. Tap, tap, tap. His dexterous fingers danced across the keyboard as Tingshu tirelessly scrolled through pages in search of breeding tasks. For 2 months, the Qingyan bird and the phoenix butterfly have been diligently absorbing nutrients, training themselves, and honing their ultimate techniques. However, due to nutritional saturation and underutilization, their growth efficiency has plummeted to a nadir. Although they have trained earnestly, the comforts of their current situation pale in comparison to the rigors of actual combat or survival in the wild. What they now require is an intense regimen to tighten their complacent nerves and swiftly digest the nutrients they have stored. Ting is still occupied with preparations for the intermediate breeder review, leaving little time to engage in practical training with the 2 little ones. Consequently, he has turned his attention to the Pokémon of others, hoping to find creatures that could assist in enhancing the abilities of the hunting Butterfree and Swablu. Recently, Ting has begun to monitor the forums on the page diligently, and just a few days ago, he identified a breeding commission posted by a trainer from the advanced class. This commission offers a substantial reward of 350 credits, indicating that the issuer is quite serious about this endeavor. However, the high credit reward comes with stringent requirements. Unlike the leisurely tasks that merely involve caring for Pokémon for 10 credits weekly, this commission necessitates that the breeder take full responsibility for the Pokémon's growth. Adhering to specific standards, the Pokémon to be nurtured are 4 Swablu, with the goal of evolving them into Altaria within 5 months, all while ensuring they possess exceptional battle prowess. The 5-month time frame suggests preparation for the ranking battles associated with graduation. Ting reflects on the trainer's intentions. 7 months from now marks the period for degree advancement, the time when credits can be accrued most rapidly. Clearly, this individual is making a preemptive investment. Altaria is indeed a formidable Pokémon, well-suited to fill gaps in a team, and crucially, the 4 Swablu could significantly aid in training the hunting Butterfree and Swablu. Should Ting accept this task, he must also take responsibility for the strength of the 4 Pokémon, for the issuer will not part with credits lightly. Thus, He resolves to undertake this mission and promptly initiates contact with the trainer. Their communication is seamless, and they swiftly arrange a meeting time. As he prepares to leave, Ting washes his face, ensuring he is fully equipped before heading to the agreed-upon location. The dormitory remains eerily quiet, whether it be students from the breeding class, teachers, or professors from the research department. They are all sequestered in their rooms, rarely venturing outside. In contrast, the battling class for trainers is bustling with daily lessons and rigorous practical training. The academy feels the pressure and holds high expectations for these trainers. Consequently, the credits awarded during degree advancement have been significantly increased, motivating students to strive for improvement. As he descends the stairs, a green figure catches Ting's eye. It is a small Pokémon with a white body, appearing as though it is clad in an overly long garment. Additionally, its green hair is also excessively long, obscuring much of its face. It is a Ralts, a mood Pokémon capable of sensing the emotions of both Pokémon and humans through its horn. Generally, Ralts prefers to keep its distance from negative emotions, often lingering away from humans. The Larvitar appeared somewhat different. It stood quietly, while opposite it sat a boy clad in a white shirt, topped with a zippered blue long-sleeve jacket, engrossed in sketching something in his notebook. The boy and the little Pokémon were both remarkably silent. Tingshu recognized the boy, seemingly a student from the nurturing class. He knew little about him, only that he was a gentle and somewhat introverted lad who greeted everyone with a warm smile, leaving a slightly deeper impression on Tingshu. Tingshu, the boy, whose name Tingshu recalled was Xiaozhe, looked up with a surprised expression and cheerfully asked if he had come to deliver food for the Larvitar. Tingshu remembered that Xiaozhe's skin was quite pale, giving him a fragile appearance. Yes, it is food prepared by Teacher Teresa for the Larvitar, and I am here to deliver it. Is it made by Teacher Teresa? Tingshu inquired about the teacher, who was one of the breeders responsible for the food of the little Pokémon in the academy. She was believed to possess an intermediate level of breeding expertise, particularly with unique insights into crafting Pokémon cuisine. Teacher Teresa's methods of preparing Pokémon food were quite distinctive, utilizing ingredients that Tingshu had never encountered before. Both the Swablu and the Butterfree greatly enjoyed the dishes she concocted. If he could learn the techniques of crafting Pokémon food from Teacher Teresa, he would be able to provide sumptuous meals for them during his travels. Although Tingshu was also a breeder, he did not excel in the preparation of Pokémon food. Only those aspiring to gain advanced credentials as breeders would dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to mastering a singular focus. For instance, Joy specialized in healing, Master Shengzong in genetics, and Teacher Teresa was also preparing to challenge the advanced credentials in the realm of Pokémon cuisine. Advanced breeders not only possess extensive knowledge, but also achieve remarkable accomplishments in specific areas. The exceptional accumulation of expertise in a particular field is the most crucial step toward becoming an advanced breeder. Is Teacher Teresa busy? I might consult her about the food for the Swablu, Tingshu asked Xiaozhe. She shouldn't be too busy, but her mood may not be very good today. Xiaozhe replied softly. Tingshu sighed. Well then, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Xiaozhe, and you too, Larvitar. Until next time. Oh, Tingshu, goodbye, Xiaozhe said hurriedly. As for the Larvitar beside them, it remained exceptionally quiet, and Tingshu did not mind. This particular Larvitar seemed rather reticent. The task assigned to Tingshu involved nurturing 4 Swablu until they evolved into Altaria, and he needed to arrange their food himself. If he were to do so in Tian Crown Mountain, the only available food for the Swablu would consist of metal and some special rocks. The publisher did not demand excessively extravagant sustenance. It sufficed to cultivate a handful of moderately capable Chow baby within a span of 5, thereby meeting the commission standards. Thus, an overemphasis on the rarity of food was unwarranted. However, the art of pairing ingredients remained a profound subject worthy of inquiry. Even the esteemed Tingshu found it necessary to seek counsel or peruse literature for self-guidance. Teacher Teresa was undoubtedly the most adept at concocting meals for the little sprites in Tingshu's recollection, though it seemed she suffered from anxiety. While her episodes occurred only sporadically, they nonetheless rendered her teaching moments remarkably scarce. Chapter 59. Magnetic Training at Tanguan Mountain. Within the confines of the academy, a quaint pavilion awaited. Tingshu had arrived early, and after approximately 15 minutes, a portly figure with chestnut hair rushed in, clearly fatigued from the exertion owing to his size. Apologies, the hefty student appeared quite remorseful, taking several deep breaths before speaking slowly. Tingshu waved his hand amiably. No need to worry. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Ah, thank you. Ajia responded in surprise. We are classmates after all. If you feel uncomfortable, you could simply allocate a bit more credit to me. After a brief silence, The two finally broached the topic of the commission concerning the care of the little sprites. These are the 4 Chow baby I've recently captured. They will require assistance for about 5 months. I'm not particularly skilled in training rock-type sprites, and I have numerous other responsibilities. If it's not too much trouble, I would be grateful for your help. Tingshu observed the 4 Chow baby released before him. Their limbs appeared rather diminutive, and curiously, their mouths were not visible. Aside from their red noses, their bodies were cloaked in a deep blue hue. After scrutinizing them, Tingshu spoke, "No problem. However, regarding the price, how about an increase of 50 credits? Tingshu suggested with a smile, adopting a tone of negotiation. At this, Ajie's expression shifted dramatically. 400 credits? That seems excessive. Even in a breeding facility, the cost wouldn't be that high. Your team must have its weaknesses. If these 4 can evolve into a great Chow baby, they could greatly enhance your performance in the upcoming ranking battles. Moreover, the Academy operates in a closed environment. Aside from special missions, you currently lack the opportunity to venture outside. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeking assistance from the breeding class students to care for your sprites. Even so, 400 credits is still too much, and the food for Chow baby is much simpler to procure than that for other sprites. You know, earning credits is no easy feat. I understand that all too well, Tingshu replied, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Thus, you ought to empathize with us students in the breeding class. We are not adept at battles, and our sprites lack the strength for practical training. For a mere handful of credits, we toil daily over those vexing examinations. Fortunately, these sentiments were not overheard by the breeding class students. Otherwise, they might have given this individual, who had never attended a single lesson, a stern reprimand. Do not hesitate. The credits you have offered are indeed substantial. However, if the formidable Chow Bei can assist in addressing the deficiencies of your team and secure victories in the forthcoming ranking battles, you will swiftly earn back those credits in multiples. Aside from myself, there is likely no one else capable of facilitating significant progress for your Chow Bei within a mere 5 months. The overweight student, Ajie, scrutinized Tingshu with skepticism, his self-assured demeanor leading him to question the reliability of this unfamiliar and youthful individual. After all, 400 credits is not an insignificant sum for him. Let me reconsider, Ajie said, scratching his head and revealing a candid expression. With a swift motion, Tingshu clapped his hands, holding the blue pamphlet. However, you must contemplate this carefully. Within the entire training class, I am the only junior breeder. You must have encountered Sharona 2 months ago, correct? Why is she so formidable? The answer lies in her being a breeder herself. If I were to assist you in nurturing your Chow Bei within 5 months, your team would experience a remarkable enhancement due to the rectification of its weaknesses. This opportunity is one that should not be missed. As Tingshu presented his junior breeder certification, everything fell into place with a sense of rationality. Ajie, the advanced class student, felt his last defenses crumble. During his time at the academy, aside from seeking teachers' assistance in caring for his Pokémon, Tingshu had emerged as the best option available. Tingshu felt a sense of joy. Having squandered 600 credits over the past 2 months, he was now poised to recover 400. As for how to evolve the 4 Chow Bei into a mighty Chow Bei, he still needed to make some preparations. The Crown Mountain in the Sinnoh region is among the optimal locations for Chow Bei to undergo evolution. When Chow Bei finds itself in areas with strong magnetic fields, such as the Crown Mountain in Sinnoh, the Electric Stone Cave in Unova, or the Mele Mele Wilderness in Kalos, they can sense the unique electromagnetic waves present. This allows them to react accordingly, and, combined with the other 3 Chow Bei, evolve into a towering Chow Bei standing at a height of 14 meters, gaining steel attributes in the process. The Grand Chow Bei can manipulate the 3 smaller Chow Bei to engage in battle as if controlling floating artillery. Since Ajie has captured 4 Chow Bei, it is reasonable to assume that he is aware of their evolution methods, yet perhaps he has been at a loss, overwhelmed with various responsibilities, thus necessitating assistance from the breeding class. Both Chow Bei and Grand Chow Bei are adept at countering the hunting butterfly and the swablu, making their presence as training allies advantageous for me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tingshu began to devise a nurturing plan for the Chow Bei, taking into account the characteristics of the swablu and the hunting butterfly. The foremost step in nurturing the 4 North Horned beasts lies in enabling one of them to perceive the unique electromagnetic waves emanating from Mount Tianguan. Currently, none of them appears capable of achieving this feat. Thus, it is imperative to first hone their mastery over their own magnetic forces. Without delving into any references, Tingshu is well aware of the North Horned beasts' instinctual behaviors. They utilize their magnetic abilities to hunt diminutive steel-type Pokémon or attract nearby mineral-eating creatures. If left unattended, over time, One of them may develop exceptional control over its magnetic powers due to frequent predation. Should this particular north horned beast successfully capture electromagnetic waves akin to those found on Mount Tianguan, it could then evolve in conjunction with the other three. In essence, the current quartet of north horned beasts lacks sufficient mastery over their magnetic abilities, which is one of the reasons why a Jia cannot facilitate their immediate evolution. It seems that they no longer require mineral sustenance. Instead, ferromagnetic objects are the most suitable nourishment for them at present. Additionally, they must continually refine their magnetic prowess. For once they are tamed by a trainer, they will no longer have the opportunity to utilize their magnetic abilities for hunting. While Tingshu searches for suitable food for them, he also procures dozens of steel marbles, each roughly the size of a coin, which resonate well with the north horned beast's magnetic forces. The north horned beasts can manipulate these marbles with their magnetism. Thus, the four north horned beasts establish their positions at the corners, embarking on their inaugural round of specialized training to enhance their reflexes against the hunting butterflies and cotton birds. Both the cotton birds and hunting butterflies are relatively small in size. Although being struck by the steel marbles is quite painful, this discomfort serves to sharpen their focus. The hunting butterflies can generate gusts of wind to evade the marbles, while the cotton birds utilize cotton to defend themselves and rely on swift movements to dodge. Effectively managing their agility at high speeds poses a challenge for the cotton birds. Meanwhile, the north horned beasts must figure out how to better control the marbles using their magnetism to strike the two small creatures, presenting a conundrum. Amidst their mutual endeavors, Tingshu immerses himself in literature, striving to ascend to the rank of intermediate breeder. Chapter 60. The peeping Larulas amidst a hail of projectiles. The cotton bird finds itself in a state of utter disarray even while moving at high speed. The north horned beast stands sentinel at the four corners, with each controlling merely two marbles, leaving the cotton bird overwhelmed. It narrowly escapes a near miss, fortifying its defense with cotton while casting a reproachful glance at Tingshu. On this day, the hunting butterfly flawlessly completes its reflex training, while the cotton bird continues to struggle. In the initial stages of training, Tingshu instructed each north horned beast to control just one marble, making it relatively straightforward for both the hunting butterflies and cotton birds. However, when the number of marbles increased to 2, the hunting butterflies could still barely sense the changes in airflow to evade them. But the plight of the cotton bird was dire. Within a mere minute, it was struck multiple times, causing Tingshu, the trainer, to wince in sympathy. One must not be soft-hearted. The magnetic force employed by Chow Baby to control the steel balls is, in fact, inferior to the impact of a well-executed strike. Although the frequency of the attacks has increased, without a certain degree of resilience to withstand blows, one would be at a considerable disadvantage in a real battle. Thus, amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the Qingmian bird, the specialized training continues. The steel ball training has persisted for approximately a week, during which the hunting phoenix has engaged in the relentless pursuit of a full 16 steel balls, while the Qingmian bird remains at the level of 12. Even in this brief span of time, the two little creatures have become notably more agile, their capacity to endure pain gradually enhancing. From an initial state of sluggishness upon being struck, they have made remarkable progress, now instinctively overcoming pain to assess their surroundings. This level of offensive training seems to be something the little creatures are beginning to adapt to. However, Tingshu is unable to immediately increase the intensity of their training. Maintaining control over 4 steel balls simultaneously represents the pinnacle of Chow Baby's magnetic manipulation skills. Should they advance further to manage 5 steel balls in a coordinated attack, it would signify a notable advancement in their mastery of magnetic forces. Is that little one still peeking? In a secluded corner where Tingshu conducts their training, a small green figure conceals itself, quietly observing the training of the Qingmian birds. The owner of this figure is a Ralulus, a wandering sprite that has yet to be captured by anyone. This Ralulus has been in the vicinity since Tingshu's arrival. Defect, it silently murmurs to itself. According to Tingshu's understanding, this Ralulus was originally a Pokémon egg awarded to a student by the Academy. However, after hatching, it took an astonishing 2 months for the Ralulus to learn even a single special move. Upon consulting with the teacher regarding this issue, the Academy's breeders began to monitor the Ralulus's situation, ultimately reaching a unanimous conclusion. The Ralulus possessed certain flaws. Aside from the teleportation ability it awakened at birth, it was unable to learn any other psychic-type moves. Even under deliberate instruction, it could not grasp even the simplest techniques from other types, such as the Shadow Clone. At that time, the Ralulus's trainer was nearing graduation, and the little Ralulus's shortcomings rendered it unfit for battle. Following the teacher's suggestion, The trainer returned the Ralulus to the academy, where the breeders would care for it, observe its condition, and seek solutions. Since then, the little Ralulus has felt abandoned, believing its ineptitude to be the reason it could not assist its trainer. Thus, every time Tingshu encounters it, the Ralulus remains silent. Would you like to join us? Tingshu inquires without turning his head. Ralulus, do you wish to train with us? The Ralulus, a Pokémon of emotions, can sense the feelings of humans. From the moment the garden tree spoke, it unexpectedly realized that it felt no sense of sympathy. Even a cat, through diligent effort, could learn the human language, a miracle that rewards perseverance. The garden tree would not deny any little sprite its worth. Thus, it remained sincere. It would not be constrained by the so-called individual flaws of the sprites. Even if Ralulus could only utilize teleportation, it possessed its own value. Shall we give it a try? The garden tree spoke once more. If you can teleport, why not compete with the Qingyan bird? Following this invitation, the garden tree turned its attention away from Ralulus and focused once again on the Qingyan bird and the 4 northward beads. Each northward bead could barely manage 4 steel balls simultaneously, while the hunting phoenix butterfly had just managed to cope with 16 steel balls attacking at once. Though it was a strenuous task, it had performed remarkably well. In the short term, neither the Qingyan bird nor the hunting phoenix butterfly could advance further. Thus, the garden tree, without increasing the number of steel balls, needed to contemplate how to apply greater pressure on both the Qingyan bird and the hunting phoenix butterfly. Starting tomorrow, the training regimen would change. The steel balls would revert to 2 per northward bead. Most importantly, the northward beads needed to incorporate a special move into their control of the steel balls as an offensive measure, electromagnetic waves. By delivering a mild electric shock to their opponents, they could induce a state of paralysis. Being magnets themselves, the northward beads naturally generated a magnetic field, allowing them to easily create electric currents. Electromagnetic waves were a form of current that exhibited a distinctly paralyzing effect. Once struck by the steel balls controlled by the northward beads, a slight electric current would flow into their bodies. While not as intense as true electromagnetic waves, it could still have a significant impact on the 2 little creatures for a brief period. Moreover, although the northward beads could control the steel balls to attack, they were all focused solely on their own tasks and lacked any coordination. The garden tree intended to devise a set of offensive routes or trajectories for them, enabling mutual cooperation. Even with fewer steel balls, when combined with electromagnetic waves, they would be sufficient to trouble both the Qingyan bird and the hunting phoenix butterfly. This collaboration, intertwined with electromagnetic waves, would also challenge the northward beads' understanding of magnetism. Executing electromagnetic waves along specific routes would greatly increase the complexity of their manipulation. Buzzing. The Qingyan bird hastily dodged the steel balls when suddenly, a small green figure appeared before it without warning, startling it into a panicked flight. After a moment, it turned back, casting a questioning glance at the garden tree. Only when the garden tree smiled in acknowledgement did it innocently flap its wings and return, gazing at the arena alongside the garden tree. Amidst the chaotic attacks of 12 steel balls, Ralulus consistently placed its hands near its mouth, murmuring softly, only to vanish and reappear in an instant. Quite impressive, the garden tree exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, psychic-type Pokémon experience significant fatigue after using teleportation several times, leading to difficulties in direction control. However, Tingshu astonishingly discovered that Ralts, perhaps due to its singular mastery of teleportation, demonstrated remarkable proficiency in this technique. Within a mere minute, it adeptly evaded 9 successive attacks from the opposing Pokémon, showcasing an impressive ease in its movements. Chapter 61. Request for excursion. One day, as per his routine, Tingshu set out to collect food for the Pokémon. Along the way, he encountered Teacher Tressa, an educator renowned for her exceptional culinary skills in Pokémon nutrition. Despite her youth, Teacher Tressa possessed a distinctive approach to her work. She remained open to feedback from others, selectively incorporating suitable suggestions. To some students, she appeared as a gentle and approachable figure, effortlessly blending with her pupils due to their minimal age difference. Tingshu held a fondness for this teacher. Indeed, most students admired her for her helpful nature and gentle disposition. Though she occasionally exhibited signs of anxiety-induced irritability, this paradoxical charm endeared her to many. In contrast to the rigid demeanor of Mr. Finsuan, the head instructor of the breeding class, Tingshu preferred to seek guidance from Teacher Tressa, particularly regarding matters of Pokémon nutrition. Moreover, Teacher Tressa was exceptionally beautiful. He found himself more drawn to the mature, sisterly type rather than the younger girls like Xiaochun and Xiaosong. With chestnut hair styled in a braid atop her head and striking emerald eyes, she wore a simple yet elegant dress adorned with golden embroidery and a shattered glass pattern in shades of blue. Her white tights complemented her appearance, and a silver ring threaded through a black cord adorned her neck, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. "Little one, have you been busy lately? Would you be interested in participating in an excursion?" Teacher Tressa inquired, her smile ever present. Not only did she possess remarkable insights into breeding, but she also occasionally coordinated training sessions for aspiring coordinators. An excursion? Tingshu pondered. The Academy's excursions typically took place within the vast expanse of Mount Crown, a location far larger than that of a few cities combined, teeming with a diverse array of Pokémon, making it the largest gathering of Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. With numerous Pokémon inhabiting the area, it was inevitable that some formidable specimens would emerge. The essence of an excursion lay in venturing into the wilderness to battle wild Pokémon or capture those that caught one's fancy, thereby strengthening one's team. However, due to the inherent dangers of Mount Crown, most excursions were organized periodically by the Academy, with students forming teams to embark together. Additionally, students were awarded credits based on their performances. "No, I have other matters to attend to," Tingshu politely declined. "That is unfortunate. Breeders are highly sought after in excursion teams." Teacher Tressa expressed her regret. Tingshu smiled but remained silent. "By the way, Teacher Tressa, do you know where I might find berries or fruits?" "Berries? Fruits? Indeed. I wish to apply to the Academy using my credits, only to discover that the two types of tree fruits are no longer available in the inventory. In light of this, Tingshu has temporarily altered the diet of the Qingyan bird to enhance its cognitive abilities. Milk, dairy products, legumes, as well as berries and fresh fruits, are all rich in essential nutrients, capable of significantly improving memory and restoring vitality, thereby greatly aiding in replenishing brain energy and maintaining overall health. Should these items be unavailable at the Academy, one might procure them in Weimu City and Yuanji City. However, unless under exceptional circumstances, students are not permitted to leave Tian Crown Mountain during their tenure at the Academy, as noted by Professor Teresa. "Must you be so rigid?" Tingshu lamented. "I implore you to assist me," he pleaded, his countenance reflecting desperation. In truth, he had already devised a plan. The two absent tree fruits were meticulously chosen by him. After spending 2 months at the Academy, he was on the verge of weariness and yearned for an opportunity to explore the outside world. Even during his time at the Qinggu house, he could hardly remain idle. Were it not for the indispensable knowledge he was required to memorize, he would not have devoted himself so wholeheartedly. "This is quite troublesome," Professor Teresa mused, tilting her head in contemplation. Tingshu held his breath. "Very well," he finally exhaled with relief. "I will submit a request for you to serve as my assistant in procuring these items. As for the likelihood of success, do not harbor high hopes. The chances are rather slim," Professor Teresa stated. "I understand. Thank you." Tingshu gestured appreciatively in his mind. Following this, Tingshu resumed training the Zhao Bei Bai and Qingyan birds, as well as hunting the phoenix butterfly. He designed several attack trajectory plans based on floor plans and computer graphics to optimize their coordination, while conversely, the pressure on the Qingyan birds increased dramatically. This training session lasted merely 1 day, and to Tingshu's surprise, Professor Teresa's request was promptly approved. The speed of this approval was astonishingly efficient in Tingshu's recollection. Wonderful. Not only did he wish to alleviate his mood, but he also aspired to capture another sprite. Although he had a multitude of tasks at hand, a trainer who could not even gather the basic 6 sprites was hardly a qualified one. Life at Tanguan Academy was quite tranquil. Focusing solely on the Qingyan bird and the phoenix butterfly, Tingshu felt he could manage well, even while concurrently studying the intricacies of cultivation without experiencing a sense of overwhelming pressure. While accompanying the Academy on expeditions could also lead to capturing sprites, the inevitable disputes that arose in a team setting made Tingshu prefer solitary endeavors. Upon receiving the confirmed permission to venture outside, he joyfully exchanged for a high-grade Pokeball, newly produced by Silver Company, which he intended for his new companion. Upon receiving permission to venture outside, Tingshu took a moment to bid farewell to Mr. Fengsuan, his esteemed teacher, as a matter of courtesy. Additionally, he carried with him 6 Pokémon, a Swablu, a hunting butterfly, and 4 northward noses that required his care. During his outing, training may be temporarily suspended, yet this is an unavoidable circumstance. A well-deserved respite can greatly benefit the Pokémon. At the base of the dormitory, Tingshu held the meal intended for his Lurantis, which was entrusted to him by Teacher Tressa. In recent days, Lurantis had been engaged in the same training as Tingshu's Pokémon, and it was evident that it relished the experience, yearning to share the same stage with its peers to prove its worth beyond being an anomaly. However, Lurantis, whose sole ability was teleportation, was unlikely to garner much attention from trainers. Most believed that training a Pokémon limited to evasion tactics would not yield substantial advantages in battle. After all, victory in combat hinges primarily on offensive capabilities. I must take my leave now, Lurantis. For the time being, Coz will be bringing you meals, and it is crucial that you cooperate with the teacher's research. We may soon uncover the reasons behind your inability to learn certain moves, so I implore you to continue honing your teleportation skills in my absence. With a smile, Tingshu placed his fingers gently upon Lurantis' hand. Rising, he stretched his weary limbs after a day's toil, ready to pack his belongings for an early departure the following morning. Chapter 62. The goddess Venus, the celestial crown mountain loomed majestically, its peaks adorned with a delicate, ethereal resonance, as snow-capped summits ascended higher into the morning sky. The leafless trees were burdened with fluffy, heavy snowballs. After leaving the academy, Tingshu retraced his steps, clad in his celestial crown sports attire, now adept at warding off the chill. Having labored through the night, his first destination was the commercial district of Cerulean City. The Swablu languidly perched atop Tingshu's head, appearing somewhat lethargic in the frigid air. After an afternoon and evening spent concocting potions, followed by a lengthy trek through the mountains, Tingshu was utterly fatigued, evidenced by the dark circles beneath his eyes. "You're an outsider trainer, aren't you?" The shopkeeper, holding the small vial Tingshu had offered, displayed a perplexed expression. "Perfume? You must have come to the wrong place. Our shop does not purchase such items. We do buy berries and herbs at market prices, providing assistance to trainers, but this has no market here." The shopkeeper appeared helpless. "No market? Is that so?" Tingshu scanned the shop, observing that the healing sprays, antidotes, and thawing potions were primarily intended for Pokémon. "This perfume is also meant for Pokémon. Let us consider this potion as a means to captivate the affections of Pokémon. I am convinced that, if explained to trainers, it would surely find buyers," Tingshu asserted. The shopkeeper, however, remained perplexed and responded incredulously. "Even so, this concoction pales in comparison to natural herbs and berries, which possess inherent qualities. While your perfume is a product of artificial processing, I cannot bear such a risk." Tingshu found the situation quite cumbersome and troublesome. Was there no alternative? At this moment, the only solution that came to his mind was the credentials of a breeder. The shopkeeper, evidently knowledgeable, widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the certificate. "You are a breeder. If you possess such credentials, any potion would be considered for priority acquisition. I must consult with the manager." Tingshu had arrived at a small Pokémon shop in Cerulean City, where large chain stores had yet to establish a presence. Various private establishments profited from selling items like antidotes and burn heals, and some shops were operated by breeders who peddled their handcrafted trinkets to make a living. Currently, Tingshu was devoid of funds. Regardless of his destination or desire for comfort during his travels, securing some financial means was of utmost importance. Yesterday, he exchanged some materials at the academy and concocted this bottle of perfume with the intent of obtaining money for his expenses while journeying. Venus of Love, that was the name of the perfume. It was not an original creation of Tingshu, but derived from the repository of the Tanguan Academy. The origins of the potion remained untraceable, yet the materials were commonplace, and its effects intriguing. With some free time on his hands, he had decided to experiment and create it. Such a potion was likely rare on the market, he mused. In the past, trainers seldom concerned themselves with the romantic affairs of their Pokémon, but times had changed. Decades ago, trainers were akin to soldiers, required to serve the Alliance and explore uncharted territories. However, with the rapid advancement of technology, only the most elite trainers could assist in the Alliance's endeavors. Utilizing sheer numbers had become a waste of resources in the current era of human development. In this evolved context, Tingshu perceived trainers as reminiscent of athletes from a bygone era or members of certain specialized professions. Yet they had become more widespread and left a deeper impression on the public. It would not be an exaggeration to declare them the most mainstream vocation in this world. Competitions such as the Grand Festival, the Lily of the Valley Conference, and the Elite Four Challenge consistently attracted the attention of the masses, and trainers gradually became a cultural phenomenon, weaving an extensive economic chain. Tingshu believed that in a few years, trainers would indeed become ubiquitous in households. Even now, trainers were no longer mere tools for the Alliance's expansion. They resembled a unique group pursuing their dreams. The bonds of friendship with Pokémon, their health, growth, appearance, and even love had all become focal points of concern for trainers. Even in ordinary households, it is common to keep a small Pokémon as a pet, companion, or family member, regardless of whether one is a trainer. Hence, certain potions that were once overlooked, such as Love Venus or similar perfumes that adorn Pokémon, are destined to regain popularity in every corner of the world. How infuriating! The unscrupulous, portly shopkeeper, Tingshu, emerged from the store with a dark expression, feeling quite dejected. He had passionately expounded the commercial value of Love Venus to the store manager, yet the latter seemed utterly unfazed. Tingshu had anticipated that upon revealing the prospects of Love Venus, the shop owner would cling to his trousers, pleading tearfully for a partnership, desperate to retain such a valuable asset. Instead, the owner merely agreed to a reluctant purchase, citing Tingshu's status as a breeder as the reason, suggesting they could sell it and see how it performed. Tingshu felt as though he was bleeding from the heart. Out of 10 bottles, he had managed to sell each for a mere 400 yuan. Even the mass-produced detox sprays, made from common materials, did not command much higher prices, leaving Tingshu feeling disheartened. After all, this was crafted by a novice breeder, utilizing materials that were not just ordinary. The price far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought each bottle would sell for at least 1,000 yuan, or at the very least, 800 yuan. The thought of those proprietary taurine, bromhexine, and lysozyme formulas, monopolized by large corporations and trading for nearly 10,000 yuan per bottle, rendered him speechless. While others were enjoying exorbitant profits, he was barely breaking even. As a novice breeder, he had not earned a single cent from his labor. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Tingshu gazed at the worn bills in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. These were hard-earned credits that he needed to conserve. As he walked down the street, he did not head towards the port. Given his current financial situation, a single boat ride would likely deplete his funds back to pre-declining levels. The port of Suzu City was arguably the most bustling area, being the only gateway to the battle zone. Established years ago, the battle zone became a training ground for many trainers from Sinnoh, where they honed their skills and challenged formidable opponents. It was the most concentrated area for trainers in Sinnoh, attracting many from other regions who wished to witness the grand spectacle of countless trainers battling. Chapter 63. Arrival at the City of Destiny. However, Tingshu despised battling, and for someone as laid-back as he had no intention of engaging in it for the time being. Without the option of taking a boat, he was left with no choice but to travel by car. Due to environmental concerns, Suzu City lacked a train system. From what he understood, a massive maglev train station had already been established in his hometown, Jinwang City, providing direct access between Guandu and Chengdu. Time was of the essence, as he only had a half-month leave, and Tingshu dared not dawdle. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the cheapest carpool option available. Utilizing the public computer at the Pokémon Center, he reached out to a driver. The vehicle is a private car, owned by a local resident, who is heading to a destination for business. He has offered a ride to the trainer, Tingshu, thereby earning a little extra income. However, even while driving, reaching the destination, the city of Yinji, takes a full day. Tingshu has no choice but to rest his eyes during the journey. And before he knows it, they have arrived at their destination, Yinji City. Upon arrival, Tingshu casually strolls around and inquires about directions. I am here to challenge the Yinji gym. I wish to join the Pokémon Enthusiasts Club. I heard there is a large swimming pool at the communication square. How about we take the Pokémon there to relax? This is the voice of a passerby. However, Tingshu's objective, since he learned he would be heading to Yinji City, has been set on the Pokémon Culinary Kitchen, one of the recommended places by teacher Talisa. Tingshu arrives in front of a white building, surveying the surroundings. The walls are adorned with various drawings of dining utensils and Pokémon enjoying their meals. I hope to learn something here, he thinks, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. In fact, the people here are very hospitable. As soon as Tingshu pushes open the door, he is greeted warmly. Hello, are you here to study or to visit? Calls out a young man in a uniform adorned with a badge, standing at the counter. Beside him is a boy dressed in a deep blue suit with purple hair. I am here to visit, Tingshu replies. Oh, a visitor. Welcome. The uniformed young man exclaims enthusiastically. Please, follow me. He gestures for Tingshu to come along. While addressing the boy beside him, young Master Kojiro, welcome back. I have just informed the manager. The purple-haired boy gives a gentle nod and smiles at Tingshu before walking further inside. Our Pokémon Culinary Kitchen does not only create dishes for various Pokémon, but also explores ingredients that appeal to both trainers and their Pokémon. Truly, visiting here is the best choice. Are you listening? The uniformed young man awkwardly interrupts, noticing Tingshu's detached demeanor. Apologies, I was rude. May I ask who that was? Tingshu inquires, glancing at the retreating figure of the boy, coupled with the young man's respectful mention of young Master Kojiro, leaving him momentarily speechless. Do you mean young Master Kojiro? The young man pulls him closer. He is the child of our esteemed guest. His attire is quite luxurious, isn't it? It is said he hails from a prominent family in Kanto, With liquid assets amounting to millions, he is quite the wealthy young master. Meow meow meow. Tingshu exclaims. Kojiro? Team Rocket? Are you joking with me? He can forget anything, but the enduring presence of Team Rocket throughout the story is something he cannot overlook. That said, it seems Kojiro indeed comes from a wealthy family, having joined Team Rocket after running away from home. A millionaire, indeed. Tingshu is left speechless. Why did I run away from home? What could have driven me to such pain? I can't seem to recall. Excuse me, I shall be entering now. The garden tree is already eager to engage with the young Quaro. Observing the garden tree hastening inside, the uniformed youth paused, pondering the purpose of his role as a guide. In the kitchen of the fairy culinary establishment, Quaro leaned against the glass window, his eyes sparkling like stars as he watched the diligent culinary creators and apprentices, filled with longing to join them in their gastronomic endeavors. Yet, despite his yearning, Quaro sighed. Even if he cherished cooking, his mother would never consent. Escaping to the hotel while his parents attended a ball was already a small victory in itself. That translucent lettuce, if sliced just a tad thicker, would enhance its appeal, Quaro thought. He was startled when he turned, realizing the speaker was a younger boy, even younger than himself. Do you also have an interest in culinary arts? He inquired. It's a fundamental skill for breeders, the garden tree replied with a smile. True to the essence of anime, Quaro's gentle nature remained unchanged despite his youth. Perhaps due to his upbringing, he spoke with a certain restraint, adhering to the decorum of high society. And perhaps because he had few friends, he quickly divulged details to the garden tree. It turned out that Quaro's parents had come to the Sinnoh region for business discussions with partners, bringing him along to this city. Renowned for being an ideal place to live, frequented by families and young mothers seeking leisure. The top-tier fairy hotel in this city? That must be quite expensive. The price for a single night's stay at the premier fairy hotel would cover the expenses of Chingu House for a considerable time. The garden tree's casual conversation proved successful, as Quaro soon engaged with enthusiasm. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried out. Young Master Quaro, I apologize for the wait. I am the head of this fairy culinary kitchen. Please convey my regards to your parents. We have prepared a lavish afternoon tea and pastries. Would you like to enjoy them now? The suited man inquired. Of course, we also have various fairy dishes, and if we could receive young Master Quaro's feedback, our chefs would be delighted. Really? Quaro's interest was piqued. He had secretly brought out his little card, realizing it had gone a day without food. Little card? The head chef looked at the garden tree, perplexed. Hey, garden tree, that's obviously the name of a fairy. Your thoughts are quite peculiar, sir. It's a Caddig dog, Quaro clarified, adding, moreover, I've heard that you have a chef here who excels in creating dishes suitable for both fire-type fairies and trainers. Is that true? Can you truly cater to the palates of both humans and fairies? The garden tree listened quietly. The person in charge felt a wave of embarrassment. If young Kojiro's parents were to discover that they allowed him to dine with the little sprite, the consequences would surely be grave. After all, these individuals treated the sprite merely as a pet. Young Kojiro was indeed a formidable opponent. It's all right, little Ka is my dearest friend, he declared with fervor. The manager wiped his brow, aware of how to address this request. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Kojiro was elated and eagerly grasped Tingshu's hand, exclaiming, let us go together. Can I join as well? Tingshu asked, glancing at the suited manager, showing no sign of hesitation. Of course, it's no problem, after all. You are a friend of young Kojiro. Our culinary creations will surely satisfy you. Chapter 64. Flame Cuisine. After enjoying delightful tea and pastries, Tingshu and Kojiro finally beheld the renowned Flame Cuisine from the kitchen of the sprites in Suzu City. As the lid was lifted, a radiant glow emanated from the dish. And in the next moment, Tingshu was enveloped by an enticing aroma. This sensation was akin to a gust of warm wind. Both Tingshu and Kojiro had discerning palates. One was a nurturer, while the other was a young master accustomed to the finest delicacies, rarely impressed by ordinary fare. The dish resembled a honeycomb, yet it radiated a fiery glow, with sporadic sparks crackling, and the mouth-watering fragrance hinted at the extraordinary nature of this culinary creation. The flavor was that of spicy fruit seeds. Tingshu inhaled deeply. The vibrant red hue of the dish revealed a glossy sheen from the heat, and the shape of the fruit seeds seemed to be bound together by a rich broth. The spiciness of the seeds combined with an unfamiliar sweetness awakened every pore in Tingshu's body. Beside him, Kojiro swallowed hard, and the two exchanged eager glances before hastily retrieving their utensils to indulge in the Flame Cuisine. The spoon held a bowl of glistening red seeds, glowing with warmth. Yet when brought to his lips, Tingshu only felt a gentle warmth, entirely unlike the flickering sparks he had anticipated. Sweet, aromatic, The rich broth mingled with the fruit seeds burst forth in their mouths, the intense fragrance enveloping their senses. Meanwhile, Katie the dog, lounging on the ground and savoring the delectable feast, squinted his eyes in enjoyment, a sound of bliss escaping him, resonating with the tremors of delight in his taste buds. With a spark of fire expelled from his mouth, Katie shook his body, instantly revitalized. What exactly was this sweetness? After the delightful sweetness, a fiery heat emerges. One that does not assault the throat or erode the stomach, but rather envelopes the diners as if they were immersed in a volcano, bathed in magma, surrounded by a gust of scorching wind. In mere moments, both individuals are drenched in sweat, savoring the exquisite dish. Kojiro, brimming with energy, experiences this unique cuisine for the first time. If only he could learn the method and ingredients, he muses. No wonder Ms. Teresa recommended this place. This fiery dish alone surpasses most of the food he has ever tasted. Are you all satisfied? The manager inquired with a proud smile. The chef of the fiery cuisine is a master of a secret recipe, the hallmark of their kitchen, and every guest who has tasted it has praised it without reservation. Can we observe the cooking process? Kojiro asked. Of course, that's no problem, the manager replied. Tairiku was surprised. Could such a proprietary technique be shown to outsiders? The ingredients include spicy fruit seeds, the sweet nectar of 3 bees, and a specially crafted sauce. Tairiku chuckled, realizing they could only observe the chef's technique. The chef, a muscular man, worked in harmony with a turtle-like creature beside him. This creature had black and gray ringed patterns on its limbs and long neck, 3 claws on each foot, and a short tail. Its shell was primarily black and gray, adorned with 5 fiery red depressions. A cold turtle, Tairiku remarked. So that's how it is. The chef collaborates with the little sprite to create the dish. What? Kojiro exclaimed in astonishment. Can sprites really cook? Of course. This is the perfect example, Tairiku explained. The coal turtle's shell burned with coal, generating immense energy to assist the chef. Their movements were fluid as they smoked and grilled the ingredients, the chef sweating profusely. With each utensil's flourish, the ingredients released a symphony of color, aroma, and flavor. Finally, with a gust of hot air from the coal turtle, the chef donned heat-resistant gloves and quickly sealed the lid, producing a resonant hum as the fiery dish was completed. Brilliant! Tairiku and Kojiro erupted into applause. Not only was the chef's skill extraordinary, but the coal turtle's mastery of its abilities demonstrated a profound expertise, indicating a well-honed partnership developed over many years. How impressive! Kojiro marveled. This was the first time he had seen someone work so closely with a sprite aside from a trainer. A seed was quietly sown within Kojiro. Without lingering too long in the sprite kitchen, Tairiku departed, accompanied by Kojiro. Curiously observing Tairiku, Kojiro asked, "Why do you seem so fulfilled?" "Not at all," Tairiku replied with a smile. He has already discerned the true intention behind teacher Teresa's invitation to this place. After revisiting the culinary kitchen and observing the other chefs, Tingshu discovered their commonality. Each chef worked in harmonious collaboration with their little spirits, treating this partnership as the cornerstone of their culinary practice. The spirits served as their hands, invaluable assistants in the art of cooking. This seemed to suggest that nurturing a spirit requires an emphasis on interaction. Or perhaps it was a reminder that the splendid competitions are not solely a showcase of the spirit's abilities. Shaking his head, Tingshu concluded that teacher Teresa merely wished for him to witness how various professions coexist with their spirits, as helpers or partners. Hey Tingshu, to what extent do you think the friendship between spirits and humans can truly go? Keisuke suddenly interjected. Friendship? Tingshu mused. Why do you ask? I simply wish to befriend other spirits, yet my parents vehemently oppose it. Even with Kakarot, despite living in lavish surroundings, they regard it merely as a pet. Keisuke expressed his bewilderment. Tingshu paused for a moment, then chuckled. If you consider Kakarot a friend, it reciprocates that sentiment. Isn't that sufficient? Besides, one day your parents will come to accept Kakarot. Spirits, as creatures, will return the sincerity you invest in them. Really? Keisuke responded, astonished. Absolutely, Tingshu affirmed. The spirits I know have always been regarded as friends and companions of humanity, capable of accomplishing various tasks alongside us, such as building homes, moving furniture, and embarking on adventures. While I may not know how the great families educate their children, I believe the bond shared among Keisuke, Musashi, and Meow Meow must be quite profound. Perhaps in time, you will meet many new friends. Trust in yourself and do not lose heart. Tingshu encouraged Keisuke. Keisuke gazed gratefully at this slightly younger boy. For someone who lacked friends, Tingshu's understanding presence brought a warmth he had never experienced as a young master of a large family. Thank you. Chapter 65. The gathering of fate from the very beginning. Tingshu felt a commotion in the air. He muttered to himself. After parting ways with Kei-suk, he wandered aimlessly. Their farewell weighed heavily on Kei-suk, who cherished this rare camaraderie with a peer, yet he recognized that this was beyond his control. He needed to return to the inn before his parents came back, and it was evident that Tingshu was not on the same path. A regrettable separation awaited the promise of their next encounter. The City of Fate was said to be a vast commercial hub, yet Tingshu was disappointed to find no substantial shopping centers. In his quest to procure necessary items, he could only set his sights on the curtain market. The curtain rises on the bustling department store in Sinnoh, renowned for its exceptional reputation and expansive scale. As Tingshu surveys the surroundings, he contemplates his forthcoming itinerary. Moving towards the source of the commotion, suddenly, a flustered girl approaches him. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the registration counter for the Yenshin conference?" she inquires. Her pale blue twin tails swaying as she hastily dons her white athletic attire, radiating urgency. "I hope I haven't missed the registration deadline." A look of concern crosses her face. "The Yenshin conference?" Tingshu responds with a hint of surprise. "Ah, you mean the Grand Festival?" "Yes, precisely, the Grand Festival. The registration counter. It's usually located within the venue, correct? If you are searching for the Grand Festival site, it should be to the north of Yenshin City, in that direction. Adjacent to Communication Square." "Really? Thank you so much. I must hurry to register. I apologize for my abrupt departure." The girl beams with gratitude upon receiving the information and dashes off in the direction Tingshu indicated. The Grand Festival, the Yenshin Conference? Tingshu ponders for a moment. It sounds intriguing. Having ventured out, perhaps he should consider participating in the Grand Festival. After all, he has undergone extensive training in coordination. Yet he remains a complete novice in the field. Should he miss this opportunity, who knows when he might next have the chance to compete in the Grand Festival? Why not give it a try? It could be my debut battle. The girl had mentioned that the registration period was nearing its end. So the Grand Festival must be scheduled for tomorrow. That works perfectly. He can linger in Yenshin for an additional day. Tingshu, feeling a rare spark of interest, views participation in the Grand Festival as a delightful diversion. As for the nerves typically associated with a first competition, he feels none. Knowledge is power. Through diligent study during his free time and his attention at Tanguan Academy, he has amassed considerable understanding of the Grand Festival. In Tingshu's estimation, the standards of the Grand Festival in both Hoenn and Sinnoh pale in comparison to the likes of the Colorful Conference or the Lily of the Valley Conference. Only the grandest of celebrations merit serious consideration. In contrast to traditional trainers, coordinators are but an offshoot of the profession. While they may be more visible than breeders, they remain a derivative vocation. The true champions of this world are the battling trainers. Nonetheless, coordinators represent the most widely recognized offshoot of trainers, forming a substantial community, among which are individuals who rival even the finest trainers, such as the victors of major celebrations or distinguished coordinators. Tingshu aspires to achieve just that. Perhaps he can strive to dominate the grand festivals across all regions, ultimately becoming a grand festival master. The following day, having completed his registration, Tingshu stands before the venue of the Grand Festival. The registration for the Grand Contest remains relatively lenient, in contrast to events like the Quartz and Lily of the Valley Contests, which require challengers to conquer 8 gyms and earn badges. Each gym leader meticulously recording the trainer's data. Only those who are officially registered as trainers may participate in the league contests. However, the Harmony Contest does not impose such stringent regulations. Any citizen under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon League holds the right to enroll in the competition, significantly lowering the barrier compared to traditional trainers. Beside the communication square, countless coordinators preparing for the contest are engaged in honing their skills with their Pokémon. Pokémon such as Pachima, Meowth, Shroomish, and Spritzy from the Sinnoh region are warming up alongside their coordinators in anticipation of the grand event. It is then that Tingshu's gaze lingers on a particular Meowth. By Tingshu's standards, this Meowth's coat glimmers with a beautiful sheen, indicative not only of diligent training, but also of exceptional innate talent, especially when the Meowth opens its sleepy eyes. The spark of intelligence reflected in its pupils foretells of its cleverness. The coordinator beside this Meowth catches Tingshu's attention upon closer inspection. It is the girl who had asked him for directions just the day before. "Have you found the registration counter?" Tingshu approaches her to greet. "Oh, you are that person from yesterday," the girl exclaims with surprise. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have missed the registration deadline. By the way, my name is Ayako, and this is my partner, Joni." "No need to be so formal, Ayako. The registration deadline is at 8 o'clock. There is no way I would miss it," Tingshu replies. "I am Tingshu, also participating in this Harmony Contest." From now on, we shall be rivals. Wait, you are a coordinator too? That's wonderful. I look forward to your guidance. This is my first time participating in the grand contest in Sinnoh, she responds. Just as I thought. Your accent suggests you are from the Hoenn region, right? Tingshu smiles, feeling a sense of familiarity both with the Meowth and the girl's demeanor and speech. That's correct. Ayako looks at Tingshu in astonishment. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I too hail from the Hoenn region, Tingshu states. He then taps the Pokeball at his waist, and with a flash of red light, his elegant Beautifly gracefully appears, spiraling before settling on his shoulder. This is my partner for this event, Beautifly. With that, both Tingshu and Ayako share a spontaneous laugh. Given your demeanor, it seems this isn't your first grand contest, Ayako comments. Well, Tingshu begins. You don't appear nervous at all. When I participated in my first grand contest, I was utterly flustered alongside my Meowth. If it weren't for Meowth's exceptional performance, I would have made a fool of myself, Ayako shares. Ah, I see. So you are a seasoned veteran, Tingshu acknowledges. Not at all. However, I have already earned a ribbon, she replies modestly. Chapter 66. The first review half an hour later. At the grand venue of the Pokémon contest, the opening ceremony is about to commence, with all competitors preparing in the lounge. I am your host, Miss Bayan. The enchanting Pokémon contest is once again taking place in the delightful city of Yuan. The splendid coordinators who emerge victorious will be awarded the illustrious Yuan ribbon, propelling them on their journey toward the magnificent celebration ahead. With her vibrant energy, Miss Bayan, the lively host of the Sinnoh Grand Festival, invigorated the audience's spirits. She then gestured for the judges to greet the crowd. The three judges include the dignified director of the Contest Affairs Bureau, a venerable figure known for his adherence to etiquette, Mr. Kong Kinsey, the endearing head of the Pokémon Club, whose eyes are perpetually squinted with warmth and whose most famous saying is, "This is what I love, Mr. Sumu," and Nurse Joy from various Pokémon centers across the land. Now, let us commence without further ado. With a flourish of her arm, Miss Bayan enthusiastically declared, the first review, the solo performance stage. The initial contestant, please make your entrance. Tingshu and Lingzi stood in the lounge, attentively following the proceedings of the contest through the broadcast. The first contestant was a young boy clad in a blue shirt. As he tossed his Pokeball, a Meowth performed a somersault in midair before landing gracefully on the stage. What an adorable Meowth! The audience erupted with excitement as Bayan exclaimed, Meowth, use Charge Beam. At the boy's command, Meowth's fur bristled, emanating a dazzling glow. Let us begin. Meowth, use Thunderbolt. Ah, splendid. After charging up, Meowth unleashed its Thunderbolt, with electricity enveloping its entire form. It began to dash across the stage at remarkable speed, resembling a flash of lightning. What a vibrant performance! Lingzi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tingshu glanced at her. It was merely a standard display of moves. Combining Charge Beam and Thunderbolt gave it the appearance of Volt Tackle. Yet it still required some thoughtful design. But is this truly what the contest is about? Whether it is charm, beauty, cuteness, elegance, strength, or the growth state of the Pokémon, the combination of moves must be flawlessly showcased in the first round. The performance of that boy in the blue shirt has yet to meet my standards. The recent performance of that little Meowth can only be deemed average. Its signature move executed with mere proficiency, a clear indication of diligent training, yet the trajectory of its run bore no semblance of beauty. The first round of assessments was still underway, with dozens of participants having taken their turns, and at last, it was Ayako's moment. Give it your all, Tsubaki encouraged her, though he was uncertain of Ayako's true capabilities. The objective was to become a top-tier coordinator. Ayako clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and then suddenly opened them wide, nodding resolutely towards Tsubaki before striding confidently towards the stage. Next up is Miss Ayako. Let us give her a warm welcome. Bayan continued to energize the atmosphere. The moment she stepped onto the stage, Ayako's demeanor transformed. Tsubaki noticed a newfound confidence radiating from her. Meowth, charm them. This was the captivating move. Through the broadcast, Tsubaki observed an anomaly with Ayako's Meowth. As it emerged from its Pokeball, it effortlessly unleashed its charm, perfectly showcasing its allure. How adorable. The host rallied the audience, further igniting the excitement in the venue. Quite impressive, Tsubaki mused. Having witnessed numerous performances, he found Ayako's Meowth's breeding level commendable. Now, let me see what makes you unique. On stage, Ayako gazed confidently at her Meowth. Since their debut, they had triumphed over numerous adversities, and now, at their first grand competition in Sinnoh, they were destined to shine. Meowth, summon the rain. Tsubaki blinked in surprise. The command was to summon rain? The subsequent visuals confirmed his hearing was intact, as Meowth stood on stage, adorably wagging its tail, while releasing a burst of energy into the air, conjuring a gathering of dark clouds. Pitter-patter. A gentle rain began to fall within the confines of the stage. Ayako smiled at the droplets and issued another command. Unleash blizzard. Whoosh. The white mist exhaled from Meowth swiftly engulfed the raindrops in the sky. Crack. The droplets froze one by one, transforming into pristine snowflakes. For the final act, invoke Mystic Guard. Buzz. A mysterious white light enveloped Meowth, while the frozen snowflakes began to descend gracefully. Meowth radiated a sacred glow as it elegantly advanced to the center of the stage. Eventually, as the last of the snowflakes settled, the stage was blanketed in frost. Save for the area surrounding Meowth, which remained untouched due to the Mystic Guard. In that moment, Meowth became the focal point of the entire stage. And with Bai-An's exclamation, the audience erupted into fervent applause. What a stunning conclusion, exclaimed Constantine. I truly admire this, added Sakusa. What astonishes most is not merely the combination of moves exhibited by the Meowth, but the Meowth itself, which has acquired remarkable abilities such as Rain Dance, Storm, and Secret Guardian. This has allowed it to showcase an extraordinary charm. Miss Joy, too, was taken aback by the Meowth's talent, which exceeded her expectations. The power of the moves may not be immense, yet their execution is fluid and composed. It remains uncertain whether this is intentional. However, in the context of a showcase rather than a battle, the sheer beauty of the Pokémon is the essence of the competition. Truly remarkable. Upon Ayako's return, Tingshu smiled and offered his assessment. Naturally, Tingshu, you must also do your best. Due to the successful performance, Ayako was elated. Moments later, it was Tingshu's turn. The first round of evaluations was nearing its conclusion. I am heading over now, Tingshu informed Ayako. Do your utmost. Next, we invite Tingshu, a first-time participant in the Gorgeous contest, hoping that the Festival of Fate will leave him with wonderful memories. Tingshu, first time? Two inquiries arose from both the audience and the waiting area. Ayako could hardly believe that Tingshu, whom she had perceived as an experienced participant, was actually competing for the first time. His composed demeanor was far more stable than hers had been during her initial contest. Those puzzled by Tingshu's name included distinguished guests in the audience. Little Kojiro, with his lavender hair, sat beside a couple of elegant individuals, thoroughly enjoying the performance until Tingshu's name was announced, prompting him to cast a searching gaze into the crowd. Is that Tingshu? Is he also participating in the Gorgeous contest? It was indeed Tingshu, who was immediately recognized by little Kojiro as he emerged from the corridor. Uncle, record this, record this. The elder known as Uncle Fuku stood respectfully behind the distinguished guests and paused slightly upon hearing the young master's request. Little Kojiro? His mother looked at him in confusion. This is my first time watching the Gorgeous contest. I wish to capture a memento, little Kojiro explained. Mind your manners. Little Kojiro's father glanced at him, noting that if he wished to record, he could obtain a copy from the organizers afterward. Understood, little Kojiro replied. As Tingshu stepped onto the stage, he felt himself become the center of attention. With a smile, he tossed out the Pokeball containing his Butterfree. Chapter 67. A brilliant display of electric tides. His entrance was quite unassuming. Butterfree exhibited no particularly captivating actions, although it is capable of enchanting moves. Ayako had already demonstrated such prowess earlier, and Tingshu had no intention of repeating them. This modest entrance, coupled with Tingshu's silence, stirred the audience's anticipation. What kind of performance would unfold? As the judges sat before the stage, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they did not explicitly express it, they inevitably compared the growth of the little sprite to the average standard of similar creatures. The nurturing of exceptional sprites naturally radiated a unique charm. The hunting Butterfree exemplified such a sprite. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Tingshu took a deep breath, preparing to showcase a particular combination with the hunting Butterfree. With the command to take flight given, the elegant figure of the hunting Butterfree gracefully spiraled into the air, emitting a soft melodic sound as it flapped its exquisite wings. The movements were slow and deliberate, its vibrant wings unfurling in a rhythm akin to that of a human. Though the breeze was gentle, the audience could clearly perceive the currents forming in the atmosphere. What astonishing control! It seems as though the wind on stage is taking shape. What could it possibly be? Bai-An exclaimed. The shape, which could also be described as an intricate structure, was more palpable to Bai-An, who was closer to the action than the rest of the spectators. Let us unveil it for you, Tingshu replied with a subtle smile. The hunting Butterfree then lay down, preparing to spin silk. Responding to the command, the sprite tilted its body, appearing to recline mid-air, its wings still unfurling. Simultaneously, its long, needle-like mouth curled round, releasing strands of white silk that cascaded into the air like a fountain. As the colorful wings continued to flutter, the pure white silk surged upwards, with the hunting butterfly shaking its rounded head as the strands multiplied. Oh my! The silk seems to be moving with the air currents. Bian observed in astonishment. Initially, the rising strands resembled silver chains suspended in the sky, akin to a fountain or a beautiful flower blooming. Yet, under Bian's guidance, the audience was astonished to see that the silk did not fall. Instead, it oscillated with the invisible air currents, ultimately spiraling in a harmonious rhythm. This is a vortex. Once the quantity of silk reached a significant volume, the overarching shape became discernible. Above the hunting butterfly, a massive white vortex swirled, with air currents rapidly revolving around the axis of the vortex, attracted by the significantly reduced pressure at the vortex's center. A thin layer of air near the stage floor was drawn in from all directions towards the base of the vortex. Goodness, how impressive! Bian exclaimed. The audience, judges, and everyone in the waiting room, captivated by the performance, were drawn to the immense white vortex. In that moment, the hunting butterfly, positioned beneath the vortex, was the center of attention. Is it not over yet? Someone questioned in confusion. The hunting butterfly continued to release silk. Its elongated mouth connected to the vast white vortex that seemed to merge with it. The sprite, lying horizontally in the air, effortlessly lifted the swirling mass, which emitted a pearlescent glow, creating a scene of breathtaking wonder. As everyone marveled at the exquisite control exhibited by the hunting butterflies over their silk and the wind, a flash of lightning surged into the silken threads, causing the white strands to gradually transform and radiate a golden glow. With an electrifying crackle, the momentum accelerated. And in that moment, the audience seemed to hear the enchanting chorus of thousands of Pokémon birds. As the golden current spread from the base, the entire audience was momentarily taken aback. It's changing colors, exclaimed Bian in astonishment. The swirling silk, estimated to stretch for thousands of meters, was a testament to the considerable stamina and energy expended by the hunting butterflies. This mesmerizing whirl of silk enveloped a significant portion of the stage, its rapid rotation even causing the judges to feel a twinge of apprehension. Could this be the electric whirlpool's ultimate technique? Miss Joy on the judging panel cast a curious glance. Not only she, but the already stellar performance was further elevated by the infusion of golden electricity, heightening the atmosphere in the venue. After 5 seconds, the massive white whirl resembled a conflagration, the currents enveloping it crackling and popping, transforming the entire vortex into a golden sea of electricity. The continuously spinning whirl pulsed with golden currents, emitting a dazzling and searing light, as if adorned with a gilded edge, resembling the glimmering waves upon a golden ocean, a sight of unparalleled beauty. How beautiful! A child in the audience exclaimed instinctively. In the lounge, Ayako gazed at the radiant hunting butterflies on stage, struck by an ineffable perfection. Whether it was the combination of techniques or the nurturing of the hunting butterflies, it exuded the essence of a top-tier coordinator. Incredible, murmured Kojiro, slightly agape, as he sensed the palpable change in the atmosphere, realizing that Tsubaki had accomplished something remarkable. This is the electric whirlpool, Bian shouted with exhilaration. Everyone knows the whirlpool, a water-type technique. Yet, the contestant Tsubaki has showcased a unique whirl by combining the techniques of wind, silk, and electric net. It's simply breathtaking. It's hard to believe that this is Tsubaki's first participation in such a grand competition. On the live broadcast screen, the camera focused on the electric whirlpool. In the video, be it a vortex or a whirlpool, the hunting butterflies supported a swirling mass akin to thunderclouds, showcasing their allure to its fullest extent, reflecting an extraordinary charm. The audience was left in awe. So, what evaluations do the judges have regarding this performance? An unbelievable combination. I never imagined one could control the trajectory of silk through airflow, especially how the electricity ignited the entire whirl's allure. The stark contrast between white and gold is utterly breathtaking. Praised Konkenstan. I love this. I love this. I love this, exclaimed Sujimura with a beaming smile. Through the seamless connection of various extraordinary techniques, a breathtaking spectacle unfolds. Whether it is the inherent charm of the hunting butterfly or the exhilarating impact of the electric whirlwind, even as I sit here, I can envision the sweat and dedication poured in by the coordinators and their Pokémon behind the scenes. This is indeed a rare and splendid performance at the Grand Contest. Miss Joy smiles in approval, exclaiming that it looks magnificent. And it seems that the audience unanimously recognizes the efforts of the contestant, Tingshu, with resounding applause and accolades. As Tingshu descends from the stage, he is enveloped by thunderous applause and the cheers of the audience, marking his performance as a resounding success. In the corridor, Ayako eagerly pulls Tingshu closer. her expression one of disbelief. "Hey, how could you be this amazing?" Chapter 68. The Grand Battle Contest. Amazing? Tingshu chuckles wryly. It is not mere prowess, but rather the relentless effort of the hunting butterfree itself. To execute this technique, Tingshu explains, it required significant dedication, mastery over airflow perception, silk production, and the intricacies of the electric net are all essential. Furthermore, the electric whirlwind is indeed the most challenging technique currently mastered by the hunting butterfree. Given that this is his first participation in the grand contest, and likely the last one for some time, Tingshu decided to unveil this skill early. However, these techniques, whether mastered by the hunting butterfree or the swablu, are destined to be showcased only in the first round of the grand contest. Utilizing them in battle is impractical due to the extensive preparation time required. These techniques exist solely to enhance the inherent charm of the Pokémon itself. Absolutely splendid. The hunting butterfree was truly dazzling at that moment. Ayako does not hold back her praise, pulling Tingshu along as they head to the lounge to discuss the intricacies of the grand contest. Tingshu does not shy away from Ayako's inquiries. After an engaging discussion, they unexpectedly discover that his focus lies primarily on the cultivation of the Pokémon itself. The Grand Contest serves as a platform for coordinators to showcase the appearance and techniques of their Pokémon, both of which are fundamentally rooted in the Pokémon's upbringing. An unwritten rule of the Grand Contest states that the appearance of a Pokémon is not judged in comparison to others, but rather in relation to its own species and what distinguishes it within that context. There is no scenario in which the judges would compare the appearance of a Grimer to that of a Milotic. Thus, in the first round of judging, the healthy development and grooming of the Pokémon are crucial for scoring, and Pokémon nurtured by dedicated breeders naturally possess a significant advantage in terms of appearance. This also serves as a true test of the judge's discernment. As for the execution of techniques, it serves as a means to amplify the visual appeal of the Pokémon and its uniqueness, allowing the audience to appreciate its allure. Elegance is not merely superficial. Tingshu has always believed that the exquisite techniques exhibited by exceptional coordinators are not merely for performance. Even the recent display of Electric Tide failed to meet this standard. He holds the principles of the esteemed Adam, a veteran coordinator, in high regard. In battles, he emphasizes the grandeur of combat and hopes other trainers can engage gracefully in these contests. Even a Goldeen, under Adam's guidance, can leverage its innate resistance to electric-type moves, directing it to utilize its beautifully crafted horn to reflect powerful attacks like Thunderbolt back at water-type Pokémon with remarkable finesse. Due to his acquaintance with Macaulay, Tingshu has also paid close attention to this mentor-student duo from Luminous City. He has been astonished to discover that both Macaulay and his mentor Adam are top-tier coordinators who have dominated splendid large-scale celebrations. In the recent Luminous Gym Challenge, Adam seemed particularly invested in guiding trainers to experience the unique charm of their Pokémon through elegant battles. As long as a trainer exhibits a hint of understanding, the Luminous Gym grants a certain level of acknowledgement. Thus, Tingshu firmly believes that an outstanding coordinator is not necessarily devoid of exceptional battling skills. With fewer than 100 participants in the Harmony Conference, after Tingshu's performance, there were hardly any contestants remaining. Following a brief intermission, the second round of evaluations was about to commence. The second round of the splendid battle competition was imminent, within the limited 5-minute time frame. The key to victory lay in how beautifully one could execute moves to diminish the opponent's score. In other words, in a passionate confrontation, even if one manages to hit the target and incapacitate the opponent, the score reduction would be minimal. In the second round of splendid battles, a dedicated coordinator striving for excellence would not overlook the opportunity to showcase their Pokémon's charm through impressive moves. This is the pride of a coordinator. In the first round of evaluations, Tingshu unsurprisingly advanced, achieving a perfect score. Therefore, in the second round of the splendid battle competition, he would take the stage as the first seed. First, it was Mr. Tingshu, followed by Miss Xiaoxiang on the opposite side. With a 5-minute time limit and no pause rule, the match was set to begin. As the countdown on the screen commenced, it marked the official start of the battle for both contenders. Tingshu's opponent was a young girl, appearing quite serious, perhaps influenced by her observation of Tingshu's first-round performance. Her Pokémon was a strong choice. I entrust you with this, long-ear rabbit. Hunting Butterfree. It's your turn to shine. The long-ear rabbit's ears were impeccably groomed, showcasing its beauty, indicating that the trainer likely took great care in highlighting the charm of her Pokémon. However, as soon as the two little sprites made their entrance, something peculiar transpired with the long-eared rabbit. It was under the influence of a seductive state. The hunting butterfly, summoned by player Tingshu, emerged exuding an alluring charm, reminiscent of Miss Ayako's performance from the previous round. It appeared that the long-eared rabbit was in a bit of trouble. How would Miss Xiaoxi resolve this predicament? Oh, what a coincidence, exclaimed Tingshu, surprised by the hunting butterfly's fortuitous luck. Humph, do not underestimate my long-eared rabbit, shouted Xiaoxi, attempting to rouse the creature with her voice. Under the spell of the seductive state, it would be challenging for the sprites to execute their moves. Nevertheless, the instinctive actions of hopping and thumping were indelibly woven into the very essence of the long-eared rabbit, akin to how a bird naturally knows how to fly. As the long-eared rabbit crouched down, its elongated ears thumped against the ground, not in an act of aggression, but in a rhythmic hop. This cadence of thumping and leaping effectively broke the spell of seduction. The leap, though not an offensive maneuver, served merely as a means of movement. Famously utilized by the likes of the Magikarp, it seemed the long-eared rabbit had shaken off the seductive influence. And Xiaoxi had employed an excellent counter-strategy to showcase the rabbit's charm. Player Tingshu's score was consequently diminished. Quite impressive, remarked Tingshu, cautioning about the hunting butterfly's ears. Yet caution proved futile. The battle was far from over. The long-eared rabbit, leveraging its leap, executed a bounce, declared Xiaoxi. The long-eared rabbit, bounding energetically, propelled itself high into the air, nearing the venue's ceiling, ascending to a significant height above the hunting butterfly. The bounce, classified as a flying-type move, showcased the long-eared rabbit's remarkable leaping ability and aerial suspension. In this state, do you believe the long-eared rabbit possesses greater agility in the air than the hunting butterfly? Queried Tingshu. Hunting butterfly, unleash the air blades. Chapter 69. The final showdown with Ayako. As the long-eared rabbit soared above, the hunting butterfly took flight, swiftly flapping its wings to conjure several blades of wind, directly targeting the rabbit's position. An opening. Long-eared rabbit, accelerate your descent towards the sparsely populated air blades. In comparison to the build-up of the bounce, the flying kick was executed at a much swifter pace, particularly taking advantage of the altitude. The long-eared rabbit reached an unprecedented speed. The gap in the air blades was precisely aimed at the hunting butterfly's location, illuminating the prospect of victory in Xiaoxi's eyes. I must say, you fell for that rather easily, Tingshu. Tingshu fell silent. The opponent was not merely naive, as this was evidently a trap disguised as an opening. Yet the rabbit had leapt right into it. In that fleeting moment when the long-eared rabbit made its move, the hunting butterfly swiftly spun a web of electricity, crackling ominously, sending a jolt of alarm through Xiaoxi's heart. Oh no, long-eared rabbit, quickly change direction. This is bad. The long-eared rabbit, propelled by the inertia of its flying kick, found itself unable to alter its descent. Explained by an. On the arena, a magnificent golden net was woven, and the long-eared rabbit found itself ensnared like prey caught in a trap. The sharp shock of the electric net coursed through its nerves, rendering it momentarily dazed. The net effectively slowed the descent of the long-eared rabbit. The hunting butterfly had successfully captured the rabbit's attack, reversing the situation. With the butterfly's clever design, the rabbit fell into the trap, and Miss Xiaoxiang's score began to plummet rapidly. Are you alright, long-eared rabbit? Think of a way to escape. Miss Xiaoxiang urged anxiously. It's over, Tingshu remarked. Escape? That is not an option. Not to mention the resilience of the hunting butterfly's silk. The numbing sensation significantly affected the long-eared rabbit, especially since the electric net's silk remained under the butterfly's control. The outcome was already determined. Ultimate absorption. Several strands of white silk concealed within the golden net sprang into action at Tingshu's command, wrapping around the long-eared rabbit's body. With the ultimate absorption, the rabbit let out a feeble cry as its strength was relentlessly siphoned away, plunging its body into a state of fatigue. Miss Xiaoxiang was taken aback. Ultimately, the long-eared rabbit could not escape the dual onslaught of the electric net and the ultimate absorption, losing consciousness in a bittersweet defeat. Thus, Tingshu's first dazzling battle concluded in victory. Congratulations to Tingshu for winning the first round of the splendid battle. With Miss Bian's announcement, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Miss Xiaoxiang, feeling disheartened, retracted the long-eared rabbit and sighed. Next came the concluding ceremony for both the victor and the vanquished, followed by the judge's commentary. That was fantastic. The air blade effectively induced the coordinator's judgment, remarked Kong Sitan. I quite like that, added Su Muzhua. Miss Xiaoxiang skillfully utilized the long-eared rabbit's ears to dispel the charm status, showcasing the rabbit's unique traits excellently. However, I was surprised to see that the silk could be hidden within the electric net. It appears that the hunting butterfly has mastered the use of silk quite adeptly. Such magnificent techniques can only be witnessed in the splendid battle. Commented Miss Yuan Ji Xiaoyi. In the lounge, Ayako expressed, I was so tense watching that battle. It was alright, but I felt a bit out of place during my first participation in the splendid battle. Tingshu reflected on his match, sensing a hint of difficulty. It was not the challenge of securing victory that troubled him, but the constant need to showcase the charm of the little sprites. This posed a considerable challenge for any coordinator. In any case, congratulations on advancing to the second round. The second evaluation of the splendid tournament was still in full swing, with trainers who had passed the first round taking the stage, displaying their most impressive skills in a series of delightful and enchanting duels. Who ultimately would earn a place on the final stage and receive the prestigious ribbon-shaped medal representing glory? In the venue, the enthusiastic commentary of Miss Bayan echoed once more. Subsequently, through a series of battles, the 8 contestants who passed the first round faced off, and Tingshu, with an undeniable advantage, successfully advanced to the finals. In Tingshu's own words, he found the standard of the Yuanji conference to be quite disappointing. His journey through the battles could simply be described as smooth sailing. Even the coordinators who passed the preliminary review either possessed only a dazzling facade, without understanding the intricacies of battle, or lacked sufficient experience to confront intense situations. Perhaps, one must partake in grand celebrations to truly test their limits, Tingshu mused as he gazed at the large screen. The moment had finally arrived. In the final match, Ayako faced another male coordinator. With her petite physique, Nyasu adeptly evaded attacks, employing a variety of moves to showcase her unique charm, ultimately consuming all the time and winning the match with a significant score advantage. The final opponent appeared. Tingshu was taken aback to discover that Ayako had made it to the finals, becoming his opponent. However, given Nyasu's caliber, perhaps it was not an unexpected outcome. I am truly looking forward to our duel, Ayako exclaimed excitedly to Tingshu before the finals. To encounter a skilled individual like you in the first grand tournament here in Sinnoh brings me immense satisfaction. Likewise, I hope this battle will leave us with unforgettable memories. Tingshu replied with a smile. At last, the exhilarating yet nerve-wracking finals had arrived. What kind of confrontation would Mr. Tingshu and Miss Ayako present to us? Let us anticipate it with bated breath. In the VIP section, Kojiro clenched the hem of his clothing, silently wishing Tingshu must win. Witnessing Tingshu's outstanding performance, Kojiro felt genuine happiness as a friend. He had already resolved to obtain recordings of all Tingshu's grand tournaments as his most cherished memories, equally important as his prized bottle caps. On the stage, Ayako and Tingshu locked eyes until the countdown began, at which point they simultaneously released their Pokeballs. Nyasu, make your enchanting entrance. Shaman, take the stage with your allure. The captivating appearances were merely to better showcase the charming or beautiful attributes of their Pokémon. Through their previous encounters, Nyasu and Shaman seemed to exude enthusiasm as well. Bayan, in this duel, Mr. Tingshu appears to have taken the initiative with Shaman's Gale move. The Gale, a common opening move for Tingshu's Shaman, demonstrated excellent control over air currents, allowing it to swiftly adapt to various wind speeds and utilize them effectively, greatly benefiting both its flying speed and agility in evading attacks. The opening move must create a favorable environment. Indeed, it is Gale. Then, Nyasu, unleash Blizzard. Ayako responded defiantly. Chapter 70. The Key to Victory. Behold, Xiang Weimiao unleashed the formidable Blizzard technique, the frigid mist surging directly towards the hunting butterfly. The host, Bayan, passionately narrated, perpetually elevating the atmosphere of the venue. Evade. On the arena, Tingshu issued a simple command to dodge. The range of Xiang Weimiao's Blizzard was limited, striking like a whip towards the hunting butterfly, leaving it with no reason to escape. The two small spirits were positioned on the platform, with the hunting butterfly slightly above Xiang Weimiao, at a 45-degree angle. Under Lingzi's command, Xiang Weimiao relentlessly executed its signature moves, Blizzard, Solar Flare, and Thunderbolt, mastering each elemental technique. While Tingshu's score gradually diminished, displaying its unique charm, Xiang Weimiao's performance met the standards for a dazzling competition. However, the hunting butterfly gracefully circled the stage, effortlessly evading the slow, frontal attacks, thanks to its reflex training with Xiaobei, enhancing its agility. With each avoided move, Lingzi's total score continued to dwindle, and the two competitors remained evenly matched for the time being. Is this a strategy to stall? Tingshu pondered. If this deadlock persisted, both scores would decrease simultaneously, rendering the outcome uncertain. What he sought was absolute victory. Hunting butterfly, no need to evade, counterattack with air blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a bid to thwart further assaults, the hunting butterfly swiftly conjured 3 blades of wind to strike at Xiang Weimiao. Steady yourself and shatter them with your steel tail. Following Lingzi's directive, Xiang Weimiao opted for a powerful offense. A metallic sheen glimmered on its oval tail as it leaped into the air, swiftly dispersing the 3 air blades with a series of sharp sounds. Spin your silk and ensnare it, Tingshu commanded. Yet, Xiang Weimiao's movements were surprisingly agile. It deftly dodged the pursuing silk threads. Impressive, Lingzi mused, realizing that Tingshu had encountered perhaps the most adept coordinator at the Yuanji conference. Whether showcasing Xiang Weimiao's enchanting appearance through affectionate gestures or accentuating its allure with diverse elemental techniques, great effort had been invested. Yet, have you overlooked something? Tingshu reflected. Coordinators, known as coordination trainers, are not merely skilled in evasion and elegant techniques. They are also trainers in combat, and battling is equally within their repertoire. The hunting butterfree indeed exhibits remarkable prowess. However, its level is regrettably too low. Even if it has mastered various stunning techniques, they shall not significantly impact the battle against the hunting butterfree. Therefore, the hunting butterfree is destined to prevail. Butterfly Dance, the ultimate transformation move of the bug type. It gracefully executes a mysterious and exquisite dance that enhances its attack power, defense, and speed. The dance, characterized by the vibrant patterns of the hunting butterfree's wings, provides a visual feast for all spectators. This technique, theoretically attainable only at a high level, has been awakened during training with its companion, the North Nose, representing a unique skill discovered through practical experience. This signifies that the hunting butterfree has reached a level of strength capable of standing on its own. Ayako gazed solemnly at the dancing silhouette of the hunting butterfree, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Shinx, interrupted with Thunderbolt. A robust golden electric column erupted from Shinx, soaring upwards and fiercely advancing towards the hunting butterfree. However, in the state of Butterfly Dance, the hunting butterfree's speed has increased remarkably. With the wind technique employed with unparalleled finesse, this thunderbolt is destined to miss its mark. Now it's our turn. Hunting butterfree, Silver Tornado, exclaimed Tingshu. Alternatively, it could be referred to as the Golden Tornado. The Silver Tornado technique incorporates scale powder into the wind to strike the opponent, and its unique cutting properties inflict damage. Yet at this moment, the hunting butterfree has ingeniously infused yellow paralysis powder into the wind, causing the Silver Tornado to appear as a magnificent golden whirlwind. This is bad, Ayako commanded in a flurry. Use Mystic Guard. Under the Butterfly Dance state, the intensity and speed of the hunting butterfree's wing movements are unexpectedly high, and in the blink of an eye, the golden whirlwind is complete. As for Shinx, the Mystic Guard envelopes it, rendering it shrouded in a sacred white light. Whether the golden whirlwind proves effective remains uncertain. It has appeared. The elegance of Mystic Guard juxtaposed with the enchanting golden whirlwind raises the question of which side shall emerge victorious. Will Mystic Guard successfully defend against the golden whirlwind? Or will the whirlwind breach its defenses? Tingshu, uninterested in such trivialities, understands that victory in battle hinges on seizing every opportunity. He refrains from engaging in the meaningless wait for the collision of their ultimate techniques. Ultimate absorption. Just as all eyes were captivated by the golden whirlwind, Tingshu issued another command that startled Ayako and left Bayan at a loss for words. Tingshu's order was given, but Shinx found itself enveloped in yellow smoke. In such circumstances, can the hunting butterfree accurately locate it? All eyes were anxiously fixed on the stage, holding their breath for Shinx. Moments later, as the haze of the paralysis powder dissipated, Meowstic remained steadfast in the arena, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. For it seemed that the mysterious guardian had successfully defended against the golden whirlwind. However, a disconcerting realization struck. Meowstic was ensnared by the silk of the hunting butterfree. At first, Bayan had overlooked this detail, but upon witnessing Meowstic's fatigued expression, the truth became apparent. The hunting butterfree had targeted the silk in the fog and successfully captured Meowstic. How could this be? Meowstic, Ayako felt a surge of anxiety. Gripped by the ultimate absorption of the hunting butterfree, Meowstic found itself powerless, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in Mr. Teishu's favor. What perplexed everyone was how, under such circumstances, the hunting butterfree could disregard visual obstructions and accurately seize the diminutive Meowstic. With Meowstic incapacitated, the score tilted in Mr. Teishu's advantage, signaling the emergence of a champion in the Yuzihua Grand Tournament. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Teishu, who shall receive the prestigious Yuji Ribbon Medal. Before the awards ceremony commences, I believe many are curious as to why Mr. Teishu was so confident that the hunting butterfree could capture Meowstic. Bayan rushed to Mr. Teishu, microphone in hand. It is the compound eyes. Any Pokémon breeder familiar with the hunting Butterfree would know that its aquamarine compound eyes comprise over 20,000 tiny lenses, allowing even the faintest light to refract into other lenses, enabling each adjacent Ommatidium to perceive the refracted light. Thus, even in dim light, objects can still be discerned, which explains how the hunting Butterfree located Meowstic's approximate position, as elucidated by Teishu. Indeed, it is as he said, Ms. Joy remarked from the judges' panel. Her expression one of understanding. Teishu possesses an impressive depth of knowledge about his Pokémon, commented Kojiro. It seems I cannot contest my defeat justly. Ayako, standing at the edge of the arena, consoled Meowstic while casting a glance towards Teishu. Compound eyes. Mr. Teishu's understanding of his Pokémon is truly commendable. The ceremony proceeded, with Teishu as the champion of the Yuzihua Grand Tournament, basking in the spotlight, receiving resounding applause and well wishes from all around. He was also awarded his very first ribbon medal. Thus, the vibrant Yuzihua Grand Tournament draws to a close. Let us eagerly await the next occasion. Chapter 71. Departure in Casual Town. Teishu, congratulations on your victory, Ayako said, though she hadn't anticipated such an easy defeat. With a bittersweet smile, she continued. I shall soon return to the Hoenn region, preparing for the grand festivities there. Teishu, do not let your guard down in Sinnoh. Are you not continuing your challenges in Sinnoh? Teishu inquired. No, my arrival in Sinnoh was merely coincidental, she replied, shaking her head. I'm delighted to engage in a battle with you. Your nurturing of Sylveon is commendable. With some accumulated battle experience, I believe you can certainly become a top coordinator. Speaking of returning to Hoenn, I can recommend a place particularly suitable for coordinators, the Verdanturf town. You mean Verdanturf? Yes, the official gym in Lilycove City. If you have the time, you should challenge it. I am confident it will be immensely beneficial for you. Coordinators are not prohibited from competing in gym battles, are they? Is Lilycove Gym the one owned by Mr. Adam? Ayako inquired. So you know Mr. Adam, that's wonderful. As a seasoned top coordinator, his battling style is certainly worth emulating, and I have drawn considerable inspiration from him, replied Verdanturf. Very well, I shall visit Lilycove City. Why don't we compete to see who can earn the title of top coordinator first? Ayako suggested. Absolutely. Verdanturf agreed. However, Verdanturf himself was uncertain when he would next challenge the Grand Festival. With his current team of Beautifly and Swablu, he felt he was not yet ready to dominate the grand event. This appearance at the Grand Festival was destined to be fleeting for Verdanturf. Given his age and advantages, it was likely that he would attract the attention of some keen observers, perhaps even garnering a few fans. These individuals would undoubtedly keep an eye on other grand festivals, seeking to catch a glimpse of Verdanturf. Yet, their efforts would ultimately be in vain, as he planned to return directly to the Pokémon Academy after passing through Curtain City. After a day's journey, Verdanturf bid farewell to Ayako, lamenting that he did not encounter Kojiro once more. Exiting the city of Yuan, he arrived at a place known as Casual Town. Upon reaching this locale, he was captivated by its laid-back atmosphere. Most of the residents were settled nomads, with expansive ranches dotting the town, while the majority lived on the western side. Close to the main road, the eastern side was entirely comprised of trees and uneven paths. Due to the presence of the ranches, there was also a breeding house established by an elderly couple who often assisted in caring for the newly born Pokémon. Given the rarity of encountering a breeding house, Verdanturf could not resist the urge to pay a visit upon his arrival. Are you a traveler? A grandfather, with hair and beard now gray but a spirited demeanor, welcomed Verdanturf. Hello, I am a breeder currently traveling to learn. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, Verdanturf explained. Oh, at such a young age, you're a breeder? How rare. No worries, it's quite tranquil here, so if you don't mind, you may come in for a visit, the grandfather replied. Thank you very much, Verdanturf exclaimed. The breeding house in Casual Town was of considerable size, and as Verdanturf toured the premises, he discovered numerous young Mareep, Sazbuk, and Combi. The 3 honeybees and the queen bee are our own cherished little sprites, and the nectar they gather is truly delightful. Would you care to sample it? Is the honey of the 3 bees as sweet as they say? Tingshu had previously tasted it in the City of Fate, although it was incorporated into a dish. However, he has yet to savor pure nectar. This delectable and highly nutritious nectar serves as a rare ingredient for crafting various sprite delicacies. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your assistance, Tingshu expressed. Not at all. A little nectar is within our means to provide, the old man replied with a warm smile. Just as the old man was showing Tingshu around, a deep blue sprite dashed out, clinging to the old man's leg and calling out incessantly. Little Snorlax, Tingshu exclaimed in surprise, sensing its hunger. It seemed that way indeed. The old man wore a helpless expression, The little Snorlax has a voracious appetite, consuming food equal to its own weight once a day, making it a true glutton. Trainers who own such sprites often find themselves quite burdened. What a greedy little creature. The old man sighed. One can imagine the time spent daily just preparing meals for the little Snorlax. You woke up quite early today, little Snorlax. Your food isn't ready yet, so you'll have to wait, the old man said to the sprite, which displayed a forlorn expression. If you don't mind, I would be glad to assist. I have recently gathered some insights regarding sprite food, Tingshu offered. That would be immensely helpful, the old man replied. Through their conversation, Tingshu learned that the little Snorlax belonged to a child of a nearby ranch owner, who was traveling as a trainer. Due to the sprite's unique eating habits, it was inconvenient to care for it at home, hence its temporary stay at the breeding house. Ah, the giant vine, Tingshu remarked, realizing that the old man must possess considerable breeding experience, possibly being a seasoned breeder enjoying retirement in Cerulean Town. If one were to consider the most suitable food for Snorlax, thorny plants and vines would undoubtedly come to mind. Not only are they abundant, but they also cater perfectly to Snorlax's palate, making them an ideal choice for crafting meals. As for the giant vine sprites, they are indifferent even if their limbs are consumed, as their regenerative abilities allow them to recover in the blink of an eye, ensuring a continuous supply of vines as long as nutrients are sufficient. I apologize for the trouble, giant vine, the old man at the breeding house said. In truth, the giant vine seemed reluctant. However, upon seeing the little Snorlax's eager, tearful eyes, it relented and quickly produced a bounty of vines. Upon seeing the vines, the little Snorlax immediately wanted to devour them, but the old man intervened, cautioning that such a diet would not provide adequate nutrition for its growth. Tingshu smiled, inspired by the words of the vine, which brought to mind a delightful recipe. The time had come to create a culinary masterpiece. Motivated by the enchanting dishes crafted by the little fairy chefs, Tingshu sought to collaborate with them to produce an exquisite dish, enlisting the aid of the hunting Butterfree. After a period of dedicated effort, Tingshu and hunting Butterfree successfully concocted a large pot of food, aptly named Thunderous Vines. Chapter 72. The frantic Mareep. The ingredients for Thunderous Vines included vines, spicy fruit seeds, cilantro, and dried apple berries. The vines were sourced from the colossal vine monster, while the spicy fruit seeds served to whet the appetite. Cilantro promoted energy circulation and aided digestion, effectively purging toxins from the body. The dried apple berries, in turn, replenished any expended energy. For the ravenous Snorlax eager for a hearty meal, this would prove to be a splendid feast. Another seasoning for Thunderous Vines was the paralysis powder from hunting Butterfree, which enhanced the dish with a unique numbing flavor. Tingshu had no concern regarding Snorlax's ability to digest it, as their stomachs were remarkably robust, even after evolving. The toxic sludge would merely serve as a seasoning to their palates. Thus, the paralysis powder could suitably elevate the dish's flavor, combining with the spicy fruit seeds to create a tantalizingly numbing and spicy taste. Upon tasting the first bite, Snorlax's eyes widened in surprise as the numbing and spicy sensations burst forth, igniting its appetite. Tingshu could only hear the rumbling sound as Snorlax lunged at the remaining Thunderous Vines with a fervor reminiscent of madness. Snorlax truly relishes your cooking, exclaimed the elderly caretaker of the breeding house. Though it usually devours its meals voraciously, I have never seen it behave so frantically before. Indeed, Tingshu replied with delight. Having utilized the seasonings available in the breeding house alongside hunting Butterfree, ultimately roasting the ingredients in a manner akin to electrical currents. All the ingredients were enveloped in a large electric net, which better activated their flavors. What a brilliant idea, the elderly man realized, observing the dish's ingredients. No wonder Snorlax enjoys it so much. The combination of flavors is quite sophisticated. You are destined to become an exceptional breeder. Tingshu grinned in response, feeling a sense of pride. Within the breeding house, he encountered numerous Pokémon he had only read about in books, and seeing these unfamiliar creatures up close allowed him to observe them in greater detail. Particularly, an owner of the breeding house assisted him with introductions, leaving Tingshu feeling fulfilled. The elder had cared for the Pokémon for many years, possessing insights and details about breeding that Tingshu lacked, which made him attentive to the elder's words. Mr. Yufeng, something's amiss. Our Mareep have begun to discharge electricity inexplicably. Please, come quickly. Inside the breeding house, as the elder engaged in conversation with Tingshu, the urgent calls from outside prompted both to rise swiftly. What has happened? The elderly gentleman above expressed his bewilderment as a cowboy approached. Someone he recognized, and who often entrusted him with the care of certain small sprites. The little Snorlax in question belonged to the cowboy's daughter. I'm not quite sure what happened, but the Mareep have suddenly started running amok and discharging electricity. I can't control them anymore. They are usually quite obedient. He explained. Is it serious? Please, take us to see. Standing by, Mr. Shangfang observed the cowboy, panting heavily. Although he wished for the man to rest a bit, it was evident that the situation was rather urgent. Mr. Shangfang, could you please follow me? The cowboy stammered. I understand, replied the elderly gentleman. The breeding facility was quite a distance from the cowboy's ranch, and given his breathless state, it was reasonable for him to rush here. Unable to keep up, Mr. Shangfang instructed the two to proceed ahead. This distance was manageable for Tree, who jogged alongside the cowboy. Soon, they arrived at a grassy area enclosed by iron fencing, where a group of Mareep were colliding with one another and sporadically unleashing electric shocks. This is dangerous, the cowboy warned, blocking Tree's path. We must prevent any harm to the children. In this situation, we should first calm them down. Are there no other sprites in the ranch? There is a mill tank, but it's on the other side of town, being tended to by my wife. It's quite far, the cowboy lamented. Then allow me to handle this, Tree offered. Are you sure it's all right? The cowboy inquired. I'll give it a try with Swablu and use singing, Tree replied. It's been a while since Swablu has had the chance to perform, especially since the grand contest turned into a stage for hunting Beautifly. It has been quite envious. Finally, there was an opportunity for it to shine. As Swablu emerged from its luxury ball, it flapped its cotton-like wings and began to sing a melodious tune that was utterly enchanting. Cover your ears, Tree quickly advised. Startled, the cowboy immediately followed Tree's instructions. With a plan to quell the chaos, Swablu focused on its vocal abilities. During their time at the Cerulean Academy, Tree had fed Swablu a diet of pears, kumquats, and lemons almost daily. Even with rigorous training, the careful diet ensured Swablu's voice remained unharmed, having been born only a few months earlier. If one were to identify the most perfectly developed organ of Swablu, Tree would undoubtedly point to its vocal cords. The melodious, ethereal, and serene song resonated. And even without evolving into Altaria, Swablu exhibited a certain charm. Its captivating voice lulled the agitated Mareep, gradually coaxing them to lie down and fall asleep. Seeing them doze off, the cowboy's initial concern turned to joy as he gazed gratefully at Tree. It turns out you have a singing cat at home too. Though my daughter took it away, I truly owe you, young brother. Not at all, Tree replied. The Mareep were likely in a state of confusion. If the mill tank at the ranch could use its healing bell, that should also help. Is that true? Thank you so much, said the cowboy uncle. He merely exchanged pleasantries with Tingshu, noting that it is rare for specialized dairy cows, often referred to as milk tanks, to employ advanced techniques. Just recently, the merino sheep had fallen into slumber when the elder from above arrived. Upon observing the sheep resting in the pasture, he paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. Thanks to you, the elder from above remarked, the promising young breeder has a bright future ahead. Mr. Elder, these matters are trivial. The critical issue is why the merino sheep have suddenly transformed. Tingshu furrowed his brow. The sheep, raised on the farm, should have long lost their wild instincts. And being inherently gentle creatures, there was no reason for them to exhibit such agitation. Could there be some external influence? The cowboy uncle pondered, however. I only raise merino sheep in this pasture. Different Pokémon are kept in separate enclosures. They should not be affected by other creatures. The elder from above stepped over the fence to examine one of the slumbering merino sheep. Its coat appeared to have puffed up. In this case, he stated, if it weren't for the seasonal climate change suddenly, Tingshu recalled a characteristic of the merino sheep and exclaimed, I remember. When startled, they can accumulate static electricity that transfers to their fur. Startled? The cowboy uncle replied, bewildered. How could the merino sheep be frightened? Are there any wild Pokémon communities near Suzu Town? Tingshu inquired. I don't recall any. It should be devoid of them. Suzu Town has been largely overtaken by pastures, making it rare for wild Pokémon to venture here, the cowboy uncle responded. Indeed, it could be a ghost. The elder from above suddenly lowered his voice, speaking ominously. The cowboy uncle and Tingshu exchanged glances. Are you suggesting it could be a ghost-type Pokémon? Tingshu inquired with a forced chuckle. The elder nodded. Precisely. There is indeed a lost tower nearby, where many deceased Pokémon are laid to rest. In such an environment, it is inevitable that numerous ghost types would appear. That place the cowboy uncle gasped. Isn't it said that a cursed talisman resides at the top of the tower to attract spirits? There are also purifying charms placed by skilled individuals. The spirits should not easily depart from there, correct? Such mystical beings as Pokémon often defy conventional understanding, Tingshu remarked. One cannot merely gauge them through ordinary perceptions. If they are indeed spirits from the lost tower, then it is understandable that the merino sheep might have been startled. If there exists a property that poses the greatest challenge for trainers, aside from psychic types, it would undoubtedly be ghosts. They are notoriously difficult to comprehend. Silently toying with this group of merino sheep would hardly pose a challenge for a ghost-type Pokémon. Could it be a ghastly? In the realm of spectral beings, the likes of Jengar, Mismagius, and other ghostly sprites revel in their penchant for mischief and trickery. Jengar delights in scaring both humans and fellow sprites for amusement, while Mismagius finds joy in frightening children to tears. The malevolence of Mismagius is particularly pronounced, as it not only enjoys tormenting others, but also derives pleasure from startling passers-by and fellow sprites. Even those Mismagius claims as masters are not exempt from its mischievous antics. Compared to the former two, Mismagius possesses a stronger motive. If memory serves, it draws energy from the fear of humans and other sprites, utilizing the beads around its neck to absorb the terror of those it frightens. Tingshu pondered this, remarking, "Indeed, Mismagius is less inclined to play tricks on other sprites, while Jengar and Mismagius are the prime suspects." The elder above concurred. If it were Jengar, it would be manageable, but should Mismagius be involved, it will surely reappear. Tingshu assessed the situation, understanding that Mismagius thrives on instilling fear and absorbs the fears of others through the red beads adorning its neck, utilizing them as sustenance. If the sprite from Lost Tower is indeed Mismagius, it is highly likely to return for another feeding. Yet, despite such conjectures, the trio found themselves at a loss. Ghostly sprites vanish without a trace, and neither Tingshu nor the sprites in the ranch could effectively contend with these spectral beings unless they re-entered their line of sight. Mismagius may be lurking, biding its time for the next opportunity to feast, or it could have departed in search of a new hunting ground. Tingshu declared, "I shall remain here tonight. Should Mismagius appear, I will attempt to drive it away." "Really, young brother? We are immensely grateful. Why not stay at my home tonight? You have been a great help with the Marilam situation," the kind cowboy exclaimed. "That sounds agreeable. If I recall correctly, your name is Tingshu, yes? You may stay here for the night while I return to the breeding house," the elder above sighed. "Had I known from the outset that ghostly sprites were causing trouble, I would have brought the Kirin from the breeding house." "Is there still a Kirin in the breeding house?" Tingshu asked, pleasantly surprised. If it is indeed a Kirin, dealing with ghostly sprites would be significantly easier. "Yes, that is the case. I shall return briefly. You all wait here," the elder replied. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Elder. By the way, our large milk vat has produced an abundance of fresh milk. I will bring some to you tomorrow." The cowboy grinned. "Of course, young brother. Our milk is quite delightful." As night fell, the nearby ranch settled into tranquility. The rancher graciously hosted Tingshu, offering him the finest milk as a refreshment. Tingshu found great satisfaction in the flavor of the milk, which was indeed rich in nutrients. For the elderly and the ailing, this beverage stands as the epitome of nourishment, while even the young children find great delight in this milk. Even if they are not accustomed to its taste, it can be transformed into yogurt for their enjoyment. Consuming ample quantities from the large milk will aid in growing taller, so be sure to drink plenty, and you shall thrive into a robust adult. The cowboy uncle chattered on the side. "Uncle, has no one informed you that while the milk from the large can is indeed nutrient-rich, it is also high in calories? If consumed excessively, one might end up resembling the large milk can itself." Casting a glance at the cowboy uncle's physique, it was fortunate that, although he was somewhat portly, he appeared acceptable overall. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as soon as the words left Tingshu's mouth, the cowboy uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true?" he stammered, his expression a mixture of shock and concern. Tingshu, having gleaned this information from a book, could only affirm, "It should be correct." "Oh dear, if my daughter discovers this, she will surely resent me for eternity," he lamented, his voice tinged with despair. "You think my daughter won't find out, right? She decided to travel to lose weight because she is too heavy. If she learns that her girth is due to my giving her too much milk in her childhood, I shall be utterly scorned as a father." Tingshu, somewhat bemused, reflected that young girls are often quite sensitive about their weight. "Uncle, remain composed. Your daughter will undoubtedly forgive you, for your intentions were to act in her best interest," he reassured. Unconsciously, Tingshu envisioned a girl with the physique of a large milk can, clad in denim. It seemed that the little Snorlax had indeed found the right owner. In the stillness of the night, as even Tingshu succumbed to slumber, a series of panicked cries erupted from the ranch, abruptly awakening everyone. "They're here." Tingshu's heart raced, as he had anticipated their return. Were they the ghostly spirits, or perhaps the dream demons? Simultaneously, various cries echoed, including the distinct call of a Kirin-like creature, alongside the eerie sounds of a mysterious ghost-type sprite emanating from the Lost Tower. Chapter 74. The Fractured Illusion. What is this inexplicable fog? What is happening? Tingshu pondered as he stepped out of his room, covering his mouth. "Where are they?" The cowboy uncle emerged as well. Just as his words faded, a chilling sound resembling a human scream pierced the air, heart-wrenching and utterly terrifying. "Ah!" the cowboy uncle exclaimed in horror. "Uncle, calm down. I know which sprite this is," Tingshu reassured, having steeled himself for such an encounter. Although his heart raced, he managed to regain composure swiftly. "Come on, am I the type to be frightened by mere sounds? What ghastly creature has grasped my hair from behind? It's still tugging." The uncle lamented, rendered speechless by his predicament. He could not grasp anything, and tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. The mist enveloped Kirin Chi and Tingshu, obscuring their vision and rendering everything unclear. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Merely calling for me won't aid in locating you. Hurry and find a way to resolve this. Capture the dream demon." Tingshu shouted. "Hunting Phoenix Butterfly, Qing Neon Bird, come forth and assist." "Uncle, the dream demon may be right behind you. Do not be alarmed. This is merely its customary prank. Be swift," the cowboy urged. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Soon a long-necked, deer-like sprite scampered over, and through the dim light of the room, Tingshu could faintly discern that this sprite was indeed Kirin Chi. "Do not point your tail at me," Tingshu sighed. "Quickly, use your scent detection to find the dream demon." Scent detection was Kirin Chi's signature move, capable of accurately identifying the hiding places of ghost-type sprites. The technique involved the small, toothy black head located on Kirin Chi's tail, which would instinctively react to scents and initiate a biting response. Upon receiving Tingshu's command, Kirin Chi dashed towards the cowboy, presenting its rear to him, and began sniffing. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Found it." The cowboy felt a wave of relief. As Kirin Chi approached, it immediately kicked with its hind legs, and with a thud, the sensation of having its hair tugged abruptly ceased. "Where's the dream demon?" Tingshu exclaimed, realizing Kirin Chi had performed admirably. Not only had it successfully located the dream demon, but it had also used its ultimate technique to repel the foe. At that moment, the cowboy gasped and pointed. Perched on the eaves, a dark green sprite, adorned with a conspicuous string of red beads around its neck, gazed at them in alarm. "Qing Neon Bird, frighten it," Tingshu urged hastily. Utilizing fright against a creature that thrived on fear was a clever strategy, although Tingshu's command was quite fortuitous as fright, being a ghost-type technique, might catch the dream demon off guard. The result was a piercing scream emitted from Qing Neon Bird, causing the dream demon to turn and flee into the distance. "It ran away," the cowboy exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "If it has fled, it likely will not return, so you can rest easy now," Tingshu reassured him. However, it seemed that the earlier dream demon had not been frightened at all. Perhaps Qing Neon Bird's fright was lacking in intimidation. As the mist began to dissipate, Tingshu felt compelled to check on the merino sheep, having heard their bleating moments prior. With a swift motion, he opened the enclosure, and before he and the cowboy could thoroughly assess the situation of the merino sheep, the sight before them left them both in astonishment. Countless beams of white light flashed before their eyes. Tingshu wore an expression of disbelief as he observed the scene, which was not unlike what they had encountered before. The merino sheep were running amok, colliding with one another, and occasionally releasing bolts of electricity. However, as the two approached, one of the merino sheep began to emanate a brilliant white glow, followed by 2, 3, 5, and soon, all of them. A brilliant white light emanated from all the Mareep, a glow so familiar that it unmistakably resembled the radiance that accompanies the evolution of a small sprite. How could they all evolve into Flaffy? The cowboy uncle was astonished, his mouth agape. However, what splendid news. The soft fleece of Flaffy is far rarer than that of Mareep. It seems that the dream sprite has performed a commendable deed. Soon, his astonishment transformed into joy as he exclaimed. Yet, before the elation could fully settle, his jaw dropped once more. All at once, the Flaffy were enveloped in white light again, collectively evolving into the bare electric dragon. The cowboy uncle was left speechless. Even Tingshu, furrowing his brow, wore a bewildered expression. The electric dragon, a luminous sprite, possesses a tail whose light can be perceived from great distances, thus making significant contributions to humanity in railway endeavors and earning much affection. However, if the electric dragon were to concentrate an intense electrical charge in its tail, preparing to unleash a thunderbolt, neither the cowboy uncle nor Tingshu would find the tail endearing. Were they glaring at us in anger? The cowboy uncle pondered, noting their aggressive postures. Observing dozens of electric dragons gathering electrical energy, their fierce gazes directed towards them, sent a chill down the cowboy uncle's spine. "Uncle, did you notice something strange from the very beginning?" Tingshu inquired. "My hunting Butterfree and Swablu seem rather sluggish." "Really?" The cowboy uncle responded. "Furthermore, I recall that Mr. SHBU was also residing above us. Earlier, I was so focused on the dream sprite that I failed to notice, but after such a lengthy duration. With Swablu's piercing cry, how could we not have seen Mr. SHBU's figure? Upon hearing Tingshu's words, the cowboy uncle's expression stiffened. It indeed seemed plausible. Mr. SHBU resided at the far end. Even if the commotion from the Mareep did not awaken him, the shrill cry of Swablu was sufficiently loud, making it improbable that he remained asleep. Moreover, the simultaneous evolution of all the Mareep into electric dragons did not align with reality. It was an illusion. It is an illusion, Tingshu declared resolutely. This is a hallucination created by the dream sprite. From the outset, we have been ensnared in a mirage. The dream sprite hasn't fled at all. An illusion. Remaining calm made it easy to deduce that certain intricate and illogical details indicated they were not in the realm of reality. Completely flabbergasted, Tingshu gazed at the impending thunderbolt, not even blinking. Knowing it was an illusion made it easier to address. To dispel the delusion, all that was required was a sufficiently strong will. Uncle, keep repeating in your mind that this is all an illusion. Awaken quickly, Tingshu urged. He felt heavy, dizzy, and enveloped in darkness as his hand touched the icy ground. Tingshu sprang up, only to discover that he was still lying on the ground outside the door. Indeed, it was an illusion. This dream sprite is quite intriguing, he mused, as he touched his untouched pock ball, igniting a flicker of interest. At this moment, the elderly man also groggily awoke, still in a state of disorientation. Given his understanding of spirit-type Pokémon, it was clear that the experiences he had just undergone would require some time for him to process. Chapter 75. The Temptation of the Dream Eater. A faint, ethereal call echoed, accompanied by a dim glow. In the garden, one could observe two Pokémon facing off, Kirin and the Dream Eater. The head on Kirin's tail was small enough to elude contemplation, but its incessant vigilance, remaining awake around the clock, ensured it would be aware of the Dream Eater's presence. Yet, despite this awareness, the Dream Eater could still induce hypnosis, plunging both the elderly cowboy and Kirin into a realm of illusions, an impressive feat indeed. It was no wonder that the Dream Eater had managed to emerge from the Lost Tower, protected by both cleansing and curse symbols. Typically, it is Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokémon that can ensnare humans in such illusions. However, not every Pokémon possesses this innate ability. The illusion crafted by this Dream Eater was evidently lacking. At the very least, it could not control the senses of its subjects. With an instinctive emphasis from the elderly man, the Thunder Dragon's powerful thunderbolt struck him, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He noted the color of the beads adorning the Dream Eater's neck. Apart from the largest, brilliant red bead, the others exhibited a rather faint hue. It was his assessment that these beads had formed within the last 3 years, with a deviation of no more than a year. Ghost-type Pokémon typically possess long lifespans. Absent intentional training, their mastery of abilities tends to increase with age. This Dream Eater was undoubtedly young. However, its remarkable talent in hypnotizing the elderly man under Kirin's pressure was indeed commendable. If left to wander for a few more years, its capabilities would develop to a point where few trainers could perceive them. Should the Dream Eater mature, yet continue to revel in mischief, or even conjure nightmares, it could pose significant challenges for traveling trainers. To be candid, the elderly man was intrigued. This Dream Eater clearly exhibited extraordinary potential. With a modicum of guidance from a trainer, it could quickly become a formidable ally. Most importantly, the Dream Eater thrived on the fears of humans and other Pokémon as its source of energy. The reason why Dream Eaters often engage in pranks and frighten passersby and Pokémon is to harvest the emotional terror of those they spook, converting fear into sustenance. Emotions are the food of the Dream Eater, and this intangible energy was something the elderly man could readily acquire without any burden. Reality and illusion diverged sharply. The brief clash between Kirin and the Dream Eater swiftly roused the elderly man above. Kirin possessed scent detection abilities and boasted psychic-type moves, making it well-equipped to handle the Dream Eater. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Kirin Shi is poised to be the first to escape the Dream Demon's illusion, possibly unaffected by the realm itself. The hunt for the Phoenix Butterfly and the Qingyan Bird has once again summoned the two little sprites in hand, and Tingshu sensed the distinction between reality and illusion. Be cautious not to fall into the mirage, Qingyan Bird. Assist Kirin Shi in vanquishing the Dream Demon. I intend to subdue it. At this moment, the befuddled cowboy uncle and Elder Fong approached. Indeed, I have taken a liking to this Dream Demon, and since it enjoys instilling fear, I happen to know an excellent place for it. A locale where it can feast to its heart's content. The more fear it collects, the more powerful it becomes, Tingshu remarked, clearly pleased by this notion. Quickly, little brother, subdue it. This creature poses a menace to the entire Sueji town. Haha. Subdue it? I had almost forgotten you are still a traveling breeder. This dream demon seems quite exceptional. I can sense it too, Elder Fong chuckled. Were it not for my old age and lack of ambitions, I would certainly challenge you. Thank you. Then, Tingshu replied with a smile. The clash between the dream demon and Kirin Chi was not one of dominance. In dealing with ghost-type sprites, Kirin Chi could typically be considered a ghost slayer. However, the dream demon proved to be exceptionally troublesome. With its release of the strange light, the dream demon's movements became bizarre, so much so that even Kirin Chi, who was aware of its location, often found itself striking at shadows. Kirin Chi's current actions were entirely within the dream demon's anticipations. The Qingyan bird and the dream demon were of comparable size. If the dream demon was akin to a nightmarish specter, then the Qingyan bird exuded an air of nobility from within. Its petite body, adorned in sky blue, boasted fluffy and impeccably clean wings. Reminiscent of cotton, its demeanor was undeniably graceful. As the dream demon toyed with Kirin Chi, the atmosphere grew tense upon its first gaze with the Qingyan bird. In the face of the Qingyan bird's scrutiny, the dream demon's crimson pupils revealed a hint of mockery, and with a series of peculiar calls, it transformed before all into a fearsome sprite, the crow leader, which appeared several times larger than the Qingyan bird. Not only did the crow leader exude a menacing presence, but its wings and tail bore striking red patterns, starkly contrasting with the Qingyan bird's elegance. How amusing. Do you think this will frighten the Qingyan bird? Tingshu chuckled softly. The dispositions of sprites are inherently elemental, yet their environment is equally pivotal. Since its birth, the Qingyan bird has been by Tingshu's side, overcoming numerous challenges together, and it is not the type to cower in the face of a formidable-looking adversary. With a provocative call, the crow leader spread its wings and unleashed the strange light once more. Mystic Guardian, Tingshu commanded. Mysterious Guardian. The Qingyan bird clan possesses a remarkable skill that is naturally comprehended through growth, allowing them to enter a protective state. During this period, the Qingyan bird is immune to abnormal conditions, including confusion. Dream Demon, attempting to disrupt the Qingyan bird with a peculiar beam of light, miscalculates. Noting that the Qingyan bird remains unaffected, Dream Demon swiftly alters its combat strategy, unleashing a violet beam of energy. Do not intervene just yet, Tingshu, Kirin Chi advises. Turning to face the rejuvenated Kirin. Leave it to the Qingyan bird. We shall make Dream Demon concede. As long as we remain focused. Dream Demon's current illusion prowess cannot touch the Qingyan bird. In midair, the violet mental wave sweeps across, and the Qingyan bird enters a state of heightened speed, effortlessly evading the attack. After enduring the onslaught of 12 steel balls, the Qingyan bird begins to grasp the nuances of its accelerated state, allowing it to maneuver with ease, akin to its usual movements. For the first time, Dream Demon finds itself struggling against the Qingyan bird. Its once proud illusions have been seen through, making surprise attacks impossible. The peculiar light proves ineffective, and the mental wave is too easily dodged. Were it not for the Qingyan bird persistently suppressing it, Dream Demon would have already sought to flee this place. Hey, Dream Demon, how do you find it? The Qingyan bird is quite impressive, isn't it? Tingshu calls out to the floating Dream Demon. Dream Demon glares angrily at Tingshu. Do not take offense. Causing trouble in the pasture is inherently your fault. If you continue this way, you will inevitably face retribution from other trainers, or even worse, be captured. Once captured, you will no longer have access to your favorite foods, as trainers will not permit you to frighten others. At the mention of losing the ability to absorb fear, a flicker of panic crosses Dream Demon's eyes. Thus, to prevent that day from arriving, come with me and become my partner. I promise to ensure you receive ample energy. Chapter 76. Captivation. The alluring crimson light flickers upon Dream Demon's bead necklace, accentuating the creature's beguiling aura. With deep, hauntingly red eyes and a nightmarish figure, complemented by hair reminiscent of Medusa, Dream Demon appears even more enchanting. In response to Tingshu's invitation, it offers a definitive answer. Battle. Opting for the simplest resolution, Tingshu chuckles. Chirp chirp. The Qingyan bird seems pleased with Dream Demon's choice, flapping its cotton-like wings as it circles around Tingshu. Let this little fellow handle it, Tingshu remarks, observing the eager hunting butterfly with a wry smile. As Tingshu gives instructions, Dream Demon has already initiated an assault, the pale violet mental wave surging towards them with an eerie grace. The Qingyan bird simply tilts its body slightly and evades the attack. Unyielding, Dream Demon conceals itself, vanishing silently from view. Yet, it does not retreat. After receiving a nod from Kirin Chi, Tingshu reassures the Qingyan bird to remain calm and wait for Dream Demon's ambush. The sharp cry of the Umu pierced the air, startling the focused Qingyan bird, which swiftly ascended to a higher elevation to survey its surroundings. In the next moment, a wave of violet light surged forth, prompting the Qingyan bird to accelerate and deftly evade the attack. However, just as it narrowly escaped, a relentless barrage of violet waves assailed it from all directions, the onslaught strikingly fierce. Underestimating the peril, Tingshu issued a command from beneath the tree, instructing a defense of cotton. In the blink of an eye, the Qingyan bird's fluffy, soft plumage enveloped its body, expanding like cotton as it executed its feather dance. The swelling feathers, illuminated by white light, multiplied and scattered, leaving a trail of downy remnants throughout the air. As the buzzing Dream Demon unleashed its violet waves, it navigated through the sea of cotton, making it increasingly difficult to discern its location. To the south, between the 4th and 5th cotton clusters, attack there. Tingshu suddenly commanded, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Dragon's Wave. A powerful shockwave erupted from its mouth, targeting the foe. Yet, given the Qingyan bird's modest size, the mouth appeared anything but grand. Its small white beak radiated an intense blue-violet glow, unleashing a shockwave nearly twice its own girth. Almost instantaneously, upon hearing Tingshu's command, the Qingyan bird grasped the intent, leaving no time for the Dream Demon to react. The blue-violet beam swept through the cotton feathers, scattering them in all directions as it surged toward the location specified by Tingshu. Regrettably, due to the distance, the agile Dream Demon instinctively evaded the attack. However, it was left with a sense of dread, having narrowly escaped the devastating dragon's wave, its eyes reflecting a gaze of resentment. Under this gaze, a peculiar connection formed between the Qingyan bird and the Dream Demon, establishing a strange equilibrium. This ultimate move was born of animosity. The elderly observer, watching from above, discerned the unfolding events and spoke up. The ultimate move of resentment. Yet it is futile, even without employing the dragon's wave again. This game has already reached its conclusion. Tingshu had pinpointed the Dream Demon's position. Initially concealed by the feather dance, it had now been revealed by the dragon's wave. The Dream Demon lay entirely exposed to the Qingyan bird's gaze. With a high vantage point, the Qingyan bird descended at a 30-degree angle, seemingly declaring the end of the game. Two unintelligible calls echoed as the Dream Demon began to gather energy once more. This time, all its power coalesced into the largest orb before it, radiating a mesmerizing red light that reflected a purple-red energy sphere. Waves of energy slowly coalesced, enveloping it in mystery as it prepared to dive with the might of the dragon god. Observing the movements of the Dream Demon, Tingshu offered a faint smile. In a clash of strength, victory lay in the ability to suppress the opponent's ultimate technique. Circles of light, imbued with an enchanting allure, emanated from the crimson orb, hurtling directly towards the azure-feathered bird. This was a psychic-type move, mental ray, suffused with a disorienting force. In response, the azure-feathered bird emitted a slow, ethereal blue-violet flame, its own aura intensifying with each passing moment. A formidable presence, accompanied by a sense of dread and menace, surged forth as the dragon god dive descended. The weight of this powerful aura rendered even the distant Dream Demon's expression solemn. With a speed comparable to that of lightning, the azure-feathered bird soared forth, embodying valor. Confronted with the oncoming mental rays, the bird, shielded by its mysterious guardian state, charged headlong into the wave of light. The miraculous force of the psychic rays gradually wore down its protective state, yet within a mere breath, the azure-feathered bird, having unleashed its dragon god dive, materialized directly before the Dream Demon. The blue-violet flames propelled it towards the Dream Demon, and then, silence enveloped the arena. Under the dominance of the dragon lineage, Tingshu, even with his eyes closed, envisioned the Dream Demon's utter lack of chance for a comeback. Approaching the fallen figure, marred by wounds and dust, he allowed his excitement to settle. This was to be his third captured sprite, his third companion. The road ahead was long, and each sprite would become a vital ally on his journey. First and foremost, he needed to capture this promising little Dream Demon. Although struck by the dragon god dive, the little Dream Demon swiftly regained its composure. Tingshu noted that despite being defeated, the creature's eyes still sparkled with mischief and cunning. "Are you reconsidering your stance?" he mused, placing a hand against his forehead as he addressed the ill-tempered Dream Demon. Yet, the more defiant it became, the more Tingshu found himself drawn to it. "You have no choice in this matter." The azure-feathered bird and the hunting butterfly flanked the Dream Demon, leaving it with no avenue for escape. The little dream demon glanced around, only to find the Kirin creature watching intently, its deep crimson eyes reflecting a pitiable gaze. With no options left, it resigned itself to fate. Come now, from this day forth, we shall be partners. With a black and white partition Pokeball, adorned with a yellow stripe across its upper half, Tingshu gently placed the advanced ball upon the ground. Accept my invitation, if you wish to witness a broader world, he said earnestly, fully aware that the dream demon could comprehend human language and emotions. This time, the dream demon, unusually subdued, refrained from displaying its usual defiance, instead fixating its enchanting red eyes upon Tingshu. Gradually, the dream demon stirred, gently tapping the Pokeball before transforming into a radiant light that slipped inside. As the Pokeball flickered and swayed, Tingshu's previously tranquil heart began to race with excitement once more. At last, with a delightful chime, Tingshu erupted into joyous laughter. Not just he, but also the cotton bird and the hunting butterfly danced and spiraled around, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a new companion. Chapter 77. The oddity. The mischievous nature of the dream demon was inherent, and Tingshu remained unconcerned, for he believed it would eventually mature. Once it evolved, the playful and whimsical demeanor of its earlier form would fade, replaced by a sage-like composure that rendered it more profound. By then, it would no longer be merely a playful companion but a reliable ally, one that the trainer could depend upon. Goo, chirp. Upon emerging from the Ultra Ball, the dream demon's playful essence remained unchanged. Its cunning eyes darted over Tingshu, fixating on the cotton bird circling nearby. Murmur, murmur. Little dream demon called out to the cotton bird. In the future, there would be opportunities, Tingshu mused as he observed the little dream demon. Though he did not comprehend its words, he could grasp its emotions. Congratulations, exclaimed Uncle Cowboy and the elder as they approached him with smiles. A day later, just outside of Random Town, Tingshu waved farewell to the elder and Uncle Cowboy, embarking once more on his journey home, having grown familiar with them. Both Uncle Cowboy and the elder displayed warmth and enthusiasm, causing Tingshu to linger another day out of obligation. At this moment, beside him, aside from the 4 Northlings, 3 other Pokémon were released to accompany him. The cotton bird was accelerating, striving to create a whirlwind by harnessing the air currents. Hunting butterfly. Go and sense the changes in the air around the cotton bird, offer it advice, and learn to adapt, he instructed. As for the dream demon, Tingshu pondered. While the illusions you create are commendable, they still harbor significant flaws and only work on inattentive humans. Before he could finish, the dream demon erupted into laughter, seemingly mocking him for his own carelessness. The weather was splendid. After departing Random Town, Tingshu felt elated. Capturing the dream demon was indeed the greatest reward of this outing. His destination was Vale City. If one were to take the conventional route, the journey between Random Town and Vale City would be lengthy. The primary obstacle to reaching Vale City lay in its terrain. The city was built upon steep, jagged mountains, rendering the paths arduous. However, this also presented an opportunity, as any bold trainer could opt for the most direct mountain trail, traversing the mountainside straight to Vale City. This was the choice Tingshu made, for time was of the essence. He needed to find a means of transportation back to Sharp Edge City, while also purchasing some supplies in Vale City. With the hunting butterfly by his side, he felt little sense of danger. Moreover, in proximity to these human cities, one seldom encounters particularly malevolent sprites or dream demons. Your current offensive capabilities are rather inadequate. Such a level of illusion is insufficient. In the heat of battle, no one will be swayed by your phantoms. However, there is no need for haste. Once we reach our destination, I shall recommend a splendid locale where you can indulge in a sumptuous feast. Absorbing the essence of fear is indeed one of the methods by which dream demons evolve, and by that time, its various abilities should witness considerable enhancement. Muma, the dream demon, nodded in satisfaction. Tingshu reached out to grasp it, but missed. Come here, I shall explain to you the principle of the Shadow Ball. You likely have yet to master this technique, Tingshu remarked. Muma? Inquired the dream demon. This formidable technique can be learned by you as long as you can control the energy within your body. 2 days hence, while still progressing towards the city of Vale, Tingshu encountered an unusual individual. The figure exhibited eccentric behavior, appearing to lurk suspiciously while clad in formal brown attire, which naturally aroused suspicion. Mumu. The dream demon inched closer. Tingshu quickly called out to it, knowing that this little creature was likely intent on scaring someone. Hold on, let us not seek trouble. Let us take a detour. Tingshu had little interest in the peculiar character hiding behind the rocks. Had it not been for practicing the hunting of the phoenix butterfly nearby, he might have overlooked this strange individual entirely. Determined, He instructed the ever-concerned dream demon to remain vigilant. Crouching at a distance, he observed the odd figure, noting that it maintained its stance for an unusually long time, which was indeed perplexing. Just as Tingshu was about to depart, he suddenly felt a pounding in his chest, followed by an icy chill. As he attempted to rise, a sharp scream from Yuma pierced the air, and he felt something constricting around his neck. It was a contradictory sensation, while an icy aura enveloped him. The object in front emitted a searing heat, accompanied by a hissing sound that sent shivers down Tingshu's spine, rendering him motionless. Child. At that moment of profound unease, a voice rich in magnetism resonated. You are mistaken, Balfrog. Release him. With those words, Tingshu felt his body return to normal, hastily placing his hand on the pockballs of his hunting phoenix butterflies. Meanwhile, Muma swiftly flew to his side, watching the stranger with caution. Wait, young one. It's a misunderstanding. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 30s, wore light brown clothing. Despite his youth, streaks of gray marred his hair, styled into a standard crew cut. As the vile frog regained its composure, Tingshu finally discerned what had been poised at his neck. It was a peculiar little creature, adorned with a poisoned sac on its cheek, its appearance strikingly unusual. At that moment, it brandished a viscous, steaming venom, creating a rather intimidating spectacle. This mischievous creature is unlike the little sprite that Tingshu encountered previously. It exudes an aura that can only emanate from true combat, distinguishing it significantly from the ordinary Pokémon trained by regular trainers for battle. I sincerely apologize for the sensation of being watched. I initially assumed it was that group of middle-aged men donned in brown coats, who offered an apologetic smile. A near brush with death indeed. Tingshu's heart raced, still thumping heavily. The sudden ambush by the mischievous frog caught him entirely off guard, leaving him vulnerable to its intimidation. He felt that any slight movement on his part would prompt this mischievous frog to mercilessly strike at his neck with its toxic hand. Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain. This is my partner. As you can see, I am an international police officer investigating an illegal poaching syndicate that captures conservation Pokémon. Observing the serious expressions on Tingshu and Meng Yao's faces, the man awkwardly chuckled and hastily produced his identification from his clothing. This is my partner, the mischievous frog. I truly apologize for frightening you. I mistook you for that cunning group. You may call me handsome. Tingshu felt a mix of emotions. What relevance did such a brazen self-designation hold? However, if he truly was an international police officer, it could be excused. A misunderstanding, a damnable misunderstanding, Tingshu lamented inwardly. He had resolved not to seek out trouble, yet it seemed that complications had already ensued the moment he had encountered the hunting butterfly. I understand, Tingshu replied coolly, a trace of resentment in his tone. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught sight of a brown figure lingering by a rock in the distance. It must be a decoy. Chapter 78. Handsome decoy. Tingshu sighed deeply, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. You are a novice trainer, are you not? This area is quite perilous. You should be aware. The handsome man stated, quickly diverting the conversation. If you intend to head to Vale City, I suggest you take the proper route. This area is fraught with danger. Hand me your trainer's handbook, and I will assist you in seeking help from Miss Junsha. It would be unwise to linger here, as Pokémon hunters may still be roaming nearby. The handsome man spoke with grave sincerity. If a novice trainer possesses any valuable Pokémon, they often become prime targets for Pokémon hunters, who see them as easy prey. I see. Thank you for the warning. I understand, Tingshu said, momentarily taken aback. Hunters, such an illicit profession, proved unavoidable in any world. Given this, I shall return to the safe path. I'll leave the apprehension of the hunters to you, officer. Tingshu waved his hand and turned to depart. Wait a moment, let me still assist you in contacting Miss Junsha. Besides, it's still quite a distance to Vale City, the handsome man remarked, taken aback as he saw Tingshu begin to walk away. Really, it is unnecessary. I do not have the handbook at this moment, Tingshu replied with a smile. The handsome man and the mischievous frog exchanged glances, surprised by the response they received from Tingshu. Please wait a moment, he said, hesitating. The gentleman swiftly caught up with Tingshu. It is my responsibility that those hunters might come near here. For your safety, I must escort you to Vale City. Escort me? Tingshu exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, if you encounter the fairy hunters alone, it would be perilous. However, with my presence, I can subdue them should the need arise. If we do not encounter them, then that would simply be fortunate, the gentleman replied. Tingshu regarded the Interpol officer with a peculiar expression. Isn't capturing the fairy hunters your mission? Can you truly afford to delay it because of an outsider? If my presence hinders your opportunity to apprehend them, the consequences could be dire. I wouldn't call it a mission. I am currently on vacation. My encounter with this group of hunters was entirely coincidental, the gentleman explained. Even if the consequences could be severe, they remain hypothetical. I cannot allow someone who may be in danger to face it alone. Tingshu found himself at a loss for words. The older man, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, touched Tingshu's heart slightly. If it comes to self-preservation, I believe I should be capable, Tingshu considered and stated. That is where you are mistaken, young man. Perhaps your fairy possesses considerable strength. But this is not a battle governed by rules. Poachers do not adhere to such conventions. Based on your earlier display of awareness, you would be considered a careless trainer, the gentleman remarked. Careless trainer, Tingshu pondered the phrase. Since he embarked on his journey, apart from the incident at Smoke Peak, he had indeed experienced smooth sailing, encountering little danger. But was he truly so negligent? Your sense of danger is severely lacking. Youngsters like you would not survive the early stages of our training, the gentleman stated earnestly. I understand now, Tingshu replied. The little dream fairy, observing Tingshu's chastisement, burst into laughter. You rascal, Tingshu retorted, feeling exasperated. Come with me. I will take you to Vale City. Upon closer inspection, Tingshu realized that this Interpol officer seemed to be a reliable individual. Are all international police officers so kind-hearted? Tingshu wondered, as the notion of such organizations felt distant to him. For a youth like him, the Pokémon League and the grand competitions were the foremost pursuits. You have not registered as a trainer with the Pokémon League, have you? Tingshu followed the gentleman, who posed the question. Indeed, my family circumstances are not favorable, Tingshu replied, offering little elaboration. A few minutes passed in silence before the gentleman spoke again. Keep your spirits up. I've heard some rumors that the League is preparing to relax the requirements for becoming a trainer once more. If you endure for a few more years, perhaps everything will improve. Without a trainer's credentials, one cannot benefit from the various privileges offered by the League's institutions. For trainers who travel extensively, it is akin to losing an arm, such is the inconvenience. Let us hope so, Tingshu nodded in agreement. Over the course of 4 years since his arrival, he has witnessed the transformation of his surroundings. In every aspect of life, from sustenance to attire, housing to transportation, progress has been made alongside advancements in technology. Eventually, the profession of a Pokémon trainer will also undergo its own evolution. Maintaining vigilance and constantly observing the environment are indispensable experiences for any trainer venturing into the world. Is it truly appropriate for your dream demon to follow you so closely? The gentleman inquired. Were it me, I would have it conceal itself, positioned at a distance to monitor the surroundings. Tianshu twitched the corner of his mouth, questioning the necessity of such caution. The gentleman nearly stumbled at this inquiry. You new generation of trainers, he exclaimed, rubbing his temples as if beset by a headache. So, were you once a trainer yourself? Tianshu asked. Indeed, in those times, a trainer without vigilance was perpetually surrounded by peril. Today's trainers, however, often grow up in a sheltered environment, left floundering when faced with danger. With a sigh, the gentleman seemed to acknowledge the influence of Tianshu's lack of a trainer's certificate, treating him with particular care and reminding him of various precautions necessary in the wild. The practical knowledge gained from an international police officer proved far more beneficial to Tianshu than what he had learned from books. Days later, the gentleman safely escorted Tianshu to the outskirts of Curtain City. As they parted ways, he prepared to investigate the hunters further. Even during his leave, he felt an irresistible urge to pursue those miscreants. Adjusting his hat, he advised Tianshu, remember the insights I shared. You may find them useful one day. Thank you. Sir, Tianshu replied sincerely. In the days spent with the gentleman, he had indeed felt the allure of his character. You are a commendable officer. I wish you success in your pursuit of the hunters. The gentleman smiled, turning away to return to the wilderness. Watching his figure fade, Tianshu felt a pang of melancholy. Wasn't he, that older man, rather admirable? He tapped his Pokeball, releasing 3 little companions who eagerly gathered around him, sharing their opinions. Curtain City lies to the north by the sea, with vessels connecting it directly to Chefing City. The rocky barriers surrounding the city create an austere atmosphere. Once the gentleman's silhouette had completely vanished, Tianshu set forth towards this renowned city of stone, hopeful for future reunions. Chapter 79. Return to Tanguan Mountain. The Curtain department store is situated in the heart of Curtain City, west of the Pokémon Center. This location serves as the primary shopping district for trainers within the city, with its 5 floors offering all manner of common items. Curtain City lacks the typical small Pokémon shops, as commerce is entirely monopolized by private enterprises. The merchandise at the Curtain department store is quite diverse yet distinctly categorized. Tingshu first ventured into the local specialties section, where he procured berries and fruits. These 2 varieties of produce are rather commonplace, offering only slight benefits to the little sprites, thus making them quite affordable at around 20 yuan each. With 4,000 yuan in hand, and having previously inquired about the price of a ticket to Cerulean City, an exact sum of 1,600 yuan, he realized that he had merely 2,400 yuan available for purchases. The acquisition of 30 berries and 30 fruits cost him a total of 1,200 yuan, a mere dessert for the green cotton bird for the upcoming month. Next, he explored the trainer's area, which featured an assortment of common potions and items, all priced around 200 yuan. Without lingering, Tingshu ascended to the third floor, where the area for teaching discs of special moves was located. He discovered a disc for a dazzling move, the most economical option available at 1,000 yuan. However, after careful consideration, he decided against the purchase. There was currently no demand for such a move within his team, and the academy also offered the opportunity to exchange for dazzling move discs, rendering a purchase here rather futile. Continuing his exploration, he encountered a selection of evolution stones for sale, yet these were deemed expensive and precious commodities that he felt no immediate need to consider. Subsequently, he spent 200 yuan on a Hippowdon brand wristwatch, intended for timing specific training sessions in the future. With the remaining 1,000 yuan, he planned to acquire some personal necessities not available at the academy, though he decided there was no rush, as these could wait until he reached Cerulean City. Despite having purchased berries and fruits, Tingshu felt confident that the academy would soon receive a fresh shipment of scarce resources, thus making it unnecessary to stockpile excessively. It was time to depart. Having gained experience from several boat journeys, Tingshu was becoming increasingly adept at selecting a vessel, purchasing tickets, and waiting patiently. As of today, he had been away from Tanguan Academy for 11 days, leaving him with 3 days ample enough to return. The current ship was not particularly large, accommodating roughly 20 passengers. The sea route from Curtain City to Cerulean City was known to be somewhat treacherous, yet there had been no incidents over the years. "Hold tight," called the crew, as the currents ahead grew brisk. One of the crew members, alongside a Mac Hoke, was assisting on deck. Suddenly, Tingshu was captivated by an exclamation. He was not alone, as many trainers were equally mesmerized by the spectacle of a flock of giant winged fish swimming alongside the ship. Dozens of these fish leapt gracefully across the water, leisurely gliding, while a few attached themselves to the fins, scavenging for remnants of food. However, the composed nature of the giant winged fish made them indifferent to the intruders. The trainers stared in awe at the spectacle of the soaring Wylord as it swam gracefully past them. Once it distanced itself from the vessels, it suddenly accelerated, leaping from the waves and gliding over 100 meters, effortlessly tossing off the remora that had clung to its side. "What a magnificent sight!" one trainer exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, how I regret not throwing a pokeball to capture one just now," lamented another, filled with disappointment. "Have you lost your mind? If you dare to throw a pokeball, we'll never be able to leave this ship." The encounter with the Wylord was but a minor interlude as the vessel continued its journey through the vast Cerulean Ocean towards Cerulean City. During this time, Tingshu contemplated his return to the academy. His Pokémon would soon enter an extended training phase, and the next opportunity for a break would not come until the long vacation at the end of the academic year. Upon arriving in Cerulean City, Tingshu purchased a few items before making his way towards Mount Tianguan. With 2 previous walking experiences, the correct route to the academy was firmly etched in his mind. There it was, the Absol still lingered. Passing by a hill, Tingshu spotted the white Pokémon once more. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before the Absol vanished from sight. After a long day of travel, Tingshu paused to rest his weary legs, finally catching sight of the grand stone monument that marked the entrance to the academy. The prominent inscription of Tanguan Academy appeared before him. Having been away for a while, he was now acutely aware of the academy's many advantages. Even the warmth of a home-cooked meal touched him deeply. In a month's time, he planned to allow his Swablu and others to experience the true essence of the academy. Although the specialized courses required considerable credits, they also provided opportunities to earn credits. With judicious management, he hoped to see significant progress in his Pokémon before the semester break. As he approached the walls, Tingshu quickened his pace, eager to rest upon the soft comforts of his bed. As a returning student, he was required to register his return. Fortunately, the familiar face of the rotund man who had once assigned him to his class handled the registration, allowing him to complete the process swiftly. To prevent any form of cheating, students must register their Pokémon during enrollment and undergo assessments. Each time a new Pokémon is captured, it must also be recorded within the academy to ensure fairness in the reward policies for students. Thus, the details of his newly captured Drazi would undoubtedly be added to Tingshu's student file. Teachers like Miss Tressa, Mr. Isa, and Mr. Fengsuan had only been away for half a month. Upon his return, Tingshu greeted them all before resuming his normal life at the academy. Under the dormitory, Tingshu once again encountered Larulus. This little creature, upon their meeting, began to demonstrate its teleportation skills, eager to showcase its progress. For the past half-month, it had diligently practiced this ability, taking Tingshu's advice to heart. A student from the nurturing class remarked to Tingshu, "Indeed, Larulus, you have been working very hard." Tingshu sighed inwardly. Larulus's inherent disadvantages would require it to invest significantly more time and effort to achieve comparable accomplishments. Alas, reality is devoid of absolute fairness. Keep it up, Larulus. If you manage to evolve into Cerulean, I shall present you with a gift, Tingshu said with a smile, gently ruffling Larulus's head. A gift? Is that what you intend, Tingshu? Xiaoze exclaimed in surprise. Do the other instructors not share this sentiment? Tingshu inquired. There has been talk of such a thing, but it is quite rare within the academy. Students must accumulate a considerable amount of credits to exchange for it. Moreover, whether Larulus can even evolve remains uncertain. Xiaoze's words were somewhat fragmented, yet Tingshu grasped the essence. I will find a way, Tingshu declared earnestly, observing Larulus's determined expression. Chapter 80. The Haunted House. If one were to identify the type of Pokémon that most trainers struggle to contend with, it would undoubtedly be the ghost and psychic types. The Haunted House is an establishment created by the Academy for students to hone their skills. Within its confines dwell Ghastly, Haunter, Jengar, as well as Dream Eater in its evolved forms, alongside various ghost-type Pokémon from both instructors and students. In stark contrast to the scarcity of ghost-type Pokémon in the outside world, the Haunted House serves as a veritable feast for these spirits. The purpose of the Haunted House is fourfold. Firstly, it serves to bolster trainers and Pokémon's courage, assessing their ability to remain calm in unexpected situations and overcome emotional turmoil. Secondly, it familiarizes students and their Pokémon with ghost types, allowing them to observe their behaviors up close. Thirdly, it fortifies the willpower of Pokémon. Illusions, a specialty of ghost types, can vary in strength. But if the trainers and Pokémon's resolve is sufficiently robust, these illusions can be rendered ineffective. Even if one inadvertently enters an illusion, a strong will can facilitate their escape. Lastly, the Haunted House creates grand illusions through the collaboration of multiple ghost-type Pokémon, simulating various environments and events for students to experience. These meticulously designed phantasmagorias are instrumental in fostering student growth. This is also referred to as a simulated trial, wherein students may request simulations of natural environments such as oceans, deserts, volcanoes, or even outer space. The environments crafted by the few ghost-type Pokémon skilled in illusion are remarkably lifelike, even down to the sensations of temperature and pain. Currently, no student nor their Pokémon has proven capable of breaking free from such advanced illusions. In the realm of illusions, one can experience the exhilarating battles with legendary sprites, gyms, the Elite Four, and even champions, despite potential variations in strength, are emulated by the Pokémon trained within the academy. These sprites diligently absorb battle footage of these esteemed figures, enabling the creation of simulated combat scenarios for the students. Such exercises are essential for honing courage and overcoming fear, serving as periodic assessments for both students and their Pokémon. The simulated trials require considerable effort from multiple ghost-type Pokémon to authentically generate such illusions. For students aspiring to challenge legendary Pokémon or engage in battles with elite trainers and champions, these illusions are indispensable, necessitating a significant number of credits for participation. After capturing the Dream Demon, Tingshu assured it of abundant fear to indulge in, a promise not to be taken lightly. Each student at Tanguan Academy must undergo specific trials within the Haunted House, and as they capture new Pokémon, they invariably come to experience the combat styles of ghost types within this eerie environment. The Haunted House serves as the ideal venue for the Dream Demon to seek fear, populated by numerous mischievous ghost-type Pokémon, ensuring it is never lonely. Once Tingshu completed his tasks, he reached out to the instructor responsible for the Haunted House, who tended to these ghostly sprites, requesting the inclusion of the Dream Demon. This male instructor, characterized by long purple hair, bore an ominous demeanor, likely a result of prolonged interaction with ghost-type Pokémon. "Is this the Dream Demon?" he rasped in inquiry. "Indeed, it is my newly captured companion," Tingshu replied. "If possible, I would like it to join the ranks of the Illusion Navigators. This little one shows considerable talent in illusions and possesses significant potential for growth." Gazing at the spirited Dream Demon, the instructor pondered for a moment. "It will require assessment. Let me first observe its illusionary prowess." "Come on, show your best trick," Tingshu encouraged. Upon hearing this, The dream demon expressed delight, eager to frighten once more. With a mischievous glance at the long-haired instructor, it circled him several times, its red orbs and eyes glowing brightly as it unleashed a peculiar beam of light. In an instant, the instructor closed his eyes, while the dream demon struck a victorious pose. However, mere seconds later, the instructor stretched lazily and remarked, "Not bad. Considering its age, there is ample room for improvement." With some time spent alongside the ghost-type Pokémon in the haunted house, it may experience significant growth and stand a chance of joining the Illusion Navigators. Is that all? Tingshu was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the astonished expression on the dream demon's face, and felt a pang of sympathy for it. It seems that illusions have had little effect on this teacher. Observing the defeated expression of the dream demon, Tingshu recalled the process in which both he and the cowboy uncle failed to even notice the shadow of the little dream demon and fell victim to a decisive move. Feeling quite embarrassed, as expected of a teacher from the academy who oversees the haunted house, their expertise in dealing with ghost-type sprites is indeed commendable. "How would you like to arrange your time?" the teacher inquired. Not only Tingshu, but many students possessing ghost-type sprites also hoped to have their sprites join the haunted house. If their sprites could put in the effort, they could become members of the Illusion Navigators, which would also grant the students regular academic credits. During the student trials, the dream demon must be present at all times. If not, it should return for one day each week, as I need to document its growth, Tingshu stated. This was the outcome he had negotiated with the dream demon. "That is not a problem," Teacher Zichangji replied. "My name is Mayu. Henceforth, you may address me as Teacher Mayu. From this moment on, you are effectively signing a contract with the haunted house. If your dream demon gains recognition and becomes a member of the Illusion Navigators, you will also receive a certain amount of academic credits." "Thank you, Teacher Mayu," Tingshu responded. "It is my duty. By the way, you are a student from the nurturing class, correct? It appears you have yet to visit the haunted house. Would you be interested in trying it this time for free?" Teacher Zichangji offered. Tingshu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied with a smile. Perhaps it is best to postpone that visit. Upon reflection, the existence of the haunted house does provide certain benefits for the students and their sprites. However, having just returned to Tanguan Academy, he currently lacked the enthusiasm to challenge the haunted house's formidable nature. Yet, if time permits in the future, it could serve as an opportunity to hone his courage and willpower. Do not be lazy. The time to showcase your abilities has arrived. It would be quite embarrassing if you cannot become a member of the Illusion Navigators, Tingshu instructed the dream demon. Chapter 81. Challenge of the Tower of Confusion. Aside from the haunted house, the academy is home to many similar venues. The Sunlight Room, which maintains a perpetual sunny state, allows grass-type sprites to practice their moves and quickly regain their stamina. If Tingshu were to let the hunting butterfly stay inside for a day, mastering the sunny blaze would be effortless. The gravity chamber, manipulated by several northward beasts, allows for the adjustment of gravity within, proving highly effective for training specific sprites. However, the energy consumed by the northward beasts when executing their ultimate moves is considerable, and activating the chamber requires a substantial amount of credits, making it a sanctuary for fighting-type sprites. The large electric room continuously replenishes energy for electric-type sprites. In addition to these, there are various facilities tailored for different elemental sprites, all capable of rapidly enhancing the strength of the student's sprites. Although the credits required are expensive, diligent students can certainly earn them from the academy. Daily assessments, promotion examinations, rankings, experience evaluations, tasks. In addition, the academy boasts several unique avenues for earning credit rewards. It can be asserted that as long as the students exert themselves diligently, even if not all credits are acquired, a 4-year period devoted to perfecting a team and enriching oneself is certainly sufficient. However, the majority of those who gain admission to the prestigious Tanguan Academy are children of affluent families, and few are willing to endure the hardships involved. Even when financial resources are available to procure advantages, they are often reluctant to strive for success through personal effort. Little do they realize that the true essence of growth for both the Pokémon and their trainers is most profoundly manifested in this arduous journey. Thus, cultivating a few formidable trainers from the Academy's rich heritage poses no insurmountable challenge. The crux lies in the trainers lacking the requisite mindset and dedication, rendering substantial growth exceedingly difficult. This explains why not a single student from the entire Academy stands as a worthy opponent to the illustrious Cynthia. In recent years, there has been an increase in students like Tingshu, who hail from less privileged backgrounds. Many of them are earnest, diligent, and ambitious trainers or children with dreams and tenacity, discovered through the careful observations of the Academy's external instructors. For these students, the Academy has adopted a lenient policy. If even one of them can ascend to the level of a champion in their respective region, the investment will be deemed worthwhile. What the Academy lacks is not financial resources, but rather talent and corresponding renown. After arranging matters with his dream demon, Tingshu commenced the concluding phase of a month-long reaction training regimen focused on hunting Butterfree and Swablu. This also served as a means of providing care for his Ralts. Having practiced teleportation solo for half a month, Tingshu needed to assess Ralt's progress in a practical setting. 8 steel balls were relentlessly launched at Swablu, which primarily relied on its swift state and cotton defense to evade. Meanwhile, Butterfree continued to refine its mastery over the wind currents during training. For Ralts, the steel ball training presented the most significant challenge. If Tingshu commanded the North Nose to cease simultaneous attacks, Ralt's teleportation efficacy would diminish substantially. Consequently, while evading the steel balls, Ralt had to strategize independently, identifying the most suitable landing spots, calculating timing, and striving to maximize the effectiveness of its teleportation ability. Tingshu's task involved documenting these Pokémon's growth in a notebook, laying the groundwork for future training endeavors. 1 month later, as Tingshu gazed at the remaining 498 credits, he felt compelled to take action. Reviewing the growth data of Butterfree, Swablu, and Ralts, after another month of self-training, he prepared to embark on some practical tasks. Given the current states of Butterfree and Swablu, the progress of North Nose was lagging behind. Thus, the steel ball training was deemed complete. During this period, both Butterfree and Swablu had acquired exceptional evasion techniques, alongside improvements in endurance and damage resilience. To Tingshu's astonishment, it was Ralts who, despite possessing only the ability to teleport, displayed an effort that rivaled that of hunting Butterfree, even exerting itself with great determination. Unfortunately, apart from its enhanced teleportation skills, Ralts exhibited no further evolution. Tingshu wished for the little sprites to engage in practical combat, apart from certain special tasks. The Academy offered 3 excellent options. First, the Student Battle Zone. Second, the Tower of Confusion. Third, the Tower of Despair. Considering the condition of the Swablu, Tingshu opted for the Tower of Confusion. Students are granted a free opportunity to challenge the Tower of Confusion once every 6 months. And with the inclusion of a free slot for new students, Tingshu had 1 chance to challenge. If the free opportunity were unavailable, students could still challenge by spending academic credits. In comparison to the bureaucratic Student Battle Zone and the formidable Tower of Despair, the Tower of Confusion was more suitable for the current Swablu and Butterfree. As for Dream Eater, it was currently frolicking with the spirits of the haunted house, living quite comfortably, while Tingshu adopted a laissez-faire approach. The Tower of Confusion was established with considerable effort from the Academy, serving the purpose of aiding trainers and students in confronting and challenging themselves, as well as discovering their strengths and advantages. The Tower of Confusion was guarded by Ditto, and theoretically, its levels were limitless. Students frequently challenged the tower, yet it was often overwhelmed due to the presence of dozens of Dittos, each having honed their combat instincts through countless battles. The interior of the tower was equipped with numerous cameras to comprehensively document the challenger's experiences. Challenger? A robust voice resonated behind Tingshu. It belonged to a wiry old man. I am the head of the Tower of Confusion, and all challenges must be registered with me. It seems you are a new student here for your first challenge? Yes, a new student, Tingshu replied. Goodness, this new batch of students seems quite promising. I hope you can surprise this old man by conquering the first level, the man said with a shake of his head. The first level? Tingshu exclaimed. Isn't that merely a battle against a single Ditto? It sounds quite simple. Yet, despite this simplicity, history had shown that very few newcomers managed to triumph in their initial attempt at the first level. These trainers often lacked a proper understanding of their own Pokémon, recklessly embarking on challenges, especially when faced with a Ditto that transformed into a Pokémon they believed they understood. Many would, through carelessness, ultimately face defeat. Considering you are a newcomer, I will offer you this advice. Unless you are fully prepared, it would be wise to return another time. No, I am determined to challenge it, Tingshu asserted. Chapter 82. Entering the tower subsequently, Tingshu followed the head of the Tower of Confusion to register. He was eligible for a free challenge, as indicated on his student card. My name is Lu Chong, a retired old fellow, the man introduced himself. Unlike the earlier monotony, as Tingshu walked a few steps alongside the elderly teacher, he perceived the latter's true nature beginning to emerge. To succeed in the first tier is commendable. To advance to the second tier indicates a student of notable distinction. However, only the top few graduates can leave their mark on the fourth tier, though the number of layers in the Tower of Confusion is limitless. The best achievement among the current students of the Academy is merely to endure for a while on the 4th tier. Wait a moment. Are you a student from the nurturing class? Upon casually glancing at Tingshu's information during the registration, teacher Lu Cheng paused momentarily. What business does a nurturing class student have in the Tower of Confusion? Unlike trainers from the battle class, nurturing practitioners are generally perceived as lacking in combat proficiency, as their time is predominantly consumed by theoretical studies. Most challengers in the tower are trainers or coordinators, and few nurturing practitioners possess practical combat experience. Tingshu had little to say, but he repeatedly expressed his determination. Not bad, not bad. You remind me of my younger self. Have you seen this record? 2 minutes and 9 seconds on the 4th tier. That was my personal best. Impressive, isn't it? And this one, that's also my achievement. Tingshu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Look closely at this year's incoming students. Even to engage in a fierce battle at the 1st tier is a rare feat for a newcomer. If you can surpass their results, I would be more than willing to offer you some guidance as a senior. Back in my day, my Corviknight and my Psychic-type Golem were the nightmares of every student. So many female students were enamored with me. How time flies. I intend to have my Swablu take on the challenge. Please register me, Tingshu stated. Why the rush? You young folks are always so impatient. Teacher Lu Cheng rebuked Tingshu, clearly displeased. This leaderboard records the achievements of recent students. If you can etch your name upon it, you will receive a portion of academic credits as a reward. However, do not hold your breath. Only students from the graduating class can claim a spot there. You are still a bit early for that. Furthermore, with each layer you pass, you can earn additional academic credits. Your immediate focus should be on successfully challenging the 1st tier. Is anyone there? Just as teacher Lu Cheng was imparting his wisdom to Tingshu, a voice from outside brought him a sense of relief. Who is it? Wait a moment. Aren't you that curly-haired kid who came by last time? Teacher Lu Cheng squinted out, pondering for a moment before expressing his surprise. I recall you challenged just a month ago, didn't you? Don't call me curly-haired. My name is Yongluan. The boy with curly hair exclaimed angrily. I've gathered 50 academic credits and wish to challenge again. What a waste, kid. That's the equivalent of a badge's worth of credits. Teacher Lu Cheng regarded him as if he were a fool. Stop rambling. I want a challenge. If I can just pass the 1st tier, my credits will double. You truly baffle me. The last time you barely lasted 3 minutes. So how could this be so easily accomplished? Sighed teacher Lu Cheng with resignation. In that case, you two should work together. At that moment, Yongluan also noticed Tingshu. Unlike his previous demeanor, he placed a courteous hand on his chest and said, Hello. I am a new student in this year's speed combat class. My name is Yongluan. Hello. I am a new student in the cultivation class. My name is Tingshu. Tingshu replied. Cultivation class? You are a cultivator? Yongluan exclaimed in surprise. Wait a moment. Tingshu, this is your first time challenging the Tower of Confusion, isn't it? Come here for a moment. Let me share something with you. After completing the challenge, make sure to leave immediately, or teacher Lu Cheng will undoubtedly regale you with tales of his glorious youth. Take it from me, based on painful experience, do not listen to his stories. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared for an entire afternoon, especially since this old bachelor loves to boast about his youthful romances with female students. Tingshu raised an eyebrow, finding the matter rather serious. He despised loquacious individuals. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious. What are you two whispering about? Teacher Lu Cheng inquired suspiciously while registering information. Nothing, the two replied in unison, gazing blankly at the ceiling. The Tower of Confusion reopens with new challengers, and the ever-changing guardian will take its place. Teacher Lu Cheng, holding a laptop connected to the tower's status, instructed Tingshu and Yongluan that they could proceed. With a calm demeanor, Tingshu walked toward the tower, holding the Pokeball containing his Katani, while Yongluan appeared considerably more anxious. Tingshu, be careful. The battle style of the Ditto may differ from our Pokémon. Understood, you must do your best as well. Currently, the best record among the Academy's students in the Tower of Confusion is reaching the 4th level while enduring the attacks of 4 Dittos for a while. In contrast, overcoming the 1st level and defeating a single Ditto is not overly challenging for experienced trainers. It can be said that the 1st level is the foundation. If a trainer possesses all 8 gym badges, they should have no reason not to pass. However, beginning from the 2nd level, facing the attacks of 2 Dittos simultaneously significantly increases the pressure, and this pattern continues. 3 Dittos on the 3rd level, 4 on the 4th. In recent years, no student has managed to challenge the 5th level within the Academy's 4-year program. The higher the challenge, the less effective brute force becomes. One must consider tactical choices and utilize the strengths of their Pokémon. Although Dittos can alter their cellular composition to replicate the cellular structure of anything they observe, thereby transforming into any form. Even employing their opponent's signature moves, they cannot completely replicate the unique traits of every Pokémon. The Tower of Confusion truly reflects the Academy's earnest intentions. What a remarkable creation! Observing the anxious yet resolute Yulong beside him, who was simultaneously displaying a hint of panic, Tingshu felt a sense of silence envelop him. The first floor of the maze tower housed numerous interconnected rooms, serving as the dwelling for the ever-changing Pokémon. Tingshu recalled the esteemed reputation of Tanguan Academy, which indeed lived up to its illustrious legacy. It was rightfully regarded as a sanctuary for trainers during the era when the Pokémon League had yet to solidify its dominance a century ago. Even in its current decline, it was evident that the heritage of this place far surpassed that of any single gym. It was simply unfathomable that a third-year graduate could still fall short against the likes of Sharona. No wonder Tanguan Academy's fame was not as pronounced. When compared to the true elite of a region, even with a rich legacy, there remained certain facets where they were lacking. How far could I ascend? Chapter 83. Balance and Beginnings. As Tingshu and Yulong stepped onto the first floor of the maze tower, Teacher Luqing finally began to scrutinize the screen of his notebook with earnest attention. Yulong, a new student, currently had a record of 1 challenge, having been defeated in 2 minutes and 51 seconds on the first floor. Tingshu, a new student, held no record as of yet. Was it still the Dark Corviknight? Teacher Luqing maintained all video footage concerning the maze tower, and with a slight inquiry, he unearthed the record of Yulong's previous challenge. A month prior, in the speed combat class, Yulong had faced defeat in the first floor of the maze tower, utilizing a Dark Corviknight. Now, a month later, he was again challenging with the same Pokémon. Last time, a miscommand had led to his downfall. One could only hope for improvement this time. As for Tingshu, a student from the cultivation class, the Swablu seemed to be a small Pokémon native to the Hoenn region. Teacher Luqing was tasked with overseeing the maze tower and caring for the Ditto, naturally bearing the responsibility of witnessing the student's growth. Should any student exhibit extraordinary performance, the video material would need to be further submitted to the higher echelons of the Academy. Meanwhile, Yulong faced the Ditto transformed into a Dark Corviknight, taking a deep breath. Let us go. Although it appears identical to the Dark Corviknight and possesses the same signature moves, there must be some distinction. Moreover, I will be at the helm this time. I cannot afford any mistakes. I must conquer the first floor. On the other side, Tingshu confronted the guardian of the floor, a soft, pale purple Pokémon resembling a blob, the Ditto. I look forward to your guidance. Tingshu sent forth his Swablu, whose extensive training had long prepared it for this battle. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the Swablu, the Ditto transformed into its likeness, and visually, the two were nearly indistinguishable. The Swablu seemed intrigued by this transformation, gazing at its counterpart with a spark of competitive spirit ignited within. Watching the countdown on the backdrop of the room, and recalling Teacher Liuqing's prior admonitions, Tingshu knew that the challenge would officially commence once the timer struck 0. As the value precisely hit 0, Tingshu called out his command, Dragon Pulse. For a long time, Sulching believed that breeders were not adept at battling. Having lived for the better part of his life, he encountered numerous breeders who excelled at grooming Pokémon, managing their fatigue and injuries, or preparing their meals. However, few managed to master both breeding and battling. If memory serves, there was a trainer named Cynthia, who was reportedly a mid-level breeder. At this moment, almost everyone at the Sky Crown Academy was familiar with Cynthia, and opinions about this trainer who had trampled the Academy's dignity were mixed. On one hand, there was the bitterness of defeat, and on the other, admiration for her talent. Initially, Sulching harbored no expectations for Tingshu's battle, considering he was merely 10 years old. Most students had only just begun their journey with Pokémon, and defeating a seasoned opponent like Ditto would require considerable effort. Yet, Tingshu's appearance shattered Sulching's long-held perceptions from years of guarding the tower. A trainer? No, that was not quite right. Sulching realized that while Tingshu's battling style was somewhat unrefined, it certainly did not resemble that of a novice. It seemed more a lack of experience than a deficiency in skill. Tingshu's combat style was not typical of a freshman in the breeding class. His rhythmic command and the synergy with his Swablu resembled that of longtime partners facing challenges together. This was indicative of a battler from the coordination class. Sulching was taken aback and wondered if breeders and coordinators were indeed trying to dabble in both realms. Was it ambition or a profound confidence in oneself? Ultimately, a person's energy is limited. Even a singular breeder would seek a path suited to them. It was even more challenging to balance breeding, coordination, and battling. From Tingshu, Sulching unexpectedly glimpsed the shadow of Cynthia. Little did he know that 4 years ago, at the tender age of 6, Tingshu had already begun to carve out his own path, equipped with a mindset shaped by an age of information explosion far beyond that of his peers. This was Tingshu's greatest advantage. His head start would allow him ample time to refine his journey. As time progressed within the perplexing tower, Yonglun displayed a look of delight, realizing that understanding his Pokémon brought victory within reach. Noticing Yonglun advance past the first level, Sulching shifted his focus and opened the staircase to the second level. Meanwhile, Tingshu caught Sulching's attention. He felt a strange impression that Tingshu and Swablu could easily overcome their opponent, but chose not to, seemingly savoring the battle. Is the warm-up over? Tingshu inquired. In the next moment, a blue-violet flame erupted from Swablu, unleashing the Dragon Dive move. On the opposite side, the versatile Pokémon, Ditto, transformed into a Swablu. Executed the Dragon Dive. Sulching, observing the unfolding scene, was momentarily stunned. The anticipated clash of two formidable moves was unexpectedly evaded by the genuine Swablu with a deft sidestep. Propelled by immense inertia, Ditto collided headfirst into the hard wall, accompanied by the force of the Dragon Dive. Gazing at the Swablu, which had forcibly halted its movement, Sulching expressed astonishment. The Swablu's ability to control its move had successfully lured its opponent into a state of incapacitation. Indeed, this particular Swablu exhibited remarkable control over its techniques. As Ditto crashed into the wall, it was left dazed, momentarily regaining its original form. With a crack, as the Swablu returned to its trainer's side, a door swung open, revealing the staircase leading to the second level. Tingshu had never anticipated failure, despite Ditto's extensive battle experience. It could only instinctively mimic the Swablu's moves, lacking the extensive practice that the Swablu had devoted to mastering its techniques. Consequently, Ditto, which could only temporarily simulate a move, was at a distinct disadvantage. By seizing upon even a slight advantage inherent to its own Pokémon and amplifying it, the first level posed no significant challenge. However, the second level presented the daunting task of facing two Dittos simultaneously. Compared to the first level, the pressure in the second level intensified dramatically. Tingshu was not one to surrender easily. Providing the Swablu with real combat experience was a rare opportunity, especially against a fellow trainer. Such encounters were invaluable for growth. You can do it. Let us cheer for Swablu. Tingshu encouraged as he began his ascent to the second level. The Swablu's current advantages lay solely in its time-invested evasive techniques and manipulation of certain moves. Its proud dragon-type abilities paled in comparison to Ditto's flawless imitation. With only these two advantages, whether Tingshu could lead the Swablu to success in the second level remained an uncertainty. Chapter 84, stalled at the third level 1 minute. You've made significant progress, Sulching remarked as he watched Yonglun skillfully evade two Dark Ravens. In just a month, not only had he conquered the first level, but he also managed to endure for a minute in the second level, indicating that he had gleaned some insights. Yet ultimately, Yonglun's own Dark Raven could not overcome its adversary's strength, succumbing to defeat amidst the relentless skirmishes. Nevertheless, this performance was commendable among the newcomers. Fantastic! I made it through the first level, Yonglun exclaimed excitedly as he emerged from the Mystic Tower, feeling invigorated. The reward for completing the first level was 100 credits. Next, if he could conquer the second level, that would earn him 200 credits and 400 credits for the third level. Each time he surpassed a previous record, there were additional credits to be gained. He aspired to challenge the second level before advancing to the intermediate class. As Yonglun basked in a moment of joy, he suddenly noticed teacher Lu Cheng gazing at him with a broad smile, causing him to shudder. I've passed the first level. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Realizing he had spoken unwisely, he hastily called out and fled, knowing well that his earned credits would not be diminished. Observing this, teacher Lu Cheng's smile faded, and he turned his focus back to Tingshu, contemplating his performance. It was essential to communicate with him later, to ascertain whether he possessed a definitive choice between the paths of a nurturing trainer and a cultivator. In the second layer of the maze of confusion, the Qianyan bird found itself in a fierce battle. Under the relentless assault of two Ditto, it had already dispatched one opponent. Yet this singular victory had depleted all its trump cards. Now, facing another Ditto, the Qianyan bird's disadvantages became starkly apparent. Its stamina waned. Tingshu observed the Qianyan bird's struggles, realizing it was merely a step away from passing the second level. That step hinged on the strategic use and accumulation of stamina. For a Qianyan bird that had been born less than a year ago, stamina was one of its primary weaknesses. With sufficient energy, its skills might have enabled it to conquer the second level. Shaking his head, Tingshu concluded that this was the end of the road for now. The Qianyan bird's journey from the first level to this point had already been commendable. In the next challenge, the Qianyan bird could commence directly from the second level. where it would likely find the experience less arduous. The second layer was predominantly traversed by the main cohort of students who had undergone a year of study, while passing the third layer was typically reserved for the elite among the Academy's advanced classes. Tingshu was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Any chance of victory rested on the premise of a relatively balanced competition, achieved through dazzling techniques. In a genuine battle, even a casual student from an advanced class would pose a formidable challenge for him. The Pokémon in their possession, aside from promising novice creatures, often included fully evolved teams. It would be premature for Tingshu to challenge a Butterfree with just his Chinian bird. Yet, there was no need for concern. Time was on his side. Aspiring to reach the top 3 in the league conference within less than a year seemed an unrealistic ambition, if not backed by sheer luck. A smile graced Tingshu's lips. "You've managed to figure it out," Teacher Lu Cheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Tingshu. This fellow not only breezed through the first level, but also defeated one opponent in the second level, managing to hold his ground against another Ditto for nearly 5 minutes. I must persuade him to devote his focus entirely to becoming a trainer. Resolute in his decision, Teacher Lu Cheng believed that attempting to balance both paths would only hinder Tingshu's development. Returning his gaze to Teacher Lu Cheng, Tingshu, despite having received young Luan's advice, did not leave immediately. Teacher Lu Cheng looked at him, bewildered. "I am determined to challenge the Tower of Confusion once more. This time with my hunting Butterfree. It requires 50 credits, and considering the initial reward of 100 credits for the first level, I should also earn an additional 50 credits. Should I successfully navigate the second level, a reward of 250 credits awaits." Ignoring Teacher Lu Cheng's expression of disbelief, Tingshu mused to himself. "Wait a moment. Isn't the blue sky bird your initial Pokémon?" Teacher Lu Cheng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The synergy between Tingshu and the blue sky bird was evidently at a highly harmonious level. It was hard to believe that the blue sky bird was not the novice Pokémon that had shared countless days with Tingshu. "No. The hunting Butterfree is indeed my first Pokémon," Tingshu replied matter-of-factly. Teacher Lu Cheng clarified, "The rewards in the Tower of Confusion are determined by the trainee's information, not by the number of times a Pokémon has cleared the levels. Once the blue sky bird has passed the first level, even if the hunting Butterfree clears it again, it will not yield additional credits. However, if a trainee wishes to challenge with a new Pokémon, they must start anew from the first level. Thus, it was customary for normal trainees to utilize their strongest Pokémon for such challenges, making Tingshu's unconventional approach quite rare. "Have you registered? I'm going in now," he announced. The blue sky bird sustained no injuries in the previous battle, merely expending some energy. Saying his farewells, Tingshu readied the Pokeball for hunting Butterfree and, amidst Teacher Lu Cheng's astonished gaze, commenced a new round in the Tower of Confusion. 15 minutes later, Tingshu dashed away under the scrutinizing eyes of Teacher Lu Cheng, akin to a monster. Challenge completed. He recalled Yong Luan's advice and made a hasty exit. The hunting Butterfree, with its extensive experience, performed significantly better than the blue sky bird, exhibiting an exceptional sense of airflow that mere transformations could not replicate. This was a skill honed through prolonged practice and refinement. Thus, leveraging this advantage, the hunting Butterfree navigated effortlessly through the first and second levels, sustaining itself for over 3 minutes in the third level. For the foreseeable future, it seemed he would have little interaction with the Tower of Confusion. Elated, Tingshu fled with the blue sky bird and the hunting Butterfree, securing a reward of 250 credits, reaching his limit at the Tower of Confusion. He now possessed a total of 700 credits. At the Sunlight House, an environment simulated by several Pokémon adept in the sunny day technique maintained a perpetual sunny state, where numerous trainees had placed their grass-type Pokémon. The cost was 5 credits for 1 hour. Over the course of a day, this amounted to an astounding 120 credits. However, due to the immense benefits this place provided for the growth of grass-type Pokémon, it was perpetually frequented by trainees eager to nurture their Pokémon, necessitating a consistently high-frequency sunny condition. Consequently, this led to a significant drain on the Pokémon responsible for maintaining the sunny day effect. Chapter 85, Untitled for 8 hours. Tingshu reserved time in the Sunlight Room, accumulating a total of 40 credits, with the intention of allowing the hunting Butterfree to complete the final step of Sunlight Flame. The hunting Butterfree had mastered all the techniques associated with Sunlight Flame. However, due to its species, it lacked the affinity for sunlight that grass-type fairies possessed. The training had progressed significantly, and Tingshu decided against further time accumulation for the hunting Butterfree, as there were many other training aspects to consider, making Sunlight Flame a secondary priority. Within the Sunlight Room, grass-type fairies possessed the ability of photosynthesis, allowing them to recuperate effectively even under extreme training conditions. In an environment that consistently maintained a sunny disposition. Though the hunting butterfree was not a grass type, its morning sun technique had been perfected. And under the intense concentration of sunlight, it could swiftly harness this energy to recover stamina, allowing for unlimited practice of this technique. Tingshu aimed to maximize the efficiency of practicing sunlight flame within the 8 hours of sunlight. Meanwhile, after sending the hunting butterfree into the sunlight room, Tingshu proceeded towards the dormitory. He retrieved his laptop, where he recorded the important plans for the next stage. 1. Teach the cotton bird to mimic speech and engage in physical training. 2. Study. 3. Evolve the nose pass into a probopass. 4. Evolve the ralts into a curlia. The first and second tasks could be undertaken concurrently. The primary reason the cotton bird had not yet learned to mimic speech was its still maturing memory capacity. Now, he planned to purchase a month's supply of berries and fruits as a dessert after meals, while ensuring that the main meals included brain-nourishing foods such as milk from large milk cans and fairy food made from legumes, supplemented with fish and meat daily. Tingshu felt somewhat uncertain about the intermediate breeder assessment, so he recognized the necessity for continued study, as the vast repository of knowledge at the academy awaited his exploration. The study hours needed to be interspersed with intervals of training the fairy Pokémon. Regarding the request from the overweight student Agia to evolve the nosepass into a probopass, Tingshu estimated that there were still over 3 months remaining, and he felt confident that he could fulfill this task perfectly in due time, had he not been frugal with the food for the nosepass. Providing only the inexpensive magnets commonly found on Tian Crown Mountain, their evolution might have progressed even more swiftly. Nevertheless, the credits for this task only permitted him to offer food of that particular quality, as there was ample time of 5 months, alleviating any urgency. Concerning the unexpected arrival of the Ralts in their training regimen, Tingshu felt a sense of peculiar sentiment. The Ralts' unwillingness to be underestimated and its diligent practice resonated with him, evoking memories of his own childhood. Due to his status as an orphan, he found himself the target of ridicule from the mischievous children around him, a predicament that was unavoidable. In an effort to disguise his solitude, he immersed himself in various pursuits, striving to prove his worth through relentless endeavor. This mischievous little dream demon, a Pokémon known as a Shuppet, reflected his own shadow. On a weekend, he brought home this playful creature. Within the haunted house, the dream demon appeared to thrive, leading to a rather discerning selection of the treats prepared by him, seemingly favoring only those that evoked feelings of fear. Despite his efforts, the snacks he meticulously curated were devoured with disdain. Feigning sternness, he placed the carefully prepared food before it. Though it seemed that this ghostly sprite had little appreciation for the delicacies that were adored by others of its kind. The little dream demon regarded the offerings with an air of disdain, its gaze wandering. He sighed, wishing that the creature exhibited even half the obedience of a butterfree or a Pidgey. If you are disinclined to eat, then show me what you have achieved this past week, he said. As if anticipating this command, the dream demon excitedly took flight, swiftly coalescing a purple energy sphere at the end of its red bead chain. Is that all? He pressed, emphasizing the singularity of its creation. The dream demon blinked in confusion. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you master the shadow ball technique a fortnight ago? Have you been diligently working on the training task I assigned? He groaned, cradling his head in exasperation. In the delightful chaos of the haunted house, the dream demon had indeed showcased a promising talent, learning the shadow ball technique amidst its playful antics. Following that, he had tasked it with mastering energy control, aiming to reduce the energy output of the shadow ball, allowing it to swiftly conjure multiple spheres. In comparison to the training of the Butterfree and Pidgey, he had been remarkably lenient with the newly arrived Dream Demon. The energy control training was not particularly demanding. With dedication, nearly any Pokémon could become proficient. Yet, the Dream Demon's mischievous nature and penchant for idleness seemed to have been underestimated. In essence, this past week had yielded little more than a slight increase in the speed of its shadow ball formation. He and the Dream Demon locked eyes, its innocent crimson orbs reflecting an air of mischief. Suddenly, the Dream Demon fled with a soft whimper, inciting a fit of frustration from him as he clenched his teeth and gave chase, resulting in a chaotic scene. During the pursuit, he caught sight of Miss Teresa, who was tending to her flowers. He managed a smile to mask his embarrassment before diligently searching for the Dream Demon alongside his Butterfree. Larvitar, lend me a hand. This was evidently not the first occurrence of such a chase. He had already discovered the Dream Demon's Achilles heel by allowing Larvitar to sense the surrounding emotions. The Dream Demon's unique aura, akin to a bulb in the night, would be inescapable to Larvitar's perception. He stealthily approached, and with a swift flick of its wings, Butterfree summoned a flurry of cottony feathers to ensnare the dream demon. At that moment, he quickly retrieved a great ball, capturing the mischievous creature back into its confines. The innocent red eyes of the dream demon met once more with Tingshu's gaze. With a deep sigh, Tingshu reflected on this weekend, where he and the Chimyan bird practiced the art of vocalization, striving to replicate the flow of energy within themselves through sound. The little dream demon nodded obediently, though Tingshu could not ascertain if it truly comprehended the lesson. Not only the dream demon, but also the hunting butterfly needed to learn vocal techniques from the Chimyan bird, as this would aid in grasping other auditory skills. Furthermore, the Chimyan bird had an additional task, to assist in learning the parrot mimicry technique by watching battle videos of trainers alongside Tingshu. Whether it was the Lily of the Valley Conference or another event, Tingshu aimed to instill in the Chimyan bird a variety of concepts and impressions of different techniques. As they watched these videos, Tingshu felt a surge of passion. The battles between formal trainers exuded an ineffable fervor, igniting a spirited feeling within him. Unlike the meticulously coordinated clashes of coordinators, these were direct confrontations of distinct techniques. And the dynamic commands of trainers stirred both Tingshu and the Chimyan bird with excitement at the thrilling moments displayed. Chapter 86. The Lake of the North. Training, Learning, and Exertion. The regimented life of the academy, confined to a monotonous routine, persisted for over a month. Academy training? Initially, Tingshu had resisted such activities. Yet this time he found himself compelled to participate. The northern Pokémon had reached a critical point of evolution, necessitating a search for areas with stronger magnetic responses to stimulate their transformation. This endeavor required Tingshu to venture beyond the great walls of the Tanguan Academy. Given his previous experience in seeking permission to leave, he doubted his chances of success this time. Students were prohibited from going out alone, leading him to reluctantly consider participating in a team-based academy expedition instead. Such excursions typically involved senior students leading the way. In their absence, teachers would guide younger students in exploring Tanguan Mountain. In a corridor by a lakeside at Tanguan Academy, an elderly-looking youth expressed his thoughts aloud. I never expected that 2 students from the cultivation class would join this expedition. We'll need to take good care of them. Who will take care of whom is still uncertain, remarked a striking female student with a dismissive pout. Haha, so it's just the 4 of us now. The remaining 3 are rather slow, said a student with spiky hair. There are still 10 minutes until the designated time, noted a more composed student. As the 4 conversed, a green-haired student approached slowly, causing them to pause in surprise. Misanji, he too has accepted an expedition task. Misanji, a graduate student from the Hoenn region, stood amongst them. While Tanguan Academy was established on the Sinnoh's Tanguan Mountain, most students hailed from Sinnoh. There were also a few from Hoenn, Unova, and even further afield. Misanji possesses a rather unique academic journey at Tanguan Academy. Despite having a complete team at his disposal, he seldom deploys any Pokémon other than his beloved Lizard King to address challenges, whether it be promotion examinations or battles. His fondness for Lizard King is profound, leading to a notable impression of him among the peers over time. Is everyone here? At that moment, a girl with short orange hair approached, surveying the group. We're still waiting for one more. Upon noticing the girl, the elegantly dressed student immediately approached her with enthusiasm. I am Yoko from the battle class. You must be Aiching from the cultivation class, right? Yes. Aichung, the cultivation class student, nodded subtly, offering no further remarks. Yoko smiled gently. The few students in the cultivation class were easily recognizable, and she was somewhat familiar with Aiching's character. Hey, look. The last person has arrived, exclaimed a student with spiky hair, beaming with joy as the group was now complete and ready to set off. Tingshu arrived last, holding all of his Pokémon, prepared to take on the challenges of Tanguan Mountain. Why is it him? Aiching from the cultivation class scrutinized him, instinctively voicing her thoughts. Isn't he also a student from the cultivation class? Is there an issue? Yoko inquired, puzzled. None at all. Aiching averted her gaze, unfamiliar with this new student who had transferred but had not attended a single class since his arrival. Everyone is here, Tingshu announced, glancing at his watch. Since there was no delay, he felt no guilt for being the last to arrive. Tanguan Academy is not large, and it is common to encounter familiar faces among the 7 students gathered. This training exercise is led by 2 graduating class students, accompanied by 1 from the advanced class, 2 from the intermediate class, and 2 from the cultivation class. There may be some who do not know me, the composed leader, Jinping, began. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jinping, and I will be your leader and recorder for this endeavor. He then produced an item resembling a Pokédex, explaining. This device will meticulously document our performance. If you wish to earn credit rewards, strive to showcase your abilities. Our destination is the northernmost corner of Tian Crown Mountain, known as North Lake. North Lake. Each participant was well aware of the training destination, and Tingshu had conducted his own research. Among the students, it was more commonly referred to as the Lake of Gyarados, a body of water claimed by the formidable Gyarados. The task for this training was to engage in battles with the Gyarados. The journey, spanning several days, would also contribute to the training experience. Following the introductions, each student began to familiarize themselves with one another. The leader for this training is Jinping from the graduating class. As the vice team leader, Mi Sanji led a group of students, including the nurturing class student Tingshu, the orange-haired A Chung, the mature youth Chung Si from the advanced class, the intermediate class student Yuzi, and the budding talent Tuamu. It was said that there existed a formidable king of the Gyarados in the northern lake, and many students had fallen victim to its might. Yuzi, embarking on her first expedition to the northern lake, inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Fear not. It is my adversary. You need only contend with the ordinary Gyarados," Jinping assured. "It is my adversary," Mi Sanji echoed, momentarily taken aback as he turned to Jinping. As fellow graduates, Jinping and Mi Sanji were well acquainted, if not quite familiar. "You always do this," he muttered, scratching his head in resignation, seemingly at a loss with Mi Sanji's bravado. "Do not overestimate yourself. The graduation assessment is imminent. Should you fail to perform adequately, it may mar your final evaluations," Jinping cautioned. Mi Sanji fell silent. Meanwhile, Tingshu weighed his backpack, making a final mental check. Medications, provisions, emergency supplies, everything should be in order. They briefly allocated tasks, setting small objectives. As the team leader and senior, Jinping shared numerous points of caution, and after receiving affirmation from all, they finally set off. Once outside the walls of Tanguan Academy, Tingshu reminisced about his first encounter with training, which had occurred shortly after he arrived at the academy, coinciding with a group of students venturing out. Joining others for an expedition was a novel experience for Tingshu. He merely hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Participating in this endeavor to the northern lake was secondary. The primary goal was to locate areas with strong magnetic fields along the route, enabling the north-nosed creatures to evolve during their outing. Chapter 87. Daily life. The Academy's athletic attire was essential for excursions, adaptable to various environments, made of durable and elastic materials that offered protection against water, fire, and electricity, all while providing exceptional comfort. On a small path north of Tianguan Mountain, a group dressed in blue athletic were gathered by a rock, fiddling with cooking utensils and ingredients. "How can you be sure there are no wild sprites lurking about?" Tuamu, the budding talent, inquired curiously of a Chung. However, his question seemed to go unanswered. "Are the cooking tools ready? Is anyone skilled enough to cook? If not, I shall take matters into my own hands. Though I cannot guarantee it will suit your tastes," Jinping declared. "I have brought compressed food," Mi Sanji replied nonchalantly. "I also packed some dry rations. But nothing beats a hot meal," Chung Si added. "I can lend a hand," Yuzi offered. "However, starting a fire might attract other sprites," Tingshu remarked, brushing the snow that had settled upon the rock, the icy sensation triggering a thought. "What do you mean?" Tuamu quickly leaned in closer. "It is the season of the snow-capped creatures, and they should still be nestled within the caves at the foot of the mountains, adhering to their unique habit of migrating to lower altitudes during the frigid months. Their sensitivity to temperature is remarkable. As soon as spring arrives, they will promptly return to the snow-laden peaks. Moreover, if they detect human footsteps, even the most curious among them will follow, a phenomenon likely to occur frequently on Tian Crown Mountain. Lighting a fire would signal their awareness of human presence, given their acute sensitivity to temperature." After stating this, Tingshu rummaged through his backpack, extracting an object resembling a compass to observe the magnetic field in the area. "What you say is true, but there's no need for concern. Such encounters are common during our journeys. Most snow-capped creatures are quite amicable, and I believe that if we share some food with them, they would be eager to befriend us," Jinping explained with a smile, clearly drawing from personal experience. "Is that so? You seem to know quite a bit." "Unlike that fellow, who is rather cold," Taku remarked to Tingshu, flashing a grin towards a Chung. In the biting cold, the group savored hot soup, surrounded by the undulating mountains. The contrast of the white peaks against the vast sky uplifted their spirits. "The soup is delightful," Tingshu exclaimed after taking a small sip. Somewhat surprised. "Of course. I brought out my best culinary skills," Yuzi replied proudly, evidently pleased with his craftsmanship. During their brief lunch break, they were fortunate not to encounter any snow-capped creatures. After resting for a moment, they resumed their ascent along the slopes of Tian Crown Mountain. The further north they traveled, The more bizarre the temperature fluctuations became. Some areas were freezing, while others were surprisingly warm. The reasons for such changes remained a mystery. Aside from that large onyx we encountered earlier, we haven't seen any small Pokémon on this journey, Chengxi noted, adding, and that onyx appeared so lethargic, devoid of energy. Indeed, but senior, how about a little Pokémon battle? It's a rare opportunity to be out here. We could consider it a warm-up before challenging the Lake of Gyarados, Taku suggested with sudden enthusiasm. Chengxi paused, somewhat taken aback. To be honest, I'm not particularly interested. If I were to challenge anyone, I would prefer it to be him, he said, directing his gaze towards Mi Senji. Your Lizard King seems to have received praise from that female trainer. As the only one to be commended, you must be quite proud, Chengxi continued. Upon hearing this, Jean Ping's expression shifted, clearly wishing to change the subject. Humph, Mi Senji replied coolly, if it were one of your advanced class students. The outcome might have been far worse. I, too, regret not having had the chance to battle that female trainer, Chengxi remarked with a faint smile. The atmosphere grew tense. As the sun began to rise, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation. It seems that the number of eccentric trainers in the Sinnoh region is steadily increasing, remarked Yuzi in a hushed tone. It's not just Cynthia. During my last holiday, my friends and I ventured into the survival zone of Sinnoh, where we encountered a truly formidable individual. This person appeared to be quite young, yet astonishingly maintained an impressive record of 100 consecutive victories in the battle arena. I heard he is the offspring of a renowned battler. All his Pokémon were of the fire type, and he skillfully countered even the water-type Pokémon that his opponents deployed. The survival zone arena, with its remarkable streak of victories, was not to be underestimated. Unlike the typical challenges one might find on the roadside, this arena attracted trainers from various regions, elevating its prestige significantly. A trainer who could excel in such a competitive environment was certainly not someone to be dismissed lightly. You make it sound like the academy is under tremendous pressure, interjected Aiching, who had been quiet until now. Honestly, seeing you all so overwhelmed, I'm tempted to switch from the breeding class to the battling class. Aiching, I look forward to the day you can defeat Cynthia decisively, teased Taku. The others could only roll their eyes at Taku's remark, having grown accustomed to his antics. As they continued their journey, they encountered various Pokémon along the way, the gentle chiming of a bell, a Snorant, and even a Zubat sleeping in a cave. As night approached, the group finally found a safe spot to rest for the night. The following morning, Tingshu awoke groggily, stifling a yawn before preparing to freshen up. Next came the time for Tingshu to nourish his Pokémon. Whether it was the Swablu, the Mismagius, or the Butterfree, they were all at a stage where their strength could be significantly enhanced, making nutritional supplementation essential. The most challenging to please was the Mismagius, which seemed particularly fond of fear-inducing stimuli. Although such sustenance was the most beneficial for it, it was a scarce resource that could not be guaranteed at every meal. Tingshu dedicated considerable effort to appease the finicky Mismagius, consulting Professor Tressa extensively about the dietary needs of ghost-type Pokémon. After several rounds of experimentation, he finally discovered a flavor that the Mismagius could tolerate, despite the nutritional content being quite similar and other Pokémon not rejecting it. What worked for Tingshu's Mismagius was a different story altogether. Who knows why you have such a penchant for bitter flavors? Tingshu mused, watching as his Mismagius savored its meal with delight. As the sun rose higher, not only Tingshu but also the other students began to settle their Pokémon in preparation for the adventures that lay ahead. Chapter 88. High energy ahead. The morning light gradually illuminated every corner of Mount Crown. Tingshu and his companions cautiously navigated a perilous mountain path. The compass in his sleeve flickered with excitement, yet it also instilled a sense of unease within Tingshu. The magnetic field gradually intensified, and suddenly, a tremor resonated from afar, causing the pebbles on the ground to quiver slightly, while dust cascaded down the rocky slopes. The trees raised their heads, gazing in the direction of the disturbance, uncertain whether to feel joy or trepidation. What was happening? In the face of this mysterious tremor, the group halted in unison. Is that the sound of some tiny sprite? Jinpei remarked, observing the swaying branches with a furrowed brow. It's the call of the North Nose, Aiching responded. Indeed. It is the warning of the North Nose, Tingshu added. What shall we do? Yuzi inquired. If we venture further, we will intrude upon the territory of the North Nose. They are likely in their evolutionary phase. Tingshu explained. How fortunate, Tingshu smiled. Evolutionary phase? Taku scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the term Tingshu had used. All we need to understand is that many North Noses are gathered ahead, engaged in fierce duels, with the aim of allowing the strongest among them to emerge victorious. This is likely a unique ritual of the North Nose on Tianguan Mountain. And it is thanks to the ever-changing magnetic field here that we have fortuitously encountered such a spectacle. Shall we proceed? Yuzi asked. Of course. What is our purpose in this journey? Is it not to challenge and capture formidable Pokémon? Chengxi declared. The North Nose Colony? Miss Sanji displayed an intrigued expression. From the looks on your faces, it seems you've made a decision, Jinpei noted. The group did not shy away from the notion of the North Nose and began moving forward once more. Tingshu was not surprised by this choice. The area densely populated by the North Nose must possess the strongest magnetic field. If they seized the right moment, the 4 North Noses in their possession could also evolve. The group quickened their pace, their steps steady, for the path ahead was perilous and relaxation was not an option. Everyone, be cautious, Jinpei cautioned. At that moment, as they traversed a narrow path flanked by mountains, dark shadows loomed overhead, and fractured stones began to plummet from the treacherous heights. A multitude of red noses perched upon the high cliffs, blinking down at the trainers making their way below. Boom, boom, whoosh. At this instant, the trainees' sense of crisis surged to its peak, and they swiftly unleashed their Pokeballs. Flame Monkey, Fire Vortex. Jinpei commanded. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Misanji called out. Skull Frog. Mud Bomb. Chengxi shouted. Simultaneously, Yuzi's Lecco Cat, Taku's Double-Tailed Monster, Aiching's Cherry Blossom, and Tingshu's Hunting Butterfly all employed their signature moves to counter the falling debris. First, the Fire Vortex slowed the descent, then the large stones were shattered by the leaping Lizard King, and finally, the Mud Bomb, Thunderbolt, High-Speed Star, Magical Leaf, and String Shot sent the remaining stones flying. Only then did they focus their attention on the culprits, the North Noses. Upon careful counting, the garden tree noted that there were as many as 9 visible Chow baby facing north, indicating that this ceremony was indeed quite grand. It is a rockfall technique. I shall depart from this place, Jinpei remarked. We can climb up that way to hunt the phoenix butterfly and provide cover for everyone. The garden tree gestured towards a direction. To prevent external interference, the Chow baby exhibited a heightened awareness of attack, and the rockfall assaults were dense. However, under the protection of the garden tree and their small sprites, they navigated through without peril. Let us hunt the phoenix butterfly. The garden tree lowered his head to glance at the violently shaking pointer, addressing the phoenix butterfly. The phoenix butterfly moved with remarkable agility, even when faced with debris. It merely exhaled a thread of silk and deftly brushed it aside, effortlessly evading danger. Do not linger in battle. Our goal is not them, Jinpei cautioned. The relentless pursuit by the Chow baby pressed on, yet the party was not merely intent on battling these 9 creatures. They sought to witness a grand melee among all the Chow baby, to determine the strongest and observe the splendor of their evolution. Let us take a moment to evade, Yuko suggested. Under the pursuit of the Chow baby, the group ascended a steep path, panting heavily with fatigue. The garden tree stretched his sore shoulders and turned back, finding no trace of the Chow baby. What shall we do next? There are 9 Chow baby already obstructing us. The true number must be greater, Seiji remarked, patting his chest. You 2 possess quite commendable stamina, Jinpei noted, having anticipated that the 2 girls would struggle to keep up. In reality, although they were somewhat weary, their physical endurance was on par with the boys. Do you forget? This is also fundamental for trainers. Yuko exhaled deeply. As for Aiching, she merely nodded slightly before inquiring if her Sakura had sustained any injuries. Such occurrences are rare. The ability of the baby to fully evolve largely depends on their past experiences. Conservatively speaking, if 2 or 3 Chow baby manage to evolve, it would be a significant achievement, the garden tree remarked. If you wish to capture the great Chow baby, or any Chow baby, I recommend waiting until after their ceremony concludes. Their collective behavior is temporary. Once this magnetic field dissipates or the ceremony ends, they will disperse individually. We understand, they replied, finding the advice of the breeding class students to be quite beneficial in such circumstances. Aiching remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with the garden tree's words. However, in her heart, she had begun to recognize the garden tree's expertise. Quietly scheming, the group began to retrace their steps, seeking the primary gathering point of the Chow baby. Simultaneously, Jinpei directed his Muka Hawk to soar high above, surveying the surrounding area. Aside from tracking their whereabouts through the magnetic field pointer, the garden tree had no other effective methods. After all, the Chow babies' bodies were imbued with potent magnetic forces, and the intensity of the magnetic field generated by so many Chow baby congregating was beyond imagination. At this moment, that location must be the epicenter of the unique magnetic field fluctuations of Tian Crown Mountain. Suddenly, Jinpei, who was at the forefront, halted his steps and whispered. The magnetic pointer in Tingshu's hand had become utterly dysfunctional upon reaching this place, the chaotic magnetic field rendering it ineffective. The intense magnetic field, palpable even to the body, made breathing somewhat laborious, compelling the group to exercise greater caution, fearful of being detected. Hiding behind a distant rock, merely peeking out revealed a multitude of large, crimson noses, densely clustered together. Chapter 89. An unusual intervention in the open space to the south of the rock where Tingshu and the others were situated, dozens, if not over 100, of the peculiar creatures known as Chow Bei were staring blankly at one another, communicating in an inexplicable manner. Despite their mouths, these enchanting beings possessed an array of bizarre communication methods. The rich magnetic waves enveloped this region, and within the gathering of Chow Bei, a sandstorm laced with dust and debris began to rise. Observing the tense atmosphere among the assembled Chow Bei, the group inhaled deeply, their impatience mounting. For an extended period, the Chow Bei had merely stood there, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The students from Tanguan Academy maintained a considerable distance from the Chow Bei, though the safety of this distance remained uncertain, as the creatures appeared increasingly restless. Should a chaotic battle ensue, the ferocity of the conflict was unpredictable. Crack, crack. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the Chow Bei seemed to reach a certain threshold, collectively emitting cries as electric sparks danced across their bodies. Subsequently, nearly 100 Chow Bei erupted into chaos. The scene descended into disarray, with electric flashes illuminating the area, rocks tumbling, and the continuous thuds echoing, causing the hearts of the onlookers to race in tandem. It's happening. The group craned their necks, eager to witness the tumultuous battle from a closer vantage point. Soon, more Chow Bei were swept into the fray, the battleground expanding as many were pushed further away. Wait, it seems some Chow Bei are heading this way, Takumu suddenly exclaimed. In the distance, 5 or 6 Chow Bei, their bodies crackling with electricity, moved with frenetic energy, creating a chaotic rhythm. Their movements were utterly erratic, and amidst the tumult, a few were charging directly towards Tingshu and his companions. Leave it to me, Senji declared, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the melee unfold. His eagerness to join the fray evident on his face. Isn't it dangerous? There are too many Chow Bei, Yuzi expressed his concern. Fear not. My Lizard King is the strongest of its kind in the world, Senji reassured, gripping the Pokeball firmly. This battle is perfect for it to gain valuable combat experience. As the conversation concluded, Jinbei shrugged. He had grown almost desensitized to such remarks. In truth, it no longer mattered. The wild Chow Bei had lost their reason. Even if we intervened midway, they would not unite in their assault against us. Naturally, in such a chaotic scenario, the likelihood of injury would also increase. Tingshu waved his hand dismissively. The wild Chow Bei evolved by relying on the fluctuations emitted by a unique magnetic field. When these fluctuations attracted the magnetic forces within them, they combined and released a wondrous wave of energy, compelling other Chow Bei to draw near instinctively. During this process of amalgamation, the Chow Bei would lose their rationality, and the release of their internal magnetic power would become utterly chaotic. At this juncture, whichever Chow Bei completed the amalgamation first would successfully evolve. In the wild, the emergence of such special electromagnetic waves would often lure numerous Chow Bei seeking to harness them. The ensuing chaos was inevitable. However, defeat in battle could disrupt the amalgamation of some Chow Bei, leading to their evolutionary failure. Thus, those who managed to evolve successfully and assert dominance among dozens of Chow Bei were indeed few and far between. Is that true? Upon hearing Tingshu's words, some of the more combative individuals displayed signs of eagerness. Yes, I have brought stamina-restoring orange fruits, as well as some healing salves and anesthetics. If trouble arises, do not be reckless. Return here swiftly for treatment. This turmoil will not be brief, Tingshu advised. He patted the 4 Pokeballs at his waist and smiled expectantly. Jinbei, Sanji, Cheng-Si, Takumu, and even Yoko all took their Pokémon to confront the approaching Chow Bei, joining the fray. This meant that only the 2 from the training class had no intention of joining the fray. Aren't you going? Ching inquired, breaking her silence. Me? No. Someone has to handle the logistics, Shu replied. Moreover, how is that beneficial? If they intervene, wouldn't that disrupt the natural evolution of the Chow Bei? Ching looked at Tingshu. Tingshu chuckled, disrupting natural evolution? We have yet to reach that level. We trainers are, after all, an unpredictable factor in their ecosystem. For the population of Chow Bei within Tianguan Mountain, their numbers are merely a small fraction. Otherwise, do you think they would have worked together to expel us, the foreign elements? First, they confront external factors, and then they engage in their interspecies struggles. Their evolution, too, is built upon the bodies of their kind. For them, Our intervention is not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable occurrence in the natural world. As Tingshu spoke, the 5 who had ventured out had already joined the battle, commanding their Pokémon while ensuring the protection of others nearby. Such twisted reasoning, Ching scoffed lightly. The garden tree refrained from further explanation. According to his understanding, the evolutionary path of wild Pokémon is fraught with complexities, exhibiting a myriad of peculiar situations. The purpose of evolution is to enhance one's strength and demonstrate a unique adaptation to specific environmental conditions. The evolution of wild Pokémon serves merely to better acclimate to their surroundings. However, whether this evolution is ultimately beneficial or detrimental to the Pokémon themselves remains an enigma. The garden tree had encountered an example in a report concerning the most common birds in the Kanto region, Pidgey and Spearow. Due to competition for food, these 2 Pokémon have maintained a status of fierce rivalry. Spearow attacks Pidgey, while Pidgeotto counters Spearow, and Pidgeot, in turn, targets Pidgeotto. It is only with the emergence of a leader-level Pidgeot that the Pidgey population can find security. Pidgey, in this competitive dynamic, finds itself at a considerable disadvantage. Yet, should they evolve, the outcome may not necessarily be favorable. A researcher's investigation revealed that Pidgey has a significantly greater chance of survival in competition than Pidgeotto. Although each Pidgeotto enjoys improved hunting conditions and strength, the Spearow population tends to focus their primary attacks on Pidgeotto to prevent them from evolving into the formidable Pidgeot, the pillar of the Pidgey lineage. In the garden tree's perspective, their involvement at this level does not pose any real threat to the natural world, as there are no natural enemies for the north-facing Nosepass and Crown Peak. Evolution into a large Nosepass offers no substantial difference aside from enhanced strength and longevity. If any egregious actions were to occur, it would be akin to a group of trainers capturing all the Pidgeotto in a forest. In such a scenario, Pidgey would be eliminated from competition with Spearow, leading to the extinction of the prey species and, consequently, the complete collapse of the forest ecosystem. Chapter 90. The evolution of Nosepass. The garden tree expressed understanding toward Chung's attitude. Aspiring trainers, possessing a more profound knowledge of Pokémon's living environments, habits, and breeding, often struggle to analyze and comprehend this information adequately. This leads to a series of confusions and misconceptions, a common affliction among novice breeders. The uncertainties arising from incomplete understanding necessitate that students reconstruct their perspectives through continuous learning. The custom of trainers capturing Pokémon, battling them, and challenging stronger Pokémon is a phenomenon that has emerged in this world, and the garden tree found himself unable to make direct judgments regarding its morality. However, he has primarily witnessed a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. Regarding ecological destruction, humanity is gradually improving and regulating its actions through laws and policies. This reflection brought to mind a phrase frequently touted during his time as a trainer. Humans and Pokémon are partners, companions. The battle between Nosepass and the trainees was extraordinarily chaotic, with various moves unleashed in a seemingly random manner, potentially descending upon someone at any moment. At that instant, the synergy between trainer and Pokémon became paramount. 5 trainees each summoned 2 Pokémon. One engaged in the chaotic battle, while the other remained close by to ensure their safety. Amidst the cacophony of shattered stones, flashes of electricity, and swirling sandstorms, each individual was compelled to heighten their vigilance and concentrate their attention to the utmost. The unrestrained skirmishes tested the trainees' reflexes and leadership skills. Crash, crash, boulders tumbled, only to be reduced to rubble by the Lizard King, expertly wielded by Misan. Some Pokémon utilized rock-based attacks with an ingenuity surpassing typical rockfalls, striking with greater force and an astonishing number of projectiles. Within the heart of the sandstorm, several Pokémon darted about, their silhouettes obscured, making it difficult for opponents to pinpoint their locations. Though the Pokémon had seemingly lost their sense of coordination, their sheer numbers compelled each trainee to confront multiple adversaries in the blink of an eye. Boom! A Pokémon was knocked backward, merely swaying before regaining its footing and re-entering the fray. Stimulated by the unique magnetic field, these Pokémon were ignited to perform at their peak, exhibiting a staggering 120 of their capabilities, undeterred by fatigue or fear, driven by an instinctual thirst for evolution, embodying a fervor that bordered on madness. The natural competition among Pokémon was indeed ruthless. From a distance, Tingshu observed his companions immersed in battle, each seemingly reveling in the experience. Yet he felt a tinge of regret. Such a grand scale of combat was a rare opportunity for trainers to acquire substantial battle experience. Nevertheless, he redirected his gaze toward the chaotic battlefield, focusing on 4 peculiar Pokémon. Unlike their counterparts, these 4 did not appear to have succumbed to madness. Their movements were methodical. Remarkably, they displayed a synergy, effectively repelling the intruding Pokémon from their territory. How curious these 4 Pokémon were. Achung also began to notice the distinctiveness of these 4, who seemed more stable during their interaction with the magnetic field, unlike the others who exhibited frenzied behavior. They captured and sensed the fluctuations of the magnetic field with a serene demeanor. As the tumultuous battle continued, time slipped away. The trainees, covered in dust, appeared fatigued. This kind of combat was immensely taxing both physically and mentally. After prolonged competition, atop a steep incline, one Pokémon emitted a peculiar cry that instantly drew everyone's attention. Under the collective gaze, it began to radiate a brilliant white light, signaling its evolution. As the white light flashed, the surrounding Pokémon, seemingly stimulated, surged toward it with renewed agility. The first transformation had commenced. The courtyard tree commenced its count. Among this group of northward spirits, one had successfully captured the fluctuations of the magnetic field, achieving a flawless evolution. Under the electric waves emitted from the fusion of magnetism and magnetic fluctuations, the other northward spirits seemed to have caught a whiff of an alluring scent and charged forward with fervor. However, only the first 3 to arrive were embraced by the radiant white light, which enveloped them in fervent brilliance as they embarked on the final stage of their evolution, the union. At that moment, the other arriving northward spirits appeared lost and bewildered, lacking direction, and were compelled to enter a new phase of magnetic turmoil. Have they evolved? I must confront it. Qingxi, being the closest to this northward spirit, resolutely decided to command his poisonous skull frog to shatter the obstructing rocks and advance. The evolution was fleeting. The initial northward spirit swiftly transformed from a mere stone sculpture into a magnificent figure exceeding 1 meter in height. Compared to the others, its crimson nose had grown larger. A new red area sprouted atop its bald head, and beneath its nose, a mass of dark, curly whiskers emerged. The subsequent 3 northward spirits that had leapt forward clung to the grand northward spirit, resembling ornaments, becoming its vassals. Upon completion of its evolution, the grand northward spirit exuded remarkable vigor, while the 3 smaller spirits took to the air, circling around their larger counterpart. Witnessing this spectacle, the courtyard tree found it somewhat magical, an evolution achievable only by 4 identical little sprites. Indeed, in the realm of such extraordinary beings, anything was possible. Some even dubbed the grand northward spirit as the most shameless of sprites, for engaging it in battle was akin to facing 4 adversaries. Through magnetism, the grand northward spirit could establish a sensory link with the 3 smaller ones, orchestrating combat akin to manipulating floating artillery. Subsequently, not only Qingxi but also the other northward spirits disregarded whether their opponents had evolved and initiated their attacks. The now rational grand northward spirit was evidently incensed by these provocateurs and, with an angry roar, was reluctantly drawn back into the fray. What is happening? Yuzi gazed at the 4 northward spirits standing before her, seemingly unfazed and displaying no signs of defense, her expression one of bewilderment. These 4 spirits retained their intellect. As her minions launched their assault, facing the coordinated efforts of the 4 northward spirits, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, unable to penetrate their defenses. Yuzi's intrusion caused the courtyard tree, which had been observing the situation from a distance, to feel some unease. Ever since identifying the surrounding changes as a special magnetic field through the magnetic pointer, the courtyard tree had released the 4 northward spirits, infiltrating this ritual ahead of time. As a captured small sprite, these 4 Chow baby possess a unique advantage. They remain unperturbed by the chaos that often envelopes their wild counterparts. In order to prevent them from succumbing to confusion, Tingshu had preemptively prepared lavender essence, allowing them to calm their minds amidst the turmoil of their internal magnetic forces. The soothing aroma aids in suppressing their restlessness, enabling them to attune to the delicate fluctuations of the special magnetic field. Observing Rue Zi's intent to challenge the 4 Chow baby, Tingshu's expression reflected helplessness. Just as he was about to shout a warning, one of the Chow baby began to radiate with the luminous light of evolution, filling Tingshu with immense joy.